Jinglan, you rest over there. I'll handle this. He Guoqing carried several loads of dirt, his palms quickly forming blisters, and his back ached. Yet, he forced a gentle smile and spoke softly to Lu Jinglan. Guoqing, I'm so grateful to have you here. At that moment, Lu Jinglan felt a genuine appreciation for He Guoqing, and when she called his name, it was filled with warmth. He Guoqing felt a rush of emotions from her calling him Guoqing. It was the first time she had addressed him that way. You've lost weight. I'll bring you some eggs later. Dazed, He Guoqing completely forgot he was a married man and that his family was struggling to eat. Generously, he offered the few valuable eggs from home to the woman he cared for. Tang Wujin, who had rushed over, overheard this and exploded with anger. Those eggs were bought with the last of her money from the farm, only 10 in total, meant to nourish He Guoqing. She couldn't even bear to eat one herself. That despicable Lu Jinglan was worse than a shameless woman. At this point, Tang Wujin still chose to blame Lu Jinglan entirely. I'll teach you a lesson, you shameless girl. How dare you flirt with my man? Tang Wujin marched over, grabbing Lu Jinglan's hair and slapping her several times. Lu Jinglan was stunned and didn't react at first, her head buzzing as she vaguely saw an old, ugly woman. Old lady, why are you hitting me? I don't even know your man. Lu Jinglan spoke defiantly. This old lady must have an old husband. No matter how down on her luck she was, she would never accept the advances of an old man. Ha ha ha, Tang Wujin, she called you old lady. You're the same age, and she's only 2 months older than you. A clear, bright laugh rang out, cutting through the dust. Everyone working stopped to watch. Tang Nian stood on a slope, looking down at the scene, casually munching on a bag of spiced melon seeds. Help yourselves, don't be shy. Tang Nian generously shared with the onlookers, enjoying the chaos. Miss, you must be Tang Wujin's sister, right? The crowd, impressed by Tang Nian's beauty, found her charming. Tang Nian spat out a seed and replied cheerfully, Tang Wujin isn't my family anymore. The commune has severed ties. The crowd wasn't surprised. Having a daughter like Tang Wujin was a disaster, and cutting ties was the best solution to avoid dragging the whole family down. Now, Tang Wujin had become a notorious example. If you act like Tang Wujin, I'd rather knock you out. Parents often say this to their daughters. Tang Wujin, enraged by Tang Nian's words, lost her mind and pushed Lu Jinglan to the ground, climbing on top and slapping her. You shameless girl, who are you calling old lady? You think you're so pretty? Let me see how beautiful you really are. After just a month on the farm, Tang Wujin had turned into a crude woman, her mouth full of foul language and her strength astonishing. Lu Jinglan was like a helpless chick under her, unable to fight back. Her delicate face was quickly bruised and unrecognizable. Tang Wujin, stop. Let go of Jinglan. He Guoqing rushed over, trying to save the woman he cared for. Tang Wujin hesitated for a moment. He Guoqing had a strong influence on her. Hearing his voice made her instinctively obey. He Guoqing is already married to you. Call her by her name, it's Jinglan. Who are you to him? Tang Nian stirred the pot, and the worksite fell silent as everyone gathered around to listen. Tang Wujin, now resolute, pushed He Guoqing away, sending him tumbling. She remembered that since coming to the farm, He Guoqing had never called her by her name, always using their full names. Without Lu Jinglan as a comparison, she hadn't noticed before, but now she realized He Guoqing didn't want to call her Tang Wujin. You little girl, I'll tear you apart. Tang Wujin was filled with hatred for Lu Jinglan and attacked mercilessly. The sound of tearing fabric filled the air as pieces of cloth flew around. Let me go, Guoqing, save me. Lu Jinglan was terrified, clutching her body tightly. She couldn't let this continue. She still wanted to marry Zhou Siren. If her reputation was ruined, she would lose her chance. Tang Wujin, stop. Let's talk this out. He Guoqing stumbled over, but a stone suddenly hit his knee. Ah! He Guoqing fell face first, unable to get up for a while. Tang Nian calmly withdrew her hand. continuing to watch the spectacle. Tang Wujin had gone wild, tearing at the weak Lu Jinglan like a beast. "You love to be shameless? I'll give you what you want." Tang Wujin's dark, thin face twisted with rage, her eyes wild. Lu Jinglan curled up in fear, wishing she could hide in the dirt, but she couldn't move, terrified of exposing herself. Her skin is so fair. City women are so delicate. This woman is committing a crime, isn't she? She really is a jerk. A group of men spoke lewdly, their eyes filled with love, some even moving closer for a better view. "Don't look, help me." Lu Jinglan felt their lewd gazes and was terrified, her trembling body exposed like a lamb among wolves. Helpless and pitiful. But Tang Nian felt no sympathy for her. She was thoroughly entertained. Today, Tang Wujin had impressed her. Well done. But no reward. "How dare you flirt with my man? I'll tear you apart." Tang Wujin felt a rush of satisfaction, but seeing Lu Jinglan's fair skin made her angry again. A month ago, she had been just as fair, but now this shameless woman was calling her aunt. Furious, Tang Wujin grabbed Lu Jinglan's arms and legs, preventing her from curling up. She wanted He Guiqing to see just how low the woman he liked could be. Lu Jinglan was completely exposed to everyone. The men closed in, some even getting too close for comfort. "Let go of me. Help. Someone." Lu Jinglan cried out, but no one felt sorry for her. This was a farm, filled with people who had come for reform. No one had extra sympathy. "Tang Wujin, let Jinglan go, or I'll divorce you." He Guiqing finally got up, pushing through the crowd. When he saw his beloved, crying like a lamb under Tang Wujin's grip, he felt dizzy and nearly vomited blood. The goddess he had cared for was now lying in the dirt, touched by these filthy men. He felt as if a celestial being had fallen into the mud, covered in grime, losing all her grace. Although He Guiqing's feelings were complicated, Lu Jinglan was still the woman he admired, and without thinking, he threatened divorce. Tang Nian didn't fan the flames this time. With Lu Jinglan in such a state, she feared for her life if she did. She wanted to watch the drama unfold a little longer. "What are you all doing here? Get back to work." The site manager approached, a burly man in his 40s with a fierce look. His name was Zhou, but everyone called him Zhou the Skinner. Zhou was not only greedy for money but also for women, willing to take advantage of anyone. The crowd dispersed quickly. Without the crowd, Lu Jinglan was left exposed in the sunlight. Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw her. "Get back to work. If there's any more fighting, don't blame me for being harsh." Zhou pretended to scold everyone, not even glancing at Tang Wujin, who was too plain for his interest. When Lu Jinglan first arrived, he hadn't been impressed by her looks, but he hadn't realized she had a great figure and charm. "Lu, get up. I'll take you back to rest." Zhou helped Lu Jinglan up and wrapped his arm around her. She felt both ashamed and angry but didn't dare resist, crying as she was taken back to her quarters. He Guiqing wanted to save her but was too afraid to confront Zhou, helplessly watching as Zhou took her away. Tang Wujin looked at him with deep affection, saying softly, "Guiqing, go rest. I'll make you scrambled eggs tonight." He Guiqing glared at her, wanting to yell but feeling guilty. In the end, he just huffed and walked away. Tang Wujin didn't care, picking up her load and continuing to work hard. After enjoying the show, Tang Nian thought about going to check on Lu Jinglan. Zhou didn't seem like a good person. She needed to take a look. Lu Jinglan was easy to find, as she was shouting, "Don't do this. Please let me go. Stop pretending to be a virtuous woman. Just submit to me, and I'll protect you." Zhou didn't care that it was broad daylight. This area was under his control, and no one dared to speak up. He was like a local emperor. Tang Nian crouched down to eavesdrop. Although she despised bullying women, Lu Jinglan was the exception. The more Zhou bullied her, the happier she felt. Tang Nian remained calm, even standing up to stretch her legs after squatting for a while. She spotted He Guiqing nearby, looking distressed, pulling at his hair and holding his head like a madman, yet he still didn't have the courage to rush in and save Lu Jinglan. An hour passed. Zhou, satisfied, adjusted his pants and joked with a tear-streaked Lu Jinglan on the bed. You won't have to work for a few days. I'll bring you food tonight. Though Lu Jinglan wasn't much to look at, her body was impressive, better than any woman he had been with before. Lu Jinglan lay still, every part of her aching, reminding her of what had just happened. Her purity was gone, taken by such a crude old man. How could she ever marry Zhou Sire now? The door to the shack opened. Zhou left, and then it closed again. After a while, it opened again, and He Guoqing entered. Seeing Lu Jinglan naked, he quickly turned his head, unable to look. Lu Jinglan realized what had happened and hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself. She quickly analyzed in her mind that she couldn't give up. There had to be a way out. Guoqing, I don't want to live anymore. Lu Jinglan cried, looking hopeless. He Guoqing rushed to hold her, softly comforting her. It's not your fault. It's Zhou who did this to you. Finally holding his beloved so closely made He Guoqing feel dizzy, and he instinctively held her tighter. After listening to the drama, Tang Nian was about to leave, but was drawn back by the sounds from inside.
Wow.
Guoqing, don't do this. I'm not that kind of person. Jinglan, please give yourself to me. You've already given yourself to Zhou. Just give me a chance. I've liked you for so long. I'll do whatever you say. Tang Nian's eyes widened in shock, feeling deep admiration for Lu Jinglan. She now doubted whether Lu Jinglan had truly been innocent with those men in her past life. It was very possible that Zhou Siren was completely unaware of her past. But right now, it was Tang Wujin who was in the dark. After hearing another shocking scene, Tang Nian left 10 minutes later, feeling disappointed with He Guoqing. He was nowhere near as good as Zhou. She gave He Guoqing a bad review and lost interest in listening to the couple's antics, striding away. As for Lu Jinglan, let her live a few more days. The coming days wouldn't be easy for her. Returning to the village just in time for lunch, made by Su Jinfeng and Xian Jinju. Yin Xiu, that shameless one, hid 3 pairs of socks in her pocket. My eyes are sharper than an eagle's. I caught her red-handed. Old Lady Tang excitedly recounted her morning's achievements, claiming to have caught a big fish. What did Uncle San decide? Tang Nian asked. She wasn't surprised by this kind of thing. In a big village, there are all sorts of people, including thieves. Your Uncle San said he wants to hear your opinion. He'll come find you soon.
Tang Lao Tai's gop.
If she were the factory manager, she would definitely fire the thief. You can't keep a thief in the factory. It's like leaving a rat in a rice bin. But the village leader, considering their shared village ties, wanted to give Yin Xiu another chance. However, he didn't want to make the decision without consulting Tang Nian first. Just then, the village leader approached with a worried look. When he saw Tang Nian, his eyes lit up, as if he found hope. He never thought managing a factory would be so stressful, much more than managing the villagers. Nian girl, you finally came back. The village leader hurried over, pulling Tang Jiojin, who was eating, aside and sitting down himself. Jiojin almost choked on a piece of meat, glaring at the village leader but quietly moving to the side. Su Jinfeng got up to fetch a bowl of rice and placed it in front of the village leader. The village leader had something on his mind, and even if he were offered dragon meat, he couldn't eat. Nian girl, here's the situation. Uncle San, I know about the stolen socks. Let's eat first, and we can talk after. Tang Nian interrupted the village leader. She didn't like discussing serious matters during meals, and she thought this was a minor issue. The village leader wasn't fit to be a factory manager. She needed to go to the city to see her younger cousin, Tang Jianshu, who she remembered as bold and capable and had a good relationship with her uncle, Tang Mantong. In her past life, Tang Jianshu started his own business and became a wealthy man. But now, he was still a temporary worker at the tractor factory. The village leader fell silent, picking up his bowl to eat. After finishing, he eagerly looked at Tang Nian. Before he could speak, she said, "There's no room for sympathy in this matter. Just fire her and post a notice for the whole village." We must set an example. After all, she's from our village. Can't we give her another chance? The village leader asked quietly. Uncle San, the factory rules are posted at the entrance. Everyone was informed that anyone caught stealing factory property would be fired, no exceptions. Even if the thief is Sister Hong Xing or my mom, they must be fired. Tang Nian was getting impatient, even using Su Jinfeng and Tang Hong Xing as examples. Su Jinfeng was startled and quickly said, I didn't take anything. I just had a thread on my clothes, and I put it back. She wasn't foolish. She knew the difference between a full meal and a little food. Hong Xing wouldn't do such a thing. If she did, I'd break her legs. The village leader quickly agreed. Although his daughter wasn't very bright, she would never steal. I'm just using examples. Why are you so anxious? This matter is non-negotiable. Uncle San, your indecisiveness won't work. Being a factory manager is like being a general. You need to be tough and fair. If you show leniency, how can you manage the factory? Tang Nian spoke firmly, giving the village leader a lesson. The village leader lowered his head, feeling ashamed. He knew she was right. He needed to change. But I can't be tough. When they cry, I can't bear it. The village leader expressed his helplessness. They were all neighbors. How could he be harsh? If it were the Japanese invaders, he could be ruthless, without hesitation. I understand it's tough for you. Tang Nian sympathized with the village leader. His personality affected his decisiveness. He wasn't naturally strong-willed. Just treat In Xiao like an invader. Look at you. I could do a better job as factory manager. Tang Lao Tai couldn't hold back, thinking she would be a better fit for the role since she wouldn't hesitate to deal with a thief. Auntie, don't complicate things. In Xiao and the invaders are not the same. The village leader replied irritably. In Xiao was a family member who made a mistake, while the invaders were enemies. Uncle San, we must fire Zhang In Xiao and announce it to the village to set an example. Tang Nian's tone left no room for refusal. This was non-negotiable. The village leader nodded, sighing again. Tang Nian continued, let Sengo come back. He would be a good fit as the factory manager. He can assist you, and then take over. The village leader hesitated. Can Jian Shu handle it? Why not? I think Jian Shu is better than you.
Tang Lao Tai zoom pet in.
Among the 4 siblings, she liked the third brother, Tang Jianshu, the most. When Tang Jianshu was born, the village leader's wife was unwell, and his mother had passed away early. Tang Lao Tai raised Jianshu until he was 3 before sending him back. Tang Jianshu was close to her and treated her like a real grandmother. The village leader's face darkened, feeling frustrated, but not daring to argue with Tang Lao Tai. Even though his youngest son was excellent, he didn't think he was that bad either. However, the village leader realized that bringing his son back would be a good idea. He knew his limits. He could handle being the village leader, but managing a factory was beyond him. I'll call Jian Shu and ask him to come back. The village leader agreed. Working as a temporary worker at the tractor factory, he didn't know when he would be made permanent. It was better for him to return to manage the sock factory, where he could stay at home and see his family every day. Although the village leader was soft-hearted, he was obedient and had strong execution. After taking Tang Nian's advice, he dealt with Zhang Yinxiu that afternoon and posted the dismissal notice at the factory gate. Villagers gathered around the notice to read it aloud. Comrade Zhang Yinxiu stole 3 pairs of socks during work hours, intending to take them home for personal use. She has admitted to this. After discussion, it has been decided to dismiss Comrade Zhang Yinxiu. This is hereby announced. Someone read it loudly. The villagers erupted in chatter, discussing among themselves. Who is Zhang Yinxiu? Is there someone by that name in the village? That's Tang Shirlin's wife. Oh, it's Shirlin's wife. She was so proud when she started working at the sock factory. Now look at her. She's lost everything. Now that Zhang Yinxiu is fired, does that mean there's an open position? Someone pointed out the opportunity, raising their voice. The air suddenly went quiet, and the crowd exchanged glances before dispersing, each heading home. With a position open, they needed to seize this opportunity. Zhang Yinxiu left the sock factory in tears, but the factory didn't shortchange her. She received her pay for 10 days of work, totaling 11 yuan and 26 cents, not a cent less. The villagers were thrilled. With that much money for just 10 days of work, if she worked a full month, wouldn't it be over 30 yuan?
Wow.
They felt like they struck gold. The villagers of Tang Village looked down on Zhang Yinxiu. She was foolish enough to throw away a big opportunity for a small gain. That night, Zhang Yinxiu's mother-in-law took a basket of eggs to plead with the team leader, but he refused to accept them. He said that after the sock factory expanded, Zhang Yinxiu could have another chance. If she made another mistake, she would never be hired again. Disappointed, Zhang Yinxiu's mother-in-law returned home and scolded her daughter-in-law fiercely. After all the effort to secure a good job, this foolish woman had ruined it. Luckily, there was still one more chance. In the future, she would have to supervise her closely and ensure she didn't bring anything back. The incident of the dismissal had a big impact in Tang Village. The workers of the sock factory became more serious about their jobs. Even when they finished work, they would voluntarily go to Old Lady Tang to have their work checked. They weren't foolish. Earning 30 to 40 yuan a month was better than any job in the county. Why would they throw away a good opportunity for a few yuan from socks? Zhang Yinxiu's position was eventually taken by the daughter-in-law of an outsider family. This family was honest and well-regarded in the village. The new worker was quick and quiet, and Tang Nianyan preferred such diligent employees. By mid-May, Tang Nianyan had given work to both Hongxing and Qianjin, and the training for Tang Zhengwo and his group was going well. The chief family had been quiet in the village, and Tang Nianyan kept an eye on them. She even visited the farm. She was shocked by Lu Jinglan's change. Once reserved and dignified, Lu now had a more worldly air about her. Her skin had lightened, and she no longer worked, spending her days resting in the shed. After inquiring, Tang Nianyan learned that Lu Jinglan was now the exclusive lover of Zhou Beopi. With his support, her life was more comfortable than at the youth station, and He Guoqing often visited her.
Wow.
No wonder she was a woman who could maintain a harem. Her methods were extraordinary. Tang Nianyan couldn't stand to see Lu Jinglan living so well. She wanted to dismantle this woman's harem. While watching at the farm, she spotted He Guoqing sneaking in, pushing open Lu Jinglan's room door, and slipping inside. At that hour, everyone at the farm was working, so no one saw their actions, not even Zhou Beopi. Tang Nianyan rushed to the construction site, found Tang Wujin and Zhou Beopi working, and handed them each a note with the same message: Lu Jinglan and He Guoqing are having an affair. Tang Wujin and Zhou Beopi's expressions changed dramatically as they rushed toward the shed, and Tang Nianyan quickly followed. This was quite the spectacle. "You shameless woman! Haven't I treated you well enough? How dare you meet this pretty boy behind my back? He Guoqing, do you even care about me?" The shouts and sounds of fighting and pleading from Zhou Beopi and Tang Wujin intertwined, creating a strangely pleasing noise. Tang Nianyan smiled, took out a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket, and started snacking. After finishing the seeds, she clapped her hands and walked away. She would come back in a few days and enjoy another meal. Back in Tang Village, Bai Sui ran over to report, "Wang, the crippled one has gone to the city." Tang Nianyan frowned. She had forgotten about Qi Guohua since he hadn't made any moves recently. And Qi Guochun in the city should be hanging by a thread, right? In the evening, Qi Guohua and his son returned, dragging a cart. Lying on it was Qi Guochun, barely recognizable, covered with a thin blanket that only revealed her face, which was as thin as a skeleton. Qi Guochun's dull, gray eyes showed a flicker of life. She had finally left that hellish place. The air outside felt sweet, but she was dying. Neither Qi Guohua nor his son spoke, their bodies radiating despair. They moved slowly, afraid of being seen and questioned. Even as night fell, many people gathered at the village entrance to chat, and Qi Guohua and his son couldn't avoid them. "What's on the cart?" someone asked curiously. "Probably grain." Everyone assumed it was grain and gathered around to ask where it was bought. But when they saw the ghostly figure of Chi Guo-chun on the cart, they all stepped back in fright, more scared than if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Is that Guo-chun? Finally, someone recognized her. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Some brave souls approached and, upon seeing her face, confirmed it was indeed Chi Guo-chun, despite her ghastly appearance. Oh my, how did Guo-chun end up like this? What illness does she have? Where's her husband? Why isn't he taking care of her? People murmured questions, but no one took pleasure in her suffering. After all, Chi Guo-chun looked like she was on the brink of death. No one would kick a dying person when they were down. She's sick. Guo-chun wants to come home for a few days, Chi's father stammered, not daring to mention how He Jisheng had long since stopped caring about her. After they left, He Jisheng only told them to bring her home and gave them 100 yuan. His daughter had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, and he only gave her 100 yuan. Chi's father regretted listening to his son. If he had betrothed Guo-chun to someone from the mountains, they could have received 100 yuan as a bride price, and Guo-chun would still be alive and well. Let's hurry home and make something good for Guo-chun, the villagers said, unable to bear the sight of her. She looked like a drug addict from before liberation, which was unsettling. Once the Chi family was far away, the villagers began to discuss.
Did you see?
Guo-chun's hands are all injured. I just saw that. She must have been beaten by a man. I saw that too. She has injuries on her face and neck. Guo-chun was healthy. She was married for less than a month. How could she be sick? She was beaten by her husband. You might not know, but I heard from relatives in the county that director, he is a terrible person who has harmed many women. Guo-chun didn't marry. She was sent to please director, he by Chi Guohua to try and get a job. Oh my, could Chi Guohua really do that? Guo-chun is his own sister. What wouldn't that kind of person do? Chi Guohua lost his sister and didn't even get a job. What a pity for Guo-chun. She would have been better off marrying Tang Laolu. The villagers felt sympathy for Chi Guo-chun, stuck with such a cruel brother and parents. Her fate was unfortunate. At that moment, the Chi family was engulfed in sorrow. Seeing their daughter in such a terrible state, Chi's mother cried and blamed her son. I shouldn't have listened to you. You knew He Jisheng was worse than a beast. How could you send Guo-chun to him? Now you didn't get the job, and Guo-chun has become like this. Can you live with yourself? Chi's mother truly regretted it and felt particularly cold inside. Her son would send his own sister to be tortured by that beast for a job that didn't even materialize. If there were any other benefits in the future, would he be willing to sacrifice her life? The more Chi's mother thought about it, the colder she felt, and she even became afraid. Her husband and son were unreliable. What would she do in the future? Chi Guohua remained silent, his face dark. He was thinking about He Jisheng's words. If you want a job, bring me that girl. I know she's from your village and your former fiancé. If you bring her to me, you can choose any job in Jucheng. I keep my word. He Jisheng handed him a photo, which was of the beautiful Tang Nian Nian. He was trying to use Tang Nian Nian to trade for a job. He argued with this jerk, hoping that, considering his sister was dying, he could get a job. But this jerk said, "Your sister is only young. If I take her, it's because I think highly of her. With her kind, if you hadn't brought her to me, I wouldn't even look at her." He Jisheng's arrogant and ugly face made Chi Guohua feel sick. He wanted to kill this beast, but he didn't dare. He didn't have the ability to kill He Jisheng. Back in his room, Chi Guohua took out the photo from his pocket, the one He Jisheng had given him. His fingers tightened around the photo, and his eyes grew increasingly wild. If one doesn't care for oneself, heaven will punish them. He had to become a formal worker and stand out. Since Chi Guo-chun returned, she hadn't shown her face again, staying in her room to recover. When villagers came to visit, they were frightened by her ghostly appearance. There aren't many days left to live. It's truly a tragedy. Everyone said this, feeling sympathy for Chi Guo-chun. On the third day after her return, she sent someone to deliver a message to Tang Nian Nian. Guo-chun wants to see you. Not seeing her, it's bad luck. Tang Nian firmly refused. Even if she was dying, she didn't want to see her. It was so annoying. Get out, get out. Don't come to my house with that family's troubles. If you don't mind the bad luck, I do. Old Lady Tang came out with a dark face, waving a broom to shoo them away. Even if someone was about to die, they still couldn't be at peace. She was sure her granddaughter had bad intentions. On the fourth day after Chi Guochun returned, a major incident occurred in the Chi family. That morning, while everyone in the village was working and the sock factory was bustling, the Chi family didn't come out, and their door remained tightly shut. Even at lunchtime, there was still no movement from them. Only then did the villagers realize something was wrong. Even if they didn't want to work, they still had to cook lunch, right? The Chi family's chimney showed no signs of smoke, clearly indicating that lunch hadn't been prepared. Moreover, the Chi family was eerily silent, which felt very wrong. Someone went to inform the team leader, who gathered a few people and broke down the Chi family's door. Upon entering, they were shocked. The Chi family members were sprawled on the floor. Chi father and mother had blood around their mouths. Their expressions were painful, and their eyes showed disbelief. Chi Guochun was also lying on the ground, blood at the corner of her mouth, but she was smiling. The team leader checked their breaths one by one, his face turning pale. They were all dead. In the room, there was still Chi Guohua, barely alive. There's still breath. Hurry, and get some dung. The team leader checked Chi Guohua's nose and shouted in surprise. If the whole family was dead, how would he report to the commune? Coming, clear the way. Someone rushed over with a spoonful of dung. According to old traditions, giving dung juice to poison people was the best way to save them. They pried open Chi Guohua's mouth and poured the dung juice inside.
Ugh.
Chi Guohua finally reacted, vomiting everything out. The room was filled with a terrible stench, and the others couldn't stay, covering their noses as they left. What happened to the Chi family? Some people rushed over to see what was going on. The Chi family was poisoned and wiped out. Only Chi Guohua is still alive. The team leader is giving him dung juice to save him. My goodness, who is so wicked? This villain must be caught. The police need to investigate. Yang Hongling is really lucky, escaping a disaster at the farm. The villagers were all frightened. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. With such a vicious person hiding in the village, no one could feel safe. How's it going? What happened? A few people carried out a door plank with Chi Guohua, who was covered in dung and vomit, smelling terrible. He needs to go to the health station. Hurry, and bring water to wash him off. The team leader's face was grim. With such a major incident in the village, he would definitely face criticism. Once they caught the poisoner, he would definitely slap them a few times. Someone brought water and splashed it on Chi Guohua. After several buckets, he was much cleaner. The team leader, along with a few young men, took turns carrying the door plank to the health station. News of the Chi family's elimination quickly spread throughout the village, and the Tang family also learned of it. Old Lady Tang, holding a bowl of rice, went out to gather information for a few minutes and then rushed back excitedly. The Chi family is completely dead. Thank heaven, I hope Chi Guohua doesn't survive. The old lady showed no restraint in her happiness, even praying to the heavens to let Chi Guohua die. Who poisoned the Chi family? It's terrifying. Su Jinfeng also returned from outside, a bit panicked, fearing the poisoner might target her family next. Whoever poisoned them, we haven't done anything wrong, so why be afraid? Old Lady Tang was completely unbothered. She had never done anything shameful, so she wasn't afraid of ghosts coming at night. She added, the Chi family has done too many bad things to end up like this. Tang Nian asked some questions and learned that Chi Guohua was saved, which made her a bit regretful. That jerk was quite lucky. However, having a belly full of dung juice was still satisfying. The team leader did a great job. As for the poisoner, it was easy to guess. It had to be Chi Guochun. Only she could die with a smile, clearly finding death a relief. She also held a grudge against her family, having both the motive and the opportunity to poison them. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, The team leader returned with Wei Zhongcheng and his colleagues. The team leader called to report the case, and Wei Zhongcheng and his colleagues came to investigate. The Qi family's home remained untouched, and after Wei Zhongcheng inspected the area and smelled the leftover food on the table, he had a clear idea. The poisoner is Qi Guochun. She put oleander juice into last night's dishes. The deaths occurred last night, and Qi Guohua didn't eat much, so he narrowly escaped. Wei Zhongcheng had investigated cases for over 10 years. This kind of case was child's play for him, with no suspense at all. There was an oleander tree behind the Qi house. This plant is entirely toxic, and Qi Guochun could easily obtain oleander branches and leaves, squeeze out the juice, and mix it into the food. The Qi family wouldn't suspect her at all. Everyone knows oleander is poisonous, right? As for Yang Hongling, she truly was lucky. She went to the farm yesterday morning to borrow money from Lu Jinglan and didn't return at night, saving her life. With the case solved, the villagers in Tang Village felt relieved, glad there was no madman lurking around. In May, the temperatures were not low, and the bodies couldn't stay too long. The team leader took charge and arranged for the Qi family to be buried. Qi Guohua also returned from the health station, and the house was now cold and empty, with only him left. Yang Hongling had gone to the farm and had not been heard from since. Qi Guohua sat alone in the living room, without turning on the lights. It was dark, not because he didn't want to, but because he hadn't paid the electricity bill, and the power was cut off. Though it wasn't cold in May, he felt a chill in his home, especially on his back, as if it were pressed against ice, making him shiver uncontrollably. He went to the kitchen to find a heating stove, lit a fire, and the room became a bit brighter and warmer. Sitting by the stove, he curled up, his pale, gaunt face illuminated by the flickering flames, giving him a ghostly appearance. "You're not human. You sent me to that devil, He Jisheng. Do you know what I go through every day? He's not human at all. I can't go on living. If I die, you won't survive either, ha ha ha." Qi Guohua heard Qi Guochun's voice in his ears, causing him to shudder. He moved closer to the stove, clutching himself tighter, but then Qi Guochun's face appeared before him. It looked as thin as a ghost, twisted and contorted, laughing maniacally, vividly present before him. Qi Guohua trembled in fear and muttered, "Guochun, Mom and Dad are already dead because of you. You went to find He Jisheng. He's the one who harmed you." He tightly held his head, afraid to look up. After a long time, he slowly raised his head and, relieved, saw that Qi Guochun was gone. He added some firewood to the stove, feeling warmer and his mind clearer. He couldn't just sit and wait. There had to be a way. He could definitely make a comeback. Qi Guohua's dim eyes grew brighter. He hadn't reached a dead end. There was still hope. At first, he felt reluctant, but now that his family was ruined and he had suffered so much because of that wretched Tang Nian, he felt no more compassion. Besides, his home was now bare, with not a penny to spare and no rice left. He was weak and needed nutrition. If he didn't harden his heart, he would surely starve. Qi Guohua clenched his teeth, pulled out a photo of Tang Nian from his pocket, squeezed it tighter, and finally crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the stove, watching it turn to ashes in an instant. The Qi family had become a taboo in Tang Village. The villagers would rather take a longer route than pass by. The neighbor next door had moved back to their old home. They could tolerate dog waste, but not a massacre. It's eerie even in broad daylight. The sun is shining, but there's a chilling wind blowing. Oh, my bones feel frozen. That family died a violent death. The bad energy is strong. Shh, don't say such things. Superstitions are not good. The villagers whispered among themselves, and the Qi family became a place everyone disliked. Tang Nian had warned Baisho not to go near the Qi family. It wasn't that she felt sorry for Qi Guohua. She mainly worried that the dogs would pick up bad luck, which would be bad for their health. As for Qi Guohua, he was barely hanging on and wouldn't last long. That day, Grandma Tang was boiling urine eggs again. Last time, she boiled 100, but it wasn't enough to share in the village. So, she arranged for 2 buckets of urine from the school, asking Tang Manjin to bring them back. In the yard, she set up a large pot, added 100 eggs, poured in the 2 buckets of urine, and lit a strong fire to start boiling. The urine didn't cover the eggs when it started boiling. Once the urine boiled down, peeling them would reveal tea eggs, salty and delicious. Haha, there's proof. Don't say the author made it up. Tang Nian ran out when the pot was set up. She went to the farm to check on Tang Wujin and Lu Jinglan and the others. If these people were having a hard time, it would lift her spirits a bit. Tang Nian rode her bike slowly and spotted a limping Qi Guohua at the intersection, his thin frame so frail it seemed the wind could blow him over, struggling to walk. Why wasn't this guy resting at home? What was he doing in the city? Qi Guohua was heading to the city, dragging a leg behind him, clearly with something important to do. Tang Nian stopped her bike, glanced at him from a distance, and didn't pay much attention as she turned toward the farm road. Qi Guohua was going to find He Jisheng. He could have called, but he needed to get the key from the team leader. He wanted to give He Jisheng advice on how to get Tang Nian without the team leader overhearing. So, he decided to go to the city and tell He Jisheng in person. As for Yang Hongling, he had already given up hope. Lu Jinglan was struggling to survive. She had gone to the farm for reform, and Yang Hongling's parents were just ordinary workers, so he couldn't rely on them. He wanted to give He Jisheng advice on how to get Tang Nian without the team leader overhearing. So, he decided to go to the city and tell He Jisheng in person. As for Yang Hongling, he had already given up hope. Lu Jinglan was struggling to survive. She had gone to the farm for reform, and Yang Hongling's parents. In a quiet area, she stored her bike in her space and walked toward the dormitory area. It was around 1 in the afternoon, and the dormitory area was quiet. Many people were napping, while some women gathered at the faucet to wash clothes and gossip about farm news. Last night, old Zhu and old, he went to find that sold woman, right? That sold woman's cousin came. She's just as cheap, and you can hear her screaming from 10 miles away.
Ugh.
So shameless. The women showed disdain, scrubbing their clothes as if they were washing that sold woman's reputation. Tang Nian had sharp ears. Even from a distance, she could hear them clearly. The sold woman they were talking about was definitely Lu Jinglan. It seemed Lu Jinglan had completely given up and was letting her true nature show, dragging Yang Hongling down with her. TSK, what a pair of loving sisters. Did you see? Another man went in. They don't work all day, just do these shameless things. One woman spat angrily, as if the man looking for the sold woman was her own. The other women were also furious, not sure if they were mad at Lu Jinglan or those men. Tang Nian became interested and ran to the top of the shed, ready to eavesdrop openly. The door to Lu Jinglan's shed was slightly ajar, and a shifty-looking man entered, carrying a bag of egg cakes. I brought the egg cakes you asked for, sweetheart. I missed you so much. The man didn't notice Yang Hongling lying on the bed. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. The farm was a mix of people, mostly there for labor reform, and morals didn't exist. Lu Jinglan wore only a thin top, with buttons undone, her hair loose, her eyes alluring, and her lazy demeanor was captivating, making the man excited as he called her sweetheart repeatedly. Why the rush? Let me rest a bit. Lu Jinglan half-heartedly dealt with the man, smiling seductively, but her eyes were filled with disgust. She didn't want to live this way. She should have married Zhou Siren and become the envy of everyone as Mrs.
Zhou.
Instead, she was in this situation, where anyone could enter her room and share her bed. Lu Jinglan called Zhou Siren, but he didn't answer. She asked her cousin to come over to find out about Zhou Siren, only to learn that he had been beaten by Tang Nian. Moreover, Tang Nian had started a sock factory, raising her status in Tang village. To curry favor with her, even the elderly and children bullied Zhou Siren. So, Zhou Siren was struggling to protect himself and couldn't help her at all. Lu Jinglan's previously firm belief suddenly collapsed. Why, after being reborn, could she still not defeat Tang Nian? If fate had decided she would lose to Tang Nian, why should she keep fighting? With her belief shattered, Lu Jinglan began to give up, accepting any man who came her way. Thanks to these men, she had not suffered much lately. In fact, she was living more comfortably than when she was at the youth station. Before long, sounds came from the shack. 15 minutes later, the man left. Jinglan, how did you end up like this? Yang Hongling's incredulous voice rang out. Recalling her nightmarish experiences over the past few days, her face turned pale as she bit her lip tightly. A few days ago, her cousin had called her to the farm, saying she needed to talk, and since she wanted to borrow money from Lu Jinglan, she came over. But that very night, she was bullied by a crude man. The man gave her $1 and said he would come back. For some reason, Yang Hongling stayed, and the next day, the man indeed returned and gave her more money. She wanted to go back to the Chi family, but she couldn't make up her mind. Going back meant enduring days of eating only boiled vegetables, while here she could eat well at every meal, enjoy snacks, and not have to work. Caught in a dilemma, Yang Hongling kept saying she wanted to leave, but her feet felt stuck. Lu Jinglan saw through her and mocked, "If you have ambition, don't take the money. You seem pretty happy with the money old Zhu gave you." I was forced. Yang Hongling's face changed dramatically as she stammered to defend herself. She was different from her cousin. Her cousin had given up on herself. She was forced. "I didn't tie you up. You can leave any time. Why don't you just go?" Lu Jinglan opened the door, pointing outside with scorn. Yang Hongling's expression changed several times. She wanted to retort, but didn't know what to say. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't bear to part with the money. Now, she regretted arguing with her cousin. Lu Jinglan looked at her with even more disdain, thinking how someone who had become a mistress still wanted to act innocent. She scoffed and closed the door, not mentioning leaving again. Yang Hongling sighed in relief and offered, "I'll go make dinner." They had gotten up too late and hadn't eaten breakfast. Lu Jinglan remained expressionless and silent, so Yang Hongling took it as agreement, quickly got out of bed, washed up, and went outside to cook noodles, frying 3 eggs, 1 for her and 2 for Lu Jinglan. All the food was brought by those men, making her life more comfortable than at the youth station. Lu Jinglan looked on with disdain. If it weren't for the fact that this fool was still somewhat useful, she would have kicked her out long ago. Having her around helped with chores and dealing with those disgusting men. Tang Wujin got up, lightly stamping her feet as they had gone numb from squatting. After checking on Lu Jinglan, she needed to see how Tang Wujin and the little glasses boy were doing. The door to Tang Wujin's shack was tightly shut, and she and He Guoqing were lying in bed. "Guoqing, my stomach hurts. Go get a cart to take me to the clinic." Tang Wujin's face was pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. A few days ago, while moving dirt, her lower abdomen had started to ache, and there was blood on her underwear. She thought her period was coming and didn't pay much attention. But since last night, the pain had intensified, and she felt a heaviness that didn't seem like her period. Tang Wujin couldn't bear it any longer and decided to go to the clinic. She had just received her paycheck a few days ago, bought some necessities, and still had $15, which she hid in a box. He Guoqing lay still, like a corpse. Tang Wujin called out a few more times, and only then did he show some reaction, sounding very impatient. "Just hold on. The clinic is 10. She thought her period was coming and didn't pay much attention. But since last night, the pain had... Why did she think she was so important? He Guoqing turned over, facing away from Tang Wujin, and didn't say another word. Tang Wujin felt both angry and sad. Her once unwavering belief was now shaken. Had she really been wrong? No, she would definitely be happy. Guoqing was just too tired and spoke harshly. She should understand him. Tang Wujin firmly convinced herself again, her belief restored. She stopped calling He Guoqing, gritting her teeth against the pain as she slowly got up, taking over 10 minutes to do what was usually easy, sweating from the effort. He Guoqing lay on the bed like he was dead, not even opening his eyes, instead turning over to face the wall. Tang Wujin decided to go to the clinic herself. Her stomach hurt too much. She needed a doctor to prescribe some medicine. Struggling, she opened the box and reached for the cloth bag hidden underneath, which contained all her belongings and $15. She found the bag, but her hands trembled from the pain, and it took a lot of effort to open it, only to find the $15 missing. Tang Woojin panicked, forgetting her pain, and rummaged through the box, shaking out every piece of clothing multiple times, but still couldn't find the money. Where is the money? Where did it go? I packed it well. Tang Woojin was frantic, continuing to shake out clothes and search through them, but still found nothing. In her panic, she didn't notice He Guoqing on the bed, his expression shifting to one of guilt, his eyelids twitching. Guoqing, did you take the money from the box? Tang Woojin finally calmed down. She had packed it well that day and tied a knot. The bag showed no signs of being chewed by rats. Clearly, the money had been taken. The only other person in the house was He Guoqing. Tang Woojin gritted her teeth, already guessing where the $15 had gone. It must have been that shameless Lu Jinglan who spent it. Tang Woojin was burning with anger, her body shaking more violently from pain and frustration. She had worked hard for every penny, even being stingy about buying good toilet paper, yet now was being spent by Lu Jinglan. No wonder Lu Jinglan lived so well. She was spending Tang Woojin's money. He Guoqing remained still, as if he hadn't heard anything. Don't pretend to be deaf. Did you give Lu Jinglan that 15 yuan? Tang Woojin rushed to the bedside, pushing He Guoqing hard and shouting her questions. He Guoqing could no longer pretend to be indifferent. Annoyed, he yelled, "It's just 15 yuan. I took it, so what? Where did you spend the money? Why do you care where I spent it? Am I not the head of the household? Do I have to report to you every time I spend money?" He Guoqing's voice grew louder and more defiant. He felt a bit guilty at first, but now he was angry. It was just 15 yuan, and how dare a rural woman like Tang Woojin question him? Humph, she was too bold. We have no money left at home, and you spent it.
How are we going to get by?
Tang Woojin asked hoarsely, trying to endure her stomach pain. There were still 20 days until payday. They couldn't survive like this. He Guoqing felt a bit regretful. After being intimate with Lu Jinglan, she had tearfully told him she hadn't eaten meat in a long time. In a moment of weakness, he had gone home, taken the money, and given it all to Lu Jinglan to buy meat. I'll figure it out. Why are you yelling? He Guoqing said, stubbornly holding his ground. Go ask Lu Jinglan for the money back. Do it now. I need to see a doctor. Tang Woojin was in so much pain that she could barely stand. She leaned against a box, her back hunched, cold sweat pouring down her face, which was pale as a ghost. He Guoqing was startled. He hadn't expected Tang Woojin to be really sick. But he couldn't go ask for the money back. He felt too ashamed. I'll borrow some money. He Guoqing got out of bed, hastily dressed, and went out to find someone to lend him money. Ask Lu Jinglan for the 15 yuan back.
Go now.
Tang Woojin was determined to get that money back. She couldn't let that woman get away with it. He Guoqing ignored her and knocked on the neighbor's door. Tang Woojin, frustrated and anxious, pressed her stomach and headed towards Lu Jinglan's place. What are you doing? Tang Woojin, come back. He Guoqing hurried after her, trying to pull her back, but Tang Woojin glared at him with a fierce expression, making him stop in fear. He had always seen Tang Woojin as obedient, but now she looked completely different, and he felt intimidated. He watched as Tang Woojin walked step by step to Lu Jinglan's door and pushed it open.
Bang!
The door slammed against the wall, startling Lu Jinglan and Yang Hongling, who looked up at Tang Woojin. Give me back my money, 15 yuan. Tang Woojin pressed her stomach, her voice hoarse, and her condition clearly poor. Are you crazy? Who took your money? Lu Jinglan scoffed, refusing to admit it. She would never give back the money that had gone into her pocket. Give me back my money. Tang Woojin didn't have the strength to argue further. She stepped inside, smelling the aroma of egg noodles. On the table were 2 bags of noodles, a dozen eggs, and some egg cakes. All these things were definitely bought with her 15 yuan. Filled with jealousy and anger, Tang Woojin grabbed everything from the table and held it tightly. You're stealing from my house in broad daylight. Tang Woojin, are you out of your mind?
Put that down.
Lu Jinglan rushed forward to take back her things. Yang Hongling joined in to help, and with 2 against 1, along with Tang Wujin's poor health, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage. But she held on tightly, refusing to let go. Let go.
Ah!
Lu Jinglan screamed as Tang Wujin bit her hand, leaving a mark. Furious, Lu Jinglan pushed her hard, causing Tang Wujin to lose her balance and fall to the ground, dropping everything she was holding. Eggs shattered, yolks and whites spilling everywhere. Lu Jinglan was distraught, and without thinking, she slapped Tang Wujin several times, shouting, "You must be crazy. You come to my house to steal. No wonder He Guiqing looks down on you. With your looks and stupidity, he wouldn't like you even if he were blind. You think he married you because he likes you? He just wanted a free maid." She leaned down and whispered in Tang Wujin's ear, "He Guiqing said you're like a dead fish. He finds you disgusting. If it weren't for your ability to work like a cow, he wouldn't even look at you. That 15 yuan was given to me by He Guiqing. Whenever I mention wanting meat, he rushes to give me money." Lu Jinglan felt triumphant, mocking Tang Wujin, completely unaware of how dire Tang Wujin's situation had become.
Blood.
So much blood. Yang Hongling gasped, trembling as she pointed at Tang Wujin on the ground. A pool of blood was spreading beneath Tang Wujin, and her face grew paler. She rolled her eyes and fainted. Lu Jinglan was startled, cursing her bad luck. Just then, He Guiqing rushed in, and she quickly feigned tears, panicking. I don't know how this happened. Tang Wujin came in threatening me, and when I dodged, she fell." He Guiqing had no doubt, believing it was indeed Tang Wujin's doing. In his mind, Lu Jinglan was too weak to handle the rough and aggressive Tang Wujin. "I'll go get help." He Guiqing hurried out to call for help, while Lu Jinglan's panic vanished. She looked down at the unconscious Tang Wujin with disdain.
Fool.
He Guiqing and a few farm workers carried Tang Wujin on a door panel, hurriedly taking her to the clinic, leaving the farm much quieter. Tang Nian had seen enough drama and was satisfied. She got up, stomped her feet, and prepared to return to Tang village. Tang Wujin had clearly miscarried. With so much blood, the baby was unlikely to survive. Her body might be damaged, and it would be hard for her to have children again. After suffering so much, Tang Wujin, being so petty, would surely not let Lu Jinglan off the hook. She would come back in a couple of days to watch the show. Tang Nian quietly left, and by the time she returned to Tang village, it was already evening. Grandma Tang had cooked some warm urine eggs. Seeing her, she didn't ask where she had been but handed her an egg to eat while it was hot. "No thanks." Tang Nian politely declined. She couldn't swallow the warm urine egg. "You don't know what's good for you." Grandma Tang glared and peeled one for herself. "Grandma, save me 50. Tang Nian needed to go to the city tomorrow to deliver urine eggs to Factory Director Qian and Factory Director Wu, 20 for each, plus 10 for Brother Ba. All 3 of them were starting to bald. Grandma Tang set aside 50 and, following Tang Nian's request, packed them into 3 bags. The big pot of eggs was visibly less. "I need to cook another pot to send more to Shaoshan for the leaders." Grandma Tang muttered to herself. It wasn't enough, and she still had to go to school tomorrow. "He doesn't eat these." Tang Nian quickly refused on behalf of her man. Shin Xiao had a spiritual spring and didn't need to eat urine eggs. Eating the stuff and then kissing her.
Ugh.
Thinking about it made Tang Nian feel a bit nauseous, and she gagged a few times. "You're just being picky. These urine eggs are very clean. They're fully cooked, so how could they be dirty?" Grandma Tang shot her a disdainful look. Clean urine eggs were a good thing passed down from their ancestors. There were times when they couldn't even get them. Not dirty at all. Tang Nian didn't want to argue with the old lady and half-heartedly agreed. Grandma Tang had a lot to say to teach this girl a lesson, but she found no opportunity, leaving her feeling frustrated. It annoyed her that the girl only talked back when she shouldn't. "Grandma, I think boiling urine eggs is a waste of firewood. There's a better way." Tang Nian sensed the old lady's resentment and said seriously. "What way?" Grandma Tang was intrigued and asked eagerly. Don't boil them. Just use a bowl of boy's urine and add 2 boiled eggs. 1 sip of urine and 1 bite of egg saves firewood and keeps the original flavor. Isn't that great? Tang Nian said this sincerely. She really thought so. Why go through the trouble and waste so much firewood to boil them? Just eat them raw. Grandma Tang was stunned for a moment before reacting, angrily slapping her hand. You little girl dare to joke with me. If I don't hit you for 3 days, you'll be too bold. Tang Nian twisted away easily and slipped into the house. Outside, Grandma Tang could still be heard grumbling. At dinner that night, Tang Nian didn't mention Tang Wujin's miscarriage, but Su Jinfeng would surely find out. She often asked others about the farm situation, so it couldn't be hidden. Even if she found out, it wouldn't matter. With Grandma Tang around, Su Jinfeng wouldn't make any waves. As night fell, the village lights came on, and Qijia was dark and eerie, empty of people. Qi Guohua hadn't returned. He was staying at the guest house arranged by He Zhisheng. He lay on the soft mattress, unable to sleep. He didn't regret giving He Zhisheng the idea. It was Tang Nian who had wronged him first. After comforting himself for a while, his mood calmed, and he fell into a deep sleep without a hint of guilt. He Zhisheng also wasn't sleeping. He was meeting an important guest. The arrogant He Zhisheng was respectful in front of the visitor and didn't dare to sit. The visitor was Zhou Sirun. After you bring Tang Nian over, don't harm her. I'll interrogate her myself, Zhou Sirun ordered. If he hadn't been at a loss for a good plan, he wouldn't have wanted to cooperate with this ugly guy. Just seeing him affected his appetite. He knew He Zhisheng's interests. With Tang Nian's beauty, this ugly guy would surely have bad intentions. Zhou Sirun hadn't given up on Tang Nian. Instead, he felt a desire to conquer her. He wanted the jade gourd and Tang Nian too. Okay, I'll listen to young Master Zhou. He Zhisheng felt regretful, but didn't dare disobey. However, he heard from that useless Qi Guohua that Tang Nian's sister was also quite pretty, just 15 or 16, like a budding flower. He could satisfy his cravings. Tang Nian, who was preparing to sleep, suddenly sat up in bed, slapping her forehead hard as she remembered something very important. Qigua Chun suddenly went crazy and died unexpectedly, which was out of her plans. It hadn't even been a month, and she lost the bet with Bai Sui. Thinking about the crops in her space, Tang Nian felt exhausted and silently prayed that Bai Sui wouldn't remember this. If she didn't mention it, Bai Sui should know, right? The next day, Tang Nian took 70 clean urine eggs into the city, with 20 for Tang Manin. She first went to the Hongxing factory and directly found Director Wu's office. Nian, you came at the right time. I have a batch of work for you. Director Wu greeted her with a big smile. Just leave it at the door. I'll come to pick it up in the afternoon. Tang Nian took a bag of clean urine eggs from her basket and placed it on the desk. These are the clean urine eggs my grandma made. Director Wu's eyes lit up. Clean urine eggs were a rare treat that couldn't be bought in the city. He opened the bag, took one, and peeled it to eat. Grandma Tang had warmed them up in the morning, so they were still warm. Director Wu ate too, thoroughly enjoying them, while Tang Nian watched with increasing disgust. However, seeing Director Wu's increasingly shiny bald head, she suddenly understood. Men in their 40s can't take it. I'm leaving. Tang Nian turned to leave. She still had to go to the Tianjin factory to deliver eggs. Wait, Nian, recently, Zhu Cheng is evaluating the March 8th red flag bearer, and our factory has a spot. Should I sign you up? Director Wu swallowed the egg and took a big gulp of tea as he mentioned this honor. He thought Tang Nian would surely be interested. Being a March 8th red flag bearer was a proud achievement. Just one? Forget it. Give it to someone else. Tang Nian refused. She couldn't take a high salary and then snatch the spot for the March 8th red flag bearer. One shouldn't be too greedy. Besides, she wasn't interested in a political career. These honors didn't matter much to her. Making money was more important. You little girl don't understand. Being a March 8th red flag bearer is an honor that goes on your record. If you go to a bigger organization later, this will be your capital for promotion. Director Wu earnestly explained the benefits. It wasn't just about the good reputation. There were practical advantages too. For example, recommendations for the Agricultural and Industrial University would prioritize March 8th red flag bearers, and this would also be a factor for job titles. The girl was still too young to understand the importance of these things. He knew very well that Tang Nian wouldn't stay in Juqing for long. This girl was young and talented. The combined resources of Hongxing and Qianjin weren't enough for her potential. Tang Nian patiently listened to Director Wu's rambling. She knew he meant well, but she truly didn't care. After experiencing the apocalypse, she was only interested in resources. Uncle Wu, I don't want to be an official, Tang Nian said sincerely. Those who wanted to be officials cared about their reputation. She just wanted to make money. Even if she had a bad reputation, it didn't matter. Director Wu, who had prepared a long speech, was choked by her words and looked at Tang Nian speechlessly. Nian girl, you're still young, with a bright future ahead. You need to have ambition. Such a good seedling didn't want to be an official. Director Wu wanted to pry open her head to see what was inside. If he had half of Tang Nian's talent, he might have been the head of the Industrial Bureau by now. I'm very ambitious. Tang Nian felt Director Wu had a misunderstanding. She had always been ambitious. She had been diligently learning skills. Otherwise, how could she be so skilled at such a young age? I'm leaving. Tang Nian impatiently interrupted Director Wu's chatter, grabbed a clean urine egg from the desk, unpeeled it, and stuffed it into his mouth before walking out. Director Wu took the clean urine egg from his mouth, spat several times, and rinsed his mouth with tea. That girl didn't even peel it. This was a urine egg. Since she wasn't interested, then so be it. Director Wu shook his head, thinking Tang Nian was still too young. At 17 or 18, how could she know the importance of these things? In a few years, she would surely understand, and it wouldn't be too late then. Tang Nian went to find Tang Man and gave him 20 urine eggs. Then she went to the Qianjin factory and gave Director Qian 20 as well. The Qianjin factory also had a batch of work. Tang Nian went to the workshop to guide them, watching Tang Jiangua and the others operate while she observed. After working hard for half a day, they finally finished processing the parts, and Tang Nian also confirmed 3 apprentices. Tang Jiangua, Meng Ran, and another young man. These 3 picked things up quickly and had strong comprehension. What? The city is selecting outstanding women for International Women's Day, and our factory has a spot. I plan to. No need, Director Wu just talked to me about it and I declined. Tang Nian quickly interrupted, clearly stating that she only wanted to make money and had no interest in being an official. Director Qian smiled and said, then I'll give it to someone else. What are your plans for the future, Tang? He knew very well that Tang Nian wouldn't stay in Juqing for long. He needed to find a way to keep her around so that the factory could continue to thrive. I'm going to Shanghai next year in the second half. Tang Nian didn't hide it. She would be attending university in Shanghai after the college entrance exam resumed next year, and her work focus would shift there. Director Qian wasn't surprised. People tend to seek better opportunities, and if he had Tang's skills, he wouldn't be staying in Juqing either. Tang, I have an idea I'd like to discuss with you. Director Qian had already planned this out, but he needed Tang Nian's cooperation. Go ahead. Tang Nian washed her hands and stood quietly. Let's talk over there. Director Qian pointed to a quiet spot under a tree. Tang Nian followed him over. Tang, I plan to add 2 large machines. Director Qian shared his plan. Sounds good. Tang Nian nodded, recognizing that Director Qian was indeed more decisive than Director Wu. I've secured a loan from the bank, so funding isn't an issue. However, there's a problem. We don't have enough workshop space and need to clear one out for the new machines, Director Qian explained. Tang Nian was confused. Why was he discussing workshop space with her? Director Qian, you need to talk to the land management department about this. Tang Nian sincerely suggested that land allocation was under the jurisdiction of the Land Bureau. Director Qian chuckled. I've already spoken to them. There is land available, but our factory's funds are tight, so building a new workshop is challenging. I thought of a compromise. Tang Nian raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Your hometown, Tang Village, has cheap land and low labor costs. I want to set up a branch factory there, moving some small machines from our factory. This branch would be a collaboration between our factory and Tang Village, with us providing equipment and technical support, and Tang Village providing labor. What do you think? Director Qian watched Tang Nian nervously. This was a good idea he had thought of for several nights. Although it might be complicated, keeping Tang Nian, a valuable talent, was worth any trouble. His goal was not just Zhucheng, but to expand beyond Zhejiang province and into the international market. Talent must be retained. Tang Nian was a bit surprised. She had indeed considered starting a small machine factory in Tang Village, but didn't expect Director Qian to propose it. She understood his motive was to bind her to the factory. She found his intentions a bit clever, but didn't mind. Director Qian, I have a suggestion. Since we're doing this, let's go big. Small projects aren't interesting. Tang Nian wanted to find a way to bring the machine tools from her space into reality. She had the blueprints and the technology, and she could gather some technicians to research together, which would definitely work. How do you plan to do that? Director Qian's eyes lit up. He knew Tang Nian wouldn't disappoint him. Start a machine tool factory. Director Qian's eyes sparkled even more. He had wanted to start a machine tool factory for a long time. There wasn't one in Zhucheng, but there was one in Shanghai, which he had visited before. He thought that if they started a machine tool factory in Juji, it would definitely have great prospects. However, starting a machine tool factory wasn't easy. They needed technical support, and finding engineers was a significant challenge. Once the technical issues were resolved, everything else would be manageable. Tang, do you have machine tool technology? Director Qian asked, trying to contain his excitement. Tang Nian nodded. I can provide a complete set of electrical and some mechanical technology. It's the most advanced available. Director Qian, you just need to find mechanical designers and it shouldn't be a problem. Director Qian was so excited, he didn't know what to do with his hands. If Tang Nian could indeed provide the most advanced technology, they could definitely establish the machine tool factory. The future of industry was bound to grow, and the demand for machine tools would be enormous. If he could get ahead and expand beyond Zhejiang province, going international wouldn't be an issue. Director Qian quickly calmed down and addressed a practical concern. If we start a machine tool factory, we can't go to Tang Village. After all, Tang Village was rural, with inconvenient transportation. A small branch factory might work, but a machine tool factory definitely wouldn't. We can set up in Zhucheng and have a small branch in Tang Village. Uncle Qian can collaborate with Hongxing. Tang Nian suggested that such a big step was too much for their factory alone. They needed Hongxing to share the burden. Director Qian hesitated. Two tigers can't share one mountain. He wanted to keep it all to himself. But Tang Nian was right. Their factory couldn't handle such a large project alone. If we really get this started, I'll focus on technology. Uncle Qian can handle external affairs, and Uncle Wu can manage production. We'll divide the work. Tang Nian noticed his hesitation and offered a solution. Two tigers can't share one mountain, but three can coexist peacefully. Director Qian would handle external matters, Uncle Wu would manage internal operations, and she would focus on technology. How great! Director Qian wasn't indecisive. He quickly made up his mind and said he would discuss this with Uncle Wu. Tang, if we really start the machine tool factory, you'll be one of the founding members. Director Qian was still very excited. He had taken over the factory from the previous director, which had existed since before liberation. He hadn't been involved in its founding, but if he could personally create a machine tool factory, the sense of achievement would far surpass just taking over the factory. Tang Nian smiled slightly. She didn't care about being a founding member. She just wanted to make money. She remembered that by the 1980s, they could establish joint stock systems. She planned to acquire more initial shares, and when the company went public, she would be a major shareholder, sitting on a large fortune and waiting for the right moment to sell her shares and stockpile resources in her space. Moreover, she believed she and Xin Xiao would be together for many lifetimes, and her space would follow her. allowing her to gather resources in every life, ensuring she would never go hungry. It was getting late, and Tang Nian said her goodbyes. She still needed to go to Hongqing to pick up some parts and then find Baga for the sock machine. She had a lot to do. Tang, wait a moment. Take this with you. Director Qian hurried out, holding a newspaper-wrapped package that he had asked his secretary to get from the office. Tang Nian stopped, looking curiously at the package in his hand. It wouldn't be more chocolate, would it? Last time, Director Wu had given her a large bag of chocolate and said to buy more once she finished. She didn't really like sweets and had given the chocolate to Jiu Jin, but she appreciated Director Wu's kindness. Imported chocolate. A friend brought it back from Shanghai, from Friendship Department Store. Director Qian handed her the package, speaking casually and not mentioning how hard it was to get the imported chocolate. Hershey's chocolate from the U.S. had been in Shanghai since 1923. Besides the precious remittance coupons, it had cost him quite a bit of goodwill. To put it bluntly, he had never put in so much effort even when he was pursuing his wife. Tang Nian opened the paper package to find 2 boxes of chocolate, clearly imported, with foreign writing on the packaging. Buying imported goods is quite troublesome now. You can't find them in Jiu City. You have to go to a specific overseas Chinese store in Hu City and use remittance coupons. To put it simply, in the future, these 2 boxes of chocolate would be more luxurious than buying a brand like Hermes. I heard this tastes really good. You try it first, and if you like it, let me know, and I'll have a friend bring more. Director Qian's expression was calm, and his tone was relaxed, as if he were buying egg cakes at a supply and marketing cooperative. He paused and added, "This is better than domestic chocolate." Tang Nian twitched her mouth. Directors Wu and Qian were truly natural rivals, always trying to outdo each other. When Director Wu bought her chocolate, Director Qian had to buy imported chocolate, always trying to one-up Red Star. "Thank you, Uncle Qian. Make sure to eat those eggs quickly." Tang Nian accepted the gift graciously. Imported chocolate really does taste good. Director Qian looked a bit troubled. He wasn't from Jiu City. He was originally from Hang City, and his eating habits were a bit different. For example, he found the clear urine eggs hard to swallow. "Thank you, Xiao Tang. I'll eat them later." Director Qian smiled. He couldn't let Xiao Tang's kind gesture go to waste. After she left, he would give the clear urine eggs to his secretary. Tang Nian could see through his thoughts. She deliberately glanced at his shiny bald head, which was no smaller than Director Wu's. These two were equally matched. "Uncle Qian, these clear urine eggs are great for replenishing energy. If you have serious hair loss, eating these eggs is very beneficial."
Tang Nian spoke sincerely.
What she said wasn't entirely false. In traditional Chinese medicine, children's urine is indeed a remedy. Moreover, in the future, clear urine eggs would even be recognized as a cultural heritage, proving they are truly valuable, as acknowledged by the country. Director Qian's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? They are that good? He was most worried about his hair loss. When he was younger, he complained about having too much hair, but now he stared at his bald spot every day, wishing he could glue back all the hair that had fallen out. They're a treasure passed down from our ancestors. Very nourishing. Tang Nian nodded seriously, ready to convince him. Years ago, when she ate clear urine eggs, she was tricked into thinking they were tea eggs. After eating 3, she only found out they were urine eggs afterward. She was furious. If the person hadn't been a client, she would have punched them. Director Qian's eyes brightened even more, and he felt a twinge of regret. In the past, people had given him clear urine eggs, but he always let his secretary take them home, never eating one himself. What a waste! Regret washed over him. Tang Nian held back her laughter, said goodbye to Director Qian, and emphasized, "They're especially nourishing." Then she waved and left gracefully. Director Qian waved back and hurried to his office, walking faster and faster. He was going to eat the clear urine eggs. Back in his office, Director Qian took out a bag of clear urine eggs from his drawer, which had already cooled down. He pulled out a kerosene stove from another drawer, added water, and boiled them. He often worked late into the night and was too lazy to go home, so he would sleep in the office and casually boil some instant noodles. When the water boiled, a strong odor wafted out. Director Chien covered his nose and kept telling himself, "If I eat this, I'll grow a full head of hair, and then I can dance on Woo Sung-yuen's bald head." After convincing himself 3 times, Director Chien miraculously blocked out the foul smell and even caught a hint of egg fragrance. Once the eggs cooled a bit, he peeled one to reveal the light brown egg white. He hesitated for several minutes, but ultimately, the temptation of a full head of hair made him take a big bite. To his surprise, it didn't taste bad at all. It was salty and fragrant, with a nice texture. The hardest part was starting. After that first bite, the rest were easy. Director Chien quickly finished 3 eggs, then took a mirror from his drawer and touched his somewhat shabby hair, full of anticipation. "I'll check again tomorrow." He wasn't sure if it was just in his head, but Director Chien really felt his hair looked a bit shinier. He carefully stored the remaining clear urine eggs to enjoy later. In the next office, the secretary waited for a long time, but still didn't receive any eggs from the director. He clearly saw Tang Nian carrying 20 clear urine eggs, and he could smell them from afar. In the past, clear urine eggs would have definitely been his. His boss never ate them. The secretary waited impatiently until it was dark, but still got nothing. He had to go home disappointed, wondering if he had done something wrong lately, or why the director wasn't giving him any eggs. Tang Nian first went to Red Star Factory to pick up some work pieces, then headed to the woods, unloaded her cargo in her space, made a hearty dinner, and only then left the space to find Ba Ge. "Here." Tang Nian handed over 10 clear urine eggs. As soon as Ba Ge caught a whiff of the smell, he knew what it was and smiled broadly. This was a good thing that even the wealthy in the city couldn't buy. "Miss, He Jisheng has recently made contact with the Zhou family from the capital. My brother saw it." Ba Ge shared the latest news about He Jisheng. Recently, his sock machine business was booming, and he had many more people working for him, making it easier for him to gather information. "Do you know what they're planning?" Tang Nian was a bit surprised that He Jisheng and the Zhou family were in cahoots. The person contacting this ugly guy must be Zhou Siren. Since she had beaten him up, Zhou Siren hadn't dared to show his face around her. He wasn't working either, and she hadn't seen him in Tang Village. It seemed he had gone to the city to collude with He Jisheng. Ba Ge shook his head. "My people only saw them meet. They didn't dare to investigate further. He Jisheng has many people and is very watchful." He added, "Should I send someone to find out more?" "Forget it."
Tang Nian Decolin.
Ba Ji's methods were not above board, and He Jisheng was specifically targeting them. If they clashed, Ba Ge would definitely suffer. She was counting on Ba Ge to help her make money. Besides, she had her own capable subordinates to gather information. Ba Ge took out a bundle of money, which was the recent profit from selling sock machines, amounting to 7,000 or 8,000. Tang Nian didn't count it and just stuffed the money into her bag. "Miss, someone wants to collaborate with us. He's from Wu City and used to be with the Sugar Gang." Ba Ge mentioned another matter. "The Sugar Gang from Wu City. Does he want to get into the sock machine business?" Tang Nian became interested. She was very curious about the stalls in Wu City. She had been to Wu City for work before and knew that the most valuable thing there was the stalls. It was said that having property in Wu City was common, but having a stall would make people see you differently. Ba Ge shook his head and said, "Not sock machines. He asked me to find out if you can repair hairpin-making machines." After speaking, Beige looked eagerly at Tang Nian. The guy who sells candy told him that if they could fix that batch of machines, they could start a hairpin factory to do foreign exchange business and make a lot of money. Tang Nian raised an eyebrow. "A hairpin factory?" "Sure enough, people from Wucheng are known for small goods. Bring the machines over to take a look. It's hard to say now, but it would be best to get the blueprints." Tang Nian was about 70 to 80% sure that machines for crafts like this wouldn't have complicated parts, and as long as there were blueprints, it wouldn't be a big problem. "Okay, I'll talk to old Joe." Beige smiled widely. After spending some time with Tang Nian, he understood her personality. Once she agreed, it was almost certain. If she wasn't willing, She definitely wouldn't let them bring the machines. Miss, old Joe said that if we can fix these machines, he can set up a hairpin factory for foreign exchange. Both you and I will have shares, and we'll make a fortune. Beige leaned in closer, his excitement showing on his face. Small hustles won't make big money. To get rich, they need to start a factory. Can private factories be set up in Wuchen? Tang Yanyan was a bit confused. She remembered it was 1978 before the reform and opening up, and it was only 1976 now. Old Joe's brother is the production team leader. He can use the village-run enterprise name. As long as they give the team a share of the profits each year, many villages are doing this now, Beige said with a smile. There are policies from above and countermeasures below. As long as villagers get money, they don't care who runs the factory. Moreover, if a factory is set up in the village, villagers can work there, earn a fixed salary every month, and get bonuses at the end of the year. No one would refuse such a good opportunity. Tang Yanyan finally understood and couldn't help but admire their boldness. No wonder Zhejiang province developed so well. They are daring, hardworking, clever, and have strong execution. It's hard not to succeed. Let's check the machines first. We can talk about the factory later. Tang Yanyan was quite interested in the hairpin factory. Although it's a small item, it can make a lot of money. Plus, she had a batch of trendy hairpins in her space that could serve as samples, definitely bringing in some foreign exchange. Beige nodded repeatedly, excitedly rubbing his hands together, as if he could already see piles of money rushing towards him. Hee. Beige couldn't help but laugh, looking enchanted. Tang Yanyan glanced at him in disdain. It wasn't even dark yet, and he was already daydreaming. 20 sock machines were already loaded onto the truck. She quickly got in and drove away, storing them in her space. Once, she reached a small grove in the west of the city. Tang Yanyan sighed and lay back in her chair to rest. She had been busy since morning without a break. That night, while sleeping in her space, she woke up before dawn. She drove the harvester and collected about 100 acres of rice, separating the stalks from the grains. After working hard, Tang Yanyan took a shower and cooked a big pot of duck egg noodles. After cooking, she sprinkled some chopped green onions on top. It smelled delicious. The noodles are made from rice, chewy, and very tasty. As a child, she loved duck eggs with noodles. When dawn broke, Tang Yanyan left her space and sent her dog, Baizue, to keep an eye on He Jisheng. A few skinny dogs stood respectfully in front of Baizue, their tails tucked tightly. Baizue barked a few times, and the dogs responded with barks, promising to take care of it. Tang Yanyan took out a few cans and a big bag of dog food, pouring it on the ground. The dogs happily devoured it, their tails wagging furiously. After a hearty meal, the dogs immediately got to work, watching He Jisheng's house. Tang Yanyan went to the state-run restaurant and bought 30 meat buns, along with braised pork and braised ribs. Then, she went to the meat stall and bought about 5 to 6 pounds of meat and some snacks. First, she went to school to see Tang Lujin and Tang Dongqiang. This cousin was shy and didn't talk much. His grades weren't as good as Tang Lujin's, but he was very sensible. After the family had troubles in their past life, Tang Dongqiang took on the family's responsibilities, but unfortunately, he had an accident and died young. Tang Lujin and Tang Dongqiang were in the same class, and their birthdays were just days apart, so they had a good relationship. When Tang Yanyan arrived, class had just ended. Tang Lujin and Tang Dongqiang were at their seats, one sitting in front and the other behind. "Lujin, your sister is here." A classmate spotted Tang Yanyan and shouted. Recently, Tang Yanyan had been visiting often, and the classmates all knew that Tang Lujin had a beautiful sister who worked at the Hongxing factory. Every time she came, she brought lots of treats and gave them pocket money, making everyone envious. Tang Lujin turned to look at the door, her eyes brightening as she hurried out. Tang Dongqiang followed, looking shy and a bit awkward. "Cookies, 1 pack each, and eat the meat buns while they're hot." Tang Yanyan took out 2 packs of cookies and 10 meat buns wrapped in newspaper, still steaming. "There are too many buns. We can't finish them." Tang Lujin laughed helplessly. No wonder Grandma always said her second sister was too generous. Share them with your classmates. Tang Mianyan insisted, stuffing the food into their arms and then asking, "Do you have any money on you?" "I still have a lot." Tang Lujin quickly replied, saying she hadn't spent the money from last time. Tang Mianyan then looked at Tang Dongqiang, who blushed and shyly said, "I have money too. Dad gave me some last time he came." And it was an unprecedented 5 yuan. He had never received such a large sum before. Dad said he was now receiving a formal worker's salary and the family wouldn't have to scrimp anymore. Dad also said that Mom was now the workshop director and earned more than him each month. All of this was thanks to his second sister, and Dad encouraged him to learn from her. "Dongqiang, if you can learn even half of what your second sister knows, you'll definitely succeed." Tang Dongqiang still remembered his father's proud, envious, and admiring expression when he said this. "Don't be stingy with food. Our family can afford meat for every meal now. Dongqiang, you too. Boys need to eat more to grow tall. If you stay short, you won't be able to marry." Tang Mianyan said expressionlessly, her tone cold, and her words lacking warmth. Tang Dongqiang was 16 and barely reached 170 centimeters. He needed to get some nutrition. "Got it, second sister." Tang Dongqiang's face turned red with embarrassment. He was only 16, and marriage was still far off. "Don't be stingy with food, and you need to study hard. If your grades drop in the final exam, I'll punish you." Tang Mianyan's tone grew colder, and she asked about their last exam rankings. 17th in the class. Tang Dongqiang's voice trembled a bit. His second sister was scary, and he had no doubt she would really punish him. 8th in the class. Tang Lujin felt a bit nervous too since she had dropped 2 places compared to last semester. "Dongqiang, aim for 15th in the final exam, and Lujin, aim for 6th. If you reach those goals, I'll reward you with 10 yuan. If not, you'll face consequences." Tang Mianyan set small goals, and seeing the worried expressions on her younger siblings' faces made her feel happy. Studying was too easy now. She needed to create some challenges for her younger siblings. "Second sister, I will definitely pass the exam," Tang Dongqiang said with a pained expression, wanting to admit he wouldn't make it. When Tang Mianyan looked at him with a cold gaze, he felt a chill and quickly changed his words. What about Lu Jin? I can pass too." Tang Lu Jin puffed out her chest, determined to study hard. If Tang Dongqiang succeeded and she didn't, it would be so embarrassing. Tang Mianyan was pleased and felt even happier. No wonder parents like to push their kids. They don't have to work hard themselves, just say a few words, and it's so easy. Don't go out tonight, and don't talk to strangers. If you go out during the day, go together.
Tang Mianyan instruct.
They both nodded in agreement, promising not to go out. "Let's go back to class. I'm leaving." Tang Mianyan waved and walked away.
"Wow, meat buns."
"Tang Lujin, your sister is really nice." Back in the classroom, their classmates were envious of the many meat buns, the delicious smell making them crave. Tang Lujin smiled but didn't share her meat buns with her classmates. She couldn't bear to part with them. She and Tang Dongqiang could easily finish 10 buns, 4 for her and 6 for him. However, Tang Lujin did give 1 bun to her desk mate, who was also from the countryside. Last month, she had brought her some Qingming pastries, which, although not as good as home-cooked food, were a kind gesture that Tang Lujin appreciated. Tang Dongqiang also shared 2 buns with his close friends, finishing the remaining 4 quickly. Tang Mianyan rode her bike back to Tang Village, close to lunchtime. The village was filled with the smell of cooking. She took a deep breath, enjoying the scent of meat, and smiled. Once the sock factory opened, the living standards in Tang Village improved significantly. When the machinery factory opened, they would surely reach a better living standard. However, things were not peaceful at the Tang family home. Outside the gate, they could hear the angry shouts of Grandma Tang and the crying of Su Jinfeng. "That ungrateful wretch is no longer part of the Tang family. She has nothing to do with us," Grandma Tang said angrily. "Mom, Wu Jin is barely alive and is in confinement with no one to care for her. I want to go take care of her for half a month, and I'll come back when she's better." Su Jinfeng pleaded, just learning that her eldest daughter had a miscarriage a few days ago and had no one to help her, not even a cup of hot water. Confinement is even more taxing on the body than childbirth, and Su Jinfeng was worried about Tang Wujin's health. Even though her daughter had disappointed her, she was still her flesh and blood. "Where's the little glasses?" Grandma Tang asked sharply. "That heartless scoundrel is with Lu Jinglan, rolling around together in broad daylight. He won't care about Wujin's life or death. Wujin's miscarriage was caused by those two." Su Jinfeng gritted her teeth, filled with hatred for the couple. She jumped into the pit herself. Who can she blame? Grandma Tang sneered, saying she had no one to blame for her own choices. Su Jinfeng had no response, only tears. "Mom, Wujin made a mistake, but I can't bear to leave her. Can I go take care of her for half a month?" Su Jinfeng pleaded softly, promising to return after caring for her daughter. "Are you not going to work at the sock factory? Taking half a month off? What will others say? There are already rumors in the village. If you lead the way in taking leave, how will the factory be managed?" Grandma Tang scolded her harshly, criticizing her for wanting to abandon her job for an ungrateful child. "There are so many eyes watching your sock machine. If you take a half-month leave, someone will go to Manshan to demand a replacement. If you don't care about your job, go ahead. I won't stop you." Grandma Tang's tone was cold. If Su Jinfeng dared to go look for Tang Wujin, she would immediately send her eldest daughter away and keep the younger ones at home to avoid trouble. Su Jinfeng hesitated. She didn't want to give up her job. She could earn a good amount of money in a month. But she was also worried about Tang Wujin at the farm. Su Jinfeng wished she could split herself in half, one half going to the farm and the other staying at the sock factory. "Mom, Jinfeng won't go." Tang Manjin, who usually didn't get involved, spoke up firmly. Since they had already cut ties with Tang Wujin, they shouldn't have any further contact. Moreover, the Tang family was under scrutiny, not just from people in the village but from outsiders as well. They couldn't afford to give anyone a reason to gossip. Tang Manjin was honest but not foolish. He understood some things. Grandma Tang felt relieved. At least her eldest son had some sense, unlike Su Jinfeng. "Find someone to take care of Wujin at the farm. We'll pay them." Tang Manjin had a plan to hire a reliable person to help. After all, she was his biological daughter, and he couldn't just stand by. "But this is the last time. I won't help after this." Tang Manjin looked at Grandma Tang, his eyes pleading. This really was the last time. He meant what he said. Grandma Tang could be harsh with Su Jinfeng, but she couldn't be with her own son. Plus, Tang Wujin shared her blood, and seeing her in such a state made her heart ache. Feeling frustrated and sorrowful was a true reflection of Grandma Tang's current mood. "You all have grown wings. I can't control you anymore." Grandma Tang sighed and went to the kitchen to cook. Tang Manjin was also in a bad mood, holding his head and stepping outside to smoke. He saw Tang Yanyan standing at the gate and quickly put out his cigarette. She didn't like the smell. "Just hire someone from the farm to take care of her and pay them," Tang Yanyan said, placing her basket on the ground. She understood Su Jinfeng and her husband's feelings. It was hard for them to abandon their own daughter. Since Tang Wujin was in such a state, they might as well fulfill their desire to care for her.
Nian.
"Just this once. It won't happen again," Tang Manjin nervously explained, worried that Tang Nian would be upset. "It's fine." Tang Nian truly didn't mind. She didn't have strong feelings for Tang Manjin and his wife, so she didn't care who they favored. Besides, Tang Manjin was clear-headed about important matters. Tang Manjin sighed in relief, glad that Nian wasn't angry. In the kitchen, Grandma Tang also relaxed a bit, feeling more disdain for Tang Wujin. If that ungrateful girl had even half the understanding of Nian, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Su Jinfeng found someone at the farm to gather information and paid them 5 yuan to take care of Tang Wujin during her confinement, also sending a basket of eggs. The person she hired, motivated by the 5 yuan, was quite attentive, calling every day to report on Tang Wujin's condition and casually mentioning the gossip about the little glasses, Lu Jinglan and Yang Hongling. I've never seen two sisters more shameless than them. They don't care at all, and it's embarrassing for everyone living nearby. Is the farm leadership doing anything? Su Jinfeng is furious with Lu Jinglan and wishes the farm would arrest her. What do they care? This woman is close with Zhou Bapi. The other person scoffed disdainfully.
Ugh.
Why does heaven just strike these shameless people dead? Su Jinfeng is nearly beside herself with anger. It's outrageous that this loose woman is living so well. The two of them vented on the phone. If it weren't for the expensive call charges, they could have gone on for a few more minutes. Su Jinfeng also asked the other person to take good care of Tang Wujin, saying, please advise her to stop thinking about that little glasses guy. She needs to get better and find a decent man to settle down with. I advise her every day. The woman from the farm agreed verbally, but internally criticized, having never seen anyone as foolish and pathetic as Tang Wujin, who offers herself up to work for that little glasses guy, exhausting herself and gaining nothing in return, even ruining her health. What is Tang Wujin after? She didn't bother to advise her anymore. It would be a waste of breath. People like Tang Wujin never listen. If it weren't for the $5, she wouldn't bother caring for such a fool. After hanging up, Aunt Zhang slowly walked toward Tang Wujin's shack, needing to cook red sugar eggs for her later. Su Jinfeng had given her 50 eggs and 2 pounds of red sugar. She kept 20 eggs and 1 pound of sugar for herself, leaving the rest for Tang Wujin. Aunt Zhang thought she was quite kind. Most others would have kept more for themselves. Tang Wujin lay on her bed, pale and lifeless, like a corpse. Since returning from the clinic, she had been like this. When Aunt Zhang didn't come to care for her, she didn't even drink water, her eyes vacant. If it weren't for her chest slightly rising and falling, she would be indistinguishable from a dead body. Eat this. Your mom just called and asked me to encourage you to think positively, take care of yourself, and find a reliable man to live a good life. Your parents still care about you, so please eat. Seeing her like this, Aunt Zhang felt a bit of pity. She placed a bowl of red sugar eggs on the table and helped Tang Wujin sit up to eat. Feeling the hard bones on Tang Wujin's back, with no flesh at all, Aunt Zhang shook her head, determined to teach her daughter well, making sure she never learns from this fool. Tang Wujin finished a bowl of red sugar eggs in big bites. Aunt Zhang wiped her face, helped her lie back down, and went outside to wash the dishes. Where's Higuaqing? Tang Wujin spoke up, her voice hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. Aunt Zhang frowned. Even in this state, she still thought about that black-hearted little glasses guy. This fool was beyond saving. He's at Lu Jinglan's place every day. Aunt Zhang told the truth. Higuaqing didn't work and spent all his time hanging out with Lu Jinglan, completely losing face. Tang Wujin's expression was calm. She wasn't surprised by the answer. Aunt Zhang, please tell my mom I'm sorry. Focus on getting better. Your parents still care about you. A family shouldn't have such distance. Aunt Zhang urged. The fact that they could give her so much money to care for her clearly showed that Su Jinfeng and her husband still thought about their daughter. Tang Wujin nodded slightly, her expression indifferent, with no spark in her eyes. Aunt Zhang thought she had come to her senses and planned to call Su Jinfeng the next day to share the news, hoping it would make her happy. I filled the kettle with hot water. Don't drink cold water.
Just call if you need anything.
Aunt Zhang reminded her before heading home. Tang Wujin listened obediently, and Aunt Zhang left feeling reassured, even closing the door behind her. Outside, it was already dark. The shack was lit, filled with the aroma of food and chatter, while Tang Wujin's room was silent and desolate. She raised her hand and gently touched her abdomen, her gaze growing more resentful. She had no future. The doctor at the clinic told her she had harmed her body and could never have children again. Higuaqing, Lu Jinglan. She would not let this pair of scoundrels go. Tang Wujin clenched her teeth so hard that blood seeped out, staining her teeth, but she didn't feel any pain. The night deepened, and the light in the shack gradually dimmed, becoming quiet. Tang Wujin got out of bed, dressed, and picked up an axe she used for chopping wood. It was a bit dull, but that was fine. She could sharpen it. In the moonlight, Tang Wujin looked frighteningly thin, with high cheekbones, appearing old and fierce. She sharpened the axe outside, the sound of grinding echoing sharply in the night. But no one heard her. The farm workers, exhausted from a long day, slept like logs. Even thunder wouldn't wake them. Tang Wujin sharpened the axe faster and faster, gradually turning the dull edge into a sharp blade, glinting coldly. She held the axe up, looking at it in the moonlight, feeling quite satisfied. The farm was unusually quiet, with faint sounds of snoring and mumbling. Tang Wujin slowly walked toward Lu Jinglan's shack, the axe blade shining in the moonlight. The door to Lu Jinglan's shack was ajar, and Lu Jinglan, He Guoqing, and Yang Hongling were all inside. Seeing the three of them sleeping soundly, Tang Wujin's anger flared up. She slowly raised the axe and walked to the bedside. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Tang Wujin, the axe blade reflecting flickering light. The first to wake was He Guoqing. He opened his eyes, saw someone at the bedside, quickly sensed something was wrong, and recognized it was Tang Wujin.
Wujin?
What are you doing? He Guoqing was startled, cold sweat pouring down. He saw the axe in Tang Wujin's hand and instinctively tried to run outside.
Ah!
A piercing scream startled everyone on the farm. No one knew what was happening, and some had already put on their clothes and rushed out to check. Tang Wujin swung the axe again and again, while He Guoqing lay in a pool of blood, his body twitching less and less until he finally stopped moving. His eyes were wide open, and his lips moved as if he wanted to say something. Lu Jinglan and Yang Hongling also woke up, screaming as they tried to escape, but they couldn't avoid Tang Wujin's axe. When others arrived, they found a bloody scene inside the house. He Guoqing lay on the floor, Lu Jinglan was half on the bed and half kneeling on the ground, and Yang Hongling lay on the bed. All three were covered in blood, and the room was filled with a river of blood, the air thick with a smell like milk. Tang Wujin held the axe, blood dripping from the blade, and she was covered in blood, including her face. Call the leaders quickly. The farm workers hesitated to enter the house. Tang Wujin was in a frenzy, still holding the axe, and they were afraid to intervene. What if they got hit? Tang Wujin stood still like a statue for a long time before slowly walking out of the house, still holding the axe. People outside saw her and took a few steps back. Tang Wujin, put down your weapon. The farm militia arrived, ordering her to drop the axe. Tang Wujin suddenly smiled, her blood-soaked face obscuring her features, but her white teeth showed, making everyone uneasy. They stepped back again, thinking she had lost her mind. Maybe even her sanity. Tang Wujin, don't do anything foolish. Why suffer for someone so shameless? Aunt Zhang was there too, thinking Tang Wujin had truly lost her mind. There were other options. Her family was well off. Even if she cut ties, her parents still cared for her. If she went back and apologized, she could start over. Why take such a desperate path? It wasn't worth it for people like He Guoqing and Lu Jinglan. Everything is gone. Nothing is left. Tang Wujin murmured, slowly raising her hand. The militia grew tense, shouting, Tang Wujin, put down your weapon. Don't resist or we'll shoot. But Tang Wujin ignored them, smiling sadly, her hand now near her neck. Everyone realized her intent and gasped. Tang Wujin, don't do something stupid. Put down the axe. Aunt Zhang was terrified. Su Jinfeng had only given her 5 yuan and promised another 5 after taking care of things. If Tang Wujin died, who would give her the 5 yuan? Tang Wujin disregarded everything, raising the axe with a sharp blade aimed at her neck, and suddenly stabbed inward, blood spraying out instantly. Some frightened people screamed and turned away, unable to look.
Clang!
The axe fell to the ground. Tang Wujin fell straight back, arms outstretched, blood gushing from her neck. A militia member rushed over to check her breathing and shook his head. She was already gone. Aunt Zhang was anxious and scared, muttering, it's over, it's over. The 5 yuan is gone. Oh no, how could she be so foolish? How would she explain this to Su Jinfeng tomorrow? Would they ask for the 5 yuan back? That night, the farm was restless. The militia carried out 4 bodies and had to report to the police. The case was clear. Tang Woojin killed 3 people before committing suicide. The motive was love turned to hate. Everyone at the farm knew how good Tang Woojin was to Hee Guo-ching, willing to give everything for him. That little glasses guy is no good, getting involved with that shameless Lu Jinglan, causing Tang Woojin to lose her baby and injure herself, making it impossible for her to have children in the future. Tang Woojin was so young. It's tragic. People at the farm sympathized with Tang Woojin, feeling she had married a heartless man and ended up in such a miserable situation. No one was to blame but her for being blind to the truth. The police came to investigate, and the case was quickly closed. The 4 bodies were sent for cremation. When the Tang family received the notice, Tang Woojin had already turned to ashes, placed in a simple box. The call to the village committee was answered by the team leader, who was initially stunned. After hanging up, he walked to the Tang family in a daze, his mind muddled. Tang Woojin, that ungrateful girl, was dead? And she took out that little glasses guy along with Lu Jinglan and Yang Hongling? That ungrateful girl did do one good thing before she died. The team leader felt a bit sad. After all, she was his niece, raised since childhood. Though she was a bit foolish and ungrateful, she was still a Tang, only 19, with her life just beginning, and now she was gone, and in such a tragic way.
Sigh.
It was noon, and every household was having lunch, including the Tang family, with a lavish spread of meat, fish, and shrimp on the table. Have you eaten? Seeing him, Grandma Tang stood up to get bowls and chopsticks. The team leader opened his mouth but didn't mention Tang Woojin's death, deciding to wait until after lunch. Once he said it, the family would surely lose their appetite. "And I'm not eating. You all go ahead." The team leader sighed. He had no appetite. Even if offered something delicious, he couldn't eat. How can you not eat? People are made of iron and meals are steel. If you skip a meal, you'll be starving. Here, Grandma Tang served him a heaping bowl of rice, overflowing, and insisted he sit down. The team leader truly couldn't eat. He thought about getting up to take some rice off his plate, but Grandma Tang shot him a glare. "You've only been the team leader for a few days and you're already so picky? Hurry up and eat." The team leader felt stuck, so he sat down again, eating quietly without touching the dishes. Grandma Tang frowned. Noticing something was off with the team leader today, he seemed distracted. Was it that silly Tang Hongxing causing trouble at home again? "Eat your vegetables." Grandma Tang piled his plate with food, planning to talk to him after the meal. Children have their own fortunes. As parents, they just need to raise them well. The rest is up to the kids. Whether they hit a wall or found a smooth path, parents can't control it, so they need to let go. Tang Niannian glanced at the team leader, noticing his troubled expression. Something must have happened. It probably wasn't about the sock factory. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so uneasy and would have spoken up already. After thinking for a moment, she guessed it might be something with Tang Woojin. Tang Niannian was unaffected, eating heartily. Grandma Tang had made braised meat with dried bamboo shoots, which soaked up the flavors and tasted even better than the meat. She focused on the bamboo shoots and poured some soup over her rice, finishing 3 bowls in one go. The dried bamboo shoots were super delicious. Su Jinfeng and her husband seemed to sense something was wrong, eating without tasting their food. No one spoke. The atmosphere was heavy, with everyone lost in thought, except for Tang Niannian and Jiu Jin, who were carefree. Finally, after finishing, Su Jinfeng cleared the dishes and the team leader spoke up. Just now, the farm called.
Woojin. She died.
Smack. A sharp sound of breaking porcelain echoed from the kitchen as Su Jinfeng rushed out like a madwoman, grabbing the captain and asking, "What happened to Woojin?"
She's dead.
She killed Xia Yanjing and also Lu Jinglan and Yang Hongling. Then she cut her own throat. The police took her body away for cremation and notified the family to collect the ashes. The captain sighed and shared everything. Su Jinfeng's face turned pale, and she fell backward, caught by Tang Manjin. Tang Niannian quickly moved to the drawer, took out some medicine, and gave Su Jinfeng 2 pills. Su Jinfeng groaned a few times and finally calmed down, crying in Tang Manjin's arms. Wujin was so confused. Why did she choose this path? I even asked the matchmaker to find her a man. Why did she have to go this way? Su Jinfeng felt a sharp pain in her heart. She had indeed sought the matchmaker to find a kind, older man for her daughter, even one whose wife had passed away, as long as he treated her daughter well. Now, they were separated by death. Even though her eldest daughter was disobedient and had caused her heartache, she was still her flesh and blood. Su Jinfeng's lips turned gray as she pressed hard on her chest, feeling as if a large piece of her flesh had been cut out. Tang Manjin also looked very sad, her eyes red. Jiao Jin was a bit dazed, still unable to process that her foolish sister was really dead. Though she disliked her sister, she never wished for her to die. The room was very quiet, only Su Jinfeng's sobs could be heard. After a long time, Grandma Tang finally spoke. Stop crying. We need to go to the farm now. Grandma's heart was also heavy. She never expected her foolish granddaughter would take such a dead-end path. She knew Su Jinfeng was looking for a matchmaker and had supported it. Finding an older, kind man for Tang Wujin, they didn't need to be rich, just living a simple life would be fine. Who knew this foolish girl would get stuck in a dead end and choose death? This foolish granddaughter always picked the dead-end path in every choice. It was just her fate. Grandma Tang didn't dwell on her sadness for long. Having experienced war and famine, she had lost too many loved ones and had developed a tough heart. Everyone has their fate. If someone dies, they die. Those who live must continue living. I need to notify Qiguohua. The captain still needed to go to the Qi family. Yang Hongling's ashes needed to be claimed by Qiguohua. As for Lu Jinglan's ashes, the police would notify her family in the capital, so the captain didn't need to worry about that. Grandma Tang, decisive as always, called Su Jinfeng and her husband to go to the farm. "Nai, I want to go too." Tang Nianyan wanted to see what was happening. "What are you doing going? Stay home." Grandma Tang glared at her. For people had died, and the farm was surely filled with bad luck. Children have weak energy and can't handle it. The captain quickly returned, looking unhappy. Qiguohua isn't home. He hasn't been working. What is he doing all day? He hadn't worked for several days and no one was home. Even during the day, it felt eerie. The captain stood by the door for a while, feeling like his bones were freezing. He didn't dare linger, called out a few times with no response, and left. Tang Nianyan heard this. She remembered seeing Qiguohua limping into the city a few days ago. Was he still not back? Could he be stuck somewhere? Grandma Tang's group, led by the captain, walked to the farm. Xian Jinju had also gone to work at the sock factory, leaving the house quiet, with only Tang Nianyan and Tang Jiojin left. "Second sister, is it true that eldest sister is dead?" The little girl moved closer, leaning against Tang Nianyan, and after a long time, she finally asked, "Yes, she's dead." Tang Nianyan nodded, not saying anything about becoming stars or going far away to avoid lying to the child. Dead is dead, there was no need to sugarcoat it. Is it like Grandpa, never coming back? The little girl sniffed, tears rolling down her cheeks. She remembered how Grandpa looked when he died, as if he were just sleeping, lying in the coffin while Grandma and her parents were busy, and many people were around. She ran to find Grandpa to play. At that time, she thought Grandpa was just asleep and waited by the coffin for a long time. He never woke up, no matter how many times she called or even touched his face. Jiojin only remembered Grandpa's face was cold, and he couldn't speak or smile anymore. It wasn't until Grandpa's coffin was buried and the grave sealed that Jiojin understood Grandpa would never come back. At just 5 years old, she vaguely grasped the meaning of death. Now her sister was also dead. The little girl cried harder, tears flowing uncontrollably, occasionally sobbing, and snot running down her face. Tang Nianyan shifted to the side. She hadn't worn her coat long enough to get it dirty with snot. "Second sister, will you die too?" The little girl suddenly choked on her words, imagining her beloved second sister lying in a coffin, and that thought pierced Jiojin's heart like a knife, causing her great pain. "Second sister, please don't die, okay?" The little girl hugged Tang Nianyan tightly, crying so hard she could hardly catch her breath, blowing a big bubble of snot, her face covered in tears, looking both pitiful and funny. Tang Nianyan stared at the little girl's hands. She had just wiped her nose and then hugged her. There was a wet paw print on the sleeve of her coat. Tang Nianyan's face darkened. She wanted to wipe the girl's hands away. "I'll live longer than you," Tang Nianyan said irritably, not pulling her hand back, allowing Jiao Jin to hold her. After all, it was already dirty. Jiao Jin immediately stopped crying and laughed, blowing another big bubble of snot, which popped and stuck to her nose. Tang Nianyan frowned tightly, unable to hold back any longer. She pulled her hand away, grabbed a towel from the washstand, and tossed it at the little girl's face. "Clean yourself up." "Okay." Tang Jiao-jin obediently wiped her face clean and even went to get hot water to wash the towel. Tang Nianyan went to her room to change into a new coat, one she had bought a few days ago at the department store. Zhang Lily, that silly girl, had invited her shopping, and when they found new trench coats, she bought 3 at once. Khaki, off-white, and light gray. She changed into the off-white trench coat, a classic style that would never go out of fashion, even in decades. Tang Jiao-jin's mood had calmed down. Her bond with Tang Wujin was not deep, and being a child, she didn't fully understand life and death. She was sad for a while, but quickly returned to her carefree self. Tang Nianyan tossed her dirty coat into her space. She had taught Baijiu and Fubao how to use the washing machine and dryer. They learned quickly, and they washed her dirty clothes and even helped dry them. By evening, Grandma Tang and the others returned, carrying 2 urns. The captain carried Yang Hongling's ashes. Tang Manjin carried Tang Wujin's. As soon as they appeared at the village entrance, people noticed and were startled. Who died? Who in the Manjin family died? Why are there 2 urns? Is it Man Yin and Man Tong? Haven't seen them in a while. Are you just talking nonsense? Man Yin is working in the city, and Man Tong is on a business trip. They're both doing fine. The villagers whispered, forgetting their work, and approached the captain and the others to find out what had happened. Not working? Not earning work points? Are you planning to starve this year? The captain scowled and shouted. He was in a bad mood. Even if the emperor himself came, he wouldn't care. The villagers scattered, obediently going back to earn their work points, but their curiosity only grew. They wanted to know which 2 had died. The news of Tang Wujin's death spread quickly in Tang village before nightfall. It's true. My sister-in-law went back to her family today, and her village is not far from the farm. Everyone there knows about it. Oh my, it's terrifying. Tang Wujin took an axe and killed 3 people, then he cut his own throat, and blood was everywhere. How did Yang Hongling end up at Lu Jiqing's place? And what about Xiao Yanjing? How could the 3 of them be together? Some villagers questioned how those 3 could be in the same room at night. You don't know? After Lu Jinglan went to the farm, all the men there were taken by her. When Yang Hongling arrived, those shameless sisters started an affair together. Oh, I can't even say it. It's so embarrassing. That's so shameless. Don't they have any sense of decency? With no shame, what do they care? My sister-in-law said. Never mind. It's too humiliating. Come on, don't leave us hanging. Be careful not to hold it in too much. The villagers' conversation drifted away from the murder and turned to gossip about Lu Jinglan and Yang Hongling's affairs, with some making crude jokes, creating a lively atmosphere. Tang Wujin's death didn't cause much of a stir in the village. The only ones truly saddened were Su Jinfeng and her husband. Old Lady Tang quickly composed herself and arranged Tang Wujin's funeral. Since she was a daughter-in-law who had married out and died a violent death, there was no banquet, and she couldn't be buried in the Tang family grave. They found a random spot on the mountain to bury her. Next life, be smarter and don't make foolish choices. Old Lady Tang poured a cup of wine at the grave and didn't burn paper money. Nowadays, they discourage superstitions. For her husband's grave, she secretly burned incense and paper money. For this foolish Tang Wujin, she didn't want to take any risks. A few cups of wine would suffice. Su Jinfeng was still crying. Ever since she learned about Tang Wujin's death, her tears hadn't stopped, and her health visibly declined. The burial is done. No one in this house is allowed to mention Tang Wujin again, or shed another tear for her. Look at you. I'm talking about you. Crying every day has ruined our good days. Tang Wujin chose her own path. Who can she blame? She's dead, and it can't affect the Tang family anymore. If you can't understand this, go back to your family. Old Lady Tang scolded firmly. Letting Su Jinfeng cry for 2 days was her limit. After all, she was family and she wasn't heartless. But if Su Jinfeng kept crying, she wouldn't hold back. Su Jinfeng took a few deep breaths, forced her tears back, and stood up straight, looking much better. You've taken a couple of days off from the sock factory. If you don't want to work, let someone else take your place. There are plenty of people in the village who can. Old Lady Tang spoke coldly, looking down on Su Jinfeng. She had never been satisfied with Su Jinfeng when she married her son. At that time, the family was poor, and her eldest son wasn't picky, so they couldn't get anyone better. Although Su Jinfeng was a bit foolish, she worked hard, so she was the best of a bad lot. Even though she didn't think highly of her daughter-in-law, Old Lady Tang wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for her. Even when Su Jinfeng had 4 daughters, she never complained and always helped during her postpartum recovery. However, Old Lady Tang couldn't stand Su Jinfeng's constant crying and usually showed her disapproval. Mom, I'll go to work this afternoon. Su Jinfeng had stopped gasping for breath and her chest didn't hurt anymore. Work was her lifeline, and she would never give it up. Old Lady Tang snorted. If she didn't scold her a bit, the family would fall apart without her supervision. Eldest, you should also go to work this afternoon. The dead are gone. Those who are alive must continue living. I understand. Tang Manjin replied obediently. Let's go down the mountain. Old Lady Tang shouted with authority and turned to lead the way, with Tang Manjin and the others following. It had been 3 days since Tang Wujin's death, and Chi Guohua still hadn't returned. Yang Hongling's ashes were still at the village committee. Life in the Tang family returned to normal, and Tang Wujin became a taboo topic. No one mentioned her. Tang Niannian was preparing to go to the city. Her brother called and said that old Zhou from Wuqing had brought the machine, so she should find time to check it out. Grandma, I'm going to the city tomorrow. Tang Niannian said at dinner. How long will you stay this time? Old Lady Tang asked with concern. Not sure, maybe a week at most. Tang Niannian didn't give an exact number. She didn't know how many days it would take, but it wouldn't exceed a week. The next morning, Old Lady Tang made fried rice with 3 eggs, adding some chopped green onions for flavor. She also picked a lot of vegetables from the garden and filled a basket for Tang Manning. After breakfast, Tang Niannian set off on her bike, riding slowly, without rushing. Woof. About 20 miles from the county town, around 9 o'clock, several dogs appeared on the road, barking loudly at Tang Niannian. With no one else around, Tang Niannian let Baizue out to translate. Woof. The ugly monster took Lu Jin. Baizue communicated with the dogs for a while before barking anxiously. Tang Niannian's expression darkened immediately. He Jisheng actually dared to harm Tang Lu Jin. She found a secluded spot and took out the truck from her space, driving into the city. Meanwhile, at school, Tang Dongqiang was in a panic, not knowing what to do. Recently, people from the Tail-Cutting Society barged into the school and found a banned book in Tang Liu Jin's drawer. They took her away, and the teachers couldn't reason with them. Dongqiang, hurry and notify your family. The teacher was also anxious. He knew how bad the Tail-Cutting Society was. A beautiful girl like Tang Lu Jin in their hands would likely face dire consequences. I need to make a call. Tang Dongqiang finally came to his senses. He thought of his sister. His sister was capable and could surely rescue Lu Jin. Come on. The teacher took Tang Dongqiang to make a call. He also wanted the principal to negotiate with the Tail-Cutting Society, as Tang Lu Jin had always been well-behaved. How could she have a banned book? He even thought that the Tail-Cutting Society was specifically targeting Tang Lu Jin, and the banned book was just an excuse. Tang Dongqiang first called his sister's place, but the lady who answered said she wasn't there. He didn't dare call back to Tang Village, fearing it would scare his grandmother. After thinking for a moment, he decided to call the Hongxing factory to reach his dad. Lu Jin was taken by the tail-cutting society.
How long has it been? Why?
Tang Manin felt a wave of darkness wash over him, as if the sky was falling. The people from the tail-cutting society were not good, and his niece was in a den of wolves. About 10 minutes, Dad. Hurry and find my sister. Tang Dongqiang's voice was hoarse with urgency.
I'll go look for them now.
Dongqiang, don't wander off. Stay at school and don't go anywhere. Dad, we'll find them right away. Tang Manin was worried that his son might also be taken by the tail-cutting society. After repeatedly reminding him, he hung up the phone and called Tang Village. Third brother, is Nian Nian there? Tang Manin's voice was sharp with urgency. The girl went to the city. What's wrong? The team leader felt a jolt of concern. It didn't sound good. He quickly asked Manin, is something wrong? Third brother, don't tell my mom. Lu Jin was taken by those tail-cutting society thugs. They said she was hiding banned books. Darn it, how could Lu Jin hide banned books? Those jerks must have taken her because they thought she was pretty and had bad intentions. Tang Manin was in a panic and couldn't think of a good plan, so he spilled everything to the team leader. Listen, go find the factory managers of Hongxing and Tianjin. Have them negotiate with the tail-cutting society first. I'll go after Nian Nian. Hurry up, don't delay. The team leader, experienced and quick-thinking, soon had a plan. With 2 factory managers involved, the tail-cutting society should be more cautious. Okay, I'm on it. Tang Manin felt reassured and less frantic. After hanging up, he rushed to find factory manager Wu. After hearing Tang Manin's story, factory manager Wu furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why the tail-cutting society would target a 16-year-old girl. Was it because of Tang Nian Nian? He immediately felt tense. Tang Nian Nian was capable, well-connected, and beautiful. Perhaps someone with ill intentions had targeted her, using her sister to force Tang to comply. Darn it! A bunch of worthless thugs. Factory manager Wu was filled with rage. Tang Nian Nian was his treasure. Factory manager Qian had told him that it was Tang's idea to have Tianjin and Hongxing collaborate on the machine tool factory. If the factory succeeded, Wu Songyuan would leave a shining mark in the industrial history of Zhucheng. Don't worry. I'll call factory manager Qian. We'll go together. The tail-cutting society has to give us some respect. Factory manager Wu reassured Tang Manin and called factory manager Qian. Fortunately, factory manager Qian was in his office. After hearing the situation, he immediately said, I'm on my way. Let's meet at the tail-cutting society.
Great.
Factory manager Wu hung up the phone. To show his authority as the factory head, he had the driver take out the factory's prized possession, a beat-up car, just like the one from Tianjin. Tang Manin went along. It was his first time in a car, and he was so nervous he barely sat down properly. By the time they arrived, his back felt like it was breaking. Factory manager Qian had already arrived, driving his own car and bringing along Tang Zhengwo. The 2 rivals seemed friendly at the moment, nodding to each other as they strode toward the tail-cutting society's office building. What do you want? The guard had a poor attitude, clearly used to showing off his power. I'm Qian Yuanyuan, the manager of Tianjin factory. I'm Wu Songyuan, the manager of Hongxing factory. The 2 managers showed their ID cards, and the guard immediately became polite, asking who they were looking for. We need to see Director He. It's urgent. Factory manager Qian said. Please wait a moment. I'll inform Director He. Although the guard was polite, he didn't let them in. Director He had just captured a young and pretty girl and was probably busy. Director He hated being disturbed while working and didn't want to let anyone in and ruin his good mood. Thank you. Factory manager Qian shot a warning glance at the angry factory manager Wu, urging him to wait quietly at the door. It wasn't a life-or-death situation, so there was no need to confront the tail-cutting society head-on. He knew that He Jisheng and his crew were like madmen. If they clashed, it would only lead to mutual destruction. Tang Lu Jin was locked in a small, dark room that felt like a prison. She wasn't tied up, but the room was so dim that sunlight couldn't reach her, and she could faintly smell blood. The people who brought her were fierce, and the director looked like a ghost. Just one glance made Tang Lu-jin's heart race, and she didn't dare look again. They told her to stay in the room and reflect, saying nothing else. At first, she was scared, but she slowly calmed down and realized something was wrong. That banned book definitely wasn't hers. She had never seen it before. When those people rushed into the school, they headed straight for her desk and found the book in her drawer, clearly having come prepared. Who wanted to harm her? Tang Lu-jin mentally went through her classmates but couldn't think of anyone suspicious. Although she didn't interact much with them, she had never had conflicts, not even petty arguments. Why would a classmate set her up like this? Moreover, the tail-cutting society had captured her but wasn't targeting her, indicating their goal was not her. Tang Lu-jin's heart sank and her expression changed. It was her second sister. These people must be after her second sister. Her second sister was capable, and since they couldn't catch her, they took her as bait. Tang Lu-jin broke into a sweat, wishing she could grow wings and fly out to warn her sister not to fall for their trap. But the room only had a tiny window high up, and even if she could climb up, she couldn't squeeze through. What to do? Tang Lu-jin couldn't sit still, pacing the room. She couldn't just wait. She had to find a way to escape. He Jisheng and his men were still there, along with Qi Guohua and Zhou Siren. They were waiting for Tang Nian to come to them. Zhou Siren, still recovering from his head injury, felt pain again after sitting for a while and said, "I'm going back to the guest house to rest. Call me if there's any news. Don't touch Tang Nian. Be nice to her," Zhou Siren emphasized. He didn't want to marry Tang Nian anymore, but he wanted to conquer her and make her willingly give up the Tang family's treasures. "Rest assured, young Master Zhou. We'll treat Miss Tang with the utmost respect." He Jisheng smiled, but the scars on his face twisted into a grotesque grin, making him look like a demon from hell. Zhou Siren quickly turned his head away. Even though he had seen that face many times, it still made him feel sick. He Jisheng noticed and secretly sneered. If it weren't for the Zhou family's influence, he would have killed this spoiled rich kid long ago. "Young Master Zhou, let me see you out." Qi Guohua was overly flattering, acting like a sycophant. "No need." Zhou Siren looked down on him. Although he had agreed to the plan to capture Tang Lu-jin, he still despised Qi Guohua, a two-faced person. "Take care, young Master Zhou." Qi Guohua kept his smile as he limped to the door. Once Zhou Siren's figure disappeared, he limped back. "Director, the managers of Qianjin and Hongxing are looking for you. They say it's urgent." The guard rushed in to report. "What do they want?" He Jisheng frowned. They usually didn't have dealings, so what could be so urgent? They didn't say, just that it's urgent. "Director, should I let them in?" the guard asked. "Let them in." He Jisheng was curious and wanted to see them. The guard ran out to inform them, and soon after, Director Qian and Director Wu walked into the office side by side, followed by Uncle Tang and his nephew. Seeing He Jisheng, Tang Manin's legs went weak. It felt like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. No wonder the people of Zhuqing say, "Director, he is a reincarnated evil spirit. This guy is scarier than a ghost." Tang Zhengwo remained calm and helped his trembling uncle. "Director He, I've heard so much about you." Director Qian spoke first, exchanging a few pleasantries before getting straight to the point. "Director He, my niece is doing well in school, but for some reason, your people brought her here. She's a timid girl and can't handle being scared. If there's anything to ask, you can ask me. You can ask me too." "My niece is only 16 and knows nothing," Director Wu chimed in. He Jisheng was confused and replied, "When did my people bring the nieces of both directors here? They had only captured Tang Lu-jin, a girl. Today. It's Tang Lu-jin from Zhuqing No. 1 High School. She is my niece," Director Qian said. "She's also my niece," Director Wu immediately added, shooting a glare at Director Qian for stealing his thunder. "Directors, if I'm not mistaken, one of you is surnamed Qian and the other Wu. You can't share the same parents, can you?" He Jisheng was even more puzzled. He knew these two were rivals, a fact everyone in the city was aware of. Now, they were claiming to share a niece? Director He, that's not correct. Although Director Qian and I are not from the same parents, Tang Lu Jin is indeed our niece. We recently recognized her as our goddaughter. Director Wu quickly responded, finding a good excuse. Exactly. Tang Lu Jin is also my newly recognized goddaughter, Director Qian echoed. He Jisheng's expression darkened as he coldly said, "Are you two here to joke with me? I'm busy with official matters today and don't have time for games. Please leave." He stood up abruptly, showing no respect. What nonsense about goddaughters. It must be Tang Nian who asked these two directors to intervene. Humph. He wasn't afraid of the directors. He only feared the power of guns. Director He, are you refusing to give me face? Director Wu also stood up, his face darkening. Director Qian, while not frowning, also spoke with a harsh tone, remaining seated with a cold smile. Director He, since you won't let my niece go, I'll just wait here. I'll wait too. I won't leave until she's released. Director Wu sat back down, his hands resting on his knees, sitting up straight. He Jisheng gritted his teeth in anger. Although he wasn't afraid of the directors, he couldn't act against them. After all, they were officials from a state-owned enterprise, and if something happened on his watch, he would have a hard time explaining it to his superiors. Directors, you're being unreasonable. I just asked Tang Lu Jin to come in to investigate the banned books. Once the matter is cleared up, she will be released. We are reasonable people and will never wrong an innocent person, nor will we let any wrongdoers go. He Jisheng forced a smile while sounding official, but the two directors didn't respond, remaining glued to their seats, showing no signs of moving. They seemed determined to wait him out. For a moment, He Jisheng had no way to deal with them. He signaled to his subordinates to transfer Tang Lu Jin to another location and intercept Tang Nian, avoiding any confrontation with these two meddling directors. His subordinates understood and quietly left. However, just as they opened the door to where Tang Lu Jin was held, they were met with a fierce blow. Tang Lu Jin had found a metal rod in the room for self-defense. As soon as the door opened, she hid behind it and struck the guard on the forehead with all her might. The guard was knocked dizzy, swaying like he was drunk, barely managing to stay on his feet, but everything around him went dark and he couldn't see anything. Taking advantage of the moment, Tang Lu Jin pushed him aside and ran with the iron rod. She couldn't think of a better plan. All she could think of was to run, just like her grandfather had taught her. Her grandfather said that when faced with danger, if you can't fight back, just run to a safe place. Tang Lu Jin believed the safest place was Tang Village. Her grandmother said that even if the sky fell, the whole village would support them. So, she needed to escape back to Tang Village. Catch her! The scene turned chaotic, and by the time everyone reacted, Tang Lu Jin had already reached the yard. Growing up in the countryside, she was quick on her feet, running fast. But no matter how fast she ran, she couldn't outrun a group of men. Soon, she was surrounded. Tang Lu Jin held the iron rod tightly, her palms sweaty, her body trembling with fear, making her legs weak. I didn't look at banned books. Someone set me up. My ancestors were all poor farmers, and my grandfather fought against the Japanese. Why are you arresting me? Gathering her courage, Tang Lu Jin shouted. Her background was cleaner than anyone else's. These people couldn't arrest her.
What do you want?
A group of men attacking a young girl. Are you even human? Directors Wu and Qian came out and, seeing the scene before them, were furious. Even if she wasn't Tang Nian's sister, just being a young girl made it unbearable for them. She was only 16, still a child. These people were worse than animals. Lu Jin. Seeing his niece safe and sound, her clothes intact, Tang Manning sighed in relief, his legs giving way. Tang Zhengwo quickly supported him. Once Tang Manning steadied himself, he walked over to protect Tang Lu Jin. Tang Lu Jin also felt relieved. Seeing her uncle and older brother made her feel much safer. She had been holding on, but now her legs were weak, and she could only lean on her older brother to stand. Don't be afraid. Tang Jiangwo softly comforted her. No matter what, he wouldn't let his cousin come to harm today. Even if the gang was lawless, they couldn't cover everything. Besides, the Tang family had a clean background and were military dependents. If things escalated, the gang would have a hard time explaining it to their superiors. The two sides faced off, the atmosphere tense, neither side backing down. Qi Guohua hid behind the door, feeling anxious. He had just gone to the restroom and missed meeting with directors Qian and Wu. When he came out, he learned that the two big directors had come to rescue someone. How could that brat Tang Nian manage to get two directors involved? Just how extensive were her connections? Qi Guohua felt both jealous and resentful, deeply regretting his choices. If he had known, he wouldn't have gotten together with Yang Hongling. Tang Nian had been devoted to him before, and if he hadn't been with Yang Hongling, all of Tang Nian's connections would have been his. He wouldn't have been expelled from the army. He might have even been promoted by now. His family wouldn't have fallen apart, leaving him all alone. Qi Guohua gritted his teeth, realizing he had made a series of wrong choices and had no way back. He hoped He Jisheng would keep his word and arrange a job for him once Tang Nian was caught. With his abilities and talents, he just needed a platform to succeed. Qi Guohua pinned all his hopes on He Jisheng. He wanted to curry favor with Zhou Siren, but this rich kid wouldn't give him the time of day. Not even a glance. He didn't dare to move or go outside, hiding behind the door and secretly watching the situation outside. The two sides had been in a standoff for several minutes, and time seemed to stretch. In reality, it hadn't been long before Director Qian cleared his throat, preparing to speak.
Ah!
A scream came from the entrance. It was the guard. Everyone turned to look at the sound and saw a figure fly up and then crash to the ground, shaking the earth. The guard landed right at He Jisheng's feet, falling hard on his backside and unable to get up for a long time.
Ah!
Director, the fierce woman is here. The guard reported with a sad face. That pretty girl was fiercer than the fierce woman. He had only asked what she wanted, and she kicked him, almost breaking his waist. He Jisheng hadn't even realized who the fierce woman was when he saw Tang Nian walk in, and his eyes lit up. Tang Nian was wearing a beige trench coat over a white shirt and light gray straight-leg pants, paired with white leather shoes and a high ponytail. Her outfit was simple yet sharp, youthful and vibrant, making her stand out even in a crowd. If you want to find me, just come directly. No need for all this fuss. Tang Nian sneered and walked straight in. He Jisheng put on what he thought was a warm smile, but it was actually more terrifying than a ghost. He smiled and said, Miss Tang, please come in. Nian, don't go in.
That money in shouted.
Even if he didn't understand much, he knew that this ugly person was looking for his niece and definitely had bad intentions. He couldn't believe that these people would dare to act like bandits in broad daylight and really target them, the poor farmers. Uncle Qian, Uncle Wu, you go first. Tang Nian signaled to Director Qian. There were too many people for her to act. No way, we leave together. Director Wu disagreed. He couldn't trust leaving a pretty girl like Tang Nian in this den of wolves. He was counting on her to lead him to success. Director Qian was also worried. He knew He Jisheng's character well. Leaving Tang Nian behind was like sending a sheep into a tiger's den. It's fine. Tang Nian stepped in front of them, holding a small stone. She gently squeezed it, turning it to powder that fell through her fingers. Director Qian and the others blocked the view, so He Jisheng's group didn't see. Tang Manin's mouth dropped in disbelief. He knew his niece was strong, but he didn't know she was this strong. No wonder she could kill wild boars. Director Qian quickly made a decision, let's go. If Tang Nian didn't stay, He Jisheng wouldn't let them go. After safely taking Tang Lujin away, he would come back. Tang Manin was still worried. Tang Jiangwo whispered in his ear, listen to the director, take Lujin out first, then come back. He Jisheng didn't stop them. He only wanted Tang Nian. Nian, I'll come back to get you later. Director Qian said loudly, giving He Jisheng a warning look. I'll come to get you too. Director Wu wouldn't let his rival have all the fun and chimed in. Okay. Thank you both. Tang Mian appreciated their help. Not everyone dared to confront the tail-cutting society, and she would repay this kindness later. Don't worry, I will take good care of Miss Tang. I won't let anything happen to her. He Jisheng promised with a smile. He was speaking the truth. Even if he had other thoughts, he wouldn't dare do anything with Zhou Siren watching. But no one believed him, not even his subordinates. How could their director resist such a beautiful girl? As soon as the two directors left, the director would surely make his move. Tang Zhengwo led Tang Lujin ahead, with Tang Manyin closely following, while directors Qian and Wu brought up the rear as they all left the tail-cutting society. Nian. Tang Manyin looked back at the courtyard with concern. Even though his niece had just crushed a stone with her bare hands, she was still just a girl. He couldn't shake off his worries about the many people with bad intentions. You all take Lu Jin back to the factory. Director Wu and I will stay here. Director Qian spoke up. Together, he and Director Wu had enough influence to make He Jisheng wary. He had just understood Tang Nian's intentions. This girl was capable and must have a plan, so they shouldn't get in her way. If something really happened inside, he and Director Wu could still rush in to help. Yes. Director Qian and I will stay here. You all go. Director Wu nodded repeatedly. Thank you, directors. I'll take my cousin back to the factory and come back later. Tang Zhengwo expressed his gratitude. Go quickly. Director Qian waved his hand. It was best not to linger here. Tang Zhengwo was not indecisive. He pulled the hesitant Tang Manyin with one hand and Tang Lujin with the other, getting into Director Qian's car. The car soon started and drove away. Big brother, just take me to school. You go save my second sister. In the car, Tang Lujin felt very guilty. She blamed herself for being useless and dragging her second sister down. If anything happened to her second sister, she would never forgive herself. School isn't safe. Let's go back to the Tianjin factory. Tang Zhengwo refused. It was clear that He Jisheng had people at the school, and it was better for Tang Lujin not to return until this ugly person was dealt with. At the Tianjin factory, he had reliable brothers who could help, which was relatively safer. Tang Lujin agreed. She also suspected that the forbidden book in her drawer was placed there by a classmate, and she needed to find out who it was. As they approached the road to Zhucheng, a jeep sped by. It was Shen Xiao. He was on leave again, bringing a large box of gems and a bonus of 1,000 yuan from saving Zhou Siling last time, looking for his girl. Shen Xiao had just gone to Tang Nian's place, but no one was there, so he headed to Tang Village. As soon as he got on the road to Tang Village, he saw the team leader hunched over, pedaling his bike quickly, steam rising from his head. The team leader's shoes were smoking. After making a phone call, he rode out to chase after Tang Nian, but after 30 kilometers, he still hadn't seen her, and his back was almost worn out.
Hey.
The team leader was out of breath, his face flushed, puffing as he pedaled, not noticing the jeep coming toward him. Beep beep. The horn sounded a few times, and the car stopped. Shen Xiao leaned out the window and called, Uncle San. The exhausted team leader, hearing that voice, looked up in surprise, more excited than seeing a god of wealth, forgetting he was riding a bike and suddenly stopped. Then bang. The team leader fell hard, bike and all. Shen Xiao parked the car, got out to help him, and steadied the bike. My back. Xiao Shen, hurry into the city. Nian and Lu Jin are in trouble. The team leader pressed his back, having hurt himself when he fell. Shen Zhao's demeanor suddenly turned cold, making the team leader shiver, looking up at the sky, even though the sun was shining. Uncle San, don't worry. Take your time to explain. Shen Xiao spoke slowly and calmly, but somehow it soothed the team leader. He calmed down and began to explain the situation. Those jerks from the tail-cutting society are definitely after Nian. I chased them all the way but couldn't catch up, and I don't know what's happening with Lu Jin. Xiao Shen, you're an officer. You must have a way to help, right? The team leader looked at Shen Xiao with hope. The tail-cutting society feared nothing more than someone with a gun, and surely Shen Shao could rescue Lu Jin and Nian Nian. Third uncle, can you handle this on your own? Shen Shao didn't say whether he had a plan, but his strong presence made the captain believe he could manage. Don't worry about me. You focus on your task. The captain waved his hands repeatedly. He wouldn't die from the pain right away. Saving people was more important. Shen Shao turned the car around and headed into the city to find the tail-cutting society. The captain gritted his teeth, supporting his waist, and limped to the roadside, collapsing onto the grass, utterly exhausted. He prayed to the heavens that Nian Nian and Lu Jin were safe. Inside the tail-cutting society's office building, Tang Nian Nian sat confidently, facing He Sheng and his group without even raising an eyebrow, remaining calm and composed. Speak. What do you want from me? Tang Nian Nian's voice was cold as she looked directly at He Sheng. This ugly man had come to her door, so she wouldn't hold back. Send this ugly man down to meet his cousin. And Tang Nian Nian glanced behind the screen, where someone was hiding, a familiar face. It was Qi Guohua, who hadn't been seen for several days in Tang Village. Clearly, this kidnapping of Tang Lu Jin was Qi Guohua's idea. Then it would be dealt with together. He Sheng's greedy and disgusting gaze lingered on Tang Nian Nian's face. He regretted that such a beautiful girl was out of his reach. What a pity! Tang Nian Nian appeared unfazed, but in her mind, she had thought of dozens of ways to kill He Sheng. For now, it was best to wait until dark. Miss Tang, you misunderstand. I just wanted to invite you to talk, nothing else. I apologize for startling you. How about dinner together tonight? I'll make it up to you. He Sheng spoke in a flowery manner, smiling broadly, showing rare politeness. But his ugliness made his smile frightening, which only disgusted Tang Nian Nian more. She clenched her fists countless times but managed to hold back. It wasn't dark yet. Just hold on. I heard, Director. He has 2 impressive dogs. I haven't seen them yet. Is there a chance to meet them? Tang Nian Nian smiled, like a snow lotus blooming on an icy mountain, leaving He Sheng mesmerized, his eyes glazed over and his mind foggy. I will definitely satisfy Miss Tang's wishes. Whatever you want, just ask and I will fulfill it. He Sheng, completely enchanted, forgot his own name. All he wanted was to meet Tang Nian Nian's every request to earn her smile. She smiled so beautifully. Too bad, he couldn't have it. Thank you, Director He. Let's have dinner tonight, and please invite young Master Zhou as well. I have some misunderstandings with him that I want to clear up. Tang Nian Nian smiled, even more charmingly. The space behind the screen shuddered. It had been a long time since the master smiled like that. The last time she smiled like this was when several supernatural beings attacked her, trying to steal her supplies and take advantage of her. She smiled beautifully, and the result was that those supernatural beings met a terrible end. They died, without a complete corpse. He Sheng was so captivated by her beautiful smile that he thought Tang Nian Nian was being sensible and compliant, eagerly agreeing, young Master Zhou is magnanimous and won't hold anything against Miss Tang. I will definitely invite him tonight. Even if Tang Nian Nian didn't mention it, he would invite Zhou Siren to check things out. Qi Guohua behind the screen gritted his teeth, secretly cursing Tang Nian Nian for being shameless. She was so arrogant in front of him, but so submissive to Zhou Siren and He Sheng. She deserved to be toyed with by Zhou Siren. Qi Guohua thought Zhou Siren was after Tang Nian Nian's beauty, which was why he had He Sheng take action. He didn't believe Zhou Siren would marry Tang Nian Nian. How could a proper young master from the Zhou family marry a village girl? He was just after her beauty for fun. Once the novelty wore off, Zhou Siren would definitely abandon Tang Nian Nian. He planned to return to Tang Village and spread the word, letting everyone know that Tang Nian Nian was a promiscuous girl, ruining the Tang family's reputation. Thinking of his future success, Qi Guohua almost laughed out loud, quickly covering his mouth, eagerly awaiting the evening. He had to ask He Sheng to take him along to see how Zhou Siren toyed with Tang Nian Nian. Tang Nian Nian was easy to talk to, and He Sheng sighed in relief. even suggesting they have lunch together. I'm not having lunch. I need to speak with the two factory directors outside. Tang Nian declined lightly, feeling no appetite looking at He Zhisheng's ugly face. He Zhisheng signaled his subordinates to follow him. Tang Nian didn't mind and confidently walked out, where Director Qian and Director Wu were waiting. Uncle Qian, Uncle Wu, you should go back. Don't come anymore. Director He is very polite. I'll return to the factory after dinner. How could he be polite? Nian, don't believe his lies. Director Wu was anxious. That dog, He Zhisheng, would definitely target Tang Nian. Having dinner together was like walking into a tiger's den. Uncle Wu, Director He is really nice. Don't worry.
Tang Nian Winker.
Director Wu's concern touched her, but it wouldn't help. It would only hinder her from taking action. Director Qian understood a bit more, pulling Director Wu and saying loudly, then we'll go back. Little Tang, you eat and then return to the factory. Director He is a good leader and won't make things difficult for you. Okay, I'll go back after dinner.
Tang Nian not dead.
She would definitely return after eating. She kept her promises. She exchanged a glance with Director Qian, who slightly nodded, pulling Director Wu into the car, and they drove away. You heartless Qian Yuan, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. You're more cowardly than a chicken. Let me tell you, if you're afraid of He Zhisheng, I'm not. Stop the car, I want to get out. Director Wu was so angry, he tried to push the car door open, leaving Tang Nian, a pretty girl, in a den of wolves. He couldn't do such a wicked thing. You have a good conscience. Your conscience is redder than a monkey's, but I see your hair is falling out, and your brain is gone. Didn't you hear that little Tang is annoyed by us being there? Director Qian rolled his eyes, feeling deeply embarrassed that he had to compete with such a fool in the past. Director Wu was half convinced. Can little Tang handle it? Director Qian snorted. Don't worry, little Tang is very capable. I'm counting on her to run the machine tool factory. Director Wu immediately felt reassured, sitting back firmly and leaning against the seat, letting out a long sigh. Director Qian, who dreamed of being an official, would definitely not let little Tang fall into danger. I just care too much about little Tang, and didn't think clearly for a moment. Director Wu defended himself, saying he wasn't lacking in wisdom, but was just overly concerned. Director Qian scoffed, not wanting to engage. Director Wu pouted and turned to look out the window, also choosing to remain silent. The atmosphere in the car was a bit awkward, especially since it was the first time the two factory directors were sitting together. Even in meetings, they had to sit several seats apart, and if they crossed paths on the road, they would keep a distance of 3 meters. A jeep passed by their car, going in the opposite direction. It was Shun Xiao. Tang Nian had a light lunch and then claimed she was tired and needed to rest. He Zhisheng arranged a room for her, and Tang Nian spent the whole afternoon sleeping, which eased He Zhisheng's suspicions. He called the guest house where Zhou Siren was staying to report the good news. Is Tang Nian really that obedient? Zhou Siren was a bit skeptical. This woman hadn't been so easy to handle when she had attacked him. Young Master Zhou, no matter how tough she is, she can't be that tough. With so many of us around, she has to behave. He Zhisheng was very pleased, speaking with a strong disdain for women. The idea that women could hold up half the sky was nonsense. Women were naturally meant to serve men. There was a woman known as the Mother Tiger, who supposedly couldn't even be beaten by men. In his hands, she would still be obedient, turning from a mother tiger into a little lamb. I'll come over tonight. Zhou Siren no longer doubted him, especially since old Zhou had said that although He Zhisheng had a bit of a twisted personality, he was very capable and had done a lot for the Zhou family. There were many capitalists in Zhou province, and He Zhisheng had gathered a lot of wealth for the Zhou family. His grandfather was very satisfied with He Zhisheng's abilities. Dinner was arranged at He Zhisheng's place. It was discreet and safe there, so no one would know what was happening. He Zhisheng thought Zhou Siren was planning to take care of Tang Nian that night, so he kindly arranged it at his place. Young Master Zhou, my place is quiet and well-equipped. You can enjoy yourself however you like. He Zhisheng's words had double meanings, making Zhou Siren blush a little on the other end of the line. Actually, he wasn't inexperienced. He had dated a few girls in the capital, given to him by his close brothers. Those girls came from ordinary families, were young and pretty, and were very ambitious. They played with him just to secure good jobs. Such things were normal in their circle. They wouldn't dare to mess with girls from wealthy families, but girls from ordinary backgrounds were fair game as long as some benefits were offered. Zhou Siren had been with a few girls without any psychological burden. It was a mutual agreement. But none of those girls were as beautiful as Tang Nian. Thinking about how he would enjoy her company tonight made his heart race with anticipation. Prepare some good dishes. Don't let Miss Tang go hungry, Zhou Siren instructed, wanting to drink a few glasses with Tang Nian as well. Everything is arranged, young Master Zhou. Don't worry. He Zhisheng grinned, his face twisting into a strange expression. All afternoon, Tang Nian lay in the room when someone knocked on the window. Nian, it's me. It was Shun Zhao's voice from outside. Tang Nian jumped up from the bed and opened the window. Shin Xiao nimbly jumped in, carrying a large box, not wanting to leave it in the car. What are you doing here? Tang Nian was delighted. She had been thinking about him. On leave, here. Shin Xiao placed the box on the table and opened it, revealing a dazzling array of colorful gems. There were twice as many gems as last time, of all kinds. Tang Nian grabbed a handful, including a pink diamond, a blood-red gem, and a sapphire as blue as the ocean, all sparkling beautifully. So expensive and pretty. These are gorgeous. Tang Nian smiled brightly and stood on her tiptoes to kiss Shin Xiao as a reward. Shin Zhao's eyes sparkled with joy, and his cold demeanor warmed up as he coaxed. There will be more in the future. He planned to apply for more missions in neighboring countries, which were rich in jade and precious stones, to bring back more. Tang Nian stored the box of gems in her space and told him what had happened. Are you going to take action tonight? Are you going to farm in your space? Sure. Shen Xiao agreed, planning to come out later to deal with the scum. Tang Nian took his hand, and in a flash, they disappeared from the room. After a while, she reappeared, leaving Shen Xiao in the space to work. The crops he had planted were ready to be harvested, and it was time to plant new ones. Time passed, and the sun set, darkening the sky. Tang Nian had even taken a nap, behaving very well. At 5:30 p.m., He Zhisheng came to pick her up. Miss Tang, it's time for dinner. Young Master Zhou is already here. Let's go. Tang Nian got up. She had been lying down for too long. It was time to deal with the scum. He Zhisheng had a jeep and let Tang Nian get in first. He awkwardly extended his hand with a smile that was more frightening than a ghost's, saying, Miss Tang, please. Tang Nian suppressed her disgust, clenched her fists, and got into the car. In the car, besides the driver, it was just He Zhisheng and Tang Nian. Qi Guohua was not there. Originally, he didn't even qualify to join them for dinner, but he had insisted on helping, so He Zhisheng agreed and let him walk over on his own. When they arrived at He Zhisheng's place, it was already dark. Tang Nian saw two big, shiny dogs and Qi Guohua cleaning up dog poop, limping as he scooped it up on the lawn. Tang Nian smiled. Good. Everyone was here. The car stopped, and He Zhisheng got out. The two dogs rushed over, wagging their tails happily, but they quickly wilted, tucking their tails between their legs. They glanced fearfully at Tang Nian, not daring to make a sound. Not fed enough? He Zhisheng frowned. Those two dogs were his treasures, and they were supposed to be fed raw meat every day. Their sad demeanor clearly indicated they hadn't eaten enough. He shot a stern look at the two subordinates feeding the dogs, who trembled in fear, sweating profusely. They had indeed skimped on the dogs' meat, but not by much. They usually fed them about 10 pounds a day and had only taken 2 or 3 pounds, which was hardly noticeable. They had been doing this for a long time without any issues, but today the dogs had apparently complained. He Zhisheng snorted coldly. He didn't have time to deal with them today. Once Zhou Siren's matter was settled, he would make these two know their place. Feed them quickly. Yes. The two subordinates replied quickly, leading the dogs to eat meat, relieved that He Ji-sheng was in a good mood today and didn't pursue the matter. Thank goodness. Miss Tang, please come in. He Ji-sheng forced a smile and led Tang Nian inside. The dinner was prepared in the second-floor dining room, where Zhou Si-ren was already waiting. Tang Nian walked up the stairs slowly and soon arrived at the dining room on the second floor. Miss Tang, long time no see. Zhou Si-ren stood up, looking very pleased with himself. What if he acted all high and mighty? In the end, he still had to submit. She was just a country girl, after all, thinking she could rise above her station. Tang Nian glanced at him coldly, already planning how to teach this guy a lesson in a particularly suitable place. Let's eat. I'm hungry. Tang Nian was not polite at all, sitting down and picking up her chopsticks to eat. The dishes on the table were very rich, with chicken, duck, fish, meat, and all kinds of delicacies, looking like the work of a master chef, not to be wasted. Tang Nian enjoyed her meal heartily, completely ignoring He Ji-sheng and Zhou Si-ren, focusing on her food. Miss Tang, didn't you say there was a misunderstanding with young Master Zhou? How about we toast? He Ji-sheng said deliberately. Wait a moment. Tang Nian mumbled with food in her mouth. She was eating quickly, not even glancing at He Ji-sheng. Just looking at that ugly face would ruin her appetite. Zhou Si-ren looked down on him, thinking that a country bumpkin like him had probably never tasted good food. If he had known that Tang Nian loved to eat, he would have sent her a pig leg instead of the azalea flowers. Maybe she would have already accepted it. Zhou Si-ren savored his meal slowly, enjoying the anticipation. Just thinking about how proud Tang Nian would soon be begging for his favor made his blood boil. Let that Qiguo in. I need to scold him a few times to make it more enjoyable. Tang Nian finished eating, put down her chopsticks, and glanced out the window. It was completely dark. Time to take revenge. He Ji-sheng hesitated. Although he looked down on Qiguo, he was still on his side for now. Zhou Si-ren gave him a knowing look. It was just Qiguo. Let Tang Nian have her fun. Miss Tang, please wait. He Ji-sheng smiled and walked to the window, calling out, Qiguo, come up. Qiguo had already eaten in the kitchen with others. He was trying to think of an excuse to go upstairs when the opportunity presented itself. I'm coming. Qiguo replied excitedly, limping up the stairs, quickly appearing at the restaurant door. Director He, you called for me? Qiguo bent over, looking sycophantic. Come here. He Ji-sheng beckoned, and Qiguo obediently approached, excited, thinking he was about to be praised. However, slap. A hard slap hit his face, sending him sprawling. Then came Tang Nian's swift kicks, landing a dozen blows before Qiguo couldn't get up anymore. If it weren't for the fact that this scoundrel would still be useful later, Tang Nian would have shown no mercy. I feel better now. Time to get down to business. Tang Nian clapped her hands and smiled at He Ji-sheng and Zhou Si-ren. Both were so captivated by her smile that they ignored the groaning Qiguo on the floor. Right, time to get down to business. I'll leave now. He Ji-sheng snapped back to reality and turned to leave, needing to clear the space for young Master Zhou. No need. Let's all stay together. Tang Nian's voice was icy, and He Ji-sheng felt a surge of joy. He didn't mind, but he wondered if young Master Zhou would object. Zhou Si-ren's expression darkened. How could this ugly guy be included? Just as he was about to tell He Ji-sheng to leave, everything went black, and he fainted. He Ji-sheng's face changed drastically. He tried to call his subordinates, but everything blurred, and he collapsed too. Tang Nian sneered, stepping on Qiguo's chest, who had fainted. She released Shen Xiao. Take care of those people downstairs, but don't kill them. Bring the two dogs up. Tang Nian was too lazy to go downstairs. Understood. Shen Xiao nodded, his expression serious as he went downstairs. Soon, he returned with two dogs. The two fierce dogs were more obedient than lambs, tails tucked and heads bowed, not daring to make a sound. Eat first, then we'll get to work. Tang Nian wasn't in a hurry, they had all night. She had eaten the food, and He Ji-sheng hadn't touched his chopsticks, while Zhou Si-ren only drank a little wine, so it was all clean. Shun Xiao quickly finished the food on the table. Tang Nian smiled and said, "Let's go treasure hunting." He Jisheng had been a director for years, so he must have gathered a lot of treasures, which would be a nice gain for her. Shin Xiao was experienced at finding treasures. Before long, he found a hidden room under the stairs. The mechanism was behind a painting on the wall, and after a few turns it opened. The hidden room had good airflow and no musty smell, clearly indicating that He Jisheng frequented it. There were over 40 boxes and 2 display cases filled with precious antiques. Some Tang Nian had seen in museums. Among the boxes, 10 contained gold bars, while the others held gold, silver, jewelry, and artworks. Tang Nian took everything without leaving a single item behind. She then went to He Jisheng's study and found a large amount of cash and various vouchers in the safe. There was over 10,000 in cash, along with many industrial and remittance vouchers, grain and meat tickets, all valuable items. The safe also contained several watches, both men's and women's, all brand names. Tang Nian cleared everything out, even taking all the rice, oil, and meat from the kitchen, leaving not a single grain behind. "Let's head back to the factory." Tang Nian clapped her hands, releasing Bai Sui to guard the others. She needed to return to the factory to create an alibi. Shin Xiao followed her lead. The two drove back to the factory, where Director Wu and Tang Manin were anxiously waiting. When they saw Tang Nian return unharmed, their hearts, which had been in their throats, finally relaxed. Thank goodness she was back. Tang Manin sighed with relief, nearly stumbling if not for Tang Zhengwo's support. "My legs feel a bit weak," Tang Manin explained awkwardly, having been anxious all day and now finally feeling relieved. His legs felt unsteady. "Uncle Air, Uncle Wu, you should go home. I'll accompany Shin Xiao to the guest house," Tang Nian said.
Okay.
Everyone didn't ask much. They knew without asking that Shin Xiao must have been the one to rescue her. No wonder Tang Nian was so confident and unafraid. She must have known Shin Xiao would come to save her. Tang Lujin's eyes were red, feeling guilty and unable to speak to her sister. Tang Nian gently patted her shoulder, comforting her. "It's okay. Go back with Uncle Air." "Okay." Tang Lujin nodded obediently, determined to become stronger, so she wouldn't burden her sister in the future. Director Qian and Director Wu were also tired and rode home. Tang Nian took Shin Xiao to the guest house. While registering, she chatted a bit more with the receptionist before returning to their respective rooms. At 8 o'clock that night, Tang Nian and Shin Xiao jumped out of the window. They didn't drive but took a shortcut, quickly heading to He Jisheng's residence, moving so fast they left a blur behind. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at He Jisheng's place, where he and Zhou Siren were still unconscious. Tang Nian tied Zhou Siren up tightly, cut off He Jisheng and Qiguohua's tongues, and thoughtfully sprinkled some medicine to wake them up. As soon as they woke up, they felt excruciating pain in their mouths and realized they couldn't make a sound. He Jisheng lunged at Tang Nian like a ghost, but Shin Xiao kicked him away. "Enjoy yourselves." Tang Nian smiled brightly. She had prepared a big surprise. Zhou Siren also woke up. Blood dripped from Zhou Siren's mouth as he called out incoherently. If looks could kill, he would have killed Tang Nian hundreds of times. "Is it painful?" "Don't worry, there's worse to come." Tang Nian held a knife, her beautiful smile making her look even more terrifying in the dark. Zhou Siren felt a chill run down his back, his pupils dilating as he shook his head and begged for mercy. He regretted it. He shouldn't have provoked this devil, Tang Nian. How could a venomous snake ever become a gentle lamb? Her earlier obedience was just to lure him into a trap. How did he not see that? "Don't be scared. It will be quick." Tang Nian smiled even wider. Zhou Siren, described as a proud son of heaven in books, was really nothing special. He didn't even compare to her partner, Shin Xiao. Shin Xiao, dark and inconspicuous in the night, went unnoticed by Zhou Siren, who was overwhelmed by fear. He wanted to return to the capital. He didn't want any secret medicines or treasures anymore. Shin Xiao, who had been silent, turned Zhou Siren around. Zhou Siren closed his eyes, not wanting to see such filth, but Tang Nian Nian wouldn't let him, forcing his eyes open. What a rare show. Watch closely. Don't worry, I won't make you write a reflection. Tang Nian Nian smiled sweetly, her tone genuinely gentle. Look how nice she was, not even making him write a reflection. Zhou Siren glared with resentment, biting his teeth so hard he forgot the pain. When had he, the young master of the Zhou family, ever faced such humiliation? Tang Nian Nian, just wait. He would repay her 100-fold. As the night deepened, the clock struck 10. The chaos stopped. He Zhisheng and Qiguohua lay on the ground, their chests slightly rising and still breathing. Zhou Siren's eyes filled with despair. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally. It's time. Tang Nian Nian's voice was cheerful. She hadn't used her big move yet. Shin Xiao, in tune with her thoughts, brought over 2 dogs. Whatever Nian Nian wanted to do, he supported. Tang Nian Nian sprinkled a potion on He Zhisheng and Qiguohua. She knew Wei Zhongcheng must be suspicious, but it didn't matter. Wei Zhongcheng had already covered for her once. One more time was no big deal. The 2 dogs lunged at them wildly. Zhou Siren gagged repeatedly, spitting out a few mouthfuls of clear water. He didn't want to look, but every time he turned his head, Shin Xiao would force him back, doing his job well. Is it interesting? Tang Nian Nian whispered in his ear.
Ugh.
Zhou Siren was still gagging, blood tears streaming from his eyes.
Ah.
Zhou Siren cried and begged for mercy. He was wrong. He shouldn't have had such wicked thoughts. He just wanted to go home. He was terrified that Tang Nian Nian would use the same methods on him. He couldn't even bear to think about it. Don't be scared. I won't treat you like this. Tang Nian Nian spoke with pity, seeing how terrified he was. Zhou Siren sighed in relief, thinking Tang Nian Nian was letting him go out of fear of the Zhou family. He even thought that once he returned to the capital, he would have his grandfather deal with those 2, making them wish they were dead. Shun Zhao's eyes sparkled with amusement, his gaze softening. Nian Nian was so cute. He really liked her.
Dong dong dong.
The clock struck 11. An hour had passed. Shun Xiao walked over, bending down to check the 2 disfigured people. They were lifeless. Let's go. Tang Nian Nian was ready to head to the next place she had arranged for Zhou Siren. Shin Xiao picked up Zhou Siren and left the villa with Tang Nian Nian. Where to? Shin Xiao asked as they stood by the road. To the mental hospital. Tang Nian Nian smiled. It was full of talented people there, including 2 stars. Zhou Siren would definitely be lost in thought there.
Ah.
Zhou Siren screamed in panic. He didn't want to go to the mental hospital, but no matter how he resisted, it was useless. Tang Nian Nian and Shin Xiao ignored him. Finding him too noisy, they slapped him, and he fainted. Tang Nian Nian took out a Land Rover. It was the middle of the night, and the road was deserted. Even if she flew a plane, no one would notice. Shin Xiao had already driven luxury cars in the space, so he skillfully started the engine, tossing Zhou Siren into the trunk. Half an hour later, they arrived at the back wall of the mental hospital. The electric fence was fixed, but it didn't matter. Tang Nian Nian easily cut through it, and with Shin Xiao, they effortlessly climbed over the wall. They quickly found the 3rd floor and opened the iron door. The king covers the tiger. A familiar voice came. The pagoda suppresses the river monster.
Tang Nian Nian Ziplitsky Lufin.
Report. Last time the enemy came to interrogate me, I refused to cooperate, facing death without fear, and didn't reveal a word. The star on the 3rd floor stood straight and saluted, reporting his previous performance. Very good. This is a reward from the organization for you. Tang Nian Nian pulled out a bag of milk candies and a bag of beef jerky from her bag and handed them to the star on the 3rd floor. Thank you for the organization's trust. I will continue to work hard. The star on the 3rd floor grinned widely, opening the beef jerky package and stuffing a few pieces into his mouth, devouring them. Comrade, the organization has another task that requires your cooperation.
Can you do it?
Tang Nian Nian asked seriously. I can, please rest assured, organization. The star on the third floor stood straight again, his mouth still full of meat, his eyes shining with excitement. Shen Xiao brought Zhou Siren over. Tang Nian said seriously, "This is a traitor who has committed terrible crimes. The enemy is trying to capture us. Can you hide this traitor so the enemy won't find him?" "Yes." On the third floor, Xiao Er's eyes sparkled like diamonds. This was a big task, and he was determined to complete it perfectly. He glared angrily at Zhou Siren, spitting several times and kicking him a few times. Darn traitor. Tang Nian then found Xiao Er on the fourth floor. With a bag of milk candies and a bag of beef jerky, she made sure both Xiao Ers were loyal and obedient to accept the task. They took Zhou Siren to their secret base, which was actually an abandoned room on the third floor, filled with a musty smell, clearly unused for a long time. Moreover, the third and fourth floors were connected, and there was a hole in the room that allowed them to climb down from the fourth floor. Coincidentally, right above was Xiao Er's hospital room. He climbed up every day to play with friends on the third floor. This was their secret passage, unknown even to the doctors and nurses of the mental hospital. Tang Nian was very satisfied with this secret base and left Zhou Siren there. She believed these Xiao Ers would take good care of Mr. Zhou. "I'll come back in a few days. Treat this traitor well, but don't kill him," Tang Nian instructed, and the two Xiao Ers nodded vigorously, their eyes shining with excitement. As night deepened, Tang Nian and Shen Xiao left the mental hospital and drove back to the guest house. It was already midnight. They returned to their rooms, changed into pajamas, and after a while, Tang Nian came out, clutching her stomach and looking in pain. Shen Xiao carried her downstairs, his face full of worry. The front desk clerk was still awake and asked with concern what was wrong. "My girlfriend suddenly has a terrible stomachache," Shen Xiao explained anxiously, while Tang Nian moaned on his back, sweating and looking pale, clearly in bad shape. "It hurts so much."
Ow.
Tang Nian's voice was weak and intermittent, and she was half conscious, her forehead drenched in sweat, as if she had just come out of water. Did she eat something bad? Hurry to the hospital. The clerk was startled, worried that Tang Nian might die in their guest house, which would be a huge problem. "Excuse me, how do we get to the hospital?" Shen Xiao explained that he was not from the area and was here to see his girlfriend. "The nearest is the People's Hospital. Turn left when you go out, walk straight for a mile, then turn right, and it's about 50 meters away." "Oh, let me take you there." The clerk was very helpful, afraid Shen Xiao wouldn't find the hospital, and quickly ran to wake up a sleeping colleague, briefly explaining the situation. The colleague, still half asleep, immediately woke up upon hearing that a guest was seriously ill. She glanced at the unconscious Tang Nian and said seriously, "I'll take care of this. You two hurry to the hospital." This colleague ran back to the break room and grabbed a thin blanket to cover Tang Nian. "It's cold at night. Cover her to keep warm. Go quickly." "Thank you." Shen Xiao sincerely thanked her, carrying Tang Nian out quickly, with the enthusiastic clerk following closely behind. Seeing Shen Xiao go to the car, the clerk was surprised. She didn't expect this young soldier, who looked tough, would be driving a small car. His military rank must be high. The clerk's attitude became even warmer as she led them to the People's Hospital, helping with their registration and bustling around. The emergency room doctor examined Tang Nian carefully and asked what she had eaten that evening. Tang Nian was in too much pain to speak, half conscious and trembling in Shen Xiao's arms, her face covered in sweat. In reality, she was cold. To make her act more convincing, she had splashed a lot of water on her face. In May, the weather in Jiangnan was warm during the day, but cool at night. The wind made the water feel icy, almost freezing her. "I ate crab and a few persimmons for dinner," Shen Xiao answered on her behalf, as they had agreed on this story. The doctor frowned, his expression serious, and scolded, "How can you eat crab and persimmons together? You could get food poisoning. If your stomach doesn't hurt, who will? Crab and persimmons can't be eaten together? I've eaten them often before, and I was fine." Shen Xiao pretended to be surprised, insisting he often ate them. Everyone's body is different. Just because you are fine doesn't mean others will be. Your stomach might be different from others. The doctor shot him an annoyed glance, silently thinking, he looks sturdier than an ox. No wonder he was fine. Shen Xiao gave a silly smile, scratching his head like an honest person. I need to go to the bathroom. Tang Nian suddenly jumped up, clutching her stomach, looking a bit embarrassed because she had no tissue in her pocket. Here, just go. The doctor took a pack of tissue from the drawer and handed it to her. Tang Nian grabbed a large handful, almost half of what the doctor had. The doctor visibly twitched, feeling pained. Tissues now had to be purchased with tickets, and he had a monthly limit. This half-pack would last him at least 2 more months. Letting this girl take half meant he would only have enough for a month. Oh well, he thought. He could just use less in the future. She was sick, so he had to understand. Tang Nian endured the smell in the bathroom for over 10 minutes, too scared to enter the space because the caring clerk was worried she might faint inside and stood guard outside, occasionally asking how she was. She was almost moved to tears. No, she was almost fainting from the smell.
Ouch.
Tang Nian pinched her nose and got up, putting on her pants, then used her energy to push out some sweat, making her face look paler before stepping out. Are you okay? Does your stomach still hurt? The clerk immediately supported her, looking concerned. Much better, but still a bit painful. Tang Nian pressed her hand on her stomach, her voice weak. That's how it is when you eat something bad. Just go a few more times and you'll be fine. Don't eat strange things in the future. The clerk helped her back to the emergency room. Seeing that she was feeling a bit better, the doctor prescribed some medicine and advised, drink warm water, eat light for the next few days, and avoid spicy and cold foods. I understand. I won't eat persimmons again. Tang Nian nodded obediently, looking serious about never eating persimmons again. You can eat persimmons, just not with crab. Luckily, you're young and healthy, so it's not a big problem. The doctor was also very kind, explaining common food taboos in daily life, going on for quite a while. Shen Xiao and Tang Nian listened attentively, nodding occasionally, behaving even better than elementary school students. The performance of the two left the doctor feeling very satisfied. He had talked so much that his throat felt dry and was about to smoke, so he waved his hand and said, "Go get your medicine." "Thank you, doctor. You truly have a kind heart and are a miraculous healer." Tang Nian looked at him with great admiration, even more than a businessman seeing the god of wealth. The doctor instinctively straightened his back and ran his hand through his hair, feeling a bit regretful that his lab coat wasn't worn properly. He was sure he looked disheveled, which detracted from his impressive image as a healer. "Not at all. I'm just doing my duty. You two should head back now, take your medicine, and get some sleep. Be careful on the way." The doctor's voice became particularly gentle, and his gaze was very kind as he walked them to the door. He only returned to his office after their figures disappeared. Once back in his office, the doctor rushed his seat, took out a mirror from the drawer, and spent several minutes fixing his hair and clothes until he was somewhat satisfied. That girl is beautiful, and her eyes are so bright. Really impressive. The doctor smiled to himself, feeling so happy he could fly to the top of Mount Everest. After 20 years in medicine, it was the first time someone had praised him as a miraculous healer. This ordinary night became particularly memorable for the on-duty doctor because of Tang Nian's compliment. In a great mood, the doctor decided not to sleep. Instead, he took out medical books to study. He couldn't let down the trust and encouragement of the people. After a while, the door opened, and Shen Xiao walked in, placing a pack of tissue on the desk without waiting for the doctor to ask anything before striding out.
Hey.
Why is this young man in such a hurry? Really, he didn't need to bring so much. The doctor chased after him with the tissues but couldn't catch up, so he returned, feeling even better. That night, he read until dawn. After Shen Xiao and Tang Nian returned to the guest house, they sincerely thanked the waitress. "Don't mention it, just go rest." The waitress dismissed it, saying it was just part of her job. Once in their room, Tang Nian sniffed herself several times and complained, "I smell bad. I need to take a shower." She grabbed some clean clothes and went to the bathroom, washing from head to toe until she felt refreshed. Then, with her hair still wet, she joined Xin Xiao in the space. In the space, there was a hairdryer, and Xin Xiao dried her hair with great care. "What do you think Zhou Siren is up to now?" Tang Nian felt a bit sleepy, her eyes half closed, looking as lazy as a kitten. He should be having quite an exciting time. Xin Xiao thought for a moment and answered seriously. He made sure to respond carefully to every question she asked. He truly believed that Zhou Siren would have a particularly exciting time in the mental hospital.
Ha!
Tang Nian laughed, finding Xin Xiao amusing. But she liked this mischievous side of him. Let him enjoy a few days of excitement. "I'll go pick him up later." Tang Nian shared her plan, thinking it was boring to just get rid of Zhou Siren. It would be much more interesting for Zhou Laotu to see his precious grandson turn into a useless mess. With his tendons cut and tongue severed, after being treated by two skilled individuals, Zhou Siren's mental state would surely not be normal. Tang Nian was looking forward to seeing what this so-called pride of heaven would become in a few days. No need to pick him up. In a week, I will let the Zhou family know Zhou Siren's whereabouts. Xin Xiao grabbed a handful of his dark hair, blew it a few times, then let go, and the fresh scent of shampoo filled the air. "Will the Zhou family keep an eye on you?" Tang Nian asked. "They already are." Xin Xiao was indifferent. With Zhou Siling becoming a useless person, he had already become a thorn in the Zhou family's side. The more lice, the less it itches. The more debts, the less worry. He wasn't afraid. Tang Nian chuckled, understanding the logic. "Then you go ahead and handle it, just try not to confront the Zhou family directly." "Okay." Xin Xiao replied softly, continuing to dry her hair. His movements were gentle, and the warm air from the hairdryer made Tang Nian drowsy. Before long, she fell asleep. Once her hair was dry, Xin Xiao gently kissed her face, picked her up, and walked toward the room. The room was already tidied up by him, with a large silk-covered bed. He gently laid her down and covered her with a blanket. Tang Nian murmured and rolled over, falling into a deep sleep. Xin Xiao smiled slightly and lay down beside her. Holding the soft girl in his arms, with the familiar scent in his nose, he soon fell asleep as well. At 8 in the morning, Xin Xiao woke up while Tang Nian was still sleeping. He first exited the space. He couldn't enter the space himself, but he could come out. Xin Xiao returned to his room next door, changed his clothes, and went downstairs to the cafeteria for breakfast. The receptionist had changed, and she eagerly asked him, "Is your partner feeling better?" "Much better after taking the medicine, just a bit sleepy." Xin Xiao was polite, but his cold demeanor and expressionless face made the receptionist hesitant to look at him. "Thank you for your concern." Xin Xiao thought for a moment and added another thank you before going to the counter. He found the suggestion book, turned to the page for the receptionist who had worked the night shift, and wrote very seriously, "Diligent, enthusiastic, and responsible. A great service to the people." The nearby receptionist looked on enviously, wishing for such recognition herself. After writing, Xin Xiao went to the cafeteria for breakfast and brought some back for Tang Nian. At 9:30 in the morning, Tang Nian woke up, rinsed her mouth, had breakfast, and went to the Hongxing factory with Xin Xiao. Tang Lujin and Tang Dan were living together, and Tang Zhengwo had also stayed there last night. Everyone had hardly slept, with dark circles under their eyes. "Nian, is there really no problem with He Jisheng?" Tang Manning asked anxiously. He had hardly slept last night, plagued by nightmares, dreaming that Nian was taken away by He Jisheng, and then dreaming of Lu Jin being bloodied. It scared him to death. "It's fine now, uncle. We're in a new society, so don't worry." Tang Nian patiently reassured him. Her uncle's eyes were bloodshot, clearly terrified. Tang Manning hesitated, unsure of what to say, and sighed deeply. His niece was still too young and naive. No matter the society, ordinary people couldn't compete with those in power. He Jisheng was even more ruthless than a bandit. How could he easily let Nian Nian go? He was definitely plotting something against her. Why not go back to Tang Village to farm? There's nothing good in the city, Tang Manin suddenly suggested. His limited thoughts could only come up with this idea. Tang Village was all family. Even if He Jisheng was capable, he couldn't wipe out the entire village. It would be safer to return home. As for the formal job at Hongxing Factory, although Tang Manin was reluctant, people were more important. He couldn't sacrifice the big for the small. Uncle, would you really want to go back? Tang Nian Nian was a bit surprised. Her uncle had been eager to get a permanent position, and now that he finally had it, he was willing to go back to the village? I don't want to, but there's no choice. The common people can't fight against the officials. We can't bend our arms against the thigh. If we go back to the village, we won't starve. Staying in the city might cost us our lives. Tang Manin glared at her, clearly unwilling to leave. It felt like cutting into his flesh. But when it came to the safety of his two nieces, he had to give up this job. Tang Nian Nian felt much warmer inside. Her gaze towards Tang Manin softened, and her voice became gentler as she reassured him, no need to go back to the village. Just do what you need to do. Everything is fine now. Xin Xiao also assured him, with me here, nothing will happen. You're not in Ju City every day. Distant water can't quench a near thirst. What do you know?
Tang man yun beutli retorted Shen Xiao.
After saying that, he realized what he had done. His heart sank, cold sweat broke out, and he avoided Xin Zhao's gaze. He must have been too anxious to think clearly. Otherwise, why would he have dared to speak up to that fierce guy? Even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Tang Jiangua wanted to say a few words, thinking the situation wasn't that serious, but before he could speak, the voice of the phone lady came from downstairs. Tang Manin, the factory manager, is on the line. I'm coming. Tang Manin's heart skipped a beat as he rushed downstairs to answer the call. Is Nian girl there? The factory manager Wu's voice was serious, making Tang Manin even more anxious, and cold sweat poured out again. He stammered, yes, she just arrived. Bring everyone to my office. The police are here. Police? Tang Manin felt dizzy and almost fell over. This is bad. The police must be here to arrest Lu Jin and Nian girl. No. He had to take his niece and escape back to the village where it would be safe. He Jisheng is dead. The police want to ask Nian girl about it. Don't worry, it's just a procedure. Wu's tone was filled with barely concealed excitement. When he heard the police say He Jisheng was dead, he almost sent his secretary to set off firecrackers in celebration. Finally, heaven has opened its eyes and gotten rid of that troublemaker, He Jisheng.
Dead.
Tang Manin mechanically repeated the factory manager's words, his soul floating away. How could he be dead? Could it be that Nian girl did it? No, what a bad thought. Tang Manin quickly pushed away the inappropriate thoughts. Nian girl is just a little girl. There's no way she could kill someone.
Absolutely impossible.
Manager, I'll bring people over right away. Tang Manin forced himself to calm down, and soon he felt happy again. With He Jisheng dead, his niece was safe, and he wouldn't have to go back to Tang Village to farm. His job was secure. Excited, Tang Manin felt a tickle in his throat and wanted to sing a song. But he held it in. After all, He Jisheng was dead, and he couldn't appear too happy. He needed to be more restrained. Tang Manin jogged back upstairs, returned to his room, closed the door mysteriously, and whispered, He Jisheng is dead, and the police are asking us questions.
Dead? How did he die?
Tang Nian Nian showed appropriate shock, her eyes wide in disbelief, saying, impossible. We had dinner together last night. Director, he was lively and well. It's true. Manager Wu heard it from the police. Hurry to the manager's office. Tang Manin was also curious about how He Jisheng died. His heart was itching to know. How could a healthy person suddenly die? Could it really be that heaven opened its eyes and struck down that jerk? Except for Tang Dan, they all went to the manager's office. Manager Wu was receiving the police, who were actually acquaintances, Wei Zhongcheng and his colleagues. Upon seeing Shen Xiao, Wei Zhongcheng's eyes flickered. He had a rough idea of what was going on, but the necessary procedures still had to be followed. He received a call from the director at 5 in the morning, already knowing that He Ji-sheng was dead, and it was particularly gruesome, discovered by He Ji-sheng's subordinates. Wei Zhongcheng was initially very angry about being disturbed early in the morning, even if it was the director. He wanted to scold someone. But upon hearing that He Ji-sheng was dead, his anger vanished, and he happily went with his colleagues to investigate. Even though he and his colleagues were used to crime scenes, seeing the gruesome state of He Ji-sheng and Qi Guohua was still hard to bear. The room was filled with shredded flesh and blood. The two corpses were unrecognizable. Blood pooled everywhere, and it left deep footprints when stepped on. He Ji-sheng and Qi Guohua's faces were mangled, but He Ji-sheng's features were too distinct to miss. It took some time for Wei Zhongcheng to piece together Qi Guohua's remains, but he managed to recognize him. The coroner privately told him that the two deceased had engaged in love activity before their deaths, and the cause of death was a dog bite to the neck artery, leading to excessive blood loss. Just like He Fei-sheng's way of dying. The coroner said meaningfully, because he had smelled that familiar scent on the bodies. But he didn't say anything. He hadn't eaten meat in a long time and was hungry, lacking the energy to speak. Wei Zhongcheng exchanged knowing glances with him and sighed. Owning a dog requires caution. Exactly, especially with large breeds. They can be very dangerous. The coroner wholeheartedly agreed. The two smiled at each other, understanding everything without words. Wei Zhongcheng initially wanted to close the case like this, but after informing the director angrily threw his teacup at him, which Wei Zhongcheng dodged. The director scolded him. Another dog bite death? Do you think everyone is as easy to fool as I am? You need to investigate this case thoroughly. Everyone who had contact with He Ji-sheng before his death must be questioned, and we need to find out where Zhou Siren went. If it weren't for the big shot Zhou Siren, the director would have wanted to close the case as a dog bite, but he couldn't. Zhou Siren had connections all over Zhou City, and the director had received word. Now that Zhou Siren had mysteriously disappeared, how could he explain this to the Zhou family? This case had to be investigated. At least 10 days to half a month needed to pass, and all necessary procedures must be completed, and all alibis found before he could report back to the Zhou family. So, Wei Zhongcheng had no choice but to take his colleagues to the Hongxing factory to follow the procedures with Tang Mianyan. Sit down, don't be nervous. Just answer truthfully to the police comrades. They won't wrong good comrades. Manager Wu said seriously. Tang Manyan's legs felt weak. He got nervous seeing uniformed people and felt the urge to pee. Fortunately, Tang Jianguo was there to support him, so he managed to hold on. Everyone sat down one by one, and Wei Zhongcheng finally said, "Don't be nervous. I'm here to understand the situation. You should know that He Ji-sheng is dead, and so is Qi Guohua." "That jerk is dead?" Tang Man-yin exclaimed in surprise, but quickly wilted, lowering his head and not daring to speak again, while internally thanking heaven. "Thank you, God, for finally opening your eyes. Please keep it up." Tang Mianyan raised an eyebrow, her expression slightly surprised. Shen Xiao remained expressionless, sitting up straight. Tang Jiangua and Tang Lujin both looked astonished. Wei Zhongcheng noted their expressions carefully. Manager Wu provided them with an office as a temporary questioning room. Wei Zhongcheng and his colleagues began asking questions one by one, starting with Tang Man-yin. Tang Man-yin entered the room with shaky legs, only daring to sit on the edge of the chair, sweat dripping from his forehead and his voice trembling. "I don't know how He Ji-sheng died. It has nothing to do with me.
I was sleeping at home last night."
Wei Zhongcheng asked a few questions and then let the person go. Someone so timid wouldn't be able to commit murder, even if given a knife. He definitely isn't the killer. The crime scene was extremely bloody, indicating that the murderer was very cold-hearted and bold, and not a novice. Tang Man-yin was definitely not involved. Next, he called in Tang Jianguo, Tang Lujin, and Director Wu, all of whom were ruled out by Wei Zhongcheng. Then came Tang Mianyan. "I did have dinner with Director He last night. Chi Guohua was there too, but he didn't sit at the table. He was downstairs cleaning up dog mess. Zhou Siren was there, but I ignored him because we don't get along. Tang Mianyan spoke only the truth. Absolutely true. Why did He Jisheng contact you? Wei Zhongqing asked. He had arrested my sister, so I went to negotiate. Luckily, Director, he is a reasonable person, and the misunderstanding was cleared up quickly. He even treated me to dinner, which was quite good, especially the crabs. I ate 6, but it upset my stomach. It wasn't the crabs that caused it. It was the persimmons I ate after returning to the guest house that gave me food poisoning. I ended up going to the hospital in the middle of the night for medicine. Tang Mianyan spoke freely, recounting everything like a diary. You went to the hospital last night? What time? Wei Zhongqing asked. Tang Mianyan tilted her head, thought seriously for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know. I was in so much pain, I didn't check the time. Shen Xiao should know. He took me to the hospital. Wei Zhongqing looked at her closely. This girl is not simple. Her alibi is flawless. Comrade police, did He Jisheng and Chi Guohua really die? How did they die? Tang Mianyan asked with curiosity, bombarding him with questions. The details of the case cannot be disclosed.
You can leave now.
Wei Zhongqing dismissed her. Who could know better than this girl how they died? If he guessed correctly, Tang Mianyan and Xin Xiao were both present when He Jisheng and Chi Guohua died, and only left after they had passed away. The last one was Xin Xiao. At 12:01 a.m., Mianyan knocked on my door, saying her stomach hurt. The guest house staff was very helpful and took us to the hospital. We returned to the guest house at 12:20 a.m. Xin Xiao stated the time precisely. Wei Zhongqing and his colleagues didn't ask him why he remembered the time so clearly. Shen Zhao's military uniform explained everything. Wei Zhongqing asked a few more questions, and Shen Xiao answered them. As for Zhou Siren, he replied, I don't know where he went. We don't have a good relationship. After finishing his questions, Wei Zhongqing went to the guest house to ask the staff and the doctor on duty from last night. It was around midnight. I can't remember exactly. The girl in room 206 had food poisoning and was in a lot of pain. Her boyfriend carried her to the hospital. Yes, I took them there. The boyfriend even wrote me a thank you note. You can see it. The staff proudly showed them the guest book, flipping to the page where Xin Xiao had written. Then they went to the hospital. The girl from last night? I remember her. It was around midnight. I was asleep when I was woken up. She was quite pretty, and her boyfriend brought her in. He is in the military and is quite dark-skinned. The girl didn't pay attention to what she was eating. How could she eat crabs and persimmons together? Luckily, nothing serious happened. They make a nice couple, very well matched, though the guy is a bit dark. The doctor rambled on, but his words confirmed that Tang Mianyan and Xin Xiao had indeed gone to the hospital last night. Moreover, the guest house staff confirmed that Tang Mianyan and Xin Xiao had been at the guest house the whole time, going out a few times to use the restroom and asking for hot water. According to the staff's testimony, Tang Mianyan and Xin Xiao had no time to go to He Jisheng's place to commit the crime. Wei Zhongqing returned to report to the director. He Jisheng's time of death was around 11:30 p.m. He was tortured for at least 3 hours before that, meaning the killer was there by 8:30 p.m. But at 8:15 p.m., the staff said Tang Mianyan and Xin Xiao had just returned to the guest house. They couldn't have been in 2 places at once. But isn't Xin Xiao the one who drives? If he drove, the time could be shorter, the director questioned. The staff said Xin Xiao's car was parked out front the whole time and only left when Tang Mianyan's stomach hurt, and they went to the hospital. Wei Zhongqing replied truthfully. He was also puzzled. According to these timelines, the two indeed had no time to commit the crime. Yet he was certain that the culprits were Tang Mianyan and Xin Xiao. Could they have grown wings and flown over? No matter how hard Wei Zhongqing thought, he couldn't imagine that Tang Mianyan had a car in her space that could get from the guest house to He Jisheng's place in less than 10 minutes. The director asked for more details to confirm that Tang Mianyan and Xin Xiao were really not present, his face wrinkling in frustration. This case is truly strange. Boss, I've written the case report. Wei Zhongqing said loudly. Get lost. The director waved his hand irritably. Wei Zhongqing turned and left to write the report. The cause of death was from being bitten by vicious dogs. As for Zhou Siren's whereabouts, he didn't know. A living person with 2 legs is hard to keep track of. Besides, the Zhou family didn't ask him to watch over anyone. It wasn't his concern. The news of He Jisheng and Qi Guohua's deaths spread quickly the next day, with everyone discussing it in the streets and alleys. When He Fashing died, I said those 2 dogs would cause trouble sooner or later, and look, it came true. I say, good job. They deserved it. So keep it down. What are you afraid of? They're already dead. Most people were pleased with He Jisheng's death, and some even wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. As for Qi Guohua, nobody knew him, but they knew he died disgracefully. The other one seems to be He Jisheng's mistress. My cousin has a relative in the police, and I found out all the details. These 2 are quite the couple. Quick, tell me how they were a couple? Don't rush me. Let me explain slowly. Those with police relatives excitedly shared what they knew, even if it wasn't much. But that didn't stop them from using their imagination to make the bloody case sound vivid, satisfying the crowd's thirst for gossip. The news of Qi Guohua's death quickly reached Tang Village, with the team leader being the first to know. After all, the Qi family was gone, except for the married Qi Guoxiu. When the police called the village committee, the team leader answered. Upon hearing that Qi Guohua had died, his first reaction was to smile broadly. Heaven truly has eyes. Boss, the Qi family has no one left, just a married daughter in another village. I'll inform her to collect the ashes. The team leader reported the Qi family's situation honestly, and the police recalled that the recent massacre involved the Qi family. Even the police, used to seeing crime scenes, were shocked by the Qi family's tragedy. In just a month, the entire family had perished. Had they offended the heavens? The captain called the village of Qi Guoxiu again, asking the village captain to inform her to come to the city to collect her brother's ashes. He wouldn't get involved in anything else. He still had to share the good news with his aunt. Old Lady Tang was working in the workshop, hands behind her back, looking serious, her eyes sharper than an eagle's, watching the operators of 30 sock machines closely. No one could sneak out even a single thread under her watch. The captain called her outside. The workshop was noisy with machine sounds, making it hard to hear. Dead? How did he die? Old Lady Tang raised her voice, excitement all over her face. They say a dog bit him to death, and there was hardly any good flesh left on him. The captain was a bit skeptical. What kind of dog was that fierce? Could it be fiercer than the yellow dog raised by Nian Nian? Heaven has opened its eyes. Good job, dog. Bite that jerk to death. Old Lady Tang slapped her thigh hard, not hiding her joy. Recently, Heaven had been quite good to her. She wouldn't complain about it being blind anymore. Delighted, Old Lady Tang returned to the workshop, sharing the good news with everyone. Let the dog bite him to death and eat his heart and lungs.
Wow.
Heaven really has opened its eyes. Old Lady Tang added some details, shocking the people in the workshop. Had the Qi family offended the King of Hell? Otherwise, how could they all be dead? And in such a tragic way? Thank goodness, Nian Nian broke off the engagement with the Qi family. Anyone close to such a disaster would be unlucky. Someone remarked. Exactly. Tang Mantian used to live next to the Qi family, and nothing ever went right for him. After moving away, everything went smoothly. Shuzhen, don't you agree? The woman named Shuzhen was Tang Mantian's daughter-in-law, and also a worker in the sock factory. I started working at the sock factory as soon as we moved. My sister-in-law couldn't get pregnant for 2 years, but she just found out she's expecting. The Qi family was a jinx for us. It's good they're all dead. Heaven really has opened its eyes. Shuzhen expressed her anger, showing no sympathy for the Qi family's demise. If they had known the Qi family was so unlucky, they would have moved long ago. Maybe they would be living better now. And Nian Nian, after breaking off the engagement with Qi Guohua, got a job with a salary of 98 bucks. It must have been Qi Guohua who was jinxing her, someone pointed out. Old Lady Tang's expression changed slightly. She slapped her thigh hard and cursed, That jinx Chi Guohua deserved to be bitten to death by a dog. If it weren't for being engaged to that disaster, her granddaughter might have already become a permanent worker, and their family could be living a good life by now. Thank goodness the Chi family is gone. With that family of jinxes out of the way, our Tang village will surely get better, and we can eat meat every day. Exactly. It will definitely be better than Zhou village. Everyone was filled with confidence about the future and stopped discussing it, diving back into their work. They wanted to make big money, eat meat every day, and live a better life. As for the Qi family, if they were dead, so be it. No one cared about Qi Guohua's death, and no one sighed for him, except for Qi Guoxiu. She received the captain's notice from the village and was stunned. The last time she felt this way was when she heard about her parents' and sister's deaths. She hadn't recovered from that grief when she was hit with the news of Qi Guohua's death. Confused, Qi Guoxiu, accompanied by her husband, went to the city to collect her brother's ashes. In the evening, she arrived at Tang village. While at the police station, she overheard some gossip that her brother's death seemed to be related to Tang Nian Nian. It was that wretched Tang Nian Nian again. Furious, Qi Guoxiu held the urn and stormed into Tang village, wanting to confront Tang Nian Nian. Tang Nian Nian, you shameless girl.
Come out.
You killed my brother, and you still have the nerve to live? How could you be so cruel? You broke off the engagement and took the money, yet you still wanted to harm Guohua. Are you even human? It was evening, and every household was cooking. Qi Guoxiu stood at the Tang family's door, shouting angrily while holding the urn. Her shouting quickly attracted a large crowd, with many people gathering to watch, some even holding bowls of food. What's going on? Did Nian Nian kill Qi Guohua? Didn't they say he was bitten by a dog? Don't listen to Qi Guoxiu's nonsense. The police said he was bitten by a dog, and it has nothing to do with Nian Nian. The crowd was very clear-headed. They only believed the police. They certainly didn't believe Qi Guoxiu's claims. Moreover, Tang Nian Nian ran a sock factory and was leading them toward a better life. She was a great contributor to Tang village, while Qi Guoxiu, an outsider, was nothing. Tang Nian Nian wasn't home. She was still in the city. But it didn't matter. Old Lady Tang was there. Old Lady Tang was stoking the fire when she heard the shouting. She immediately grabbed a fire poker and came out, followed by Su Jinfeng, Xian Jinju, Tang Manjin, and Zhu Jin. Tang Mantong had been out on business for several days and hadn't returned. Try shouting again and see what happens. Qi Guohua, that jinx, must have had sores on his head and pus on his feet to be chased and bitten by a dog. The police said he was bitten by a dog. It has nothing to do with my Nian Nian. Qi Guoxiu, if you want to extort money, you should know your own worth. I'm not afraid of you. Old Lady Tang was full of energy and intimidating. Although she wasn't taller than Qi Guoxiu, her presence instantly overshadowed her. It was definitely Tang Nian Nian who harmed Guohua. I heard it myself. You heartless family will have no good end. May heaven strike you with lightning. Devastated, Qi Guoxiu gained some courage and dared to argue back with Old Lady Tang. With only herself left in the family, she had to seek justice for her brother and make the Tang family pay. At least $200. Heaven will strike you first, you disaster. Who's the heartless one here? Qi Guohua, that shameless man, was messing around and harmed my Nian Nian. Heaven saw it all and sent 2 dogs to bite him to death. If I were there, I would have thrown in some salt and chili powder. Old Lady Tang jumped up, cursing without taking a breath, not giving Qi Guoxiu a chance to respond, while poking her with the fire poker. Frightened, Qi Guoxiu kept backing away, accidentally tripping over a stone and falling to the ground, dropping the urn, and the gray powder spilled everywhere.
Bah!
The bones of the dead are spilled at my doorstep. Qi Guoxiu, you heartless disaster. You'll have pus in your head and sores on your feet, and you'll never eat 3 dishes in your life. You won't have a good death, and when you die, you won't even be able to afford a coffin. Old Lady Tang continued her relentless tirade, cursing Qi Guoxiu until she rolled her eyes and nearly fainted. In the end, it was Qi Guoxiu's husband who picked up the ashes from the ground, mixed in a lot of dirt, and haphazardly put them back in the box, dragging Qi Guoxiu away. He couldn't afford to provoke such a fierce old woman from the Tang family. Guohua, you died unjustly. Heaven, open your eyes. We're being bullied to death. Why won't you open your eyes? Qi Guoxiu's cries echoed in the distance. Old Lady Tang's face darkened as she put her hands on her hips and ran to the yard gate, shouting in the direction they were leaving, Heaven, please open your eyes. Let your whole family die out. You better live well. Otherwise, no one will remember your Qi family down there. The old lady actually wanted to say that on Qingming Festival, there wouldn't even be anyone to burn paper for them, but she quickly realized and changed her words. Now, they say not to burn paper money because it's feudal superstition. She couldn't let anyone catch her on that. Qi Guoxiu, scolded until her face turned pale, nearly fainted again. She tightly held the urn, her eyes filled with hatred, wishing that the Tang family would also perish, leaving not a single one behind. Unfortunately, heaven wouldn't open its eyes. Tang Nian was unaware that Qi Guoxiu had caused trouble in Tang village. She and Xin Xiao were still in the county town, where Xin Xiao had 4 days off. The deaths of He Jisheng and Qi Guohua stirred quite a commotion in Zhucheng. While no one discussed it openly, various stories circulated privately. The most popular version was, did you know? The man who died with He Jisheng was his lover. I heard they were bitten by 2 starving dogs. If it weren't for the dogs, why didn't they escape? They must have been trapped. At the entrance of an alley, several men and women animatedly discussed the events, speaking as if they had witnessed it all. TSK. He Jisheng is so ugly, yet he had such good fortune. Are you jealous? Do you want to get involved? Shut up. I'm a grown man and I have a wife. The group burst into laughter, their voices echoing far away. Tang Nian and Xin Xiao happened to pass by the alley, and they heard every word clearly. Tang Nian raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the crude remarks. Xin Xiao remained expressionless. As a veteran from the army, he was used to hearing such talk. Where to? Tang Nian asked. There wasn't much to see in Zhucheng. The department store had limited and outdated goods. Unless she needed essential supplies, she usually didn't go shopping. Let's go back to the manor, Xin Xiao replied. He had no desire to wander. He wanted to spend time with Nian in their private space, just the two of them without any interruptions. They returned to the guest house, where Xin Xiao still had 2 days off. They mostly stayed in their space. Xin Xiao was busy harvesting crops and farming, while Tang Nian admired the gems he had brought, filling a large box. Each gem sparkled beautifully. The two enjoyed their time in the manor, but the outside world was not peaceful. Wei Zhongcheng, after pleading with the director, agreed to find out what Xin Xiao and Tang Nian knew. He sympathized with the director, who was bombarded with calls from the Zhou family in the capital. Zhou's siren had been missing for 2 days, and there was no news. Wei Zhongcheng searched all the places Zhou's siren might have gone but found nothing. It was as if he had vanished from the earth. He had no choice but to go to the guest house, hoping Xin Xiao would share some clues. If Zhou's siren wasn't found soon, the director's position would likely be in jeopardy. In their space, Xin Xiao could hear what was happening outside. When he heard a knock on the door, he stepped out, his face dark and his body cold. He and Nian were enjoying their time together. Opening the door, Wei Zhongqing stepped back, feeling the chill radiating from Xin Xiao. What do you want? Xin Xiao asked impatiently, only opening the door halfway. If it wasn't urgent, he would close it immediately. Let's talk inside, Wei Zhongqing said, pushing the door open and entering, taking a seat. Xin Xiao remained standing, waiting for him to get to the point. Zhou's siren has been missing for 2 days, Wei Zhongqing said, observing Xin Xiao's expression. Not my problem, Xin Xiao replied flatly, not even raising an eyebrow. Wei Zhongqing admired his composure. No wonder he was so sought after by various military districts. It really isn't your problem, but could you help your old buddy out by pointing me in the right direction? If we don't find this Zhou young master soon, my director's position will be at risk, he said half-jokingly, with a double meaning. He knew Xin Xiao understood. Only Shen Xiao and Tang Nian knew where Zhou Siren was. His feet are on him. Who knows where he went? He might come back on his own in a few days. Why are you in such a hurry? Shen Xiao coldly replied, walking to the door and opening it with a look of disdain. All right, I won't disturb you two lovebirds anymore, Wei Zhongqing said, relieved to have his answer, and he got up to leave. As he reached the door, he gave Shen Xiao a hearty pat on the shoulder and winked. Take it easy on Tang Nian. She's still young.
Get lost.
Shen Xiao kicked Wei Zhongqing out the door and slammed it shut, showing no regard. Wei Zhongqing grinned, rubbed his backside, and silently cursed the closed door. What a disrespectful brat, putting in so much effort. Back to work. Wei Zhongqing called to his colleagues as he reached the bottom of the guest house. Aren't we looking for Zhou Siren anymore? One colleague asked, confused. Just go back when I say so. No need for questions. Wei Zhongqing snapped, glaring at him. He quickly rode off, and his colleague, puzzled for a moment, followed suit. He always listened to his captain. Back at the police station, the director was on the phone with the Zhou family. We're looking into it. There's still no news. Sir, could Zhou Siren have gone off to have fun? Maybe you should check with his close friends? The director struggled to keep his impatience in check, trying to sound respectful, but he was nearly crushing his pen. Director Guan, Siren went missing under your watch. Is this how you report to me? I can guarantee that his disappearance is definitely related to Tang Nian and Shen Xiao. If you arrest them for questioning, you'll find out where he is. The elder Zhou, usually composed, was now very agitated. Two of his most valued grandsons were in trouble, one injured and in the hospital, the other missing without a trace. Even the elder Zhou, used to storms, couldn't stay calm and openly threatened the director. Director Guan's expression darkened, and his smile vanished. He replied sternly, Sir, arrests require evidence. As the director, I must hold myself to a higher standard. Tang Nian is from a poor family, and Shen Xiao is a military officer. They haven't broken any laws, so I have no reason to arrest them. That would be illegal. Tang Nian is a capitalist's daughter, and Shen Xiao is also from a wealthy family. Guan Zhengsheng, have you grown wings? Are you ignoring my orders? The elder Zhou's tone turned icy, and Director Guan, a former soldier, had once served under him. Sir, Zhengsheng wouldn't dare, but everything must be based on evidence. There's currently no proof that Tang Nian is a capitalist's daughter. Her records are clean. Her grandfather was a hero in the war, and as for Shen Xiao, he is an active-duty officer. If there were issues with his background, how did he pass the political review? The director countered logically, a mocking smile on his lips. The Zhou family had good intentions, wanting him to take the risks while they reaped the benefits. He wasn't that foolish. Besides, Zhou Siren's disappearance was not his concern. The Zhou family never said he had to keep an eye on Zhou Siren 24/7. If they had, he would have tied Zhou Siren to the police station and not let him move an inch. On the other end of the line, Old Man Zhou was furious, his face turning pale and his breathing heavy. He slowly calmed down, realizing that the people he once commanded had now grown strong and no longer listened to him. People come and go, and without a position in the army, what respect can an old man without power expect? He could only blame his two sons for being useless. He had hoped that his grandson, Zhou Siling, could take the Zhou family further, but now he had been ruined by Shen Xiao. Old Man Zhou clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. He would never let Shen Xiao and Tang Nian go. Xiao Guan, I am no longer your old leader, just a worried grandfather. Please help me find my grandson. I beg you. Old Man Zhou softened his tone, his voice hoarse and sorrowful. Director Guan felt a pang of sympathy and didn't want to argue anymore. He said, Chief, I have been searching. Everyone in the department is out looking, but Zhu Qing isn't too big or too small, so it's not easy to find him. I suggest you ask Zhou Siren's friends. They might have some news. No need to ask anyone else. Tang Nian and Shen Xiao definitely know. You should ask them. The topic returned, and Director Guan frowned. He knew very well that Zhou Siren's disappearance was related to these two, but the case of He Jisheng was closed. It was just a dog attack. If he went after these two again, wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face? Moreover, attributing He Jisheng's death to two dogs was the easiest solution. Deep down, Director Guan actually hoped He Jisheng would die sooner rather than later. Who would want to waste time investigating such a scoundrel? Chief, Shen Xiao and Tang Nianyan had alibis that night, and there's more than one. They are not connected to this case. Everything needs evidence. I can't call them in illegally. Although Director Guan's voice was gentle, his tone was firm. One wrong step leads to more mistakes. Since He Jisheng and Qiguohua were killed by dogs, Zhou Siren's disappearance must naturally have nothing to do with Tang Nianyan and Shen Xiao.
Bang!
Old man Zhou slammed the phone down, and a series of beeping sounds followed. Director Guan moved the receiver away and rubbed his ear. Getting older, and his temper is getting worse. He doesn't understand self-care at all. Director Guan muttered to himself, snorted, and shouted at the door. What are you standing there for? Get in here. The door opened immediately, and Wei Zhongcheng walked in. Director Guan rolled his eyes at him. He'll be back in a few days. Don't worry. Wei Zhongcheng reassured his boss. He had just overheard a bit at the door. His boss was under a lot of pressure, taking it all on himself while also being challenged by subordinates like him. With pressure from above and below, it was no wonder Director Guan was losing his hair so quickly. This job was not for the faint-hearted. Wei Zhongcheng's attitude was unusually calm, not as rebellious as before. Did you take the wrong medicine? Director Guan felt a bit uneasy. This kid usually had a terrible attitude during reports. Why was he so gentle today? Was he planning something big to surprise him? Thinking this, Director Guan couldn't sit still, his heart racing. He quickly said, Wei Zhongcheng, you better behave and not cause trouble. If you mess up again, I'll let you take over as director, and I'll go home to grow sweet potatoes. Whoever wants to take it can have it. I'm done. Zhou Siren will be back in a few days. I'm leaving. Wei Zhongcheng rolled his eyes. He had no desire to be the director. The higher-ups were all a pain, and he couldn't handle their tempers. Really coming back? Director Guan asked anxiously. He hoped Zhou Siren would return safely. Even if something happened, he preferred it not to occur on his turf. As long as it happened outside Zhucheng, it wouldn't be his problem. He was truly tired of dealing with the Zhou family's calls. They were driving him crazy. Wei Zhongcheng was already at the door when he turned back and gave Director Guan an eye roll. Director Guan felt relieved, sitting back comfortably, his mood lifting. It must be Shen Xiao and Wei Zhongcheng who said Zhou Siren would be back in a few days. He could report back to the Zhou family. Night fell. Both the countryside and the city were asleep, silent as the grave. The doctors and nurses at the mental hospital were also asleep. In the secret base on the 4th floor, there were over a dozen people, all patients from the mental hospital, both men and women, led by 2 individuals from the 3rd and 4th floors. They surrounded Zhou Siren, curiously examining him. He's a little devil. Let's take him down. A woman in her 50s suddenly shouted, her eyes filled with anger and hatred as she looked at Zhou Siren. Shu, keep it down. Don't wake the little devil. The other patients glared at the woman. The little devil they referred to were the doctors and nurses. The mental hospital was a prison where the little devils held them captive. They were brave warriors, following the lead of the 2 individuals from the 3rd and 4th floors. Zhou Siren looked at the people in fear. They all seemed unhinged. He didn't know where he was, but the situation was definitely dire. He needed to find a way to escape and notify his grandfather.
Woo.
Zhou Siren wanted to say he was from the Zhou family, not a little devil, but his tongue was gone, and he couldn't make a complete sound. Moreover, the wounds on his body had only been roughly treated by Tang Nianyan and were starting to get infected. The little devil is unrepentant. Let's punish him. Tiger bench. Chilly water. Finger stabbing. Dig out his eyes.
Clamp him.
The patients shouted ideas, and Zhou Siren's eyes filled with fear. He had heard of these punishments. They were methods used by the 76th unit. How did these people know? Not only did they know, but they also had tools. gathering them in no time. Pliers, chili water, electric stove, bamboo sticks, iron nails, hammers, whips. A variety of tools made Zhou Siren's heart sink. He struggled desperately, trying to escape. But his tendons were severed, his limbs weak, and having not eaten for 2 days, even if his limbs were fine, he wouldn't have the strength to escape. The little devil is resisting. Let's show him what we can do. The third-floor leader had a cold expression, his eyes bright with excitement. The fourth-floor leader immediately handed him a bamboo stick. The others stepped back, eagerly watching. Everything happening in this room was unknown to the doctors and nurses, and the heavy curtains blocked all light, ensuring no one would discover them. The third-floor leader picked up the bamboo stick, grabbed Zhou Siren's left hand, and poked it through his index finger.
Stab. Stab.
Stab the little devil to death. Everyone became excited at once, especially the earlier woman, whose eyes sparkled with eagerness to personally punish the little devil. Zhou Siren had a cloth stuffed in his mouth, and the piercing pain made his face contort, cold sweat pouring down. On the third floor, Xiao'er continued to slowly insert another bamboo stick, her 10 fingers filled with them. Zhou Siren fainted from the pain and was awakened again. After several rounds, he was like someone pulled from water, a puddle of sweat forming on the ground. Tang Nian Nian, Shen Xiao. Zhou Siren's eyes were filled with hatred as he silently vowed to repay the humiliation he suffered today 100-fold to these 2 despicable people. Really useless. On the 4th floor, Xiao'er kicked him, and Zhou Siren lay still like a corpse.
Whip him.
The other patients, still not satisfied, handed over a small whip, which had barbs on it. Don't rush. The organization said not to kill him. Let's feed him something first. Xiao'er calmly took out a milk candy, which was the activity Fun Tang Nian Nian had given him. He looked at it reluctantly, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into Zhou Siren's mouth. The milk candy was sweet and fragrant. Zhou Siren greedily sucked on it, and the pain in his body eased a little. He opened his eyes and scanned the faces of these people, memorizing them all. He would definitely take revenge. After Zhou Siren finished the milk candy, the second punishment began with the small whip. The one operating it was a woman who hated the little devils. She held the whip, looking at Zhou Siren like a wolf eyeing a sheep, and couldn't wait to raise the whip, using all her strength to strike him hard. I'll kill you, you darned little devil. I'll kill you, you son of a dog. With each strike, the woman cursed the little devils, and Zhou Siren's body quickly became a bloody mess. The woman grew tired and went to rest, and another man took over. He was not interested in the whip. He preferred chili water. My super spicy chili water can kill an elephant. The man, wearing glasses and with a serious expression, was the one the director mentioned, who had almost blown up the hospital with explosives. He was a well-known scientific madman with a strong desire for knowledge and exceptional practical skills. Zhou Siren's body twitched, and his eyes filled with fear. He wanted to go home. He didn't want to stay here any longer. These people were devils who would kill him. Woo-woo. Chilly water was splashed on his bruised body, causing Zhou Siren to convulse violently, making muffled sounds, and the ground was soaked with blood. The scientific madman observed Zhou Siren's reaction with disappointment, muttering to himself, "No, the formula is wrong. I'll try another one." Saying this, he walked away as if the people around him didn't exist. The others ignored him and continued to focus on Zhou Siren. As night deepened, the wild party in this room continued until dawn. They experimented on Zhou Siren with bamboo sticks, whips, chili water, and red-hot iron tongs. Zhou Siren was tortured to the brink of death, barely hanging on. During the day, he had his rest time because the doctors and nurses were around and the patients couldn't spare time to care for him. Night was their time to revel. The Zhou family searched frantically for him but found no news. Helpless, old Master Zhou sent another grandson to join the Liu family in Zhucheng, both to find Zhou Siren and to seek treasure. This grandson, Zhou Siming, was Zhou Xiliang's older brother, but due to his weak health since childhood, old Master Zhou didn't value him much, and he pursued an academic path. The Lu family happened to be coming to Zhucheng to collect the ashes of their daughter Lu Jinglan. Old Master Zhou secretly met Lu Jinglan's father and gave him instructions, which Lu's father naturally followed. As for Lu Jinglan's death, her father didn't mourn for long. The Lu family had more than one daughter. He had more capable daughters. As long as they could connect with the Zhou family, the Lu family would surely prosper. Shun Zhao's vacation ended, and Tang Nian made him a lot of jerky. The pigs she raised in her space had grown, and she slaughtered one, making over 10 pounds of jerky, along with some sweet potato chips, packing a large bag for him. She also included some new weapons for him to take. Nian, my uncle wants to meet you. Shun Xiao returned to the military district at night, reluctant to leave, wishing he could take Nian back to Hu City. Next month we can go to Hu City, be good. Tang Nian comfortingly patted his face. He was getting more clingy, like a big wolf dog. Shun Zhao's eyes lit up. It was late May, and next month would be here soon. My uncle's health has improved a lot after drinking this spiritual spring water. Shun Zhao's eyes sparkled as he hugged Tang Nian, whispering in her ear. His uncle, Fu Qinghan, had suffered a lot under his stepmother when he was young. One year, on a snowy day, that cruel stepmother punished him by making him kneel in the snow for several hours. He caught a chill, and since then, his health had been poor, often needing medicine and suffering from illness with the changing seasons. After drinking Nian's spiritual spring water, Fu Qinghan's health improved significantly, and he had a very good impression of Tang Nian, whom he had yet to meet. Next month we can finally meet. Let's hurry. Tang Nian hugged the big wolf dog and pushed him away mercilessly. If she hugged him any longer, it would be dawn. She opened the car door and jumped out. I'm leaving. Shun Xiao started the car and leaned out the window, waving at Tang Nian. Go ahead. Tang Nian waved back, not saying anything sentimental. Neither she nor Shun Xiao was the type to be overly affectionate or say sweet words. Just thinking about it made her feel embarrassed. The car drove further away, quickly disappearing into the night. Tang Nian yawned and returned to the guest house to sleep. Tomorrow, she still had to meet with Brother Ba, the boss Zhou from Wu City. She was supposed to meet him, but then something happened to Zhou Lu Jin. Boss Zhou was quite understanding, letting her handle her family matters first, saying the machine could wait. After a night of good dreams, Tang Nian got up, washed up, and rode her bike to Brother Ba's place, where Boss Zhou was staying. Boss Zhou was about the same age as Tang Mantong, not very tall and of ordinary looks, but he was clearly a shrewd person and very strong, having come from the sugar-pulling gang that traveled around. Without good health, one couldn't handle the tough job of transporting goods over mountains and rivers, sometimes even needing to sleep outdoors. Most people couldn't endure this work. Miss Tang, I've heard so much about you.
I'm Zhou Guoqing.
When Boss Zhou saw Tang Nian, his eyes brightened with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure and extended his hand generously.
Hello.
Tang Nian shook his hand, skipping the small talk and directly asking to see the machine. Zhou Guoqing appreciated her straightforwardness and smiled, saying, I've heard Brother Ba say that Miss Tang is smart and capable, even better than men. Today I see it's true. You can praise me all you want, but I won't miss out on the benefits. Tang Nian said seriously. She didn't like flattery, finding it a bit cheesy. Moreover, she always felt that those who flatter her must be looking for something in return. Zhou Guoqing was momentarily stunned and then chuckled. No wonder the elder brother said that Tang Nian was different from ordinary girls. She couldn't be treated in the usual way. Miss Tang, as long as you can fix the machines, we can cooperate to run a factory. You handle the technology and take 30% of the shares. How does that sound? Zhou Guoqing was flexible. Since Tang Nian preferred straightforwardness, he decided to be direct as well. 40%. Tang Nian's tone left no room for refusal. Zhou Guoqing frowned. 40% was too much. I not only have the technology, but also new designs. You won't lose out with 40%. Tang Nian took out a shiny hairpin from her pocket. It was the simplest style she found in her space, and the craftsmanship was very basic. With current technology, it was no problem to produce. Zhou Guoqing's eyes lit up, staring intently at the hairpin. Excitedly, he asked Miss Tang, "Did you make this?" "Just a little test," Tang Nian said confidently, showing no signs of insecurity. She had many more hairpins and accessories in her space, enough to keep a factory running for decades. Zhou Guoqing examined the hairpin closely. Having worked in a hairpin factory before, he was very familiar with the craftsmanship and immediately recognized that this beautiful hairpin was not complicated to make. His factory could produce it. The key was the design. No wonder Tang Nian dared to ask for 40%. This girl truly had the confidence. "This is just the simplest one. There are many more." Tang Nian pointed at the hairpin in Zhou Guoqing's hand, feeling quite proud. Zhou Guoqing's eyes sparkled even more, and without thinking too long, he agreed, "All right, 40% shares." If Tang Nian was involved, he was confident they could make the hairpin business big and strong, breaking into the global market. He, Zhou Guoqing, would definitely become the king of hairpins in the world. Tang Nian was very pleased with his decisiveness. She liked dealing with straightforward people. The machines were already cleaned up in the backyard. Zhou Guoqing also brought the blueprints. After a quick look, Tang Nian took out her tools, powered them up, and began checking the wiring one by one. The elder brother and Zhou Guoqing stood by, not daring to make a sound, afraid of disturbing her. Half an hour passed. Tang Nian stopped and said, "It can be fixed." Zhou Guoqing's face lit up with joy, eagerly asking, "How long will it take to fix?" "About 2 days."
How many can you get?
6 machines. After Zhou Guoqing spoke, he worried that Tang Nian might think it was too few, so he quickly added, 6 machines are enough. The factory I worked at before only had a dozen machines, and that was sufficient. Tang Nian did think it was a bit few, but it was okay, they could start small and grow strong. The main focus will be on exports. We'll participate in the Canton Fair to secure export shares. Tang Nian remembered that there were trade fairs even in the 1950s, specifically for exports. Customers came from overseas, and even during turbulent years, the Canton Fair continued, holding 2 sessions a year, one in spring and one in autumn, in Yangcheng. "I'll find a way for the Canton Fair, but the spots are limited and mostly given to big factories in whose city," Zhou Guoqing said, looking troubled. His plan was to first establish a foothold within the province, and once the factory was scaled up, he would find a way to secure a spot at the Canton Fair. "Let's focus on setting up the factory first." Tang Nian didn't promise to secure a spot at the Canton Fair. She wasn't sure herself and didn't know much about it. She would need to learn more later. Once the factory was established and they produced trendy hairpins, she would have the confidence to talk. Right now, saying it without proof wouldn't convince anyone. Zhou Guoqing nodded vigorously. "Yes, let's set up the factory first. I'll go back to Wuching today and bring over the remaining 5 machines." "No need, I'll go to Wuching to get them.
Just give me the address."
Tang Nian didn't want to bother him. She could drive to Wuching herself. Zhucheng and Wuching were close, and she could make the round trip in 1 day without needing a hotel or an introduction letter. Zhou Guoqing was happy with that and wrote down the address. His handwriting was neat and elegant, clearly practiced. Wucheng, Baida Commune, Yueshing Brigade, Zhou Guoqing. Tang Nian took the note, glanced at the address, and initially didn't think much of it. She was about to put the note in her bag when something clicked in her mind, and she looked at the note again.
Beta Commune, Yuexing Brigade, Zhou Guoqing.
That name and place sounded very familiar. Tang Nian quickly remembered that she had been sent to that place for work before. Although it was a small village, it was quite prosperous. Almost every household in that village had a factory, with the most common being small crafts like hairpins and accessories. The most famous person from there was Zhou Guoqing. There was even a statue of Zhou Guoqing at the entrance of the village, visible to everyone who entered. In Tang Nian's time, Zhou Guoqing had passed away many years ago, but the people of Yueshing village still remembered the predecessor who had led them to prosperity. "If it weren't for Zhou Guoqing starting the factory, our village wouldn't even have enough to eat," we wouldn't have the good life we have now. Tang Nian remembered clearly that the people of Yuesheng village spoke of Zhou Guoqing with gratitude and reverence. So, she looked closely at the Zhou Guoqing in front of her, staring for a long time, making him feel uneasy and cold, wondering what he had done to upset this young lady. Not at all, not at all. Tang Nian frowned slightly and muttered to herself. The statue that everyone revered looked nothing like the Zhou Guoqing before her. There was not a single resemblance. Zhou Guoqing was confused. What didn't look alike? Do you not like taking photos? Tang Nian suddenly asked. Right, I don't like taking photos. Zhou Guoqing was taken aback for a moment, but nodded. Photos were expensive, and he felt it was unnecessary to waste money. Plus, he had heard from the elders in his childhood that taking photos could capture one's soul, and each photo taken would take a bit of the soul away. That belief was deeply ingrained in him. Although he knew it was a superstition now, he still instinctively avoided taking photos. Take more photos. Tang Nian sincerely suggested that he should take more pictures so that future generations wouldn't mistake who he was.
Oh.
Zhou Guoqing looked puzzled. He couldn't understand the connection between running a factory and taking photos. But since Miss Tang said so, he would go take a few pictures later to avoid making her unhappy. Tang Nian packed up her tools and said she would come to get the machines later. The elder brother and Zhou Guoqing respectfully saw her to the door, especially the elder brother, who stood straight with a face full of respect and deep awe. Because he knew that He Jisheng was dead, and it was a particularly tragic death. There was no need to ask. It was definitely the work of this young lady. After Tang Nian left, Zhou Guoqing couldn't help but say, Miss Tang seems a bit strange. Shut up. The elder brother shot him a fierce glare, warning him not to get involved. Zhou Guoqing was even more confused. He noticed that the elder brother seemed particularly wary of Tang Nian. Was it really necessary? He couldn't help but ask, and the elder brother sneered, speaking mysteriously, don't say good things a second time. Just remember, never try to outsmart that lady, or else. The elder brother made a gesture across his neck and sneered again. Zhou Guoqing felt a chill run down his back, and his scalp tingled. Could it really be the beautiful Miss Tang? Although Zhou Guoqing was half in doubt, he no longer underestimated Tang Nian. Even an experienced person like Ba Go was wary of her, clearly indicating that she was not someone to mess with. He decided it was best to avoid trouble. An hour later, Tang Nian drove over, took the machine, and Zhou Guoqing returned to Wu City to handle matters at the toy factory. After bringing the machine to the woods in the west of the city, Tang Nian didn't rush to fix it. She had another matter to deal with. Tang Lujin had already returned to school, but she still hadn't found the person who framed her. This poisonous snake had to be eliminated. After lunch, Tang Nian rode her bike to the first high school. The security guard recognized her and waved her in. Tang Lujin was having lunch in the cafeteria. She ordered a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and 4 ounces of rice, sitting with Tang Dongqiang. Lujin, did the disciplinary committee give you a hard time? A few classmates from her class, both boys and girls, came over, looking concerned. No, the leaders of the committee knew I was wronged and let me go. Tang Lujin's expression was calm as she secretly observed her classmates' reactions. Her sister had told her that the person who framed her would definitely be anxious and might come to inquire about her. I can't believe someone framed you by putting banned books in your drawer. That person is truly despicable, one girl said angrily. The other classmates were also furious. Such behavior was too malicious. If it had been someone else, they would have faced serious consequences after being taken by the disciplinary committee. There had been other girls who were taken away before. One had even gone mad. Lu Jin was the first to come out unscathed. They had also heard that Lu Jin's sister was very capable and knew many high-ranking officials, which was why Lu Jin was fine. If it had been someone else, they would have faced severe punishment. Tang Dongqiang sneered, that person will be found out sooner or later. The disciplinary committee is still investigating, and results will come soon. But didn't the head of the committee die? Why are they still investigating? A girl's voice was suddenly loud, and her face showed panic. Tang Lu-jin's gaze turned sharp as she stared at her. This girl, Zhang Yumei, was someone she got along with well because they both came from rural backgrounds and shared similar hardships. Zhang Yumei had brought her food before, and they weren't close friends, but considered each other friends. Recently, Lu Jin had given Zhang Yumei many things, and she never expected the person who harmed her would be Zhang Yumei. The head may be dead, but others are still here. This matter will definitely be investigated. The person who framed me will not only face labor reform, but their family will also be implicated. They won't be able to hold their head high in the village. Tang Lu-jin spoke slowly, clearly enunciating each word while keeping her eyes on Zhang Yumei. Sure enough, Zhang Yumei's expression grew more anxious. Cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and her body trembled. Lu Jin became more certain that the person who framed her was this despicable girl. No way. It can't be that serious. Lu Jin, you must be joking. Zhang Yumei's voice trembled as she tried to sound relaxed, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. The other classmates noticed something was off and looked at Zhang Yumei suspiciously. Zhang Yumei, why are you so nervous?
Could it be you?
One girl asked doubtfully. It's not me. Lu Jin and I are good friends. How could I harm her? Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Yumei jumped up as if shocked, her expression filled with anger. Why are you so nervous? It feels like you're hiding something. The girl scoffed, believing Zhang Yumei was the most suspicious. The other classmates shared the same thought and instinctively moved away from her, wanting to distance themselves from this poisonous snake. If there were any conflicts, they preferred to address them openly, even if it meant arguing. The worst was dealing with someone who secretly plotted against them. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Lu Jin, believe me, I really didn't do it. Zhang Yumei was panicking, shouting her innocence, sweat covering her face, looking very distressed. Tang Lu Jin looked at her with mockery and calmly said, Yumei, that letter in the English magazine, you really didn't put it there? Letter? What letter? Zhang Yumei looked astonished. It's a letter sent abroad. That's the most important evidence. The English magazine isn't significant.
Tang Lu-jin et lie.
She continued, the leaders of the disciplinary committee said this is a case of communicating with foreign entities, which could lead to the death penalty. They can identify the writer through handwriting analysis. I cleared my name because of that. The classmates were shocked. Communicating with foreign entities was a serious crime. That person was truly malicious. Thank goodness Lu Jin is fine. That person is so evil to use such a despicable method. One girl exclaimed. The others echoed her sentiments, condemning the person who sent the letter. Zhang Yumei was sweating profusely, her mind racing. How could there be a letter? If it led to the death penalty, would she be executed if they traced it back to her? She only intended to make Lu Jin suffer a little, never thought of harming her seriously. How could there be a letter sent abroad? There's no letter. It's just a magazine. There's absolutely no letter. Zhang Yumei shouted in desperation. After she shouted, she realized her mistake. Her face turned pale, and she stammered, It wasn't me. I really didn't do it. I saw the English magazine that day and flipped through it, and there was no letter, really. Since you saw it, why didn't you warn me?
Tang Lu-jin question shapi.
Such contradictory nonsense could fool no one.
I forgot.
Sweat dripped into Zhang Yumei's eyes, stinging her. She looked at Tang Lu Jin with pleading eyes, hoping she wouldn't ask further, wanting to save some face in front of their classmates. Lu Jin, I really forgot. I didn't mean to. I'm just glad you're okay. I'm really happy for you. Zhang Yumei spoke quickly, wanting to convey that since Lu Jin was fine, they should just forget this incident. She wanted to finish high school, get her diploma, and return to the village to become a substitute teacher. Zhang Yumei, there's no letter in the magazine. I was lying to you. Tang Lu Jin looked at her coldly, her tone mocking. She had told a small lie, and this despicable girl was already in a panic. Zhang Yumei was stunned, then furious. She had been played. As long as there's no letter, Lu Jin, I'm so glad you're safe. Zhang Yumei babbled, not even knowing what she was saying. The other classmates looked at her with disdain. Anyone who could get to high school was smart, and with a little thought, they understood that the person who framed Lu Jin was Zhang Yumei. Are you regretting that I returned safely? Zhang Yumei, what have I done to you that would make you use such a vicious method to harm me? The usually quiet Tang Lu Jin suddenly rushed in front of Zhang Yumei, grabbing her hair and slapping her several times. Zhang Yumei was stunned by the slap and didn't know how to fight back. The burning pain on her face finally reminded her that she was both embarrassed and angry. Unable to bear the pain, Zhang Yumei reached out to resist. She was about the same height as Tang Lu Jin, but a bit sturdier. Tang Lu Jin looked gentle and weak, unlike a strong rural girl. Zhang Yumei had worked on the farm since she was little and was confident she could overpower Tang Lu Jin. I didn't do it. Tang Lu Jin, stop slandering me. As she struggled, Zhang Yumei shouted her defense, calming down from her panic. Even though Tang Lu Jin had caught her off guard, there was no solid evidence. If she firmly denied it, she would surely be fine. Tang Lu Jin skillfully dodged her grasp and kicked Zhang Yumei in the stomach. The Tang family girl had followed her grandfather, Tang Qingshan, up the mountain since she was young, except for Tang Wu Jin. Tang Wu Jin was never favored by the grandfather and was not taken up the mountain. So, although Tang Lu Jin was not as strong as Tang Nian Nian and Jiu Jin, she was not easy to bully. In just a few moves, she had Zhang Yumei pinned down on the dining table, unable to move. Do you think denying it makes you innocent? Zhang Yumei, don't treat everyone like fools. Your guilty look just now is the best proof. The banned books in my drawer were placed there by you, and you informed the gang to come and catch me. You're truly a scheming and despicable person. Tang Lu Jin's face was cold, and her tone was icy. Although her voice was not loud, the cafeteria was silent, and everyone heard her words. Everyone looked at Zhang Yumei with disdain. It wasn't me. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Yumei's eyes were frantic, but her mouth was stubborn, refusing to admit anything. She knew very well that if she admitted it, she wouldn't be able to stay in school anymore and would lose her high school diploma. Tang Lu Jin gritted her teeth, hating this vile person. She really had no evidence, but could she really let this person go so easily? She was unwilling. Zhang Yumei's expression turned smug, and she arrogantly said, "Let me go, Tang Lu Jin. I considered you a friend, but this is how you treat me? We are no longer friends. Who would want to be friends with a poisonous snake like you?" Tang Lu Jin angrily scolded, her pale face flushed with anger. How had she not seen before that the seemingly honest and dull Zhang Yumei was such a shameless and sinister person? The other students frowned, feeling disgusted by Zhang Yumei's shamelessness, but they couldn't do anything. Everything required evidence, and without it, they couldn't convict Zhang Yumei. Tang Nian Nian, standing at the entrance of the cafeteria, sighed softly. Tang Lu Jin was still too kind. It was no wonder. Tang Lu Jin was only 16 and had not experienced the wickedness of people. To reach this level was already impressive. She slowly walked into the cafeteria, pushing through the crowd to the center. Zhang Yumei was still pinned down by Tang Lu Jin, acting very arrogantly and demanding to be released. Let you go so you can harm others? Tang Nian Nian swiftly stepped in front of Tang Lu Jin, grabbing Zhang Yumei and pulling her into her grasp. The movement was quick. No one saw clearly, but in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yumei was restrained by a beautiful girl. Some recognized Tang Nian Nian as Tang Lu Jin's beautiful sister, who had caught a basketball barehanded last time on the court. Zhang Yumei recognized her too, jealousy flashing in her eyes. She quickly lowered her gaze, looking very wronged. I didn't harm anyone. You're wronging me. Tang Nian Nian sneered, mocking, you know best whether you've harmed anyone. I will make you tell the truth. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out a small snake, the same one that had bitten Qi Guohua last time. Ever since she drank her spiritual spring water, she often encountered this little snake on the mountain. Each time they met, the little snake would silently stick close to her, like a loyal pet. It made Tang Nian Nian feel a bit shy, so she had to share some spiritual spring water with it. The more she did, the bolder the little snake became, refusing to leave. Tang Nian Nian had no choice but to keep it. She didn't need to worry. When placed in her space, the little snake could play all day, being very well behaved. The little snake ate eggs daily in the space and had grown quite round, now about 1 meter long, with 2 little green bean eyes on its triangular head, sticking out its tongue adorably. But others did not think so.
Ah,
A snake. It's a poisonous snake. The onlooking students jumped back in fright, afraid of being bitten by the snake. Zhang Yumei's face turned pale. As a rural girl, she recognized it as a poisonous snake, and a bite could be deadly. The little snake coiled around Tang Nian's wrist, raising its head and flicking its tongue at Zhang Yumei, its vertical pupils looking particularly cold and frightening. Zhang Yumei wanted to back away, but she was pinned to the table and had nowhere to retreat. Tang Nian wasted no time, positioning the snake near Zhang Yumei's neck, its tongue pressed against her skin, ready to bite at any moment. A bite from a poisonous snake on the carotid artery would have dire consequences. Zhang Yumei's face turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down her body as she trembled. Who put the banned books there? Tang Nian's tone was icy, with a hint of laziness, creating a strangely harmonious contrast in her demeanor. Zhang Yumei bit her lip tightly, thinking of taking a gamble. Tang Lujin's sister probably wouldn't dare let the snake bite her in front of everyone. Tang Nian sneered, releasing the little snake and coldly saying, "I just caught the snake outside. It accidentally crawled in here. It seems it really likes you." As her words fell, the snake slithered into Zhang Yumei's clothing, its cold scales pressing against her skin as it moved upward. "Let me go. Let it go. Please, just let me go." Zhang Yumei was terrified, screaming like a banshee. Tang Nian remained unmoved, coldly watching her, and said lightly, 1, 2, 3, oh look, it's out. The little snake emerged from Zhang Yumei's collar, its little head right at her throat, its tongue already pressed against her skin. The chilling and terrifying aura seeped into her skin, quickly spreading throughout Zhang Yumei's body. The onlooking students and cafeteria staff felt their hair stand on end, looking at Tang Nian with growing apprehension. They had never seen such a bold and beautiful, yet cold girl. Some boys who had special feelings for Tang Nian felt their budding thoughts snap like a twig, daring not to think anything further. The little snake fully emerged, sliding around Zhang Yumei's neck like a collar, its head reaching her face, level with her eyes, its tongue still flicking. The close encounter completely shattered Zhang Yumei's nerves. She broke down, screaming and begging for mercy. "I put them there. I admit it, I did it. Please take it away. I'll confess everything." Tang Nian did not let the little snake return. Instead, it playfully coiled around Zhang Yumei's neck, enjoying the game and curiously licking her face.
ah,
"Go away, don't bite me. I admit it, I put out the English magazine. It was the tail-cutting group that found me and gave me 10 yuan to do it. Tang Lujin, I confess. Just let me go." Zhang Yumei cried out like a madwoman, not hiding a single word, confessing everything.
where's the 10 yuan?
Tang Lujin asked coldly, not caring about the small amount. "It's in my pocket," Zhang Yumei cried, her face covered in tears and snot. She hadn't dared to spend that 10 yuan and had kept it hidden. She hadn't been doing well these days, suffering from nightmares at night and being distracted during the day. She regretted her moment of jealousy that led her to do such a thing. If only Tang Lujin had really died, that would have been better. But now, Tang Lujin was fine, and she worried every day about being found out. Tang Nian searched her pocket and found a 10 yuan bill, taking it without hesitation. She then asked, "Why did you want to harm my sister?" Previously, it seemed that Zhang Yumei and Tang Lujin had a decent relationship. There had to be a reason for this betrayal, and she needed to know. Tang Lujin also wanted to understand. She felt she hadn't wronged Zhang Yumei. Recently, she had been more financially comfortable and had helped Zhang Yumei a lot. It was frustrating that this ungrateful person had turned against her. Zhang Yumei clenched her teeth and fell silent, her eyes filled with resentment. Tang Nian lightly flicked the little snake's head. Following her command, it obediently crawled onto Zhang Yumei's face, trying to get into her mouth. Let's see if your mouth is tougher or its head. Tang Nian chuckled lightly, her expression indifferent, as if she didn't care about Zhang Yumei's fate at all. In fact, she truly didn't care about this person's life or death. If it were the end of the world, she would have dealt with it long ago. Some timid classmates couldn't bear to watch any longer and ran outside to get some air. Those who stayed behind, though feeling uneasy and nauseous, were more curious about what would happen next and forced themselves to watch.
I'll say.
Just as Zhang Yumei opened her mouth, the little snake slithered inside, its cold, slimy head brushing against her lips.
Ah.
They really kissed. They really kissed. Someone shouted, covering their eyes, unable to watch any longer. Zhang Yumei was genuinely terrified and didn't dare to move. She wanted to close her mouth but feared that if she bit the snake, it would retaliate. If she kept her mouth open, she worried it would crawl down her throat. The snake had managed to get halfway inside her mouth when Tang Nian finally pulled it out by its tail. The little snake looked aggrieved, flicking its tongue as if to complain that this woman smelled terrible and had almost suffocated it. Unfortunately, Tang Nian couldn't understand. She took out a water bottle from her bag, gave the snake a wash, and dried it with a clean towel before putting it back in her bag. After doing all this, Tang Nian turned to Zhang Yumei, signaling her to speak quickly. Otherwise, she would continue to have close encounters with the little snake. Zhang Yumei slowly regained her composure, her expression defeated. In a low voice, she said, "Before, Tang Lujin and I were the same, both from rural backgrounds, with similar family conditions. We couldn't afford cafeteria food and often ate pickled vegetables together. But now she wears new clothes and has endless pocket money, eating meat dishes in the cafeteria. How can she live so well when she's also from the countryside? Are you out of your mind? My sister earns a salary and gives me money. Does that bother you? Zhang Yumei, you're such an ingrate. My sister bought me cake and snacks, and I even shared them with you. I also shared the meat I brought from home. Why are you so cruel?" Tang Lujin could hardly believe her ears. She never expected Zhang Yumei would harm her for this reason. Just because she couldn't stand to see her doing well? How could jealousy be so terrifying? I forced you to accept it? Tang Lujin, your condescending attitude makes me sick. Is that kindness? You just want to see me grovel. Zhang Yumei suddenly became furious, her voice sharp, looking at Tang Lujin with deep resentment, as if they had a mortal feud. Tang Lujin felt a chill run down her spine, her heart turning cold. I never thought that way, Zhang Yumei. It's your own insecurities that are at play. You want me to live in poverty like you, hoping I'll be miserable forever. You can't stand to see others succeed or be happy. People like you are truly pitiful. Tang Lujin exposed Zhang Yumei's shameful motives word by word. I didn't. It's your arrogant face that disgusts me. Zhang Yumei denied it, but her panic revealed her true feelings. The other classmates shook their heads in disbelief, not expecting such a reason. Just because Tang Lujin's family was better off, she felt a psychological gap and resorted to such malicious means to harm her. It was just lucky for Tang Lujin that she returned safely from the tail-cutting group. If someone less fortunate had been in her place, they might have lost their life. Tang Nian released her grip on Zhang Yumei and said coldly, "People with such malicious thoughts don't deserve to stay in school. I will report you to the principal." "Please, don't tell the principal." Zhang Yumei's expression turned panicked. She couldn't leave school. She still needed her diploma. Tang Nian ignored her and walked briskly toward the office building. Tang Lujin hesitated for a moment before jogging to catch up. The other classmates followed, still holding their lunch boxes. But halfway there, Tang Nian ran into the principal. The principal was about 50, thin and short, wearing glasses, no taller than 5'5", and possibly even shorter, as Tang Nian could see the top of his head. "Brother-in-law, this female student has caused trouble again. She's too arrogant." Beside the principal was a plump woman, the cafeteria worker known as Yang Pa Pai, who had just recognized Tang Nian in the cafeteria and rushed to report to her brother-in-law, the principal. "What class are you in? Who's your homeroom teacher?" The principal looked at Tang Nian sternly, thinking she was a student. The other classmates instinctively shrank back, silently stepping away, not wanting to attract the principal's attention. I work at Tianjin Factory. Tang Nian pulled out her work ID, which stated she was a specially appointed talent. This ID was quite impressive. The principal took it and glanced at it, his expression becoming serious. Being a specially appointed talent meant she was someone of significance. If you don't believe me, you can call the factory director Qian. The number is... Tang Nian provided the factory director's office number and added, also, Director Guan from the police station and Captain Wei, as well as Director Wu from Hongxing Factory, can verify my identity. Their numbers are... She listed a long string of phone numbers. This tactic of raising the flag completely intimidated the principal, and his gaze toward Tang Nian became more respectful. Knowing so many prominent figures in the city, this beautiful girl must be extraordinary. The principal shot a fierce glare at his sister-in-law beside him and whispered, "Aren't you going back to work?" "Brother-in-law, she." The overweight woman was still unconvinced, pointing at Tang Nian, hoping her brother-in-law would stand up for her. "What brother-in-law? At work, you must call me principal. No rules, no bonuses this month." The principal interrupted his sister-in-law, fearing she might say something inappropriate that could harm his career. Only then did the woman realize, glaring at Tang Nian before reluctantly returning to work. "May I ask your surname, young lady?" the principal asked politely. "No need for formality. My surname is Tang."
Just call me Xiao Tang.
"Comrade Tang, could you tell me what happened?" The principal, of course, didn't dare call her Xiao Tang and addressed her as Comrade Tang instead. Tang Nian explained the situation with Zhang Yumei in detail, pulling her out and saying loudly, "Just out of jealousy, Zhang Yumei used such a vicious method to harm my sister. Fortunately, the leadership of the organization is understanding, and I know some leaders who can help my sister appeal. Otherwise, we don't know what would have happened to her." The principal's expression turned serious. He was aware of the incident with the organization. He thought it was over, but he didn't expect there would be follow-up, especially concerning a student from the school, and the victim's family was not insignificant. He didn't think for long before making a decision. "Comrade Tang, it's my failure to manage properly. I apologize." The principal's attitude was very good, even somewhat humble. The onlooking students were shocked. Was this really their principal, who usually was arrogant with those below him and flattering to those above? Tang Nian saw the opportunity and said, "The principal is very busy and can't attend to everything. It's normal to miss a few things." The principal sighed in relief, glanced at Zhang Yumei, and said, "This student, Zhang Yumei, has poor character and malicious thoughts. Our school cannot keep someone like her. I will issue a dismissal notice, and she must leave the school within 3 days." After all, she was just a rural student. He didn't need to offend the mysterious Tang Nian. Moreover, Zhang Yumei had indeed done wrong, so he felt no psychological pressure in dismissing her. "No, principal, please give me another chance. I'm begging you." Zhang Yumei shouted like a madwoman, trying to kneel and plead, but Tang Nian held her collar, preventing her from kneeling. The principal frowned, annoyed by Zhang Yumei's shouting. He sternly said, "If you do wrong, you must accept the punishment. Zhang Yumei, go back to your dorm and pack your things immediately. Don't stay at school and disturb other students' studies." "I won't leave." "Tang Lujin, why are you so vicious? You clearly did nothing wrong. Why do you want to ruin me?" Zhang Yumei looked at Tang Lujin with resentment. She had made a mistake, but she had already admitted it. Tang Lujin hadn't suffered at all. Why was she being so ruthless? Tang Nian's face turned cold. Without saying a word, she slapped the woman more than 10 times, first one side and then the other. She took out a handkerchief, wiped her hands, and put it back in her pocket. She said to the principal, "For someone like her who refuses to repent, I suggest we remove her from the school as soon as possible to prevent her from harming other students." The principal, still shocked by her earlier ferocity, took a long time to respond, then nodded blankly. Yes, we will expel her today. Comrade Tang, rest assured, I will have the teachers keep an eye on it." Wise decision, principal. Tang Nian smiled slightly. The principal wanted to invite her to his office, but Tang Nian declined, saying she was busy with official matters and couldn't spare the time. I still need to discuss business with Director Wu and have a meeting with Director Qian in the afternoon. I'll visit you again when I have time. Tang Nian's expression was inscrutable, and her words commanded respect. Discussing business with Director Wu in the morning and meeting with Director Qian in the afternoon. Wasn't Tang Lujin's sister a leader sent from the province to inspect work? Everyone thought so, including the principal. Their gazes towards Tang Nian became increasingly respectful. Tang Lujin opened her mouth and then closed it, deciding to ask her sister later when no one was around. She clearly remembered her sister only worked at the Hongxing factory. How did it seem like she had such a powerful background? It felt even more impressive than a provincial governor inspecting. Tang Nian released Zhang Yumei, who was taken away by a teacher. Even from a distance, they could still hear her crying. It sounded tragic, but it wasn't worthy of sympathy. Tang Nian exchanged a few polite words with the principal before leading Tang Lujin away, needing to remind her about a few things. In a quiet place, Tang Lujin eagerly asked, "Sister, aren't you working at the Hongxing factory?" "I'm also at the Tianjin factory. That's not important. I want to ask you, how do you feel about Zhang Yumei harming you?" Tang Nian asked. This girl was still too soft-hearted. She needed some guidance. I shouldn't have misjudged people and failed to see Zhang Yumei's malicious intentions. I was also too careless and didn't notice the banned books in the drawer. Tang Lujin seriously reflected. If she had been more careful that day, she would have discovered the banned books in the drawer and dealt with them in advance, avoiding the later troubles. Tang Nian shook her head, coldly saying, "Besides these, the worst thing you did was to be overly sympathetic. You give a little kindness, but they repay you with resentment. You gave Zhang Yumei so many things, but she didn't appreciate it. Instead, she harbored hatred. Once you enter society, being soft-hearted is the worst. There are many pitiful people in this world, and you can't help them all. Just remember one thing." "What is it, sister?" Tang Lujin asked humbly. "Help those who can benefit you, ignore those who can't." Tang Nian didn't think this was being mercenary. Whether to help others depended on one's conscience. She wasn't a saint and didn't need to save everyone. Taking care of herself was enough. Tang Lujin nodded, firmly remembering her sister's words. Help those who can benefit you, ignore those who can't. Her sister's advice was truly golden. Zhang Yumei was not as good as her in studies, came from a worse background, and couldn't help her in life. She had been foolish to help such an ungrateful person. Tang Lujin felt ashamed, her face turning red. She wanted to write her sister's golden rules in a notebook and take it out to review often, keeping them in mind. Just remember them well. "I'm leaving now." Tang Nian patted her sister's shoulder and prepared to leave. "Sister, is that snake yours?" Tang Lujin asked curiously. The little snake seemed to listen to her sister. "I caught it on the way." Tang Nian denied it and walked away quickly. She needed to return to Tang Village. She hadn't seen the old lady for several days and missed her a bit. At that moment, the old lady was also talking about Tang Nian, not out of longing but because there had been a lot of gossip in the village lately. Rumors from neighboring villages said that Tang Nian got the job at Hongxing factory because of an improper relationship with a factory director. Otherwise, how could a young person earn such a high salary? And how could she borrow money from the factory to start a sock factory? Gossip travels fast. Within a day, it was all over the place. Not only in Tang Village, but also in nearby villages. The rumors spread from one person to another, becoming more exaggerated. Some even claimed that Tang Nian went to the city every day to flirt with men. People often saw her with different men, and their relationships seemed quite ambiguous. Many believed she was indeed flirting, and the gossip was so convincing that a lot of people bought into it. After all, it was true that Tang Nian used her money to start a sock factory, and she really did earn 98 yuan. It was also true that she frequently went to the city. How could a 17-year-old girl from the countryside have such abilities? They thought it was all due to her looks and body. Most people believed she had no real skills and must have relied on men to get ahead. The gossip in Tang Village was somewhat mild. Most people appreciated Tang Nian for starting the factory and didn't spread rumors. However, every village has its troublemakers. Some people privately discussed her, and their words reached the ears of the Tang family. Tang old lady was furious and wished she could silence those gossipers. But she knew that if she confronted them, it would make her seem guilty. Still, the gossip was too damaging. She worried it would affect her granddaughter's future and feared that Xin Xiao, who was in the army, would look down on her. Those shameless people. If I catch them, I swear I'll shut their mouths. Tang old lady was so angry that she had blisters in her mouth and lost her appetite. The gossip wasn't said in front of her, and if she confronted them, they could just deny it. She angrily bit into her meat, feeling infuriated. She had been respected in the village for decades and had never faced such humiliation. Big brother, call Man Yin and tell him to keep Nian in the city for a few more days. Tang old lady was worried that her granddaughter would get upset hearing the gossip. She needed to find a way to stop it before bringing her back.
Oh. Tang Manjin nodded.
He was also upset but couldn't think of a good solution, so he just sulked. Mom, we shouldn't hide this from Nian. She's smarter than us, and will definitely find a way. Xian Zhenju thought they should let Tang Nian come back. If they couldn't solve the problem, she surely could. Let her come back and get angry? Stop talking. I need to think. Tang old lady rolled her eyes and knocked her head, trying to think through her frustration. She used to leave the thinking to her husband, but now that he was gone, her mind wasn't as sharp. Xian Zhenju sighed, feeling no appetite. The gossip was too cruel. How could they say such things about Nian? Those people had no conscience. She wanted to confront them, but since they hadn't said it in front of her, she couldn't defend Nian. It was infuriating. The atmosphere in the village chief's house was also heavy. Tang Jianshu had resigned and returned home. Now, he was managing the sock factory with the village chief, and they had heard the gossip too. I wonder who spread such heartless rumors. It's terrible. Man Shan. Think of a way. Nian is innocent and shouldn't be treated this way. Aunt San said angrily. Don't rush me. I'm thinking. The village chief's head was also aching. He had been thinking about it for a day and night. He wanted to expel those gossipers from Tang Village, but he knew he couldn't do that. He was just a small village chief, and didn't have that power. I have an idea. You all don't need to worry. Tang Jianshu, who was 20, looked somewhat like Tang Mantong, both being strong and handsome young men. He had a good relationship with Tang Mantong. They had played together since childhood. What's your idea? The village chief and his wife asked in unison. If I tell you, it won't work. Let's eat. Tang Jianshu refused to share his plan, which wasn't exactly above board. He learned it from his uncle Tang Mantong. But as long as it worked, it was a good plan. The village chief and his wife didn't press further. Their younger son had always been clever and a bit mischievous. He might really have a solution. Tang Hongxing sat quietly, eating, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. Aunt Sen glanced at her and felt even more disappointed. Nian had saved Hongxing's life, yet now that Nian was in trouble, Hongxing didn't even say a word of concern. It felt like she was a heartless wolf. Aunt San took the stir-fried eggs with chives from in front of her daughter, served half to her younger son, and kindly said, "Eat more." She had given up on her daughter. Her son was better. Tang Hongxing remained indifferent. She had intended to pick up an egg with her chopsticks, but instead moved them to the vegetable dish. She felt like a walking corpse. Nothing mattered to her anymore. Aunt San felt frustrated and gave the remaining eggs entirely to the village chief, leaving none for her daughter. Such a heartless child didn't deserve to eat eggs. The village chief was a bit taken aback. Usually, the good food was reserved for the children. Today, he unexpectedly received half, making him feel uneasy. Meanwhile, everyone was concerned about Tang Nian, who had already reached Luo Xia village, the same village where Tang old lady had a confrontation. At the intersection, there was a bamboo grove, and several women were picking bamboo shoots. It was May, the peak season for tiger bamboo shoots, and after a rain, they had all popped up. The village women would go up the mountain to gather shoots, both fresh and dried, which would be collected by a station for work points. Have you heard about that Tang Nyen Nyen from Tang Village? Oh my, she's young but quite capable, has had several lovers, and they spend money generously. Tang Nyen Nyen spends like water, wearing new clothes every day, and even buying a new car. Her family eats meat daily, living better than the former landlord Xian. A woman's loud voice came from the bamboo grove, making it hard for Tang Nyen Nyen not to hear. There was only one Tang Nyen Nyen in Tang Village, and these gossipers were definitely talking about her. Tang Nyen Nyen wasn't angry. She stopped by the roadside to listen to these women continue their gossip. I've heard that Tang Nyen Nyen is really beautiful, like a fox. The guy she was engaged to before ended up with his family destroyed, all dead. How did he die? Was it Tang Nyen Nyen who did it? It seems to be related to her. That guy was about to get promoted in the army, but Tang Nyen Nyen set a snake on him, and he got bitten badly. He couldn't stay in the army anymore. His family was from outside the village, but Tang Nyen Nyen's family had power in the village, and everyone bullied that guy's family until they had no way to live. Eventually, they all died. That's too cruel. How could such a young girl be so wicked? If she can have so many lovers, how good can her heart be? No matter the time, bad women are the ones who have money to spend. How many good women live well? That's true. The women's voices grew louder, completely disregarding their surroundings. They couldn't imagine that the real Tang Nyen Nyen was right by the roadside. Tang Nyen Nyen heard everything clearly and smirked. Most of the gossip likely came from Chi Guoxiu. With all the Chi family gone, only Chi Guoxiu remained, and she was the only one left to speak for the Chi family and smear her name. Initially, Tang Nyen Nyen planned to let Chi Guoxiu off, but since that woman was being dishonest, she shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. As for those gossiping women, they could escape the death penalty, but they would face severe consequences. Tang Nyen Nyen quickly thought of a way to prank these women. Since they claimed to have multiple lovers, she would make their words come true. With a few quick steps, she slipped into the bamboo forest. Before the women could react, she knocked them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, going up the mountain to catch a tiger, but the tiger isn't home, just her. Tang Nyen Nyen poked at the 5 women, finally landing on one who was chubby and clearly a gossip. It's you. Fate can't be defied. With a cold laugh, she grabbed the chubby woman and quickly stripped her down to just a tank top and shorts, doing the same to the others. The 5 women lay unconscious on the ground like fish. Tang Nyen Nyen tossed their clothes aside and collected the bamboo shoots they had picked, filling several baskets. Why not take them? Then she rode her bike to Luoxia village, where about a dozen people were working in the fields. From a distance, she shouted, "There are people in the bamboo forest having affairs." Upon hearing affairs, the workers' eyes lit up. They dropped their tools and ran towards the road, not caring who was calling. Tang Nyen Nyen smiled and rode away, hiding in the bamboo forest to watch the excitement. A crowd rushed in, straight into the bamboo forest, and when they saw the 5 women on the ground, the men's eyes widened, unable to look away. "What are you staring at? Turn around." One man was the husband of one of the women on the ground, feeling a wave of green on his head from all the hats he had worn. The 5 women quickly woke up in front of everyone, realizing their situation. They screamed in fear, then cried, each looking for their husbands to complain and insist they were innocent. Their husbands' faces turned pale, their expressions frightening, clearly indicating that things would not be peaceful from now on. Having watched enough, Tang Nyen Nyen pulled a chewed-up piece of grass from her mouth, clapped her hands, and happily rode her bike back to Tang Village. That was just her nature. She believed in immediate revenge, not waiting 10 years like a gentleman. Even 10 days was too long for her to endure, let alone 10 years. As long as the timing and strength allowed, she wouldn't wait overnight. She would take action right away. To put it simply, if she took a step back, it could lead to health issues. If she endured, it could lead to worse problems. Not backing down, enduring, or giving in was her principle. As for those 5 women, whether they would suffer later was none of her concern. They had brought this upon themselves. About 10 minutes later, Tang Nian arrived at the entrance of Tang Village. It was close to lunchtime, and many homes had smoke rising from their kitchens. On the village path, there were few adults around, just children playing. Second sister, someone is talking bad about you. A little boy, sniffling, ran over with a mysterious report. A few other kids joined in, excitedly sharing similar gossip, naming names of those who were talking bad, all of whom were from families that had wronged the Tang family in the past.
Good job. Here.
Tang Nian expressionlessly pulled out some milk candies and handed them to the kids. She would take revenge tonight. These 13 people had been living too comfortably. They wouldn't have peace from now on. Second sister, I threw stones at third aunt when she was in the bathroom, and it splattered her with a lot of mess. One child said quietly, eager for praise. Third aunt was one of the 13.
Good boy.
Tang Nian gave him a piece of cake. Second sister, I threw mud at fourth aunt's house. A lot of it. Second sister, I beat up fifth aunt's granddaughter. The kids excitedly shared their achievements, all targeting those 13 people. Keep it up, here's another reward. Tang Nian gave each child a piece of cake, their eyes sparkling with joy, and they secretly vowed to be even bolder next time. Those people had bullied their second sister. They deserved to be pranked. And they could get cake and candies in return. How great. After rewarding the kids, Tang Nian rode home, running into Tang Manjin, who was about to make a phone call. Nian girl, you're back? Tang Manjin was worried. He feared Tang Nian would hear the gossip and get upset. Yeah, I finished the business in the city. Tang Nian smiled, ignoring the concern on Tang Manjin's face. Such small matters couldn't hurt her. She would resolve them quickly. During lunch, Tang old lady hesitated before saying, You've worked hard, just rest at home and don't go out.
Okay.
Tang Nian obediently agreed, easing Tang old lady's worries. As long as she stayed indoors, she wouldn't hear any gossip. Halfway through the meal, Tang Man-tong returned, looking a bit pale. He had just spoken to Tang Jianshu and learned about the gossip. However, he quickly masked his emotions and behaved normally at home. The family had an unusually quiet lunch. Usually the most talkative, Tang Man-tong was silent today. The only sounds were the clinking of utensils and Tang Jiojin eating heartily, secretly planning to lead a few friends to take revenge for his second sister in the afternoon. After lunch, Tang Nian went to her room for a nap, and so did Tang Man-tong. The two were particularly quiet, which relieved Tang old lady, who worried about them causing trouble. It seemed the younger son and Nian girl still didn't know about the gossip. Tang old lady, Xian Jinju, and Su Jinfeng all went to work, while Tang Manjin went to earn work points in the fields. Jiu Jin went out to play, and Tang Nian and Tang Man-tong were indeed sleeping. The afternoon in Tang village was not peaceful, as 13 households were in turmoil. Cursed troublemakers, you've lost your ancestors' virtue. Don't let me catch you, or I'll beat you up. Such curses echoed throughout the village, as someone had used a slingshot to shoot at their chickens and ducks, causing chaos and breaking a few freshly laid eggs. Jiu Jin led his friends back to the mountains quickly, dividing the cookies he had brought. Everyone got a piece and was very happy. Let's do it again tomorrow. Yeah. The kids eagerly anticipated the next day. As night fell, the last light in Tang village went out. A shadow emerged from the Tang house, followed by another a few minutes later, and then the captain's family also came out. The 3 figures headed towards the home where the most gossip had spread, meeting at the wall's edge. Uncle? Nian girl? Jianshu? In the dark of night, 3 figures appeared, Tang Nian, Tang Man-tong, and Tang Jianshu from the captain's family. Why are you out so late, young lady? Go back to sleep. Tang Man-tong frowned, not wanting his niece to get involved in such matters. Women face harsher judgment than men. Even a small mistake can lead to harsh criticism. Nian, a beautiful girl, must not be tainted by such things. Tang Jianshu also advised Nian, listen to your uncle and stay out of this. With him and his uncle around, Those 13 families would surely have no peaceful days ahead. After all, he had lived with his great-uncle as a child and had often gone on adventures with his uncle, making mischief easily. "What are you planning to do?" Tang Nian asked quietly. She didn't want to go back. She wanted to take revenge herself. Tang Mantong and his uncle exchanged awkward glances and stammered, "Why are you asking so many questions? We just won't let them have it easy." They couldn't tell her about their dirty tricks, fearing it would corrupt her innocence. "I'm not going back. You do your thing, and I'll do mine." As soon as Nian finished speaking, she climbed over the courtyard wall. Tang Mantong and his uncle were still processing what had happened when she disappeared. That girl has some nerve. Tang Mantong gritted his teeth and jumped over the wall, followed closely by Tang Jianshu. The three gathered in the yard, and the chickens and ducks in the coop sensed danger, becoming restless. Nian sneaked to the backyard. While her uncle and the others were not looking, she released Bai Sui and Fu Bao. Fu Bao had been in her space for a while, nourished by the spirit spring, and its white fur was smooth and shiny. Tang Mantong and his uncle approached, their eyes widening at the sight of the beautiful big, white dog. "Nian, when did you get another white dog?" Tang Mantong chuckled softly and reached out to pet Fu Bao, enjoying its soft fur like a high-quality wool blanket. "Woof. Get your dirty paws off." Bai Sui bared its teeth, warning all male animals to stay away from its partner. "Uncle, keep your hands off. Don't bother my Fu Bao." Nian was annoyed. Fu Bao was like her daughter, and she wouldn't let anyone take advantage of her, even if it was her uncle. Tang Mantong laughed and petted Fu Bao a few more times, but noticing the fierce looks from Bai Sui and his niece, he finally withdrew his hand. "This white dog is really beautiful. What breed is it?" Tang Mantong tried to change the subject, but no one responded. Tang Jianshu was fixated on Fu Bao's tail, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead and back, his legs starting to tremble. That tail was straight down. It looked just like a wolf. Nian had actually raised a wolf, and his uncle was petting its head without fear. "Oh no!" Tang Jianshu stepped back, positioning himself behind Tang Mantong, just in case the white wolf got aggressive. Tang Mantong didn't think much of it and pushed his nephew away, annoyed by how close he was sticking to him. "Nian, wait outside. Jianshu and I will be right out." Tang Mantong's plan was to sneak into a couple's bedroom, place a dead mouse on their chest, and then urinate in their water tank. He had done such things many times as a child. He had gone to confront those who spoke ill of his parents and bullied his niece in the middle of the night. Sometimes, when couples were busy at night, he would sneak under their window, hooting like an owl, or throw a harmless snake onto their bed, nearly scaring the man to death. Tang Jianshu had done his share too, but he always followed Tang Mantong, and the villagers only blamed Tang Mantong, not him. "Okay." Nian obediently agreed. Once Tang Mantong and Tang Jianshu entered the house, she climbed in through another window. Tang Mantong brought a basket filled with dead mice he had caught that afternoon, 2 for each house, just enough. He and Tang Jianshu split the tasks. He would place the dead mice in the bedroom, while Tang Jianshu would urinate in the kitchen water tank. Nian hid in a corner, waiting for them to finish before revealing herself. "Let's go." Tang Mantong signaled quietly, ready to move on to the next house. "Wait." Nian wasn't going to let this go easily. In her past life, these people had driven Tang Lu Jin to his death with their gossip. Just placing a dead mouse wouldn't be enough. She pushed open the bedroom door and walked in, with Tang Mantong and his uncle following anxiously. The couple lay sleeping in bed, and Tang Mantong carefully placed the dead mouse on their chests, moving with their breathing. Nian grabbed the mouse's tail and stuffed it into their mouths. Tang Mantong and Tang Jianshu widened their eyes in surprise, secretly admiring her ruthlessness. They needed to learn from her. Nian now held a ghost mask, with a long tongue sticking out and blood at the corners of its eyes and mouth. It was a prop used to scare people. Seeing it at night would surely frighten anyone. She positioned Bai Sui and Fu Bao at either side of the bed, watching the couple closely. Then she pinched the couple's noses. 1, 2, 3, 6. Just as she counted to 6, the man woke up, instinctively opening his mouth to breathe. He felt something soft and furry in his mouth and opened his eyes. What he saw was a ghost standing in the moonlight, dressed in a bright red robe, bleeding from its 7 orifices, with a long tongue and blood dripping from its red claws. The ghost grinned and reached out with its bloody claws, fresh blood trickling from its mouth, and he could even see chunks of flesh. This ghost had definitely just eaten someone and hadn't digested it yet. The man screamed in terror, wanting to faint, but his mind was clearer than ever. He stared at the ghost's face, unable to move as if paralyzed. The woman beside him also woke up, screamed, and rolled her eyes, about to faint. Nian Nian tightened her grip on her neck, her cold hand moving across her throat. The man was terrified, his teeth chattering. He now questioned 2 things. What was the ghost chewing on? At first, he thought it was his wife, but it wasn't. Could it be his son? The great love of a father gave him courage, and he could move again. He opened his mouth and screamed like a groundhog, aw. However, he couldn't scream for long because the dead mouse was still in his mouth, and he bit into its fur.
Ugh.
In the moonlight, the man saw a long, thin tail sticking out of his wife's mouth and recognized what it was. He reached into his mouth and pulled out the disgusting dead mouse, immediately gagging. The female host was also awakened by Tang Nian Nian's pinch. She opened her eyes and saw the evil spirit again, rolling her eyes before almost fainting again. Tang Nian Nian slapped her face hard, then grabbed her chin and turned her towards the bed, locking eyes with Bai Sui in a close, intense gaze. The male host was also turned around by Tang Nian Nian, nearly kissing Fu Bao. Tang Nian Nian gestured to her neck, and Bai Sui and Fu Bao understood, extending their claws and pressing them against the couple's necks. Their sharp claws were sharper than knives. With just a little pressure, they could slice through their carotid arteries, and blood would spray out like a fountain.
Ghost.
Lord Ghost, we will go to the mountain tomorrow to burn money and incense for you. Can you please go visit someone else? The male host gathered his courage and trembled as he begged for mercy. This tongue loves to talk so much. Pull it out and feed it to the dogs. Tang Nian Nian pressed down hard on the female host's chin, and her tongue stuck out. The female host was filled with fear, and a smell of urine filled the air. She was so scared that she lost control. Tang Man Tong and Tang Jian Shu watched quietly from the corner, deeply impressed by their niece's, cousin's skills. Her methods of scaring people were far more advanced than theirs. Tang Nian Nian toyed with the couple for about 7 or 8 minutes, scaring them until they fainted, woke up, fainted again, and woke up again. Both the male and female hosts had wet themselves 3 times before she finally stopped. Next time you talk back, you'll take a trip to Tongue Hell. Tang Nian Nian bent down and suddenly got close to the female host's face, her terrifying ghost face magnified in front of her. The female host's already frayed nerves snapped, and she fainted again. Using the same method, she scared the male host unconscious as well. Useless. Tang Nian Nian wrinkled her nose in disgust. The room smelled of urine. It was awful. She took off her red robe, put it in her bag, and turned to leave. Tang Man Tong and Tang Jian Shu exchanged glances and silently followed her. There was a house with the lights on and voices coming from it. Is the boss calling? What happened? Let's go check. It seemed the elderly in the house had been awakened, and footsteps could be heard. Tang Nian Nian quickly walked to the backyard and easily climbed over the wall. Tang Man Tong, his nephew, and Bai Sui and Fu Bao followed. Boss's wife. What happened to you? An old man's startled voice came from the house, followed by chaos. The neighbors were also awakened, and some came over to see what was going on. Tang Nian Nian and the others had already left, stopping to catch their breath under the back wall of the Tang family, all silent. Time to sleep. Tang Nian Nian yawned. She was exhausted in the middle of the night. The remaining 12 households would be dealt with tomorrow night. She needed to learn her lesson. First, silence them, then scare them to death. Nian Nian, where did you learn this? Tang Man Tong's expression was hard to describe. He didn't remember teaching his niece these tricks. Good talent, self-taught. Tang Nian boasted, but she still had her big moves left to use. Don't worry about this. I know what I'm doing. Tang Nian rolled her eyes at the two and yawned again. Nian girl, just don't kill anyone. Tang Man Tong had to remind her. He wasn't concerned about feelings but was afraid his niece would get into trouble. Scaring someone half to death was fine, but if someone died, it would have to be reported. I know.
Tang Nian ziplit impatinti.
If she weren't worried about causing a death, would she go to such lengths? She yawned again and climbed back over the wall to return to her room to sleep. Tang Man Tong smiled and reached out to pet Fu Bao. He liked this white dog more and more. It was much prettier than Western dogs. Nian, where did you get this white dog? Do you have more? I want one too. Tang Man Tong, like a dirty old man, kept petting Fu Bao's head. Bai Sui's eyes were blazing with anger. If it weren't for the fact that this was his master's uncle, he would have bitten this scoundrel's neck off long ago. Fu Bao enjoyed being petted, closing his eyes in comfort. Tang Nian had already gone inside. Tang Jianshu gently tugged at his uncle's sleeve, but Tang Man Tong ignored him, glaring impatiently, not wanting to be disturbed while petting the pretty white dog. Uncle, look at its tail. Tang Jianshu pointed at Fu Bao's tail. What's so special about a tail?
Wait.
Tang Man Tong glanced at Fu Bao's tail impatiently, turned his head, and continued petting. Then, as if he remembered something, he turned back and stared at Bai Sui's tail, his face turning pale, and his legs trembling uncontrollably. Tang Jianshu was satisfied. He couldn't be the only one scared. That girl, I'll teach her a lesson. Tang Man Tong's hand awkwardly froze on Fu Bao's head, unable to move or pull back. Fu Bao was unhappy, glancing at him as if to say to hurry up and pet him. But Tang Man Tong thought the white wolf was angry, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Tang Jianshu, that black-hearted one, had run off, leaving him alone with the white wolf. Tang Man Tong and Fu Bao stood face to face, the air seeming to freeze, neither moving. In reality, only a few minutes had passed, but Tang Man Tong felt like it was a long century. Just as he was about to break down, a voice from the house called out, "Time to sleep." Bai Sui and Fu Bao jumped over the wall and disappeared. Tang Man Tong let out a long sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and gritted his teeth, cursing, "That girl has some nerve. Tomorrow, I'll teach her a lesson." Before dawn, Tang Village was bustling with activity. Old Lady Tang, Su Jinfeng, and Xian Jinju all went to see the commotion, returning half an hour later in high spirits. Heaven is watching, humph. Anyone who speaks ill of my Nian girl will definitely face bad consequences. Old Lady Tang stood at the gate, her voice loud enough to be heard 2 miles away. That's right. Our Nian girl is upright and has never done anything wrong, so she has nothing to fear from gossip. Heaven couldn't stand it anymore, and look, it's come to pass. Su Jinfeng's voice was even louder, carrying 3 miles. Nian girl put in the money and effort to start a sock factory, and now look at the mess. Her heart must be broken, but finally, heaven has opened its eyes. Xian Zhenju shouted, hands on her hips, from the house where the incident occurred. Her voice could be heard at least 5 miles away. They all knew who had been gossiping behind their backs. They had just seen the most talkative family in a state of panic, half their lives scared out of them. The 3 women felt relieved. All the pent-up frustration from these days was finally released. This incident quickly spread throughout Tang Village and rapidly reached other villages. The story of the 5 gossiping women from Luoxia Village being possessed by ghosts in the bamboo forest, stripping naked in broad daylight to meet their lovers, also made its way to Tang Village. Absolutely. In broad daylight, stripping down in the bamboo forest must mean she's having an affair with a male ghost. TSK, that green hat is ominous. We can't even find the person to settle the score. Even in daylight, ghosts can press you down. It's really scary. That bamboo forest is eerie, right next to the graveyard. There are plenty of such things around. Keep it down, or people will say we're promoting superstitions. Did you know? Those 5 women also gossiped about Nian Nian. I heard them myself. They were talking bad about her in the bamboo forest yesterday. Do you think the heavens heard them? Is Nian Nian really the heavens' favorite? The villagers' whispering suddenly changed their expressions, as if realizing something, their eyes filled with fear. Those who spoke ill of Nian Nian faced consequences. Could it be that she really is favored by the heavens? Get to work. Less gossiping. They stopped discussing further, fearing that deeper conversations would lead to accusations of superstition and trouble. But in their hearts, they grew more wary of Nian Nian. Zhang Shizhen and his wife look terrified. Their eyes are glazed over, and they keep babbling nonsense, someone suddenly said. This couple was the one Nian Nian had taken care of the night before. They still hadn't recovered, screaming like ghosts whenever they saw someone, repeating, "Please spare us." Zhang Shizhen's parents wanted to ask the shaman from the neighboring village to exorcise them, but such things had to be done secretly. Shoo, someone reminded them, and everyone fell silent. The pale-faced couple, Zhang Shizhen and his wife, approached slowly. In just 2 nights, this strong couple looked weak, as if a gust of wind could knock them over. Zhang Shizhen's wife carried a basket covered with a cloth. They kept their heads down as they walked toward the back mountain. "Shizhen, are you okay?" Someone asked with concern. "We're fine." Zhang Shizhen forced a smile, but his pale face showed otherwise, and his wife looked the same. They hurried past the villagers, not in the mood to chat, quickly reaching the back mountain. They looked around, relieved to see no one. The couple found a secluded grave and took out incense, paper money, and gold bars prepared by their elders. They lit the incense, inserted it, and poured 3 cups of wine over the grave, kneeling down to bow several times. "Great ghost, please spare us. From now on, we will offer incense and money during festivals. Please don't come after us. Go to someone else, okay?" As they spoke, they nearly cried. If the ghost came again, they feared for their lives. After the ghost's visit, their home's water had turned foul, and they believed it was the ghost's punishment. After bowing, they burned the paper money and gold bars, the black ashes swirling in the air like butterflies, disappearing with the last wisp of smoke. The couple felt a bit more at ease. Having offered so much, surely the ghost wouldn't come after them again? They sneaked down the mountain, looking much better than when they went up. Nian Nian slept until 10, got up to wash up, and took a large plate of egg-fried rice that Grandma Tang had warmed for breakfast. It was still warm. She made a cup of malt milk and sliced an apple into 8 pieces, arranging them on a plate. Perfect. After breakfast, Nian Nian felt much better. She checked the time. It was 10:30, just the right time to start working. The horn hanging from the old camphor tree at the village entrance suddenly crackled, and the working villagers straightened up, looking toward the village head. They knew this was a sign of an important announcement. The village head is about to make an announcement, someone said. Then a clear voice came from the horn, not the village head's rough voice, but just a single announcement. The villagers were stunned. If it wasn't the village head, who is it? The village head, working elsewhere, was also taken aback, quickly checking for his keys on his belt. They were still there. So, how did this person get into the village committee office? "Captain, aren't you the captain anymore?" Someone curiously asked, earning a glare from the village head. "I'm Tang Nian Nian," borrowing the horn to say something. Nian Nian's voice soared, spreading throughout the village. The villagers stopped working, listening intently. The village head gritted his teeth, striding toward the village committee office. That girl must have climbed in through the window again. How audacious. Grandma Tang also arrived, worried that her granddaughter might say something outrageous. "Recently, many people have been spreading rumors about me, claiming I have improper relationships with the directors of Hongxing Factory and Qianjin Factory. They say the machines and money for the sock factory were obtained through selling my body. I know who is spreading these rumors, but I won't name names here. However, I want to inform you all that I not only plan to run the sock factory, but also other factories. Those people will never have a chance to work in my factories. Even if I have to hire a dog to guard the place, I won't let them in." Nian Nian's voice was clear and powerful, and every villager heard her. Reactions varied. Some felt relieved, others frustrated, and some were angry. Those who gossiped felt regret and anger, but they also thought Nian Nian was exaggerating. How much power could a young girl really have? Running other factories too? She should be careful not to overreach. Let me say this. Anyone who speaks ill will face punishment. Just wait and see. Nian Nian boldly threatened them. After finishing, she turned off the horn and prepared to jump out the window, but someone grabbed her collar. It was the village head. I knew you came in through the window. Why didn't you ask me for the keys? If someone saw you and reported it, you'd be in big trouble. The village head was nearly driven mad by this girl. A pretty girl like her, why did she always climb through windows? She had been like this since childhood, all because of that rascal Tang Montong's influence. Too lazy to ask for the keys. Nian Nian shrugged off the village head's grip, but he gave her a hard pat on the back. Why aren't you too lazy to eat? How dare you say such things over the horn? I'll knock you flat. Grandma Tang rushed over, patting Nian Nian a few times, her strength fading. She had heard that her granddaughter wanted to run other factories. This girl was truly reckless, thinking running a factory was as easy as farming. Just talking big without a plan. If the factory doesn't get established, where will this girl hide her face? People can die if they don't eat. Tang Nian Nian dodged the old lady's slap and retorted. She wished she had a body that could photosynthesize, but she didn't. If she didn't eat, her stomach would growl, and she couldn't stand the feeling of hunger. Did you do something to Zhang Shurgen's family last night? The old lady asked in a low voice. She could tell that when this girl shifted in her seat, she was up to no good, just like that troublemaker, Tang Mantong. In the sock factory, Tang Mantong was sneezing repeatedly, took out a handkerchief to wipe his nose, and muttered, "Which family is it?" While the old lady and the village leader were questioning Tang Nian Nian, they initially thought the couple had been haunted, but after hearing her speak, they understood. This girl was really bold. She didn't hide what she did. Instead, she announced it loudly, as if she wanted everyone in the village to know.
Not me.
Why would I do something so tiring at night? Tang Nian Nian firmly denied it, giving a strong reason. How could someone as lazy as her cause trouble in the middle of the night? The old lady and the village leader were skeptical, feeling she wasn't telling the whole truth. Nian girl, do you really want to open a factory? The village leader asked quietly, his eyes shining with excitement. The sock factory had only created jobs for 60 or 70 people, but there were hundreds in Tang village. Excluding the 13 gossiping families, there were still 200 or 300 people who needed work. If everyone had a job, the whole village could eat meat. Yes, next year.
Tang Nian Nian not dead.
The factory manager had already reported to the higher-ups, and if all went well, it would be approved next year. What kind of factory? The village leader's eyes lit up like the sun. A machinery factory. Don't tell anyone yet. I want my brother to manage it. Tang Nian Nian was preparing to have Tang Zhengwo in charge. Okay, I won't say anything. The village leader was so happy he could almost float, wanting to support Tang Nian Nian. Thanks to her, the eldest son had finally been promoted, and he was satisfied, not expecting more good news. Better to be a leader in a small factory than just another worker in a big one. With the eldest managing the machinery factory and the third managing the sock factory, the future looked bright. The village leader felt like he saw a golden path ahead, making him smile uncontrollably. The old lady was also excited and asked, "We can have your second uncle come back to work, so he won't be separated from your second aunt." The couple was currently living in different places, seeing each other only once a month. The old lady worried that if they stayed apart too long, it might cause problems. It was better for them to live together. As for her granddaughter, Tang Dandan, she would soon be in high school and could live at school. Okay. Tang Nian Nian agreed that was her plan too. In her past life, Tang Mantong and his father had trouble at the Hongxing factory. With so many people there, it was easy for the Zhou family to cause trouble. It was safer to return to Tang village. I'm leaving. After saying this, Tang Nian Nian jumped out of the window and disappeared shortly after. You little rascal. The old lady laughed and scolded, feeling very happy. The village leader was in high spirits, practically floating as he walked. As for what Tang Nian said on the loudspeaker, they didn't care. She was capable and had her own ideas. They couldn't control her, so they let her be. As long as no one got hurt, that was fine. The villagers who heard the loudspeaker guessed the truth. Zhang Shizhen and his wife had an incident last night, and it was highly likely related to Tang Nian. She almost said it outright. Even a fool could figure it out. But no one was focused on that. They were more interested in Tang Nian's plans to open a factory. Besides the sock factory, she wanted to open others, which was great news. Leader, is Nian girl really going to open a factory? I want to work there, even if it's dirty or hard work. I can too. The villagers saw the village leader and all spoke up with their requests. The sock factory workers had already received their first month's pay, earning 30 or 40 yuan, with some even getting over 40. They were envious. What's the rush? We'll talk about it next year. The village leader said, unable to hide his joy. The villagers understood that the factory plans were real and not just talk from Tang Nian. Nian girl is really capable. Our Tang village is about to soar. One villager suddenly exclaimed. Exactly. Soon, the Zhou villagers will envy us. The villagers were excited. They used to envy the Zhou villagers for their meat. Now it would be their turn to be envied. Ha ha ha. As for the gossiping families that Tang Nian mentioned would be punished, they didn't care. They hadn't said anything. Besides, those people had bad intentions and spoke ill of Nian girl, so it was only right for her to get back at them. Tang Nian wanted this outcome. She didn't want to sneak around. She wanted everyone in the village to know the consequences of crossing her. Zhang Shizhen's family also heard the loudspeaker and was furious, nearly spitting blood. What a wicked person. It was Tang Nian. The couple wanted to confront her, but feared retaliation. They were outsiders in the village and couldn't speak up. If it came to a fight, the villagers would surely side with Tang Nian. Forget it. We can't fight against the strong. Let's not cause trouble. Zhang Shizhen's father sighed, deciding to let it go. After all, it was his daughter-in-law who started the trouble. He glared at his daughter-in-law and scolded, if you gossip again, just go back to your parents' house. Zhang Shizhen's wife lowered her head, feeling both ashamed and angry at Tang Nian. It was just a few words of gossip, but Tang Nian was so vicious. If heaven had eyes, it should strike her down first. Night fell, and the remaining 12 families were too scared to sleep. They wanted to catch Tang Nian in the act and report her to the village leader. But with Tang Nian's skills, even if they stayed awake, they couldn't catch her. That night, all 12 families mysteriously fainted and then woke up in terror. Even though they knew it was Tang Nian's doing, seeing such a terrifying ghost face and 2 live wolves made them too scared to handle it, and they wet themselves. After an hour of work, Tang Nian finally finished, clapped her hands, and went home to sleep. When morning came, the doors of the 12 families were wide open, and they didn't go to work. They had all fallen ill from the fright and being exposed to the cold wind all night. They couldn't even get up. Darn it! Aren't they afraid of retribution? Even the worst landlords weren't this bad. A few families were upset, sitting at their doors crying and making noise, but they didn't dare name names. Only spoke in riddles. What's all this noise? Are you not working? Are you just waiting to starve? The captain appeared at the right moment and scolded everyone. Captain, are we just going to let this go? My son and daughter-in-law are being bullied. An old woman stopped the captain, her face filled with anger. What do you want me to do? Go down and confront Marx?
Who knows what they did at night?
From now on, everyone should watch their mouths. Stop spreading nonsense and focus on your work. The captain scolded with a dark expression, not worried about anyone reporting him to the commune. No one saw that it was Nian who caused the trouble, so reporting wouldn't help. Moreover, Tang Village was now a model for the entire commune, and other production teams were coming to learn from them. He didn't have time for these trivial matters. Next month, other production teams will come to visit Tang Village. Let me be clear. If anyone dares to embarrass Tang Village, don't blame me for being ruthless. The captain spoke sternly, scanning the crowd with a fierce gaze, especially lingering on several restless families. Don't worry, Captain. If anyone causes trouble, I'll be the first to deal with them. Exactly. If anyone tries to ruin Tang Village, I'll smash their pots. The villagers voiced their support, mostly from the Tang family, united against outsiders. The captain was pleased and envisioned a bright future for their village. Everyone was fired up and ready to work. Get back to work. Do you think food will fall from the sky? With that, the captain dismissed them, and the villagers scattered. The 12 troublemaking families didn't dare to cause any more fuss. They kept their women in check, stopping them from spreading rumors, and the gossip in Tang Village quickly died down. Villagers from other areas heard about this, and were wary of Tang Nian Nian. They had never seen such a bold girl who openly warned and punished others, yet no one dared to retaliate. Impressive. Tang Nian Nian's bad reputation spread, and even people from the neighboring commune knew about the fierce girl named Tang Nian Nian. They all agreed it was best not to provoke her. Gossip from other villages decreased significantly. No one wanted to offend Tang Nian Nian, especially since they thought that once Tang Village's factory was up and running, they might need to hire workers from outside. Tang Nian Nian clearly held the most power. She was someone to avoid angering. So, within a few days, the rampant rumors vanished, leaving Qi Guoxiu frustrated. She had worked hard to tarnish Tang Nian Nian's reputation and was waiting to see her cry, but it all ended too soon. Qi Guoxiu planned to find some gossipers to spread even worse rumors about Tang Nian Nian, feeling the need to retaliate for her own family's misfortunes. However, before she could act, Tang Nian Nian showed up at her door. It was still late at night. Tang Nian Nian didn't do much. She quietly entered the house, knocked Qi Guoxiu out, carried her from the bed, and tossed her onto Yang Baogen's bed, even stripping them both of their clothes. She didn't use any drugs. Her medicine was too precious for Qi Guoxiu and Yang Baogen. Yang Baogen was Qi Guoxiu's father-in-law's nephew, and their houses were next to each other. By morning, someone would surely discover what happened in that room. She wanted to see if Qi Guoxiu had the courage to face it. This was just a taste of her own medicine. If Qi Guoxiu could get through this and live well, she would consider the matter settled. As long as Qi Guoxiu didn't provoke her again, she wouldn't retaliate. But if Qi Guoxiu couldn't handle it, that was not her concern. Those who start trouble deserve what they get. The bright moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed. Yang Baogen was the family's favorite, and his room was the best, with the largest bed and bright glass windows, but no curtains, allowing the moonlight to shine in. With an extra person in bed, Yang Baogen remained oblivious, sprawled out and snoring, occasionally smacking his lips with a lewd smile. Tang Nian Nian checked her watch. It was 3:30 a.m. It was May, and dawn came quickly. By 5 a.m., people in the village would start waking up. She approached the bed and took out a needle, poking Yang Baogen. He woke up in pain, blinking in confusion, still half asleep. He mumbled something, rolled over, and closed his eyes again, only to bump into Qi Guoxiu's body. Qi Guoxiu, half awake, thought it was her husband and shifted her body in response. Tang Nian Nian remained in the room, holding her breath, blending into the background. The two people on the bed were too focused on their own activities to notice her. After enjoying the unfolding drama, Tang Nian Nian felt very satisfied and gave Yang Baogen a thumbs up. It was getting light outside. Tang Nian Nian took a quick glance at the two people fighting on the bed and quietly slipped out, not disturbing them at all. She checked her watch. An hour had passed, and the two in the room were still going at it. One was fearless, like a young calf, and the other was fierce, like a wolf. It was a perfect match of fire and kindling. The village roosters started crowing, one after another, until all the roosters joined in. Then came the barking of dogs, the mooing of cows, the bleating of sheep, and the quacking of ducks. It was quite a commotion. Another hour went by. It was already 5:30. People were starting to stir in the village, with hard-working villagers getting up to work. Lights turned on in Yang Baogan's house and next door at Chi Guoxiu's. Tang Nian decisively climbed up a nearby camphor tree, where the lush branches completely concealed her. From the tree, she had a clear view of both households and could hear everything.
Ah!
Who are you? A sharp scream came from Chi Guoxiu's house. By 6 o'clock, it was bright outside, and smoke began rising from the homes in the village as most people were already up. Chi Guoxiu's loud scream was particularly jarring, and nearby families rushed out to see what was happening. Among them were Chi Guoxiu's in-laws and husband, as well as Yang Baogan's parents. Chi Guoxiu's husband had just woken up and, not seeing his wife, assumed she had gone out to work. But then he heard her scream from his cousin's house next door.
Ah!
Why are you hitting me? This is my bed. Yang Baozhen yelled out, having been scratched hard by Chi Guoxiu, nearly blinding him in one eye. At 24 years old, this was only the second time Yang Baozhen had faced such humiliation. The first time was with Tang Nian, a fierce woman he couldn't handle. But that didn't mean he was afraid of the woman in bed. He had already slept with her and wasn't going to let her make a scene in front of him. Yang Baozhen didn't recognize Chi Guoxiu and didn't care to think about why there was another woman in bed. He covered his face with one hand and swung at Chi Guoxiu with the other. The two instantly got into a tussle, both still undressed. The noise quickly attracted the attention of Yang Baogan's parents, who thought a thief had entered, shouting, "Catch the thief." Then Chi Guoxiu's husband and her in-laws rushed over to help. Several nearby families, eager to assist, squeezed in, some even still with toothpaste foam in their mouths. Chi Guoxiu's husband, strong and young, was the first to charge in, kicking open Yang Baogan's door, revealing the scene inside. Everyone froze for a moment, then quickly turned around, facing away from the room. Chi Guoxiu and Yang Baozhen finally came to their senses, looking at each other and recognizing who they were.
Ah!
Chi Guoxiu screamed, trying to grab a blanket to cover herself. Yang Baozhen was equally startled and reached for the blanket. The small blanket was pulled back and forth between them, resulting in neither of them managing to cover up. Hearing his wife's voice, Chi Guoxiu's husband turned around in disbelief, his eyes bulging in shock. The shameless woman in his cousin's bed was indeed his wife. "You two scoundrels, I'll kill you." Chi Guoxiu's husband turned pale with rage, charging into the room and grabbing Yang Baozhen to start hitting him. Yang Baogan's parents and Chi Guoxiu's in-laws were stunned. How could this happen? The other eager neighbors pushed in closer to get a better view, wanting to catch every detail for gossip later. "I really don't know what happened. I thought I was dreaming. Please, I didn't steal your wife."
Yang Baogan protested, failing wronged.
He was just having a pleasant dream when suddenly there was another woman in bed. How could he resist such temptation? "Do you think I'm a fool? Tell me when you started seeing each other. I treated you like a brother, and you seduced my wife. I'll kill you, you filthy scoundrel." Chi Guoxiu's husband didn't believe him and hit him even harder. No wonder Chi Guoxiu hadn't wanted to be intimate with him lately. She must have been getting satisfaction elsewhere. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Chi Guoxiu's husband unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks without mercy. "Stop. Let's talk this out. Baozhen isn't that kind of person. There must be a misunderstanding." Yang Baogan's parents were anxious and pained, believing their son was innocent. Chi Guoxiu wasn't some stunning beauty, and she was older than their son. If Baozhen were to cheat, it wouldn't be with someone like her. "Misunderstanding my foot. You've brought this right to my doorstep. I treated you like a brother, and you all are worthless." Chi Guoxiu's father-in-law shouted angrily, his face flushed from the humiliation caused by the two. The fight on the bed escalated. In unbearable pain, Yang Baozhen began to fight back, accidentally kicking Chi Guoxiu's husband in the groin.
"Ah!
You dare to ruin my lineage? I'll destroy you." Chi Guoxiu's husband was in agony, cold sweat pouring down his face. He began to suspect that Chi Guoxiu's two children might not even be his. No wonder they looked nothing like him. If they were indeed not his, he would have to remarry and have more children. Yang Baozhen was too cruel, trying to make him childless. Filled with rage, Chi Guoxiu's husband only wanted to teach young Baozhen a harsh lesson. The two fought harder, moving from the bed to the floor, while others couldn't intervene. In reality, the fight didn't last long, only 4 or 5 minutes. Yang Baozhen was already at a disadvantage. Chi Guoxiu's husband, fueled by anger, mounted him, throwing punch after punch, his eyes turning red with fury.
Stop. Wah. Stop it.
Wrapped tightly in the blanket, Chi Guoxiu was terrified, her mind blank, only able to cry out, repeatedly saying, "Stop it." To her husband, it sounded like she was worried about her lover, Yang Baozhen, which only fueled his anger. He spotted a chair nearby and, without thinking, picked it up and swung it at Yang Baozhen on the floor.
Bang!
The chair smashed down on Yang Baozhen's head, breaking the fight apart. Yang Baozhen fainted, his head not bleeding, but he looked pale and unwell. "Baozhen, what happened? Don't scare me. Wake up." Yang Baozhen's mother rushed over, crying as if she had lost her son. At that moment, Chi Guoxiu's husband also came to his senses, glancing coldly at his unconscious cousin on the floor, not taking it seriously, thinking it was just a bump on the head. Nothing serious. He turned to look at the weeping Chi Guoxiu on the bed, his expression growing colder. "I didn't. I really don't know what happened. I thought it was you, I swear, I'm not lying." Chi Guoxiu was telling the truth. She had no idea why she was lying in Yang Baozhen's bed after sleeping soundly at home. She truly believed that her husband was the one with her, even though she felt a bit confused since he seemed different. But she didn't think too much about it. At this moment, Chi Guoxiu felt particularly regretful. She should have opened her eyes and not cried out, attracting so many people. Now that things had come to this, it was useless to regret. Chi Guoxiu only hoped that her husband would spare her for the sake of their 2 children. "For the children's sake, please give me a chance. I'm begging you. I really don't know what happened, I swear."
Please.
Chi Guoxiu pleaded desperately, but her husband remained indifferent. He grabbed her hair and dragged her off the bed, the blanket falling away, leaving her exposed. But the man didn't care. A worthless woman didn't deserve any dignity. As Yang Baozhen's cousin, Chi Guoxiu's husband had a bad temper and was violent. He would curse lightly and hit hard, and Chi Guoxiu had crossed a line with him. At that moment, he felt like killing her. "Please, let me put on some clothes. I'm begging you." Chi Guoxiu was dragged along the ground like an animal, her body quickly becoming bruised and bloody. She wasn't afraid of pain, but she still cared about her dignity. Now, she felt like a slaughtered animal, stripped bare and surrounded by the whole village, with no privacy or respect left. It was already bright outside, and the commotion at the Yang household attracted many onlookers. Nearly the entire village gathered, crowding around, some even holding bowls of food while watching the spectacle. "What happened?" Latecomers asked, confused. Chi Guoxiu was caught in bed with Yang Baozhen this morning, without any clothes on, and the room was filled with that smell. They must have done it at least 4 times. Oh wow. Yang Baozhen is that strong? Not married, doesn't have to work. All his energy goes into bed. No wonder Yang Baozhen is still single at his age. Turns out he's not interested. Chi Guoxiu is quite lucky, having both brothers serving her. "Do you think Chi Guoxiu's 2 children are?" Someone suddenly said, and though they didn't finish, everyone understood, their expressions becoming suggestive. "Maybe those 2 kids don't look like their father at all." Another person chimed in, and everyone laughed, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. The gossip was loud enough for Chi Guoxiu's husband to hear. He already had suspicions, and with everyone egging him on, his anger boiled over, twisting his face in rage. "I'll kill you, shameless girl. How dare you put a green hat on me? I'll take your life." The man punched and kicked Chi Guoxiu without holding back. At first, she cried out, but soon she couldn't make a sound, curling up and enduring the beating like a broken doll. No one intervened. Everyone watched coldly. A shameless woman deserved to be beaten. Tang Mianyan watched from a tree, enjoying the scene, silently giving a thumbs up to Chi Guoxiu's husband. She pulled out a bag of seeds from her pocket, This show is too good not to enjoy with a snack, especially 5-spice flavor. What are you all doing here? Aren't you supposed to be working? A man around 50 approached, scowling. He was the village leader. Leader, Chiguashio was caught with Yang Baojen in bed. A concerned villager reported loudly. The leader's face darkened further as he looked disdainfully at the battered Chiguashio on the ground and ordered, "Let Chiguashio go clean the manure. Everyone else, get to work, stop crowding here." Chiguashio's body twitched. She felt like she had been run over by a truck. Her bones felt broken. She couldn't understand how things had come to this. How did she end up in Yang Baogen's bed? Had she sleepwalked there? "Leader, I want a divorce from this girl." Chiguashio's husband kicked her hard and spat in disgust. "No, I won't divorce you. Please, for the sake of our 2 children, give me another chance. I'm begging you." Like a lifeless corpse, Chiguashio suddenly came to life, clinging desperately to her husband's leg. With her family gone, she had nowhere to go. If she divorced, she would be left with no options, only a dead end. The man kicked her away. A woman like her had to be divorced. After that, he could marry a younger, prettier woman. Chiguashio curled up on the ground, crying, not caring that she was still naked. The village leader, unable to watch any longer, had someone bring her clothes to cover her up, sparing her further embarrassment. The villagers were still intrigued. This drama was quite entertaining. Just as everyone was about to leave, a piercing voice rang out. It was Yang Baogen's mother. "Baojen, don't scare me. My dear Baojen, wake up." Yang's mother cried out in despair, her wailing echoing like a funeral. Yang's father, pale-faced, rushed out like a headless fly, bumping into people. "Something happened to Baojen, something happened to Baojen." Yang's father kept repeating that something was wrong, slapping his thigh in frustration, unable to speak clearly. The village leader frowned, cursing under his breath, and went inside to see what had happened. Yang Baojen had already been moved to the bed, and the smell in the room still lingered. The village leader looked at Chiguashio with increasing disdain. Truly a promiscuous woman. "Baojen, don't scare me. Wake up quickly." Yang's mother wiped her tears, while Yang Baojen lay on the bed, his face paler than a corpse, with blood at the corners of his mouth. He just woke up, coughed up blood, and fainted again. "Leader, Baojen can't be in trouble. He hasn't even married yet. He needs to carry on the Yang family line." Yang's mother cried, her voice breaking. The village leader checked under Yang Baogen's nose. His heart sank as he felt weak breaths. This situation was indeed serious. "Take him to the clinic," the village leader decisively ordered, calling over several strong young men to carry Yang Baojen on a door planked to the clinic. Before long, the village quieted down as a group went to the clinic, while others returned to work. Only Chiguashio remained lying on the ground, covered with clothes. Her body was bruised, her gaze filled with despair and numbness. After a while, she slowly got up, wrapped in the clothes, and returned home. Tang Nian jumped down from the tree, clapped her hands, and left. Indeed, evil people face their fate. She had only moved Chiguashio to another place to sleep, and nothing else happened, yet it caused such a big uproar. Heaven truly worked wonders. That scoundrel Yang Baojen was probably ruined, hid in the temple, and moved by his ignorant parents. He wouldn't die, but would be paralyzed. As for Chiguashio, she would be branded a loose woman and surely divorced. A woman without family, husband, or a reputation in this era would find it impossible to survive. Tang Nian was looking forward to seeing Chiguashio's miserable future and even hoped that the woman would be strong enough to live a few more days. Her enemies were not very useful. They died too quickly. Lu Jinglan was dead, and the Qi family was wiped out. There was no one left for her to practice her skills on, which felt quite lonely. Oh, and what about the mentally ill Zhou Siren? She wondered if he was still alive. Tang Nian casually thought of Zhou Siren. It had been a week since he was sent to the mental hospital. Those 2 girls shouldn't have killed him, right? She also wondered if her family's Shen Xiao had shared any news with the Zhou family. Tang Nian didn't think much of it. Someone like Zhou Siren dying was no big deal. She took a shortcut down the mountain and reached the roadside without being seen. She had also gathered a basket of tiger bamboo shoots. With no one around, she took out her bicycle and leisurely rode back. Zhou family in the capital. There's still no news about Si-ren, Dad. He can't be in trouble. Zhou's second son found the old man, tears in his eyes. He had 3 sons and 1 daughter, and Zhou Si-ren was the most outstanding. If something happened to him, the second branch would never have a chance to shine again. I've already sent someone to Zhucheng. Why are you crying like a big man? The old man glared at him. His 2 sons were useless. The eldest was foolish, and the second was timid. He had 5 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. The most promising was Zhou Si-liang, followed by Zhou Si-ren. The other 3 grandsons were not impressive. The eldest, Zhou Si-ming, was decent in studies but too weak to do anything useful. The Zhou family didn't need scholars. The old man had long given up on Zhou Si-ming and focused on training his second grandson, Zhou Si-liang. But now, Zhou Si-liang was incapacitated, and the third grandson, Zhou Si-ren, who went to find the Tang family's secret medicine, was also missing. The old man was anxious, but didn't show it. He needed to stay calm. The other 2 grandsons, one 20 and the other 18, were just playboys with many friends but no ability to handle serious matters. He had never expected much from them. They were useless. The 2 granddaughters were capable. One was married and the other was still at home, but eventually they would belong to someone else, no matter how talented they were. The old man suddenly felt a sense of despair. After a lifetime of heroics, how did he end up without a suitable successor?
Dad, who did you send?
Zhou's second son, Zhou Xingjia, asked. Si-ming, along with the Liu family. The Liu family's daughter was in Tang village and died recently. They went to collect her ashes. The old man replied calmly. The Liu family's daughter? Is she the girl who used to play with Si-ren? How did she die? Zhou Xingjia remembered Liu Jinglan, who had a decent relationship with his younger brother Si-ren. She was of average looks, and her parents were Cultural Bureau officials, so her family background was also ordinary. Dead is dead. Why ask so much? The old man's temper flared, and he scolded him, darkening his expression. He had sent someone to investigate, and Liu Jinglan's death was related to Tang Nian. He had underestimated Tang Nian. Dad, Si-ming can't carry anything or lift anything. What can he do? Why not send Siwu instead? Zhou Xingjia suggested quietly. Zhou Si-ming was his eldest son. Although he was a scholar, he was still his own flesh and blood. He felt that Zhucheng had some bad vibes. It was better to send Zhou Si-wu from the eldest branch. The old man shot him a cold glance, seeing through his son's intentions. All his cleverness was used against his own family.
Get out.
The old man's voice was icy. He was utterly disappointed in his second son. Zhou Xingjia left in frustration and called his eldest son, Zhou Si-ming. Zhou Si-ming had graduated from a military university and was working at the Cultural Bureau. When Zhou Xingjia called, he learned that his eldest son was on a business trip and had been gone for several days. Zhou Si-ming had already arrived in Zhucheng, just getting off the train. The leaders of the Zhucheng Cultural Bureau personally came to greet him. He was leading a team with Liu Jinglan's father to investigate historical sites, funded by the government. Zhucheng was known as the State of Yu during the spring and autumn period, so investigating historical sites was not unusual. He and his brother Zhou Si-ren didn't look much alike. He was more delicate, of average height, with fair skin and thick glasses. Although he was refined, he had a gloomy demeanor and an air of arrogance, not very approachable. Director Zhou, Section Chief Liu, and all leaders, thank you for your hard work. The leaders of the Zhucheng Cultural Bureau smiled broadly, shaking hands with the visitors from the capital. Zhou Si-ming's expression was cold. He was the leader of this investigation but was reserved and disliked socializing. As the eldest son of the Zhou family, he held a high status and was used to being flattered, which made him proud and aloof. Liu Jinglan's father was named Liu Kongri, a very politically correct name. He was the deputy leader of this investigation and was good at socializing, adept at navigating relationships. Following the Zhou family's instructions, he was determined to cooperate with Zhou Ximing to complete the task given by the Zhou family. Along the way, Lu Kongri chatted with the reception staff from Zhucheng, while Zhou Ximing spoke no more than 3 sentences. Although the Zhucheng staff felt dissatisfied, they didn't dare show it. They couldn't afford to offend the Zhou family and had to be respectful. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhou Ximing called the capital. Tang Nian is not simple. Be careful. We need to find the Tang family's treasure and Siren. Lu Kongri will take the lead. You can stay in the background. If anything happens, contact these people. The old man had given his grandson a few names, all prominent figures in Zhucheng, including the police chief, Guan. As for Lu Kongri, the old man saw through his intentions at a glance. A flatterer like him was perfect to be a shield for his grandson. I understand, Grandpa. Zhou Ximing replied eagerly, but he felt somewhat disdainful inside. She was just a rural girl. How powerful could she be? Zhou Siren had always been brave, but lacked wisdom. Yet the old man favored such traits. In the Zhou family, being able to fight was what earned the old man's affection. Zhou Siren was just physically weak, but his mind was the sharpest among the grandsons, yet the old man didn't appreciate him. This was a rare opportunity for Zhou Ximing. He was determined to find the Tang family's treasure and show the old man his worth. It was May 26th. In a few days, it would be June. Tang Nian had gone to Wuqing to bring back some machines, which she was slowly repairing in her space. Zhou Guqing was also busy with the various procedures to set up a factory. Tang Nian had not neglected the businesses of Tianjin Factory and Hongqing Factory. Everything was completed perfectly. Tang Jiangua and Meng Rant's 4 apprentices were making significant progress under her training. In 2 months, they would be able to operate the machines. These 4 already had several years of experience with machine tools and were skilled in practice. With just a little training, they would quickly get the hang of it. The weather at the end of May was neither hot nor cold, especially after lunch, which made people sleepy. After eating, Tang Nian yawned, set up a lounge chair in the yard, grabbed a blanket, and lay down to sleep. Tang Lao Tai glared at her with gritted teeth, but after some hesitation, she said nothing. A few days ago, her granddaughter had given her 2 gold bracelets, heavy and beautiful, clearly something a wealthy lady would wear. She had hidden them away. Considering the 2 gold bracelets, she decided to let the girl be lazy. Out of sight, out of mind. After tidying up the kitchen, Tang Lao Tai hurried off to work at the sock factory, along with Su Jinfeng and Xian Zhenju. The 3 of them were very busy now. Tang Nian was sleeping soundly when she was suddenly awakened by a thunderous shout. Qi Guoxiu jumped into the river? Yang Baozhen is dead? Oh my! The heavens have truly opened their eyes. Old Lady Tang shouted loudly, slapping her thigh with excitement, her teeth showing in a big grin. After she went to the workshop and realized she forgot her tea jar, she rushed back to get it and heard this great news. She felt like setting off 1,000 firecrackers to celebrate. Yang Baozhen was killed by Qi Guoxiu's man? Why did he hit him? Old Lady Tang was very curious. There must be a big story behind it. Qi Guoxiu and Yang Baozhen were having an affair. They got caught early in the morning, and her man got so angry that he beat Yang Baozhen. Yang Baozhen was unlucky and got hit on the head by a stool. He was taken to the clinic but didn't make it, and he died the next day. Yang Baozhen is really not picky going for someone like Qi Guoxiu? Old Lady Tang clicked her tongue, feeling that Yang Baozhen's death was a bit unfair. Qi Guoxiu was the ugliest in her family. Her sister Qi Guochun was pretty, and Qi Guohua was also handsome. Qi Guoxiu was plain-looking and older than Yang Baozhen. Their affair was like an eagle preying on a chick. Not only that, but they had a wild night together, 8 times. Even a bull can't compare. The woman sharing the news spoke as if she had witnessed it all, making it sound vivid. The production team's bull can't even plow 8 acres of land. Yang Baozhen probably didn't die from the stool, but was drained dry by Qi Guoxiu. Old Lady Tang sighed. Who knows? Yang Baogan's parents placed his body at Chi Guoxiu's husband's doorstep and refused to bury him. They've been causing a scene for 2 days, insisting that Chi Guoxiu's husband must go to jail to pay for their son's life. The Yang family blames Chi Guoxiu, calling her a jinx. Yesterday, she wanted the commune to get a divorce certificate, and today she jumped into the river. They haven't even recovered her body yet. Maybe she was dragged away by a water monster. Chi Guoxiu deserves it. No one in her family is good. Even heaven can't stand them and wants to take them away. Old Lady Tang snorted, feeling no sympathy, only satisfaction. She praised the heavens again for their good work lately. Everyone she disliked had met a bad end, making her very happy. After chatting for a while, Old Lady Tang returned home, finding Tang Nian already awake. She nagged, "It's getting windy. Go back inside to sleep. You'll catch a cold out here and have to take medicine, wasting money."
Oh.
Tang Nian yawned, her eyes still sleepy, her face rosy from being wrapped in a blanket. Old Lady Tang felt a bit nostalgic seeing her granddaughter like this, reminding her of little Nian, a delicate bundle who needed to be held to sleep. If she was laid on the bed, she would wake up immediately. Nian was the only one she had held since childhood. She never held her other granddaughters. Every time Nian woke up, she looked like this, with a rosy face and teary eyes, making you want to pinch her cheeks. "Are you still sleepy? I told you not to sleep too much during the day. It makes you duller." Old Lady Tang couldn't help but pinch her granddaughter's face a few times. Her hands were rough from years of work, and even though she didn't pinch hard, it still hurt a bit. Tang Nian puffed out her cheeks in protest. "Grandma, if you pinch me again, I won't give you my gold bracelet. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear. What's wrong with a few pinches? You're so precious. Did I pinch the others as much when they were little?" Old Lady Tang looked around to make sure no one was watching before she finally rushed off to the sock factory with her tea jar. Tang Nian wrapped herself in the blanket and went back to her room. After washing her face and tying her hair up, she took her basket and headed to the back mountain. There was a shortcut to Chi Guoxiu's village, and she wanted to see the commotion. The river in Yang village connected to the river in Tang village and was located at the village entrance. A few boats were on the water, trying to recover Chi Guoxiu's body, and many people were gathered on the shore to watch. Tang Nian squeezed into the crowd, wearing a turtleneck that covered most of her face, making her less noticeable. "Over here. We found her," someone on the boat shouted, and someone jumped into the water. Soon, they brought Chi Guoxiu's body to shore. "She jumped last night. She must be dead."
Ugh.
This filthy woman polluted the river. The villagers watching showed no sympathy for Chi Guoxiu. Even in death, they continued to insult her. Chi Guoxiu's body was pale from being in the water, and someone checked her nose and shook their head. Tang Nian then went to Yang Baogan's house, which was indeed lively. Yang Baogan's body was placed at the entrance of Chi Guoxiu's in-laws' house, covered with a white cloth over his face. Yang's mother lay on the ground, expressionless and hopeless. She had cried for 2 days and was now exhausted. Yang's father sat on the threshold with the same vacant look. Their only son was dead and they didn't want to live anymore. They just wanted Chi Guoxiu and her husband to pay for it. "Let him pay for my son's life. If my son is dead, he must die too." Yang's mother suddenly screamed, her expression wild, like a madwoman. The team leader tried to persuade them, but it was useless. Yang Baogan's parents insisted that Chi Guoxiu's husband must pay with his life. Otherwise, they wouldn't let their son be buried and would keep him at the door. Tang Nian watched the commotion for a while before leaving. What happened next was none of her business. Those who had harmed her in her past life had already faced their punishment. The next day, news spread in Yang village that no one was willing to take care of Chi Guoxiu's burial. It was the team leader who stepped in and hastily buried her. Yang Baozhen was also buried. Chi Guoxiu's husband didn't go to jail. He gave their son to Yang Baogan's family and paid them 1,000 yuan, but he couldn't afford that much money right away, so he owed them. The two families had become sworn enemies, and there would surely be more trouble in the future. Hearing this news, Old Lady Tang was in a great mood. The food in the Tang household had been unexpectedly good lately, with plenty of oil and meat, and everyone was satisfied. But with good news, there always comes some bad news. The team leader received a call from the commune, saying that leaders from the capital were coming to Tang village to investigate historical sites, and he was responsible for the reception. Leaders? What historical sites are there in Tang village? We haven't produced a single county magistrate. The team leader was a bit confused. The most Tang village could claim was a capitalist from many years ago, something he had heard from his grandfather, but that was hundreds of years ago and had nothing to do with Tang village now. There was no way it could be related to historical sites. Were the leaders from the capital just bored? Why do you care so much? Just make sure you handle the reception. The commune leader replied impatiently. He was confused too, but since the higher-ups had given the order, he had to make it happen. How will the food expenses be calculated? Leaders, Tang village is struggling. We can barely make ends meet. The team leader complained about their poverty. If a group came to investigate, they would definitely eat a lot, and he needed to keep track of the costs. Enough. Right now, your Tang village team is the richest in the whole commune. Don't come crying to me. The leaders from the capital won't eat for free. Funds have already been allocated. I'll give you the money later. The commune leader scolded with a laugh. All right, I'll arrange everything right away. As soon as the team leader heard there was money involved, he was full of energy and immediately set about arranging accommodation. The Tang family was the first choice for the team leader. They had plenty of rooms, it was clean, and the food was good, which would surely satisfy the leaders from the capital. He wanted to talk to Old Lady Tang about this. Leaders from the capital are staying at my house? Are they paying? Old Lady Tang immediately asked. If there was no money, she wouldn't do it. There is money. Once the funds come through, I'll give it to you. The team leader promised. How much? If it's too little, I won't do it. My family's food is better than the emperor's. Old Lady Tang was sharp-minded. While hosting the leaders from the capital would bring some prestige, she wasn't one to chase after empty fame. She preferred real benefits. She wouldn't engage in a losing deal. I'll arrange for 2 people at your place, with a daily allowance of $1.50 and a pound of grain tickets. Is that okay?
The team leader said.
That works. When are they coming? Old Lady Tang's tone was a bit reluctant. In the past, she would have been thrilled with this price. But now, she earned $18 a month and owned 3 gold bracelets, along with $1,289.39 in private savings. This little amount didn't impress her. However, she was a person of principle and would support the team's work, not wanting to hold them back. They'll come this afternoon. Dinner needs to be arranged. And prepare 2 rooms. The team leader instructed. 1 man and 1 woman? Old Lady Tang asked curiously. No, 2 men. Old Lady Tang scoffed. 2 big men needing 2 rooms? City folks really have too many quirks. The team leader thought the same, but these 2 were leaders from the inspection team, and the commune leaders had specifically instructed that they should be treated well and given single rooms that were clean and hygienic. Tang Nian was unaware of this. After getting up in the morning, she went to the back mountain, claiming she was going to pick bamboo shoots, but in reality, she wanted to ask Old Master Zhang some questions. Old Master Zhang was a top expert in aerodynamics and automation, and he was also knowledgeable in electromechanics. Tang Nian mainly wanted to understand the current level of electromechanical technology, as the machine tool factory was set to be built next spring. She needed to produce machine tools that were slightly better than the current level, but not too advanced to raise suspicions from the state. She didn't understand this area well, and needed to consult Old Master Zhang. Old Master Zhang was happy to help Tang Nian, patiently explaining everything, breaking it down piece by piece, worried she might not understand. Meanwhile, Deng Chongsheng sat outside, cutting grass, his eyes sharp, glancing up occasionally. In fact, with Bai Sui and Fu Bao around, even if a fly flew by, Tang Nian would know, so Deng Chongsheng's vigilance was unnecessary. But she didn't stop him. If he didn't do some work, he might think he was useless. Nian girl, did you understand? Do you want me to repeat it? Old Master Zhang licked his dry lips, his throat feeling parched, but he looked eagerly at Tang Nian Nian. If she shook her head, he'd repeat it and explain even more. I understand. Thank you, Old Master Zhang. Tang Nian Nian nodded, and she had a general understanding of the current electromechanical level. Old Master Zhang felt a bit regretful. He hadn't finished explaining everything he wanted to share. A tea jar was handed over, filled with cooled tea. Have some water. Tang Nian Nian pushed the tea jar into Old Master Zhang's hands. She had added some spiritual spring water to help him regain his health. Old Master Zhang gulped down half the jar, feeling much better, energized, and ready to talk for another 8 hours. As Tang Nian Nian prepared to leave, Old Master Zhang pulled out a stack of papers from under his bedding, filled with notes, and solemnly handed them to her. Nian girl, these are the high school exam materials I've organized, along with some test questions. Take them home to study. Even though Tang Nian Nian said she was confident, Old Master Zhang still worried. It took him a whole month to compile this information. Tang Nian Nian took the materials, quickly glanced through a few pages, and noticed many questions were spot on. This old man was truly impressive. His mind was sharp. In her past life, even a poor student like Lu Jinglan managed to get into a prestigious university thanks to Old Master Zhang, showing how valuable this information was. Thank you, I'll study it. Tang Nian Nian didn't say any insincere polite words. She rolled up the materials and put them away, promising to look at them. Old Master Zhang smiled with satisfaction, glad to help Nian girl. He had received so much from her, and it felt good to give back a little. Don't skimp on food. Tang Nian Nian took out a large piece of fresh pork from her backpack. The pigs she raised in her space had grown, and she had slaughtered one, with more than enough to eat. She also brought out milk powder, tea leaves, various candies, mosquito coils, and floral water, filling the table. The cow shed was on the mountain, and there were many mosquitoes. With cow dung attracting bugs, they buzzed around during the day. The two old men usually used dried mugwort, bundled it, lit it, and filled the room with smoke to drive away the mosquitoes. While it worked well, it only lasted a while. The shed was drafty, and once the smoke cleared, the mosquitoes would come back to bite. Tang Nian Nian noticed both old men had several red spots on their faces and hands. Mosquito coils are too expensive. We can just use mugwort. Old Master Zhang thought using mosquito coils was too extravagant. Hardly any family in Tang Village could afford them. Put it on the account. Tang Nian Nian shot back. She wasn't taking it for free. She'd have to pay it back later. Old Master Zhang thought about it and agreed. They had already kept track of so many accounts, so they could settle it later. Recently, with the temperature rising, the mosquitoes seemed to be everywhere, buzzing at night, making it hard for him and old Deng to sleep. Using mosquito coils was indeed more suitable. Tang Nian Nian had brought many mosquito coils. They were similar to the ones available now, just unpacked. I'm leaving. Tang Nian Nian packed her things and headed for the door. She needed to go home for lunch. Today, she had ordered a special dish, braised pork with tofu skin. Although old lady Tang had grumbled for a long time, she still made it. Tang Nian Nian planned to eat an extra bowl of rice. Braised pork with tofu skin. Nian girl is leaving. Deng Changsheng smiled broadly, looking at Tang Nian Nian with more warmth than he would show his own grandchildren. Tang Nian Nian remained expressionless, seeming hard to approach and a bit disrespectful, but the two old men didn't mind. This was the real Nian girl, much better than those who smiled while hiding daggers. As she reached the foot of the mountain, she heard Jiao Jin's loud voice. Fu Bao, you're amazing. Bai Sui is amazing too. The other kids didn't forget to praise Bai Sui. Everyone is amazing. Roast them and give some to Bai Sui and Fu Bao. Jiao Jin's little face trembled with laughter as he pointed at a few half-dead field mice on the ground, caught by Bai Sui and Fu Bao. In the past, roasted field mice would have been a treat for the kids, but now they didn't want to eat them, especially since they had milk candies and biscuits. They decided to let Bai Sui and Fu Bao have them instead. Fu Bao's eyes sparkled, and his tail wagged joyfully. His snow-white fur was smooth and shiny, showing no signs of being a wolf, just a lovely, beautiful big white dog. The people of Tang Village also regarded Fu Bao as a dog and didn't associate him with wolves at all. After all, which family's wolf wags its tail so happily and is so affectionate? A few kids gathered materials and dug a hole, creating a long trench for fire safety. They learned from adults that it was necessary to dig this when making a fire on the mountain. Soon, the smell of meat wafted through the air. Tang Nian sniffed and honestly thought the aroma was really tempting. It smells so good. Jiujin, can I have a bite? One little boy was so tempted that tears rolled down his cheeks, and the others were the same, their eyes fixed on the roasted field mice over the fire, swallowing hard. But they had promised Bai Sui and Fu Bao not to break their word. Ask Fu Bao and Bai Sui. If they agree, then it's fine. Jiujin was the only one not tempted. Her family ate meat every day, so she was used to it. Fu Bao blinked innocently, making the other kids feel guilty. They quickly said, "We won't eat. Let Fu Bao and Bai Sui have it." They were good kids who kept their promises, as their second sister had taught them. Their second sister also said she didn't like kids who broke their promises. They wanted candy and cookies, and if they had to choose between a full meal and candy, they would definitely choose the latter. They couldn't give up many future candies and cookies for a bit of field mouse meat. Once the field mouse was roasted, the delicious smell filled the air. Jiujin kindly removed the innards and fur for Bai Sui and Fu Bao to eat. 3 for Fu Bao, 3 for Bai Sui, half for each. Hurry up and eat. Jiujin fairly divided the field mice, and the kids squatted down to watch Bai Sui and Fu Bao eat. Bai Sui and Fu Bao had big mouths, finishing the meat quickly. Fu Bao licked its lips, feeling unsatisfied, thinking that life used to be too hard. Raw meat couldn't compare to cooked meat. The Wolf King always said humans were very bad and told them to stay away from them. Fu Bao's parents said the same. At 2 years old, Fu Bao was taught to stay away from humans and be loyal to the Wolf King. But after its parents died, the Wolf King was influenced by a favored female wolf and expelled Fu Bao from the pack. Fu Bao understood what happened. Its mother was the most beautiful in the pack, and that jealous female wolf was the reason. That mean wolf. Now, Fu Bao had a beautiful master and Bai Sui as a brother, drinking from the spirit spring every day and eating delicious meat. Life was much better than under the Wolf King. Fu Bao really wanted to encounter the wolf pack again to show them its good life now. Its fur was much prettier than the Wolf King's. After Bai Sui and Fu Bao finished eating, Tang Nian came down. Second sister, I picked a lot of bamboo shoots for you. Second sister, I gathered many prickly vegetables for you. Second sister, I collected a lot of a gong for you. Second sister, I picked some wild kiwis for you. Second sister, do you want some sour fruits? When the kids saw Tang Nian, they rushed over like wild monkeys from Flower Fruit Mountain, showing off their harvest. All were wild fruits and vegetables from the mountain, filling Tang Nian's basket. Good. Tang Nian accepted everything, especially the a gong, which she hadn't had in a long time. The little girl who picked a gong was very careful, stringing them together like red agate, sweet and sour, much better than greenhouse strawberries. They were called a gong in the local dialect. She didn't know the scientific name. They were a bit like raspberries, her childhood favorite. Here. As Tang Nian ate a gong, she took out a big bag of cookies from her basket. They were bowl cookies she bought from the store, long and rectangular, with small holes and sprinkled with sugar, costing 1 yuan for 2. These cookies tasted great, with a milky flavor that Tang Nian liked. 5 pieces for each. Tang Nian gave each child 5 pieces, wanting to share since they brought her so much. Second sister, you're so nice. Second sister, you're better than my real sister. Second sister, will you be my mom? The kids couldn't stop talking, their words getting sillier. Tang Nian gently tapped the head of the child who wanted her to be their mom, playfully saying, I can't have a child as big as you, Jiujin. It's time to go home for dinner. Oh. Tang Jiujin picked up a full basket of pig grass and a bundle of firewood, running quickly with her short legs to follow Tang Nian down the mountain. Bai Sui and Fu Bao walked beside her like loyal bodyguards. On the way, Tang Nian nibbled on a sour fruit. One bite made her face scrunch up from the sourness, but she stubbornly refused to spit it out, finishing the whole thing. She didn't eat the prickly vegetables, too lazy to peel them, planning to have Jiojin help her when they got home, paying her 50 cents for the work. Tang Nian's grandmother was waiting at the gate, looking out for her 2 granddaughters. She shouted, "Dinner's ready." If they didn't come back soon, she would go find them on the mountain. "Grandma, here, have this." Tang Nian took an gong gong and stuffed it into her grandmother's mouth. "Don't eat too much. Dinner is almost ready, or you won't have room for it." Tang Nian's grandmother scolded lightly and went to the kitchen. There was one last bowl of vegetables left, which she would cook once everyone was back, so it wouldn't get cold and taste bad. Today's lunch at the Tang family was especially generous. A big bowl of braised pork with tofu skin, steamed snails, steamed potatoes, steamed edamame, stir-fried greens, scrambled eggs with chives, and seaweed egg soup. The meat was fresh pork that Tang Nian brought back, about 10 pounds. Her grandmother generously cooked half and stored the other half in the well to keep it cool for later. Ever since she started working at the sock factory, Tang Nian's grandmother had become more generous with food. In the past, she would have made 10 pounds of meat last for half a year. During lunch, Tang Nian's grandmother announced that officials from the capital would be staying at their house. "Officials from the capital are coming to stay with us? We need to clean up." Su Jinfeng was surprised and a bit proud. Tang Nian's grandmother nodded and instructed, "After we eat, clean up those 2 rooms in the west wing and let the straw dry in the sun to make it comfortable." They also used straw, which they changed every year and had to dry often. It was quite comfortable. Tang Nian frowned. She didn't like having outsiders in the house, especially 2 men. It was so annoying. "Grandma, can't we refuse?" "Your 3rd uncle already agreed. He said they would give 1 yuan 50 and a pound of grain tickets per day." "Just ignore them. They won't eat with us. They'll have their own table." Tang Nian's grandmother knew her concerns and quickly reassured her. "What famous people came from Tang village? Are there really historical sites?" Tang Nian was skeptical. She had lived in Tang village for 17 years and had never heard of any big figures. Not even a low-ranking official had come from there. How could there be historical sites? Her great-great-great-great-grandfather had money, but he had nothing to do with history. He was just a businessman. Who knows what officials think? Common people like us have no idea. Anyway, they are paying, so why not take it? Tang Nian's grandmother didn't care about historical sites. She only cared about the subsidies. Tang Nian didn't want to think about it anymore. She took a piece of braised pork with tofu skin, which had been simmering for hours, soaking up the meat flavor, even better than the meat itself. The soup mixed with rice was delicious. She could eat 4 bowls. "Grandma, can we make this again tomorrow?" Tang Nian hadn't had enough, and there was still half the meat left. "Every meal with meat? You're living better than an emperor." Tang Nian's grandmother glared at her, not agreeing. They would definitely wait a day before having it again. Even the emperor didn't have such good meals. Tang Nian didn't say anything more. If her grandmother wouldn't cook it, she would do it herself. For something delicious, she was willing to put in the effort. After lunch, Tang Nian went to take a nap. Half asleep, she was awakened by her grandmother's loud voice. 2 yuan is not enough. If I had known this old glasses guy was the father of a female thug, I would never agree. Tang Nian's lingering sleepiness was instantly disturbed by the shouting. Who was the old glasses wearer? Who was the female thug? What had she missed? Tang Nian quickly got up, dressed, ran her fingers through her hair and rushed outside to see what was happening. Old Lady Tang stood at the entrance of the courtyard, refusing to let anyone in. The captain's face was also grim. He had no idea that the person from the capital was actually Lu Jinglan's father. If he had known, he certainly wouldn't have arranged for them to stay at Tang Nian's house. Lu Kongri, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looked a bit dark, and beside him, Zhou Siming looked even worse. They hadn't even entered the Tang family home when this old hag stopped them and insulted them. Zhou Siming had a slight understanding of Lu Jinglan's situation. He knew she had been sent to the countryside for reform after making a mistake, but had died unexpectedly. However, he didn't know what mistake Lu Jinglan had made. Hearing old lady Tang curse the female thug made him furious. As a prominent young master of the Zhou family, even if he wasn't favored by his father, no one in the capital dared to treat him this way. This rural old woman was too bold. Captain Tang, didn't you say everything was arranged? The accompanying commune official looked displeased and questioned the captain harshly. Leader, you didn't mention that this old glasses wearer. No, this comrade Lu is Lu Jinglan's father. If I had known, I wouldn't have arranged this. The captain protested. Old lady Tang chimed in loudly. Lu Jinglan went to the farm for reform and ended up being a loose woman. All the men at the farm have been with her. Our Tang family is poor. My husband fought against the Japanese and still has bullets from them in his body. We absolutely refuse to take in the family of such a female thug. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The daughter of a female thug must be a rogue too. Even if she were offered 3 yuan a day, she would refuse. Lu Kongri's face turned pale with shame and anger. Lu Jinglan was not his favorite daughter. He had 4 daughters and Lu Jinglan was second, not the most outstanding in looks or talent. She usually behaved very ordinarily, but last year, she had changed completely, helping the family avoid trouble and befriending the Zhou family's young master. These impressive actions had made him see her in a new light and have high hopes for her. Unfortunately, his second daughter had fallen in Tang village and died in such an undignified way. If it weren't for the old Master Zhou's order, Lu Kongri wouldn't have wanted to come to Zhucheng to collect his daughter's ashes. He had already sent his eldest son to bring back the ashes of this rebellious daughter, along with his niece Yang Hongling's, which had been kept at the village committee. Since he was here, he might as well collect them and have his eldest son take them back together. It was this matter that went wrong. The captain of Tang village was a blabbermouth and immediately told this old hag, and now he and Zhou Siming were blocked at the door, insulted in such a terrible way. Indeed, this rural old woman was crude and lacked any decency. 3 yuan a day and a pound of grain tickets. Zhou Siming, impatient, didn't want to argue with the rural old woman and raised the offer. He couldn't believe that a rural old woman could refuse such temptation. The villagers watching gasped, their eyes filled with desire. They wouldn't mind if the old glasses wearer was a rogue. You think having money makes you special? I don't need your little bit of money. The money from a rogue has a foul smell. Get lost. Old lady Tang picked up a broom from the wall, which she had just used to sweep the chicken coop and was covered in chicken droppings, and swung it at Zhou Siming and the others. A few hits landed on Zhou Siming, visibly staining his clothes with chicken droppings. His face turned as dark as coal, and he had to exert great effort to suppress his anger and not retaliate against old lady Tang. Before coming, his grandfather had repeatedly warned him not to cause trouble. Finding Siren and the treasure was the priority. Zhou Siming took a deep breath and angrily said to the commune official, "Is this how you arranged things? This must be settled before dark. Find me a clean and quiet place to stay." Of course. I'll arrange it right away." The commune official was also frightened. He couldn't afford to offend the leaders from the capital. But he also couldn't afford to offend old lady Tang, who came from a long line of poor farmers and had fought against the foreign devils, with a clear background and strong standing. Zhou Siming walked to the roadside with a dark expression, waiting for the commune official to arrange accommodation. Lu Kongri stood beside him, quietly explaining, "Director Zhou, my daughter was wronged. It was Tang Mian from this family who harmed her." Zhou Siming smirked sarcastically. Lu Jinglan being sent to the farm for labor reform could very well have been a setup, but if she ended up in a situation like that at the farm, it was her own fault. Old lady Tang wasn't wrong. Lu Jinglan was indeed a shameless female thug, and the Lu family had serious issues with their family values. If he were to choose teammates, he would never pick Lu Kongri. Unfortunately, he didn't have the choice right now. Everything had to follow his grandfather's arrangements. Lu Kongri felt anxious and even began to resent his daughter Lu Jinglan. He had known she was not a promising child. Now she was dead and had brought shame to the Lu family. The Lu family had come this far with great difficulty, each step like walking on thin ice, fearing exposure. They had been safe until now, but this rebellious daughter had brought them disgrace. Fortunately, Tang village was far from the capital, and news was slow to spread, so it wouldn't reach the capital. They only told outsiders that Lu Jinglan had gone to the countryside to support rural development and had died in an accident while working. In the end, Lu Kongri and Zhou Siming were arranged to stay at the captain's house, which the commune official forced them into. Zhou Siming refused to stay at other people's homes, finding them dirty. Only the captain's house and Tang Nian's were the cleanest in the village. The captain felt more disgusted than swallowing a fly. He didn't want to earn that 3 yuan subsidy at all. His aunt was right. The father of someone like Lu Jinglan couldn't be a good person. Leaders, my home is simple, and the food isn't great. I apologize for the inconvenience. The captain gave a preemptive warning. His food wasn't as good as the Tang family's, and he wouldn't specifically buy meat from town, so they would just eat what was available. No problem. Zhou Siming wasn't picky about food. He had brought an assistant, and if the food was really too bad, he would send the assistant to the commune to buy supplies. He couldn't let himself suffer. As the group walked away, Tang Nian emerged from behind the courtyard wall. The old glasses wearer, Lu Kongri, called that gloomy young man Director Zhou, and this Zhou had some resemblance to Zhou Siren. They came in a grand manner to find historical relics, shared the surname Zhou, and were connected to the Lu family. With these 3 points combined, the answer was clear. Tang Nian sneered. The Zhou family hadn't given up yet. Since these people were looking for treasure, she would prepare a big gift for the Zhou family. She would definitely make Zhou Siming stay in Tang village for a long time. Perhaps in a few hundred years, he could turn into a fossil, which would count as treasure too.
Bah.
You think you can buy me with money? I'm not the kind of person who is blinded by cash. A shameless old rogue can only raise a shameless daughter, a whole nest of them. Old Lady Tang shouted angrily at the direction Zhou Siming and the others had left. In truth, she was upset about losing 3 yuan and a pound of grain coupons each day. She looked down on the Lu family, but she certainly wouldn't refuse their money. What a pity.
Sigh.
Aunt, is that old man with glasses Lu Jiqing's father? What are they here for? A villager asked curiously. They're here to scout for a burial site for themselves. Old Lady Tang retorted angrily and went back inside. She was so furious that she needed a big glass of cold tea to cool down. I heard they came here looking for historical sites, a villager said loudly. What historical sites do we have? There were bandits before the liberation. The Japanese also came here, those darn Japanese. They cruelly cut a piece of meat from my pig while it was still alive. My parents returned from the mountains, and the pig was still alive. It took 3 days and nights to die. When the Japanese came, I was only 10. I had just cooked rice when I heard the news and had to run to the mountains without eating. When I came back 2 days later, the village was in ruins. The rice in my cooking pot was still there, but it was spoiled. Darn those Japanese, they will surely face retribution. Our mountains were better off. The city was worse, bombed every day, and we were locked in our houses while machine guns fired. Blood flowed like rivers. What a tragedy. The villagers' conversation took a turn, and they all began to curse the Japanese. Zhu Cheng had once fallen to them. The Japanese burned, killed, looted, and committed all sorts of atrocities. The local people despised them deeply. These things are true. I heard my grandmother talk about them. She experienced the war in her youth. The Japanese even defecated in cooking pots and slaughtered pigs, cows, and chickens. All of this is absolutely true. The villagers' chatter gradually faded. They were only interested in the people from the capital for a brief moment. Zhou Siming brought about 10 people and some surveying tools. Besides the team leader's house, a few other families were still occupied. After the commune officials settled in, they returned to the commune. The next day, Zhou Siming took his team to survey the mountains and found a guide from Tang village. They initially wanted Tang Jianshu to lead them, but he refused, saying he was too busy with factory work. In the end, a family from outside the village took the job for 1 yuan a day, guiding them around the mountains, and the villagers were envious. Zhou Siming and his team spent the whole day in the mountains without finding anything, but they weren't discouraged. If treasures were that easy to find, they wouldn't be called treasures. As night fell, Tang Nian took Fu Bao and Baishou up the mountain. She needed to prepare a grand gift for the group. Less than an hour later, she found the cave where the Tang family's treasure was hidden and discovered the entrance. The reason she couldn't find it last time was that the entrance was blocked by dense vines. Tang Nian cut through half of the vines with a knife, leaving the other half, revealing a moss-covered entrance that led to the treasure cave. She turned on her flashlight and entered. The cave was damp, with dripping water sounds. After about half an hour, she reached the treasure location. The entrance was blocked by a stone door, and beside it was a small hole the size of a finger. Tang Nian didn't know why, but she instinctively poked her right ring finger into it, and then she heard a click sound as the stone door slowly moved. Tang Nian found it strange. This mechanism was too simple. Any finger could fit in, making the stone door seem unnecessary. However, she quickly realized something was off. Only her ring finger could fit into the small hole, while the other fingers couldn't. Inside, there was a corresponding raised round block. Pressing it would close the stone door. After closing the stone door, Tang Nian took a stick and poked it into the small hole, pushing hard several times, but the stone door didn't budge, clearly not working just by poking. Could it be a fingerprint lock? Tang Nian was very curious. Did such advanced technology exist hundreds of years ago? And how could the ancestors from hundreds of years ago know her fingerprint? Also, that jade gourd. No one in the Tang family had ever been able to recognize it with blood. Only she could, clearly indicating it was not just about the Tang bloodline. There must be other secrets. Tang Nian tapped her head, feeling a headache coming on, and decided to stop thinking about it. She closed the stone door, which was left by her ancestors, and she couldn't bear to destroy it. She would find another place to set up, as there were many caves in the mountains. With Fu Bao leading the way, Tang Nian quickly found another hidden cave, winding and mysterious, perfect for hiding treasures, and the entrance was also covered with vines. Most importantly, this cave could only be entered, not exited. Once the entrance was sealed, no one could get out. She scattered a few small gems at the entrance, feeling a bit pained but knowing that you can't catch a wolf without giving up something. After finishing her setup, Tang Nian clapped her hands and led Baishou and Fu Bao down the mountain to sleep. She slept until noon and found Jujin playing at the foot of the mountain. She reminded the little girl, who nodded vigorously, indicating she would remember. Good girl. Tang Nian took out a pack of biscuits, shared them with the little girl and her friends, and then went back to sleep. Spring drowsiness, summer fatigue, winter slumber. Now that it was early summer, she should sleep more. Tang Nian yawned and slowly walked home. On the way, she ran into Zhou Siming and the others. When they crossed paths, she rolled her eyes at them. Tang girl, my brother Zhou's siren has gone missing in your brigade. Do you know where he is? Zhou Siming stopped her and asked directly. He had gone to the city in the morning, saying he had news about Siren, but it turned out to be false hope. Siren seemed to have vanished without a trace, and he thought Tang Nian might know where his brother was. Rather than beating around the bush, it was better to be straightforward. If Tang Nian really had any connection, she would surely slip up. Tang Nian opened her mouth wide, yawning and showing her teeth, her eyes watery. The legs are on your brother. He can go wherever he wants. How would I know? Tang Nian rolled her eyes and showed no kindness to Zhou Siming. The Zhou family was all the same, arrogant and disdainful of the common people. If one didn't know better, they might think they were royalty. Tang girl, my brother is infatuated with you. He wrote home saying you are the only person he wants to marry in this life. Siren loves you deeply and wouldn't just disappear without reason. I have a good relationship with him and am very worried. If you have any news, please let me know. Zhou Siming was very calculating. He didn't show any anger on his face and smiled slightly, but his words were more disgusting than dung. Tang Nian laughed instead of getting angry, mocking. Is everyone in your Zhou family so self-righteous? Zhou's siren liking me only shows how charming I am, loved by all, but I couldn't care less about him. Even if he died in front of me, I wouldn't blink. Move aside. Good dog doesn't block the way. Tang Nian pushed Zhou Ximing aside, her tone sharp. Zhou Ximing stumbled and nearly fell down the slope, saved only by Lu Kongri. With a dark expression, he watched Tang Nian descend the mountain, feeling puzzled by this woman. Director Zhou, should we send someone to capture her for questioning? Lu Kongri asked quietly. Not for now, let's head up the mountain. Zhou Ximing shook his head. The treasure was more important than Zhou Siren. If it weren't for the old man's instructions to find Zhou Siren, he wouldn't waste time on this brother. Lu Kongri's eyes flickered. He had heard about the Zhou brothers' discord, and it seemed to be true. This young master, Zhou, probably wouldn't mind if his brother disappeared, right? Wow, this stone is so pretty. Where did you find it, Jiujin? A child's voice came from ahead. It was Tang Jiujin and her friends playing a stone-throwing game. They picked up 5 smooth stones, threw one up, and quickly grabbed another before it landed. They continued this until they had all 5, moving up level by level, with increasing difficulty. The village girls loved this game. Some even sewed small cloth bags to hold rice or sand, which made for softer, more comfortable play. But now, cloth and rice were precious, so families couldn't afford such extravagant toys and had to collect pebbles from the river instead. Jiujin, did you find your stones in the river? Someone asked loudly. No, I found them in the mountains. Tang Jiujin replied proudly, holding 5 stones. 2 were ordinary pebbles, and 3 were colorful gems. The children didn't recognize the gems. They just thought the 3 stones sparkled beautifully and envied her. Where did you find them, Jiujin? I want to go too. I want to find colorful ones. The children chimed in. Over there on the mountain. The other day, while cutting pigweed, it suddenly rained, and I hid in the vines and saw them. Too bad there were only 3. I wanted to find 2 more red ones. Tang Jiujin pointed to the mountain and raised her gems. Under the bright sunlight, they shimmered with rainbow colors, looking especially beautiful. How pretty! Let's go collect stones. The children were captivated. These stones were even prettier than glass beads, and they wanted to find colorful stones to play with. That's all I found. I looked a few times and couldn't find any more, just these 3. Tang Jiujin shook her head, her little face filled with regret. No more? What a pity. The children also felt disappointed. But children's troubles come and go quickly. Soon they happily resumed their game, throwing the 3 beautiful gems along with the ordinary pebbles, having a great time. Zhou Ximing had already started up the mountain but was drawn back by the colorful light, walking over to the children. When he saw the gems being tossed around, his pupils instantly contracted. These were top-quality gems. He would never mistake them. Rubies, cat's eye stones, sapphires. Each one was exquisite. How could rural kids have such fine gems? Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Ximing maintained a calm exterior and smiled, asking, What game are you playing, little friends? We're throwing stones. A child answered, while the others looked a bit shy. Don't mind him. That old man is a pervert, my grandma said. Jiujin glared at Zhou Ximing, looking fierce and protective, pointing at Lu Kongri. The children immediately backed away, glaring at them. Lu Kongri's expression changed, his fists tightening. He really wanted to teach these kids a lesson. I'm not like him. I'm here for work. Little friend, where did you find those beautiful stones? If you tell me, I'll give you some chocolate. Zhou Ximing smiled more kindly, pulling out a few imported chocolates, unwrapping them to let the sweet aroma waft out. The children couldn't help but swallow. Tang Jiujin gulped hard, staring at the chocolate, looking very tempted. Zhou Ximing felt smug. A rural girl would surely be unable to resist the lure of chocolate. Just tell me, and I'll give you the chocolate. Tang Jiujin thought for a moment and said, Then you need to bring more. This isn't enough to share.
Sure.
Zhou Ximing readily agreed, signaling to his assistant, who quickly ran down the mountain and soon returned with a bag of chocolate. Here you go. Zhou Ximing handed all the chocolate to Tang Jiujin, about 20 pieces, which he had brought from the capital. He loved chocolate and ate a piece every day. Jiujin's eyes lit up as she took the chocolate and pointed up the mountain, saying, "Go up there. It takes about the time for a meal to walk there. There are lots of vines, and that's where I found them. Can you lead us there?" Zhou Ximing asked, confused. There were vines everywhere on the mountain, and according to her description, they would never find it. Tang Jiujin looked reluctant, but after glancing at the chocolate, she reluctantly agreed. "Okay, let's go." The little girl led the way, and Bai Sui and Fu Bao quickly followed. Zhou Ximing glanced at Fu Bao, his pupils contracting again. The white dog looked like a wolf. But seeing Fu Bao wagging its tail, he dismissed his doubts. Wolves didn't wag their tails and wouldn't be so friendly with people. This white dog was truly beautiful, even hard to find in the capital. "Is this white dog yours?" Zhou Ximing thought about taking the white dog back to present to the old man. Old Master Zhou loved dogs and had 2 wolfhounds at home. If he brought back this white dog, the old man would surely be delighted.
Yes.
Jiujin walked quickly, soon running far ahead. She stopped and called back, "Hurry up.
I still need to cut pigweed."
Zhou Ximing gritted his teeth and followed. His weak physique and lack of exercise made climbing the mountain difficult, and he was out of breath after just a few steps. He had wanted to ask if the white dog was for sale, but now he had no energy for it, gritting his teeth and trailing behind Jiujin, with the others following. After half an hour, Jiujin stopped, pointing to a vine-covered area, shouting, "This is where I found them." Zhou Ximing looked over. The vines were thick and sturdy, clearly aged. He had his men clear the vines, which took considerable effort, but they finally revealed a deep, dark hole. Inside, they found several shiny gems, just like the 3 in Tang Jiujin's hands. "This is it. It really is here," Lu Kongri exclaimed with joy, unable to contain himself. The Tang family's treasure was indeed on the back mountain of Tang village. This hole looked like a treasure spot, and the 3 gems the girl found were clearly washed out by water. In Jiangnan, spring rains were frequent, and over time, rainwater could wash gems out of the cave. Given how beautiful these gems were, one could only imagine how much treasure lay within the cave. Lu Kongri's eyes narrowed with greed. He was already fantasizing about the riches. Although the Zhou family would take the lion's share, surely he would get a cut too? They were going to get rich. The Lu family was finally going to prosper. Overcome with delight, Lu Kongri couldn't hide his excitement, while Zhou Ximing shot him a cold glance, smirking in disdain. Dreaming in broad daylight, fool. All this treasure belonged to the Zhou family, and it would be his. He would surely be the next head of the Zhou family. Zhou Ximing raised his leg to enter the cave, but was stopped by someone beside him. "Young master, let me check the situation first." The team visiting Tang village for inspection had 10 people in total. Besides Lu Kongri, the others were from the Zhou family, tasked with protecting Zhou Ximing. Old Master Zhou learned his lesson and didn't dare let Zhou Ximing act alone again, so he specifically chose capable subordinates. Zhou Ximing paused and stood aside, waiting for his men to scout ahead before he entered. The leading young man nodded, called over a companion, and they entered the cave with a flashlight. The rest waited at the entrance. After a short while, the 2 disappeared inside, and the sound of stones falling was heard. Zhou Ximing clenched his fists, and his breathing quickened. This cave likely held the Tang family's treasure. It must be a vast fortune, enough to rival a nation. He had researched the Tang family's history, which had thrived for hundreds of years, accumulating wealth comparable to the Xin family of the Ming dynasty. Zhou Ximing's normally indifferent and gloomy eyes grew brighter. He usually appeared indifferent to fame and fortune and led a simple life, but this was all a facade. He cared about wealth more than anyone. Once he became the head of the Zhou family, he could be himself again. Zhou Ximing's expression remained calm, but inside, he was extremely excited. Beside him, Lu Kongri, who who was not as shrewd, wore a face full of desire for wealth and fame, his lips curling up and his eyes shining. Both were lost in thoughts of great prospects, feeling very pleased. Half an hour later, the two who entered the cave came out, covered in dirt and looking quite disheveled. There's another cave inside, blocked by stones, but there's a gap. Those 3 gems must have come from there. As they reported the situation, Zhou Siming's eyes sparkled even more. The Tang family's treasure had been buried for at least 100 years. Over the years, it had endured wars and bombings, and maybe this cave had been blasted, blocking the entrance. Fortunately, the treasure was unharmed. Zhou Siming found perfect explanations for the gem's emergence and the blocked entrance, further believing that there was treasure inside the cave. Use explosives? Lu Kongri eagerly suggested. Fool, explosives make too much noise. Do you want to alert the whole Tang village? Zhou Siming glared disdainfully. How could his grandfather value such a fool who was more likely to ruin things than help? Lu Kongri chuckled awkwardly, not daring to suggest anything further. Go down the mountain to find tools to dig. Don't disturb the villagers. Zhou Siming gave the order. Since it was just rubble and there was a gap, they could dig it out manually. It wasn't a huge project. His subordinates nodded and headed down the mountain. It was lunchtime, and everyone had finished work and returned home to eat. The village was lively, filled with the sounds of cooking and children playing, creating a warm atmosphere. Tang Nian was lying in the yard, dozing off. Recently, she had been working on the sock machine at night and harvesting mature crops, leaving her exhausted. That old dog, Bai Sui, had finally won a bet, and now he was strutting around, refusing to harvest even a single stalk of wheat, insisting on sportsmanship. With no choice, Tang Nian had to do it herself. Even with machines, harvesting tens of thousands of acres of crops couldn't be done in a day. She worked diligently in the space every night, busier than a bee. Tang Nian yawned widely, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. A gentle breeze brought the delicious smell of food. Stir-fried eggs with chives, steamed meat with preserved vegetables. The names of the dishes danced in her mind, and her mouth watered. Since the sock factory opened, the village's food quality had skyrocketed, and she could smell the meat cooking every day.
I'm hungry.
Tang Nian rubbed her belly, eagerly waiting for Grandma Tang to return. She was too lazy to cook and preferred ready-made meals. Second sister, Tang Jiujin, with her short legs, quickly ran back, whispering in Tang Nian's ear. Those bad guys went up the mountain and borrowed a hoe from third uncle. Got it. Don't tell anyone. Tang Nian took a coin from her pocket and stuffed it into the little girl's hand. I won't tell anyone. Jiujin shook her head vigorously, her eyes shining as she ran back to her room. She found a hole under the bed where she could hide her money. Only she and her second sister knew about this, and she wouldn't tell anyone. Otherwise, Grandma would take her money.
Tang Nian smile.
Once it involved money, the little girl would definitely keep quiet. Zhou Siming took the bait, great. There was no rush. After lunch, she would go up the mountain and bring a big gift to Old Man Zhou. How many grandsons did the Zhou family have? Tang Nian remembered that Shen Xiao mentioned 4 or 5. 5 would be good. Zhou Siling was out of the picture, and Zhou Siren. Oh no! She had forgotten about that jerk. He should still be alive in the mental hospital, right? She would call Shen Xiao later to ask. Even if Zhou Siren was still alive, he had become useless. As for Zhou Siming, his time was running out. 3 were out, leaving only 1 or 2 grandsons. Old Man Zhou was quite generous, delivering his grandsons one after another for her to torment. Grandma Tang returned proudly, followed by 2 daughters-in-law, both radiant and full of energy, clearly well-fed. Grandma, I want to eat steamed meat with preserved vegetables. Tang Nian, still lying down, lazily made her request. She didn't know whose family made the steamed meat with preserved vegetables, but it smelled so good. Do you want stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat? Grandma Tang shot her a glare and marched into the kitchen to cook. She had never seen a girl as lazy as her own, lying around like a boneless creature, able to stay in bed from morning till night. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't relieve herself in bed, she would probably eat, drink, and do everything else there without getting up all year. Bamboo shoots with meat isn't tasty. Grandma, I want steamed meat with preserved vegetables, and I also want dried bamboo shoots with meat and fried tofu stuffed with meat. Tang Nyen Nyen got up and followed her little grandmother, chattering like a priest chanting scriptures. Grandma Tang was increasingly annoyed and yelled, "You buy it yourself."
Oh.
Only then did Tang Nyen Nyen feel happy. Once she dealt with Zhou Siming, she would go to town to buy ingredients. Grandma Tang gritted her teeth, wanting to curse, but didn't know what to say. This lazy girl had been like this since she was little. They had scolded her for 17 years, and it hadn't helped. She was getting lazier instead. Forget it. She had found a good match. Let Xiao Xin deal with her. While cooking, Grandma Tang saw several people passing by with hose and dustpans. They were Zhou Siming's group. Are they going to dig the mountain? Grandma Tang waved to Xianjinju, who was stoking the fire. The two of them leaned by the window, watching the group with furrowed brows. Are they digging a grave? Aren't ancient relics usually found in graves? Xianjinju had some knowledge. Her maternal family had a village nearby with an ancient tomb discovered by a cowherd. Many people came and dug up many jars, claiming it was the tomb of a prince from ancient times.
Bah.
Bad luck. Grandma Tang spat out the window, losing interest, and continued cooking. However, she secretly prayed, "Heaven, please open your eyes and let these bad things be buried in the grave, suffocating them." Recently, Heaven had been quite helpful, and Grandma Tang decided to entrust the task of punishing bad people to Heaven. After making her wish, Grandma Tang continued cooking, no longer paying attention to Zhou Siming and his group. After lunch, Grandma Tang and Xianjinju went to work, and Tang Manjin went to earn work points. Tang Mantong was hardly home, always on business trips, busier than the commune leader. Only Tang Nyen Nyen was left at home, and the little girl Jujin had gone out to play with her friends. Tang Nyen Nyen set out with her basket, deliberately walking slowly past a group of villagers working. "Nyen Nyen, where are you going?" Someone called out. "To pick bamboo shoots. There are many on that mountain over there." Tang Nyen Nyen pointed to a mountain far from where Zhou Siming and the others were. "That mountain does have a lot of bamboo shoots, but there are also many snakes. Be careful, Nyen Nyen," someone kindly reminded her. With the hot weather, snakes and insects were coming out, and it was common to encounter them on the mountain. "If I see one, I'll catch it and make soup."
Tang Niani and Diplit et Persin.
She already had a stubborn snake in her space that she had tried to release several times, but it kept coming back. The villagers laughed, not thinking she was boasting. Rural girls are usually brave, and few are afraid of snakes and insects. During the famine, eating a snake was more joyful than anything else. Unfortunately, during the famine, there were no snakes or even insects to be found. Many likely starved to death. In front of the villagers, Tang Nyen Nyen slowly walked away and climbed the mountain. However, once she reached the top, she took a shortcut to Zhou Siming's side. For an ordinary person, it would be impossible to climb over a cliff without falling. But Tang Nyen Nyen managed it easily. About 10 minutes later, she arrived, hiding in the bushes. Zhou Siming and the others didn't notice her. Feeling bored, she squatted down. To her left was a cluster of green fruits from a plant, which hadn't turned blue yet. To her right was a plant with green fruits as well, which hadn't turned purple. When she was younger, she had used the fruits to dye her nails without any issues. Indeed, young humans seemed to have a protective period. Next to her right foot was a cluster of red clover, blooming with small red flowers. Tang Nyen Nyen yawned, feeling extremely bored. She took out a small knife and dug up a few clovers, which looked like crystal radishes. She wiped them on her pants and popped one into her mouth. It was sweet and crunchy, quite nice. She also plucked some leaves from the plant, which were slightly less sour than the clovers. She preferred the blue fruits from the plant, which were sweet. The plant was also known as snake retreat grass, a childhood snack. The red clover was a type of three-leaf clover, which also had small yellow flowers. The roots looked like this. The plant with green fruits was toxic and quite potent. While nibbling on the grass, Tang Niannian looked towards the cave entrance. The workers were busy, carrying stones one after another. These stones were ones she had purposely moved to block the entrance, using her space to transport them quickly. It was cloudy today, with no sun, and a few dark clouds were gathering in the sky. Zhou Siming looked up, frowning. "Move faster. It's going to rain." Zhou Siming shouted, then coldly told Lu Kongri, who was standing still, "You go work too." He was both foolish and lazy, always complaining. Lu Kongri was stunned, looking at Zhou Siming in disbelief, thinking he was joking. But seeing Zhou's cold, disdainful expression, he realized he wasn't joking. I've never done this kind of work." Lu Kongri was unwilling. He had never done such rough work in his life. Although the Lu family wasn't a wealthy household, he had grown up in comfort. Even during the war, he had never suffered. In fact, the hardest times in his life had been after liberation. But he had never done this kind of rough work. It was for lower-class people. How could the young master of the Lu family do the work of the lower class? "Are you saying I should do it instead?" Zhou Siming mocked, truly thinking too highly of himself. Lu Kongri gritted his teeth. When he lowered his head, his eyes were filled with resentment. But he quickly raised his head and forced a smile. "Of course, I can't let young Master Zhou do it. I'll go right now." Once he got the chance to rise with the Zhou family, he would make sure Zhou Siming knew his worth. It was just luck. What was he so proud of in front of him? Lu Kongri reluctantly entered the cave to work. Unfortunately, he had been pampered since childhood and had never endured such hardship. He couldn't even carry half a load of stones, stumbling as he walked. After finally getting some out, he tripped at the cave entrance, breaking his glasses. Zhou Siming frowned. What a useless person. Lu Kongri picked up his glasses, but one lens was broken, the one for his stronger left eye. With only one lens, everything looked blurry, and he nearly fell again after a few steps. Zhou Siming coldly watched him stumble, his expression indifferent and contemptuous, not stopping him. Lu Kongri waited a long time without hearing Zhou Siming speak. His hatred peaked, but he didn't show it on his face and obediently continued to carry stones. He would endure. There would be a time for revenge.
Boom.
A thunderclap sounded just as Lu Kongri stepped out of the cave, startling him and nearly causing him to fall. "How much longer?" Zhou Siming asked coldly. "About 10 minutes. His subordinate replied. Zhou Siming relaxed his frown. At that moment, a few raindrops fell from the sky, hitting his face. "Young master, you should go inside to avoid the rain," one subordinate called out. Zhou Siming nodded and entered the cave. The cave wasn't wide and was very humid. The mud on the ground was mushy. Zhou Siming found a slightly cleaner spot to stand.
Boom.
The thunder grew louder, and heavy raindrops began to fall. Zhou Siming's subordinates worked in the rain, and after about 10 minutes, they finally finished moving all the stones. "Let's go." Zhou Siming couldn't hide his excitement, his tone rising. Even the muddy ground looked good to him as he led all his subordinates into the cave, with Lu Kongri at the back. Tang Niannian emerged from the bushes, still chewing on a stem of grass. She wiped the rain off her face and lightly climbed to the top of the cave, standing right where she had cracked it open with her hammer yesterday.
Boom.
A thick bolt of lightning suddenly split the sky in two, followed by a loud thunderclap and a torrential downpour. Tang Niannian smiled. The heavens were really on her side. She took out a big hammer from her space, gathered her energy, and smashed down. The loud impact was drowned out by the thunder as she struck 3 times.
Boom.
The ground where she stood collapsed, and she quickly stepped back, continuing to strike. The repeated hammering, accompanied by thunder, was swift. Zhou Siming and the others inside the cave hadn't reacted before the stones blocked their exit. Tang Niannian paused, calculating the distance of the collapse. About 15 meters should be enough to bury them. Zhou Siming and his team hadn't brought their tools inside. They were all left outside. Even if they had knives, they wouldn't be able to dig out quickly. There was water inside, but no food. They could last at most 10 days. Tang Nian jumped down, collected all the tools at the cave entrance into her space, and wiped away any footprints and traces before climbing down the cliff and running home in the rain. When she got home, she was soaked, and after sneezing, she hurried to boil water for a bath. The rain continued until dark, never stopping, just lightening up a bit. After her bath, Tang Nian sat by the stove, claiming to help Grandma Tang with the fire, but really wanting to roast sweet potatoes. She tossed a few sweet potatoes and potatoes into the fire, occasionally checking to see if they were cooked. Sweet potatoes and potatoes cooked over an open flame were especially fragrant, leaving her lips black after eating. Make the fire stronger. Grandma Tang was stir-frying vegetables and reminded her to keep the fire up. But after a while, the fire was getting weaker, barely alive. When she went over to check, she saw Tang Nian poking around in the stove, having let the good fire die down. It's almost time for dinner, and you're still roasting potatoes. You've ruined the fire. Go away. Grandma Tang was furious. She raised her hand and lightly patted Tang Nian on the head a few times, then grabbed her collar and pulled her aside, giving her a fierce glare. I've never seen a girl as greedy and lazy as her. If she didn't have a clever mind, she would have starved by now. Grandma, my sweet potatoes and potatoes. Tang Nian was thinking about her food and shouted even after being pulled by her collar. She hadn't eaten yet. Do you want to eat the firewood cake? Go away. Grandma Tang frowned and scolded, but still moved Tang Nian's sweet potatoes and potatoes to the side of the stove, added some firewood, and pumped the bellows to stoke the fire. Jinju, come and tend the fire. Grandma Tang called out for Jinju to help with the fire, knowing they wouldn't get hot food until midnight. Xian Jinju was washing clothes in the yard. Hearing this, she wiped her hands and hurried inside. Second aunt, don't forget to roast my sweet potatoes and potatoes. Tang Nian leaned over to remind her, craving that bite so much it was driving her crazy. I know. Xian Jinju couldn't help but smile, remembering how Tang Nian was just like this when she was little. When she first got married, Tang Nian was only 3 or 4 years old, a beautiful little dumpling. She would come over while Jinju was tending the fire, holding a sweet potato and a potato in her hands, and sweetly ask, Second aunt, can you roast them for me? Thinking of the past, Xian Jinju gently patted Tang Nian's head. Time flies. That little dumpling has grown up so fast, earning 98 yuan a month and even starting a sock factory. Xian Jinju was excellent at tending the fire, and the two of them worked well together, quickly preparing a meal. The sweet potatoes and potatoes were also roasted, their skins blackened like charcoal. But don't be fooled by their ugly appearance. When you peel off the blackened skin, the inside is golden and steaming, smelling delicious, 1,000 times better than what you'd buy on the street.
Jiu Jin.
Tang Nian called for the little girl to share the food.
Coming.
Tang Jiujin ran over, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes. The sisters squatted by the stove, each holding one, blowing on them while eating. So good, second sister. Let's roast corn next time. Let's roast it tomorrow. Tang Nian eagerly agreed. Roasted corn is also delicious. Grandma Tang came in with dishes and overheard their conversation, feeling both amused and annoyed. She scolded, all you think about is eating. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Grandma, here's for you. Tang Nian still had half a roasted sweet potato left, which she had broken off and hadn't eaten yet. She didn't like eating things others had touched, nor did she share what she had eaten, except with Xin Xiao. I don't want it, but it's quite sweet. Grandma Tang said she didn't want it, but once it was in her mouth, she couldn't help but chew. The sweet potato had been stored all winter, dried out, and roasted. It was as sweet as honey. Delicious, right? Tang Nian grinned slyly. Grandma always said she didn't want this or that, but she enjoyed eating more than anyone. Grandma Tang shot her a glare, finished the sweet potato in a few bites, and hurried to get hot water for the two girls to wash their faces. Their mouths were blacker than charcoal. I'll wash myself. Tang Nian dodged Grandma's eager hands. She didn't want to be scrubbed again. She'd let Jiojin have that honor.
Ouch.
Tang Jiojin couldn't escape. Her little face turned red from Grandma's rough handling. After washing, Grandma even pinched her cheeks to check the results. Tang Nian quickly finished washing and ran off to eat. Outside, the sound of rain pattered, and on the table, steaming dishes awaited. The Tang family sat together, chatting and laughing, creating a warm atmosphere. Just as they were halfway through their meal, hurried footsteps and voices were heard outside. Zhang Lao, weren't you supposed to guide Director Zhou and the others? How did you lose them? The team leader shouted angrily. Director Zhou didn't let me follow. He said to take a break today. Zhang Lao sounded very wronged. He had lost a day's earnings. Has anyone seen them? The team leader's voice was hoarse. These people from the capital had gone missing in his village. This was a serious matter. How could a small team leader like him handle it? He prayed that these people wouldn't die on his watch. Just stay alive. I didn't see them. I was working in the fields. I was at the factory. Who cares where they went? They might be hiding from the rain on the mountain. They'll come back when it stops. The villagers chattered, not worried. There were no wolves on the mountain and no large wild animals. Those people would be fine. The team leader thought about it too. The wolves had gone deep into the mountains, and wild boars wouldn't come out in the rain. They were definitely hiding from the rain. What's going on? Grandma Tang came out holding a bowl to ask. The people from the capital still haven't returned. Someone replied. It was already dark, and usually, Zhou Siming and the others would have returned to rest by this time. It's raining. They must be hiding from the rain on the mountain. What could happen? Grandma Tang dismissed the concern, thinking the team leader was overreacting. I think so too. The team leader is very anxious and insists on dragging us to find them, a villager said, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. The team leader glared at him. He wasn't afraid. By seniority, he was still the team leader's uncle, so why be scared? Team leader, let's wait until the rain stops to look for them. If they get wet and fall sick, will the capital officials pay us? A villager asked. On rainy days, they didn't want to go up the mountain. They just wanted to lie at home. Although the officials from the capital seemed impressive, they didn't pay them, so they weren't going to risk getting sick by going up the mountain. If they're on the mountain, they won't get lost. Let's sit inside for a while. It looks like the rain will stop soon, Grandma Tang added. The team leader hesitated, but agreed. He didn't want to go up the mountain either. Even though he wore a raincoat, it couldn't keep his pants and shoes dry. He felt very uncomfortable. A group of people went inside, and Xian Jinju and Su Jinfeng went to get chairs and make them hot tea. Team leader, didn't those people from the capital take shovels and dustpans up the mountain? Did they find something?
Someone asked.
Is there really an ancient site on the mountain? It wouldn't be a grave, would it? Definitely a grave. Maybe it's some prince's tomb. Those people are really bold, daring to dig up graves. Don't they fear bad luck? People from the capital are blessed. Bad luck doesn't affect them. The villagers enthusiastically chatted, not interested in the so-called ancient site. Even if it was a prince's tomb, it had nothing to do with them. They wouldn't benefit from it. They were more concerned about the harvest and the sock factory's profits.
Zhong.
The clock quickly chimed once. It was already 7:30 p.m., and the rain had stopped. Zhou Siming and the others still hadn't returned, and the team leader, who was starting to calm down, became anxious again. Let's go up the mountain and see if something really happened. The captain strode out, holding a weak flashlight that barely illuminated the path ahead. Third uncle, take this. Tang Nian brought out a bright flashlight from the house. Take these torches with you. The stove was cooking pig feed, and there was fire in the hearth. Grandma Tang made a few simple torches, and even splurged a bit by adding some kerosene for extra brightness. The captain led a few people up the mountain, and in the distance, tiny lights moved upward. Grandma Tang suppressed her rising smile and went to wash the dishes in the kitchen, praying, Heavenly God, please do something about these bad things. It would be best if they were struck down. They still hadn't returned. Maybe they really were struck by lightning. An hour later, the captain and the others returned, soaked and looking grim. They searched most of the mountain, but didn't find Zhou Siming and the others. A heavy rain had washed away all footprints, leaving no clues. I need to call the commune to report this. Something serious has happened, the captain said darkly, stepping carefully to make the call. Could they have been taken by wolves? A villager whispered. Impossible. Those people are skilled fighters, there are 7 or 8 of them, and I saw them with guns. One villager spoke even quieter, gesturing with his hands. Zhou Siming had 2 subordinates staying at his house, and he had seen them by chance, which made him break out in a cold sweat. What are these people really up to? Why are they bringing guns to investigate historical sites? Who knows? Shoo. Let's not meddle in their affairs. Time to sleep. We have work to do tomorrow. After some discussion, the villagers returned home. They weren't the captain and didn't need to worry about these problems. Once they left, Grandma Tang closed the door, unable to hide her smile. It seemed likely that those bad things had encountered trouble. Heavenly spirits, please don't let them come back whole. Grandma Tang silently prayed, and after returning to her room, she bowed a few times toward the sky, very sincerely. That night, Tang Village was particularly lively, with no quiet moments. Not only did the commune send people, but the county also dispatched officials from the police, armed forces, and other departments to gather at the back mountain of Tang Village to search for people. Wei Zhongcheng was also there, having been pulled from his wife's warm embrace by a phone call from the director. He was furious to learn they were looking for Zhou's eldest son, which only made him angrier. Why should he care if the Zhou family went to the mountain and got into trouble? But the Zhou family was in a tough spot. They had lost Zhou Siling, Zhou Siren was still missing, and Zhou Qiming had also disappeared. The Zhou family had only a few grandsons left, and they had lost more than half. When Wei Zhongqing heard from the director that they had gone missing in Tang Village, his first thought was of Tang Nian Nian. He was at least 80% sure that Zhou Qiming's disappearance was related to this girl. But why should he care? He was just an ordinary police officer, responsible for investigating cases, not for the higher-ups' nonsense. The villagers in Tang Village didn't sleep well that night. There were footsteps and voices outside, making it noisy. When dawn broke, the rain stopped, and the entire Tang Village was shrouded in mist, resembling an ink-wash painting. The ground was covered in messy footprints. The captain had spent most of the night on the mountain with Wei Zhongqing. His eyes were dark, and he kept yawning, feeling exhausted. Captain Tang, please gather the villagers. I need to question them one by one, Wei Zhongqing said politely. Okay, I'll announce it over the loudspeaker. The captain agreed and hurried to make the announcement. Hello, hello. After hearing this broadcast, everyone, young and old, except those who can't get up, please go to the village committee office and line up. The police have questions for you. The captain repeated the announcement 3 times, and the whole village heard it. The villagers were in an uproar. Why do they want to ask questions again? Did something happen in the village? It seems like those people from the capital are missing. Their disappearance has nothing to do with us. Do we get work points for answering questions? Reluctantly, the villagers went to the village committee office, standing in several rows, chatting casually. Wei Zhongcheng was the temporary leader of the search team. He arranged 3 groups to ask questions, all about the same thing. I didn't see them. I was working in the fields yesterday. I don't know where they went. I work at the sock factory. I didn't see them. Don't they go to the mountain every day? I heard they borrowed a hoe and a dustpan from the captain. Are they digging graves? Sir, it has nothing to do with me. My family has been poor for 8 generations, completely innocent. Although the villagers' responses varied, they all meant the same thing. They hadn't seen Zhou Siming and the others. It was indeed strange. Usually, there would be people on the mountain, either chopping wood or gathering bamboo shoots or collecting pig grass, but yesterday there was not a single person. And with the rain, the villagers were even less likely to go up the mountain. They truly didn't know where Zhou Siming and the others had gone. However, there was one piece of information they got from the children. An uncle asked where the pretty stones came from, and Jiu Jin said she found them on the mountain. That uncle gave her a lot of candy and asked Jiojin to lead the way, a child said. Jiojin took them to where they found the stones, and then we played hide and seek. But when it started to rain, we went home. The candy the uncle gave was really delicious. Jiojin shared it with us. The pretty stones were so beautiful, but they fell, and we couldn't find them. The children who played with Tang Jiojin all mentioned the pretty stones and how she led them. But the stones were lost. When it rained, they ran down the mountain to avoid it, and Jiojin's pocket had a hole, so the stones slipped out. They only realized it when they got home, and they couldn't find them when they went back, either having fallen into a ditch or been picked up by someone else. Wei Zhongcheng and the others found Tang Jiojin. The little girl was brave and unafraid, looking at them confidently. The uncle said the candy was called chocolate, and it was really good. I took them to where we found the stones, but they fell, and we couldn't find them. The little girl's thoughts were all over the place, jumping from one thing to another. Wei Zhongcheng listened patiently, but others were less patient, their tone becoming annoyed as they shouted, "Where did you take Director Zhou? Take us there now. Be nicer to the child." Wei Zhongcheng frowned. The one shouting wasn't from the police, but from another department, acting tough. Tang Jiojin also frowned, hands on her hips, and shouted back, "Why are you yelling at me? My parents don't yell at me. I didn't ask them for the chocolate. They gave it to me. I won't take you there. Who do you think you are?" The questioning was happening in a small room, and everyone outside could hear. Grandma Tang was chatting with someone when she heard her granddaughters shout, and immediately turned serious, rushing over. Su Jinfeng, Tang Manjin, and Xian Jinju followed her. Tang Nian happened to be in the bathroom and didn't hear anything. "Do you still have any shame? So many adults bullying my little child. You're worse than the landlords." "I'm not afraid of the Japanese, come at me. My husband killed Japanese soldiers back in the day, so come on, what kind of skill is it to bully my granddaughter?" Old Lady Tang kicked open the door. Though small in stature, her presence was formidable. She pulled Tang Jiojin behind her and began to rage. "Jiojin, who bullied you?" Su Jinfeng rushed over, checking her daughter from head to toe. She only had 2 daughters now and needed to protect them well. "They were fierce with me and glared at me." Tang Jiojin pointed at the man who had just shouted, puffing out her cheeks in complaint. The man was in his 30s, thin and short, not very good-looking, even a bit ugly. He was from the tail-cutting society and was used to showing off his power. He was furious and ready to shout back. But Old Lady Tang didn't give him a chance. She stepped forward, pointing a finger at his nose, and yelled, "What do you think you are? Look at you. You're nothing but skin and bones. You have no right to bully my granddaughter. What has she done wrong? We are all honest poor farmers. When my husband was fighting the Japanese, you were still in your mother's womb."
You. How dare you?
"I'm the deputy director of the tail-cutting society. Just wait." The thin man was so angry, he felt like he might explode. He had never been humiliated like this before. This old woman was infuriating. "I don't care if you're the rich director or the poor director. Bullying my granddaughter makes you a bandit. Who do you think you are coming to our Tang village to act tough? Ask your mother how much courage she gave you when she had you." Old Lady Tang didn't care about titles. In Tang village, she was the boss, not afraid of anyone. She stepped closer, ready to grab the thin man by his collar and slap him a few times. The thin man shouted angrily, "Are you all dead? Why aren't you taking this old woman down?" The others didn't move. They weren't from the same group, so it wasn't their problem. Only a few from the tail-cutting society moved to grab Old Lady Tang. "Who dares to touch my mom?"
Tom Manyan grabbed Ahu.
Even a good person can be scary when angry. Su Jinfeng shouted outside, "City people are hitting my mom. They're unreasonable and violent." The villagers chatting outside heard this and rushed in, furious that anyone dared to fight on their turf, filling the small room to capacity. "Why are you hitting people? Do city folks think they're so great? Even hitting an old lady, are you still human?" The villagers protected Old Lady Tang, glaring at the outsiders. The Tang family in Tang village was known for their unity. They might have small disagreements among themselves, but they stood together against outsiders, even helping those they had argued with just yesterday. You're out of control. Do you want to be sent to the farm for re-education? The deputy director yelled, trembling. What right do you have to send us anywhere? What law have we broken? Just because you're a director doesn't mean you're a king. Stop talking nonsense with them. Drag them out. The villagers didn't take this threat seriously and moved to drag the deputy director away. When Tang Nianyan returned from the bathroom, she saw the monkey-like man being dragged out by the villagers, with her grandmother kicking him a few times and Su Jinfeng joining in. What's going on? Just wait for me. The deputy director shouted angrily, determined to show these village bandits a lesson. The villagers ignored him. There were hundreds of them in Tang Village. If he had the guts, he could try to arrest them all. The team leader had disappeared, and the embarrassed deputy director went to the team leader's house but found no one. He had to leave, defeated, taking his subordinates back to the city. He was afraid to stay longer, fearing he might get beaten. These village bandits were ruthless. On the way back, the deputy director kept rubbing his backside, cursing whoever kept kicking him. With the tail-cutting society losing its power, order was restored. Wei Zhongcheng politely asked Tang Jujin to lead the way. All right, if that monkey uncle had asked me nicely, I would have taken him. Tang Jujin acted like an adult, even giving the deputy director a nickname. Wei Zhongcheng couldn't help but smile. He didn't get along with this deputy director and had often clashed with him. During the commotion, he had hidden with his colleagues, enjoying the show. The team leader reappeared, yawning and looking tired. He pretended to sweep the room and asked, "Where's Director Zhu?" The deputy director's last name was Zhu. He went back to the city. Someone answered briefly. The team leader didn't ask more questions and yawned again, not knowing anything. Tang Jujin led Wei Zhongcheng and the others up the mountain. They wandered around halfway up, scratching their heads and talking to themselves. I think it's here. No, there's a tree here. Where did it go? After an hour of wandering, Tang Jujin finally pointed to a cave and said, "It's right here." This cave was still a mile away from Zhou Siming and the others. Moreover, the cave where Zhou Siming and his group had collapsed was covered with vines, making it hard to find. The cave Jujin pointed to was also overgrown with vines. The team leader called the villagers to clear the vines, revealing a deep entrance. Are they inside? Should we call out and see if they respond? One villager whispered. Wei Zhongqing frowned. The cave looked deserted, and there were no signs of anyone entering. Either the little girl had led them to the wrong place, or Zhou Siming and his group had gone to another cave. Team leader Tang, how many caves are there on the mountain? There are many caves, too many to count, the team leader replied honestly. Wei Zhongqing frowned. This was a problem. The mountain was so big that searching cave by cave would take forever. Besides, if Zhou Siming and his group were indeed trapped in a cave, they wouldn't last long. Luckily, there should be water in the cave, allowing them to hold out for a few more days. Comrade Wei, the Zhou officials borrowed tools to dig graves. Should we look in the burial mounds? The team leader suggested. He thought Zhou Siming and his group were digging graves on the mountain. Wei Zhongqing shook his head. He didn't believe Zhou Siming was really there to study historical sites. If he guessed correctly, they were looking for treasure. Zhou Siming had seen the gem Tang Jujin picked up by chance and used chocolate to lure the little girl to lead the way, then borrowed a hoe, clearly for treasure hunting. Moreover, the Zhou family had been unscrupulous in accumulating wealth over the years. He Jisheng had helped them gather a lot, and many bosses in Zhuqing had suffered because of this scoundrel, losing their properties to the Zhou family. Wei Zhongqing looked up at the sky, noticing a few small clouds, and said loudly, "It's going to rain. Let's head down to avoid it." Everyone obediently hurried down the mountain. They didn't want to work for the Zhou family. The group quickly left, passing by the cave where Zhou Siming and his group were trapped. In the dark cave, Zhou Siming leaned against the wall, licking his lips. His throat felt dry. They had rushed into the cave without bringing anything and had been trapped for a day and a night without food or water. He was about to give up. "Young master, drink some water." A subordinate filled a water bottle with water from the cave, letting it settle before offering it to Zhou Siming. "I won't drink it. It smells too earthy. Zhou Siming refused, unable to drink such dirty water. The strong earthy smell made him feel nauseous just by smelling it. Since last night, he hadn't had a drop of water. His lips were chapped, and his throat felt like it was on fire, but he still couldn't bring himself to drink that dirty water. Zhou Siming believed he wasn't at the end of his rope. After all, he was the eldest son of the Zhou family, and his grandfather held a high position. Before coming to Zhucheng, he had already made connections with influential people here. Since he had been missing for a night, those people would surely send someone to look for him. They should find him soon, right? Holding on to this belief, Zhou Siming endured, refusing to drink the dirty water. The water was collected from a muddy pit dug by his subordinates, who had trampled around in the dirt. How could he possibly drink that? You all drink. I'm fine. Zhou Siming swallowed hard, his mouth feeling parched. Young master, if you don't drink water, you won't last. We don't know when help will arrive. You need to conserve your strength, one subordinate urged. In truth, the subordinates were growing impatient. They had come at the order of old Master Zhou, and they had never dealt with Zhou Siming before. They only knew he had a reputation for being cultured, humble, and simple. Before coming, they had thought Zhou Siming would be easy to get along with, making their task simple. But after a few days, they realized that his reputation was misleading. Forget about being cultured and humble. Zhou Siming was arrogant, indulgent, and looked down on rural people, just like Zhou Silang and Zhou Siren. Though they were annoyed with Zhou Siming, the subordinates still took care of him. If anything happened to this young master, they wouldn't be able to report back. The incident had happened so suddenly that they were unprepared. There were 8 of them with only 1 bottle of water and a small pack of biscuits brought by Lu Kongri, with nothing else left. But there was water in the cave, which could last them for about 10 days, so the subordinates weren't too discouraged. I'll drink a little. Worried about collapsing, Zhou Siming compromised and took a sip from the bottle. The earthy taste flooded his mouth, irritating his sensitive nerves.
Ugh.
Zhou Siming covered his mouth, gagging several times, only managing to spit out the water he had just drunk. His stomach churned, but he couldn't vomit anything else. The subordinate frowned. In the dark cave, he didn't need to hide his feelings, and his face showed disgust and disdain. If it weren't for the old leader's reputation, he wouldn't care about this spoiled young master at all. I won't drink anymore. Take it away. Zhou Siming pressed his mouth shut. He really couldn't drink it. He had never suffered like this before. Even during the famine years over a decade ago, he never went without food and could still enjoy chocolate and apples from time to time. The subordinate stopped bothering him and returned to his companions with the water bottle. They shared the water among themselves, and Lu Kongri's small pack of biscuits was also pooled together, with Zhou Siming only getting a small piece. Gurgle. Someone's stomach growled loudly in the darkness. Lu Kongri pressed his stomach and weakly said, "Why hasn't anyone come to rescue us? If they don't hurry, I'm going to starve." Since yesterday, he had only eaten 1 biscuit, not even enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. That pack of biscuits was supposed to be his. These people were worse than robbers. Lu Kongri dared not voice his anger, burying it deep inside. When his Lu family rose again, he would settle the score. It seems like there's some noise outside, but then it stopped. Someone pressed against the cave wall, trying to listen for sounds outside, but the distance from the collapse was too great to hear much. Let's start digging. The leading subordinate stood up. They couldn't just sit and wait. They had to find a way to save themselves. The air in the cave was relatively fresh, indicating it wasn't completely sealed. If they dug slowly, they could get out, and surely people outside were looking for them. Maybe they could coordinate their efforts. Lu Kongri was called to help dig, except for Zhou Siming. All the tools from yesterday were left outside the cave, and there was nothing inside, only the daggers on the subordinates. They pried at the rock slowly, making little progress. Lu Kongri had no proper tools and could only use his hands. Before long, his fingers were bleeding, and the pain made him want to curse. But he didn't dare. They hadn't found the treasure, and he might lose his life. Whether he could survive was uncertain. What terrible luck! How did those 3 gems appear at the cave entrance? if there's nothing in this cave? Lu Kongri suddenly thought of a question. They had entered the cave before the collapse, and inside there were only stones. No treasure at all. Where did the little girl find the gems? Maybe they fell from a hole above. The treasure must be on this mountain. To this day, Zhou Siming still firmly believed that there was definitely treasure on this mountain, and it was near this cave. Lu Kongri scoffed, his belief wavering. Compared to treasure, he just wanted to survive. No amount of treasure was worth anything if he didn't live to enjoy it. I'm not digging anymore. My hands feel like they're going to break.
Ouch.
It hurts so much. Lu Kongri sat down, feeling hungry, tired, and in pain. He couldn't take it anymore.
Get up.
The leading subordinate kicked him, without mercy. They were polite to Zhou Siming but showed no respect to someone like Lu Kongri, who was just a fence-sitter. The kick was hard, and Lu Kongri howled in pain, finally realizing his situation. Out of 10 people, he was the only outsider. With no food if they couldn't get out, as the outsider, he was likely. Lu Kongri shivered, his heart sinking. He got up to work obediently, not daring to complain anymore. Time passed, and night fell again outside. Wei Zhongcheng and the others searched the area around the cave, but found nothing and returned to the cave entrance. How could this cave collapse? Someone stood at the top of the cave, trying to figure out the cause of the collapse. Report, leader. It thundered loudly yesterday, and the lightning was thick enough to split the sky in half. The sound of the thunder was so loud it could scare your soul away. Maybe the collapse was caused by the lightning. The captain reported the weather conditions from yesterday and shared his thoughts. In truth, he wanted to say it was likely that Zhou Siming and his group had done something wrong to attract the lightning. Otherwise, why did the lightning strike when they went up the mountain? Let's call it a day. We'll search again tomorrow. Wei Zhongcheng looked up at the sky. The moon was already out, so he signaled for everyone to head down. It was dark and slippery, and working the night shift was too dangerous. He didn't want to risk his safety for a so-called young master of the Zhou family. Captain Wei, aren't we going to search for them? Someone objected, sounding dissatisfied. It's already dark. How can we search? There are snakes and insects on the mountain, including venomous snakes. Who will take responsibility if someone gets bitten? Wei Zhongcheng retorted. He didn't mind others flattering him, but he wouldn't let anyone restrict his freedom to leave work. The captain quickly said, "The leader is right. It's hot now, and the poisonous snakes are out on the mountain. There are 5-step snakes and silver ring snakes. A bite could cost you your life. One of our young men got bitten while chopping wood on the mountain. His leg was ruined, and he can barely see now. The poison is very strong." He intentionally made it sound serious because he really didn't want to search for people on the mountain at night. He was exhausted and just wanted to go home and sleep. As for the lives of Zhou Siming and the others, the captain didn't care at all. They weren't his sons. If they died, so be it. He had already reported to the commune, so he had no responsibility. Are there really poisonous snakes? Someone doubted. They had been on the mountain all day and hadn't seen a single snake. Was Captain Tang just trying to scare them? Leader, it's absolutely true. There are plenty of poisonous snakes in the mountains. One wrong move and you could get bitten. I have no benefit in lying to you. The captain suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and spoke harshly. What is that? Someone shouted in fear. Everyone turned to look in the direction the person was pointing, and they were instantly horrified, their scalps tingling. The cave entrance and the top were crawling with snakes of all sizes, raising their heads and hissing with their red tongues. Some were over 2 meters long, as thick as a child's arm, and others about 1 meter long, bright green, with some having beautiful silver rings on their bodies. These snakes were coiled up or hanging halfway from the trees, in various positions, but one thing was the same. Their heads were all facing them, with cold, slit pupils and menacing tongues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my! There were at least 100 snakes, and they all had triangular heads. How could so many poisonous snakes suddenly appear here? Don't move. The snakes are moving. I'm not moving. The captain's voice trembled, and his legs shook, but he still remembered his duty and urgently reminded the city folks not to provoke the snakes. Oh my. Tang Manshan had lived for half his life and had never seen so many snakes. Did Zhou Siming and those fools disturb the snake's nest? Some people had already lifted their legs to escape down the mountain, but when the captain said that, they immediately froze in a comical pose, one leg raised and stiff in the air while the other leg stood still. They didn't dare to move, fearing that if they did, the 100 snakes would attack. Their small bodies would surely be a snack for those snakes.
What?
What do we do? After standing for a while, someone couldn't take it anymore. The golden chicken standing pose was making their feet sore. I don't know. The captain was sweating profusely, panicking. He had no idea what to do. He was at a loss. At that moment, the captain missed his dear second uncle, Tang Qingshan, very much. If he were here, he would surely have a solution. Let's set them on fire. A young man from the tail-cutting group, full of anger, said, "It's just a bunch of snakes. What's there to fear? Pour a bucket of gasoline, set a fire, and burn them all. Try burning one, and I'll kill you first." The captain immediately calmed down, his legs steady, glaring at the man. During the famine years, the back mountain had fed the people of Tang Village and their ancestors. This mountain was their lifeline, their support. Anyone who dared to disrespect it would have to face him. The captain had always appeared honest and straightforward, but this was the first time he showed such a fierce expression, and everyone was intimidated. Moreover, others had a natural fear of snakes. Killing one snake was one thing, but this was over 100 snakes. They had all heard legends of snakes taking revenge on humans. What if it was true? The thought of being targeted by a group of poisonous snakes made their scalps tingle. I'll say this up front. I can help you find people, but if anyone dares to mess around on this mountain, don't blame me for being ruthless. The captain's face was stern, and his tone was harsh as he warned them. He had made up his mind to stick with these people, not leaving their side. If they really did something bad to the mountain, he wouldn't be able to face his ancestors. Don't worry, Captain Tang. We won't do anything. Protecting the natural environment is everyone's responsibility, Wei Zhongcheng assured him. He had dealt with many strange cases over the years. Some things couldn't be explained by science. They were just too mysterious. Especially with snakes, which had a certain spirit. It was best not to provoke them. Let's go down the mountain first. We'll look for people when it gets light. With so many poisonous snakes here, there shouldn't be anyone in the cave, Wei Zhongqing said. Exactly, let's go down. Everyone echoed in unison, eager to leave this eerie place without wasting another second. 10 minutes later, the group had descended the mountain, and the area outside the cave returned to silence. Tang Nian crawled out from the bushes, took a basin of water from her space, and added 3 drops of spiritual spring water. Let them come and drink. The little snake that had been stubbornly hanging around her space slithered over to the group of snakes, hissing a few times. The snakes understood and crawled over in an orderly fashion. A group of slippery creatures, at least 100, even though she knew these snakes wouldn't attack humans, Tang Nian still felt a bit uneasy and stepped back, watching them drink water in an orderly manner. Each snake drank a few sips. Although she couldn't read their expressions, she could sense they were happy, each one rubbing their heads against the little snake, probably their way of showing friendship. The entire basin of water was gone, not a drop left. Tang Nian then took out a large pile of chicken and duck eggs from her space, several hundred in total. There were too many eggs in her space, so she asked the snakes to help eat some. Eat up and help me with work tomorrow. The snakes were even happier, slithering over to eat the eggs. Their method was interesting. They first coiled around the eggs, then slowly tightened until the shells broke, and the egg liquid flowed out, allowing them to enjoy a feast. Each snake ate several eggs, leaving a pile of empty shells on the ground. The snakes crawled over to Tang Nian, their heads held high, seemingly wanting to get close to her. No need, hurry back home, and don't wander around. Tang Nian felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't want snake kisses. Under her urging, the snakes returned to their homes in an orderly fashion, looking back every few steps, reluctant to leave. This two-legged creature was really nice, giving them delicious water and eggs.
Burp. So tasty.
But it seemed this two-legged creature didn't like close contact. Maybe they should bring her some small gifts tomorrow. Do you want to go home? Tang Nian Nian squatted down and asked the little snake. Tang Nian Nian really didn't want to keep a cold-blooded animal, but she couldn't force the little snake to leave since she was the one who had attracted it in the first place. The little snake shook its head vigorously. Recently, it had been eating well in the space, and it was getting rounder. Its originally cold eyes had turned into clear, silly ones, making it look cuter and more adorable. It wasn't stupid. With good food and drink from the two-legged creature, why would it want to go back to the mountain and suffer from hunger and the elements? The little snake pushed its round body against Tang Nian Nian's legs and wiggled its tail. It was trying to imitate the four-legged animals, and it could do it too. Go away. Don't touch me. Tang Nian Nian pushed it away. A cold-blooded snake, acting like a little dog, was just too unsnake-like. What happened to being aloof? The little snake rolled onto the ground but stubbornly crawled back, wrapping itself around Tang Nian Nian's feet. It wasn't letting go. It wanted to hug the two-legged creature's leg tightly. Tang Nian Nian found it both amusing and frustrating as she lifted it by its tail. The little snake twisted in the air, its cute little eyes showing a mix of eagerness and charm. If it could talk, it would surely say, "Master, look at me perform a twist. Aren't I great? All right, from now on, your name is Zhao Kai." Tang Nian Nian gently tapped its head and finally gave it a name. Once it had a name, it became her family, someone she would never abandon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhao Kai happily flicked its tongue, its round body twisting with excitement. It had a name now. It wasn't a lonely snake anymore. Tang Nian Nian tossed Zhao Kai into space, climbed to the top of the cave, and lay down, pressing her ear against the ground.
Zing zing jang jang.
Sounds came from inside the cave. It was clear that Zhou Siming and his team were digging. However, the noise was faint, probably because they didn't have the right tools. At this rate, it would take at least 10 days to make any progress. How long could humans survive without food but with plenty of water? Tang Nian Nian couldn't remember, but at least 10 days, right? After 10 days, would Zhou Siming still be alive? Tang Nian Nian was curious. As for Wei Zhongcheng and his rescue team, they were unfocused, spending the whole day searching the mountain without much effort. Although the Zhou family was powerful, this wasn't the capital. It was a remote place where their influence didn't reach. Tang Nian Nian splashed some water and headed down the mountain, carrying a basket filled with wild lettuce she had gathered. This wild vegetable looked a bit like dandelion and tasted pretty good when boiled and chopped, then stir-fried with tofu and diced meat. However, she didn't really like wild lettuce. She preferred other wild vegetables like shepherd's purse and melon head. She had just picked it on the hillside to bring back to Grandma Tang. Tang Nian Nian also dug up some wild lettuce roots to store in the space. Rabbits loved this. Additionally, she collected some milk thistle, which was almost ripe in May, and a type of prickly pear that she enjoyed eating, though not many were ripe yet. Most were still green and sour, needing warmer weather to taste better. Back home, it was already dark. Grandma Tang was waiting at the gate, and when she saw her, she relaxed and scolded. "It's dark already. Your third uncle said there are many poisonous snakes on the mountain. You should go less often." "Okay." Tang Nian Nian obediently replied, but she still had to go when necessary. "What's so good about that grass? We can't even finish the vegetables at home." Grandma Tang took the basket and, seeing it full of wild lettuce, looked disgusted.
Pigs eat this stuff.
"It's good stir-fried with meat and tofu." Tang Nian Nian insisted that Grandma cook a bowl, and she shot her a glare before grumbling and going to cook. They shared the milk thistle and prickly pear together. Another day passed, and Zhou Siming had been missing for 2 days and nights. This couldn't be kept quiet any longer, so the team in Zhu City had to call the Zhou family in the capital to report the truth. "Siming has been missing for 2 days. Why are you only reporting it now?" Old Master Zhou was furious, nearly grinding his teeth. "We thought it was a minor issue and that we could find Comrade Zhou Siming, but 2 days have passed, and we haven't found him or his colleagues. Old chief, we are sorry. It's our negligence. Hurry up and search. Even if we have to dig up that mountain, we must find Simon. Old Master Zhou tried to control his anger. With no news of Siren and now Simon missing, was there a curse on Zhu City against the Zhou family? He suddenly regretted sending his grandson to Zhu City. They had already lost Xiliang and Siren. Why did he foolishly send Simon to look for treasure? He had underestimated the situation. The Tang family must have placed people in Zhu City to guard that treasure, which was why Siren and Simon had gotten into trouble. Old Master Zhou's expression turned cold. He needed to personally go to Zhu City. It had been 4 days since Zhou Simon went missing. Wei Zhongcheng and his team searched the mountain daily, putting in a lot of effort. They went up at dawn and only came down after dark, each of them looking thinner and more exhausted. But they still couldn't find anyone. It was as if Zhou Simon had vanished into thin air. As for the cave, Wei Zhongcheng and his team stopped searching there because every time they approached, the poisonous snakes would appear, and there were even more than the night before. Hundreds of them. Just seeing them from a distance made their skin crawl. No one dared to take the risk. They kept their distance from that cave. The county sent more people, and the rescue team grew larger, now numbering 50 or 60. Villagers from Tang Village joined in for the sake of earning a day's wage. As long as they searched the mountain, they would earn $1, which was better than nothing. Everyone from Tang Village, young and old, went up the mountain, including Tang Jiujin, Tang Nianyan, and Tang Manjin. They thought it was worth the effort. If Grandma Tang didn't have to work, she would have gone up too. It's really strange. Why do those snakes only stay there? Could there be some treasure? One villager muttered quietly. He had just seen those snakes from a distance and felt his legs go weak. Having lived for over 40 years, he had never seen so many snakes and didn't understand why there were so many behind Tang Village. Where had they been hiding before? In fact, these snakes had come from other mountains because they had heard that there was a beautiful two-legged creature offering a great job with food and shelter, plus water that could make them stronger. They didn't have to do anything, just guard the cave. Such a good deal was hard for even a dumb snake to refuse, so snakes from 100 miles around came to work for Tang Nian Nian. There's no treasure. Snakes like places with a lot of energy. That cave might have zombies. I've never seen a zombie, but my dad said his cousin found a big beehive on a grave mound while chopping wood before the liberation. He brought it back to eat, but ended up covered in poisonous sores and died in agony. The old folks said it was coffin honey, contaminated with corpse poison. Whoever eats it dies. I've heard that too. Anything growing on a grave mound shouldn't be eaten. It's bad luck. The conversation drifted off topic as everyone eagerly discussed supernatural legends, some true and some just hearsay. They were aimlessly searching for people on the mountain, bored and sharing stories to pass the time. As for Zhou Simon, whose fate was unknown, the villagers didn't care. They just wanted to earn an easy $1. It's the 5th day. The search and rescue is still ongoing. The snakes come and go on time, emerging from their holes at dawn and returning home at dusk. Before they leave, Tang Nian Nian feeds them. With the help of these snakes, the eggs and meat in the space are consumed quickly. Time to go home. After feeding, Tang Nian Nian waved her hand, signaling the snakes to return. Even though there are now several times more snakes, she remains calm. She wouldn't panic even if there were 10 times as many. No need for gifts, don't be polite. Tang Nian Nian felt a bit overwhelmed. These snakes are so polite. Every time they come, they bring her gifts, either dead birds or mice, neatly lined up in front of her. It's quite annoying. Zhao Kai, tell them not to bring gifts anymore. We're family, no need to be polite. She called Zhao Kai to translate. Zhao Kai went to the snake group, snuggled with them, and after much effort, finally conveyed the message. The snakes took back their gifts and left reluctantly. Tell them not to come anymore. It could be dangerous. Tang Nian Nian asked Zhao Kai to relay this. Zhou Simon has been missing for 5 days, and the old man Zhou in the capital must be anxious and likely to come over. This old man is ruthless and powerful. The snakes cannot compete with him. Zhao Kai dutifully passed on the message, and the snakes showed reluctant expressions but didn't linger and quickly left. Tang Nian looked up at the sky. It was dark and windy, with thick clouds. The weather was favorable for rain. After 5 sunny days, a heavy downpour was expected tonight, as if heaven itself was punishing Zhou Siming. First, she would go home to eat. After filling her stomach, she would get to work. Tang Nian leisurely descended the mountain, carrying half a basket of mushrooms. Without her saying a word, Grandma Tang took the initiative to make mushroom soup and stir-fried mushrooms for dinner. The wild mushrooms were tender and delicious. It's been 5 days. Those people in the capital can't be dead, right?
Su Jinfeng said.
Just eat your meal. Whether they live or die is none of our business. Grandma Tang replied, rolling her eyes. Su Jinfeng didn't dare to bring it up again. Jiujin, where's the money you earned today? Grandma Tang looked at her granddaughter. Earning 1 yuan a day meant she had to hand over 8 jiao. As for the money Tang Manjin and Su Jinfeng earned, she only took half for living expenses. The rest they could save. The second daughter-in-law and the youngest son were the same. If they didn't eat and stay at home, she wouldn't care, but if they did, they had to contribute to living expenses. Grandma here. Tang Jiujin pouted, reluctantly took out 1 yuan, and slowly handed it to Grandma Tang. Grandma Tang snatched it away and took out 2 jiao from her pocket, giving it back to her granddaughter with a stern look. Don't spend it carelessly. Okay. Tang Jiujin pouted again, but obediently agreed. After dinner, Grandma Tang went to wash the dishes. Su Jinfeng called Jiujin to the room, skillfully searched her pockets, took the 2 jiao, and exchanged it for a 5-cent coin. Mom will keep this for you. You'll be starting school in September. You'll need money. Su Jinfeng stored the money carefully and reminded her, don't spend it carelessly. Okay. Tang Jiujin's pout deepened, feeling frustrated. 1 yuan turned into 2 jiao, then into 5 cents. She couldn't even spend it freely. Her grandma and mom were stricter than a miser. She only dared to think this in her head, afraid to say it out loud for fear of being scolded. Su Jinfeng was satisfied with the money. Since she started working, she had more money, but it couldn't be spent recklessly. Lu Jin was going to school, and Zhou Jin would need supplies too. The cost for 2 school bags was not small, and girls needed new clothes. They couldn't wear tattered ones. Money had to be spent wisely. Tang Jiujin came out with a droopy head and a sulky face. Tang Nian immediately understood what happened. She had definitely been double exploited and had no money left. She grabbed the little girl by her collar and pulled her into her room, took out the 1 yuan she earned today, and handed it to Jiujin. Like a wilted eggplant, Jiujin instantly perked up as if she had been watered with spring water. She tightly held the 1 yuan, her face beaming with joy, and hugged Tang Nian's arm, playfully saying, "Second sister, you're my favorite. You just like the money." Tang Nian playfully flicked her forehead, laughing. Tang Jiujin ran off happily, eager to hide the money so Grandma and Mom wouldn't take it again. Night fell, and the village was quiet. Tang Nian changed into her night clothes and went up the mountain. The clouds in the sky were thick and low, making the mountain feel stifling, almost hard to breathe. A heavy rain was coming soon. Tang Nian took out a raincoat from the space, put it on, and ran to the top of the cave to listen. Zhou Siming and his group were making decent progress, digging 7 to 8 meters in 5 days. At this rate, they would be out in another 3 or 4 days. But unfortunately, they ran into her. Tang Nian took out the excavator from the space, entered the driver's seat, and waited for the thunderstorm to arrive. Inside the cave, Zhou Siming lay on the ground like a corpse, looking pale and lifeless. His eyes were dull. He was starving. After 2 days, his pride and cleanliness had crumbled. The smell of dirt was nothing compared to hunger. There was plenty of water, but no food. That small pack of biscuits was long gone, and there wasn't even a mouse in the cave. The 8 of them were so hungry they could eat dirt. "I'm so hungry. Give me something to eat." Zhou Siming lay sprawled out, mumbling to himself. He seemed to see delicious roasted meat, so fragrant. Zhou Siming couldn't help but open his mouth to bite into the roasted meat, but when he did, he realized it was just air. It was just an illusion. There was no roasted meat. The others weren't doing much better, but the 6 subordinates were slightly better off. They had received special training and could endure hunger better than ordinary people. However, after 5 days of nonstop work, their strength was severely depleted, and without food, their bodies were breaking down. All 8 of them lay on the ground, looking as if they were dead. Lu Kongri was the worst off. He had never done physical labor before, and after 5 days without food, he could only drink water while doing such heavy work. He couldn't hold on any longer. His consciousness was fading, and he didn't even have the strength to lift his hand. He has a fever. One subordinate noticed Lu Kongri's condition and reached out to touch his forehead, which was burning hot. Things were looking grim.
Help me. Save me.
Please. Lu Kongri knew he was in bad shape, but he didn't want to die. The Lu family hadn't made a comeback yet. He hadn't become someone important. He was unwilling. Is there any food? I'm so hungry.
Give me something to eat.
Zhou Siming mumbled, licking his lips. Suddenly, a sweet liquid flowed into his mouth. He greedily sucked it in, as if drinking nectar. After a hearty drink, Zhou Siming felt much better, opened his eyes, and his voice was a bit louder. Did you find food? Zhou Siming looked joyful, not noticing Lu Kongri lying next to him, pale and breathless. Eldest young master, don't talk. Save your strength. The subordinates didn't move, leaning against the cave wall with their eyes closed. Zhou Siming felt choked and was displeased. These people were losing respect for him.
Boom.
Thunder rumbled outside, shaking the mountain. The 6 subordinates immediately woke up and stood up, sensing something was wrong. Something was about to happen. Boom. Another thunderclap sounded. The cave truly shook, and stones of all sizes began to fall. Run. The 6 subordinates reacted quickly, stumbling over to Zhou Siming to help him escape, but Zhou Siming had no strength to get up and relied entirely on them. Everyone was exhausted, and the delay meant more stones were falling, like raindrops, quickly burying Lu Kongri.
Ah!
It hurts. Zhou Siming suddenly screamed in pain as a rock hit his head, causing blood to flow profusely before he fainted. He knocked down all 6 of his subordinates.
Boom!
The sound of thunder echoed continuously, and the cave shook as more rocks fell. The 8 subordinates were also injured, but they reacted quickly and avoided serious harm, unlike Zhou Siming. They helped Zhou Siming escape with great difficulty, dodging falling rocks that hit them, but they did not let go of him. If Zhou Siming didn't survive to return to the capital, they wouldn't either, and their families would be in trouble. Finally, the 8 of them reached a safe zone and breathed a sigh of relief. Someone wants the young master dead. The leading subordinate suddenly spoke up, having sensed something was off. The mountains in Tang village were lush, and even with heavy rain and thunder, it shouldn't have collapsed. He suspected foul play. Now he was even more certain. Someone was definitely above the cave, trying to stop them from escaping. The 8 men fell silent. They had already dug most of the way out, and with just 3 or 4 more days, they could have been free. Now it seemed hopeless. They might never get out. If they had known this mission would be so disastrous, they wouldn't have taken it.
Boom!
Another thunderclap sounded, followed by a lightning bolt as thick as an arm, splitting the sky. The excavator's massive claw ruthlessly tore through the cave, causing even more rocks to fall. The thunder stopped, but the rain intensified. Tang Niannian jumped down from the excavator, looking at the completely collapsed cave with satisfaction. That night, the thunderstorm in Tang village lasted until midnight, with lightning and thunder keeping the villagers awake. When dawn broke and the rain stopped, Wei Zhongcheng and the others had to go back up the mountain to search for people. However, an important figure arrived in Tang village today, the Public Security Bureau director and other leaders from the county, all accompanying him up the mountain. Several cars have arrived and are parked at the village entrance. Is a big official here? I saw a jeep. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, pointing at the cars from a distance. The team leader and commune officials stood together, nervously sweating. He hadn't expected Zhou Siming to have such a powerful background. Please, let this not bring trouble to Tang Village. Old man Zhou got out of the jeep. He had arrived in Zhucheng the day before, meeting with some former subordinates to intimidate them, but there was still no news of Si Ren, and they had no leads on Si Ming. Usually calm in the face of danger, Old man Zhou was now anxious and a bit unsettled. Old leader, would you like to rest for a moment? A commune official respectfully asked, bowing deeply. No need. Let's go up the mountain directly. Old man Zhou's expression was stern, exuding a sense of urgency. He instructed someone to lead the way and strode toward the back mountain. Tang Mianyan squeezed through the crowd, watching from a distance with a calm expression. This was Old man Zhou. It was clear he was not a good person, but there were too many people around for her to act. If something happened to him in Tang Village, it would definitely bring trouble to them. For now, she decided to let him live and would deal with him later. Old man Zhou sensed something and suddenly turned around, staring directly at Tang Nianyan. Tang Nianyan met his gaze calmly, her expression unchanged. Old man Zhou's eyes darkened. He was sure that the disappearances of Si Ming and Si Ren were related to this girl from the Tang family. He had underestimated Tang Nianyan. Captain Tang, let that girl lead us. Old man Zhou pointed at Tang Nianyan, specifically asking her to guide them. Old lady Tang became anxious and was about to object. This old man from the capital didn't look like a good person and surely had bad intentions. She didn't care how high his rank was. If he bullied her granddaughter, she would scold him. Tang Nianyan tugged at the old lady's sleeve, shaking her head slightly. Old man Zhou was not someone to confront directly. I still have work to do, and no time to lead. I earn 10 jobs a day, Tang Nianyan said cheerfully and confidently. The nearby villagers lowered their heads, afraid the leaders would see their shock. Nianyan spoke boldly, claiming to earn 10 jobs a day, even though she had never worked a single day in her life. I'll pay you to lead me. 2 yuan a day. Old man Zhou smiled slightly, his tone friendly, appearing to be an approachable leader. Okay, but you have to pay first. Tang Nianyan stepped out of the crowd and approached Old man Zhou, extending her hand for the money. Old man Zhou narrowed his eyes, smiling even more kindly, and nodded to a man beside him. Girl, here you go. The man next to Old man Zhou took out 2 yuan and handed it to Tang Nianyan, though he looked displeased. He was a local official in Zhucheng and felt honored to host a leader from the capital. But this rural girl asking for money from an old leader was simply outrageous. Later, he would give the Tang village team a lesson on moral values. Their awareness was too low, clearly not having studied well. Let's go. Tang Nianyan took the money and led the way.
It was already the 6th day.
Even if Zhou Siming was still alive, he should only have half a life left. She would take Old man Zhou around the mountain for a day before heading to that cave. The group walked toward the back mountain, accompanied by the team leader and some curious villagers. The winding mountain path was crowded, resembling a long dragon. It had been a long time since Tang village had such a scene, reminiscent of the oldest villager's funeral when the entire village went up the mountain to pay their respects. Whereas the cave filled with poisonous snakes. As soon as they reached the mountain, Old man Zhou demanded to go to that cave, feeling strongly that Si Ming was inside. Those poisonous snakes must have been set up by this girl, or perhaps they were arranged by the Tang family. He had underestimated the Tang family, thinking only Tang Nianyan was left, not realizing there were powerful protectors around her. He had been careless. Tang Nianyan felt a bit disappointed. This old man was very sharp and hard to deceive. She led the group to the cave, but stopped at a distance, pointing and timidly saying, "It's over there. There are snakes, and I'm too scared to go closer. How about I return you a yuan?" The man had given her 2 1-yuan bills, and Tang Nianyan pulled one out to return to Old man Zhou. No need to return it. How do you know there are snakes there? Old man Zhou's gaze deepened, fixated on Tang Nianyan. Everyone in the village knows. It's not a secret. Tang Mianyan replied, and the team leader added, "That's right, the whole village knows." Strangely, those snakes seem to have disappeared these past few days. Has this ever happened in Tang Village before? Old Man Zhou's expression was meaningful, his words layered. The team leader hesitated and shook his head. "In my lifetime, I've never seen it. I don't know if it happened before." "Uncle San, have you heard of it?" The team leader called over a man in his 60s, also named Tang. "I haven't seen it, but I heard my grandfather say there are dragons in the mountains with horns on their heads. One time, when my grandfather was cutting firewood, it suddenly thundered, just like the thunder from last night. It scared him so much he peed his pants at 14, before he even had a wife." Uncle San was a chatterbox, rambling on without getting to the point. Old Man Zhou frowned slightly, growing impatient. The team leader quickly interrupted, "Uncle San, what happened to that dragon?" "It transformed, becoming a dragon. Maybe those snakes are its descendants." "Oh no, I misspoke. I was just dreaming," Uncle San blurted out, suddenly remembering that such transformations were not possible after the founding of the country. His face turned pale, and he quickly backtracked, attributing it to a dream before finding an excuse to leave the mountain, not daring to stay any longer. Old Master Zhou's face was dark, and he remained silent. The air on the mountain became very quiet, with only a gentle breeze blowing. The captain was sweating profusely, unable to stand straight, feeling anxious. The leaders from the capital were hard to deal with. The commune leaders were much easier to get along with. "Leader, my uncle tells jokes, haha. He loves to tell jokes." The captain forced a laugh to lighten the mood, but old Master Zhou gave him a deep look that made him feel uneasy, as if his heart was being pulled out. "Captain Tang, no matter what method you use, you must dig here today." Old Master Zhou pointed at the collapsed cave, his tone chilling, and no one dared to oppose him. "All right, I'll go call for help right away." The captain replied without thinking, but then remembered something very important, something more important than his life, and bravely asked, "Leader, how will we calculate the work points for digging the cave?" Working for free was definitely not an option. He could agree, but the villagers wouldn't. "Just go call for people and stop asking so many questions." The official who had given money to Tang Mian frowned and scolded him sharply. The man thought the atmosphere in Tang Village was terrible. He had initially thought it was just that pretty girl being shrewd, but now it seemed like the whole village was corrupt, with this captain being someone who only cared about money. It was surprising he could lead the team well. "Leader, we need to clarify the work before starting. Otherwise, it will be a mess. I've been the captain for 17 years, and Tang Village has been recognized as an advanced production team for 3 years in a row. I've even been a model worker." The captain was also unhappy. He couldn't just make promises without any commitment. He couldn't run around for this. Whether it was the leaders from the capital or the county, if they wanted to take advantage of the villagers, they were not good leaders, and he had to fight for benefits for his people. After all, his family had been poor farmers for 8 generations, so he wasn't afraid of being investigated. The faces of the county leaders turned ugly, feeling that the captain had embarrassed Zhu Cheng. But in front of old Master Zhou, they couldn't say anything, only glaring at the captain. The commune officials were silent, shrinking away, wishing no one would notice them. With county leaders present, they felt it wasn't their place to speak. Moreover, they thought the captain was right. Asking people to work without discussing work points was like dating without the intention of marriage, just nonsense. Although the captain's legs were weak and he felt scared, he gritted his teeth and stood tall. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why should he be afraid? "As long as the villagers come to work, I'll pay them 2 yuan a day out of my own pocket." "Captain Tang, could you please hurry and find people? My grandson is still inside, and I don't know what's happening. Please understand my feelings." Old Master Zhou spoke, his voice hoarse and his expression pained, looking much older. Seeing him like this, the captain immediately felt guilty, thinking he had been too calculating. The old man's grandson was missing, and he was still worrying about work points. How inappropriate. "I'll go call for help right now." The captain rushed down the mountain, but after a few steps, he stopped and turned back to advise, "Leader, I don't think your grandson is in this cave. There are so many poisonous snakes. It's likely that no one is inside. Why not dig somewhere else? He truly believed that the cave was strange and didn't seem like it had anyone inside. The captain was just worried about old Master Zhou wasting a lot of money and doing free work, delaying the search for his grandson. He had good intentions. Just do what I tell you and stop talking so much. The county leader scolded loudly, thinking the captain was not only greedy, but also lacked insight. Didn't he see how grim old Master Zhou's face was? Still chattering away, he was really asking for a scolding. The captain was also angry from being scolded and turned to leave the mountain. After all, it wasn't his grandson. Why should he care about so many things? Earning 2 yuan a day was a good deal. He would get the villagers to dig. If they could earn it, why not? Humph. About 10 minutes later, the loudspeaker at the village entrance blared. Attention! Urgent notice. Everyone who can move, except those who are bedridden or nursing, go to the mountain to work for 2 yuan a day. The captain repeated it 3 times, and the villagers were excited. 2 yuan a day was like money falling from the sky. Those working in the fields, those at the sock factory, and the old men and women chatting at the village entrance all rushed home to grab tools and headed up the mountain. Even an elderly woman who had been bedridden for years suddenly sat up, full of energy, and went up the mountain. This 2 yuan was more effective than any medicine. Outside the cave, in no time, the area was filled with villagers of all ages. Over 200 people crowded together, pushing old Master Zhou and the others aside. Captain Tang, only let the young and strong stay. Send the old and children home. Old Master Zhou's face was dark, and his gaze towards the captain was unfriendly. A bunch of country bumpkins wanted to take advantage of him. How outrageous! The captain smiled awkwardly, but his expression changed as he turned away, secretly cursing old Master Zhou for not keeping his word. After all, he was a big official from the capital, so uncouth. He sent the old and children home, and the number of people on the mountain was cut in half. They began working energetically. This is really strange. How did the mountain collapse? It was struck by lightning. The thunder last night was so loud. No wonder those snakes suddenly disappeared. They must have been scared away. This is really odd. Did we anger the gods? Don't say that. The leaders are standing behind us. We don't want to get sent for labor reform. The villagers worked while whispering in their dialect, speaking quickly and urgently, making it hard for outsiders to understand. They weren't too worried about being overheard. Tang Nian's expression was indifferent. It had been over 10 hours since the collapse, and no matter how lucky Zhou Siming was, he couldn't escape such a serious incident. Even if he hadn't died, she would find a way to ensure he did. For now, she couldn't act against old Master Zhou, but she had no qualms about Zhou Siming. Tang Nian yawned widely, her eyes misty, and lazily turned to head home to sleep. Where are you going? Did I tell you to leave? The man who had given her money spoke harshly, pointing at Tang Nian. Let me lead. I brought you here, so what's the problem? Tang Nian's expression was cold. This man had angered her for the second time. He clearly was a bully. The leaders are still up the mountain. Why are you going down? Stand here. The man's tone became even harsher, feeling that Tang Nian was clueless, just like the captain. It seemed the whole village was corrupt. I'm not feeling well. I get dizzy if I stand too long. Tang Nian swayed slightly, suddenly leaning against the captain, eyes closed, her face pale, cold sweat pouring down, looking like she might faint at any moment. What's wrong, Nian girl? Jianshu, hurry, and take her to the clinic. The captain was startled, thinking that Tang Nian had really fainted, so he quickly had his younger son carry her to the clinic for help. Not far away, Grandma Tang glanced over, but continued to work calmly. This girl has always been good at acting. Every winter, she would fall ill every few days, with no real symptoms, just lacking energy, feeling dizzy, and having stomach aches. At first, she and her husband thought she was genuinely unwell, so they took her to the clinic, but the doctor said there was nothing wrong. Even after taking medicine, she remained the same. Her appetite was poor. Fearing that she would suffer at school, they let her take leave to rest at home, so she hardly attended school during winter. At that time, she joked with her husband that this girl should not be born in the year of the pig but in the year of the snake, as she hibernated every winter. They never suspected anything else and thought Nian Nian was truly unwell. 3 winters passed like this, until one night, Grandma Tang heard rustling sounds in the kitchen. Thinking a mouse had entered, she quickly got up, only to see Tang Nian Nian, who was supposed to be weak, in bed, rummaging through the cupboard eating leftovers. She was devouring the food with great energy. Grandma Tang quickly understood and was furious, giving her a good scolding. Grandpa Tang even pleaded for her, saying the classroom was very cold, and if she didn't want to go to school, she didn't have to since Nian Nian's grades were good and she wasn't falling behind. This girl has always been a drama queen, pretending to be sick even better than real patients. Grandma Tang had been outsmarting her granddaughter for 17 years and had long seen through Tang Nian Nian's true nature. Tang Jianshu carried Tang Nian Nian down the mountain, but as soon as they were out of the old man Zhou's sight, he stopped and put her down with annoyance. Nian Nian, are you a pig? You're getting heavier. He grew up with Tang Nian Nian and could tell what she was up to just by her expressions. I'm a pig by birth. I'm not heavy, you just have weak arms and legs. If you marry in the future, you won't be able to carry your wife. Tang Nian Nian rolled her eyes, found a tree, and climbed up. From there, she could see the group of people on the hillside and quickly spotted that annoying county official. He had scolded her twice. She was keeping score. Tang Nian Nian took out a slingshot she borrowed from Jiu Jin, picked up 2 small stones from the ground, and aimed for the man's knee. The 2 stones flew out, hitting his knee almost simultaneously.
Ow!
The man cried out and knelt down. He was standing on a large rock about a meter high, and when he knelt, he fell hard, injuring his head and knocking out his front teeth. Old man Zhou reacted quickly, glancing sharply in Tang Nian Nian's direction, his cloudy eyes suddenly sharp. You have a lot of nerve. That's a county official. Hurry home. Tang Jianshu was startled. He couldn't understand his cousin. Although she was bold as a child, she had never been this reckless. Now, she was not only stronger but also bolder, as if there was no one in the world she feared. Tang Nian Nian put away her slingshot and obediently climbed down the mountain. Tang Jianshu watched her go home, reminding her not to cause any more trouble before heading back up the mountain. How's Nian girl? The captain asked with concern. She felt better after eating a piece of candy on the way. Nian Nian said it's an old issue and not serious. She went home to lie down. Tang Jianshu made up a story about low blood sugar, and the captain believed him, muttering to himself, what kind of problem is that? She should see a doctor. Old man Zhou looked at him with a mocking gaze and asked, Captain Tang, what was that girl's name? Tang Nian Nian, she's my niece. The captain quickly replied, becoming very alert. He felt that the old leader from the capital seemed approachable, but was actually quite intimidating, like a smiling tiger. Your niece doesn't look like a rural girl, Old man Zhou remarked, his eyes full of meaning. Tang Nian Nian resembled her grandmother, the once famous socialite Zhao Fenghua, who was a stunning beauty in her youth. Many wealthy young men in Shanghai spent lavishly just to see her smile. But this beauty eventually married into the Tang family, becoming the wife of the family head. They were affectionate for a few years, but eventually separated. Zhao Fenghua divorced the Tang family head shortly after having a child, leaving the child behind and taking some money to live abroad, where she reportedly thrived. The Tang family head, however, never forgot her and later married someone who resembled Zhao Fenghua. Old man Zhou envisioned the image of an unparalleled beauty in a light purple qipao, graceful and charming. Even though she had given birth and was no longer young, she could still captivate men. Tang Nian Nian bore a strong resemblance to her grandmother, but their temperaments were completely different. Zhao Fenghua was full of charm, while Tang Nian Nian was strikingly beautiful yet cool and distant, unlike her grandmother, who was adaptable and sociable. Leader, Nian girl has always been pretty and smart. She even works as a regular employee in a big city unit. The captain praised her without knowing her background. Old man Zhou glanced at him, not sensing anything unusual. It seemed Tang Nianyan's background was well hidden in the village. He didn't ask further. The most important thing now was to save his grandson. With many hands working together, progress was quick, but they worked until dark. The captain brought dozens of torches, lighting up the mountain brightly. "Be careful." Just as he spoke, several stones fell. The deeper they dug, the more rocks fell, causing the villagers to slow down. Old Man Zhou had already sent someone to check the situation at the cave's top. He suspected it had collapsed due to an explosion, but his subordinates reported no signs of explosives, suggesting it must have collapsed from immense force. What kind of force could collapse such a large cave? Old Man Zhou muttered to himself, struggling to imagine anything like a bulldozer in the 1970s. Perhaps it was dozens of people using hammers and chisels, one subordinate suggested. He couldn't think of any other method. Old Man Zhou shook his head, a deep frown of confusion on his tired face. If dozens of people suddenly appeared on the mountain, the Tang village would have noticed. Maybe it was the villagers? The subordinate proposed. Impossible. They aren't that clever. Old Man Zhou dismissed the idea. He had tested the captain earlier and found him not very bright, and the other villagers seemed foolish. If they had really done something this significant, they wouldn't be acting as if nothing had happened. The ones responsible for the cave-in must be a different group. Those people were likely the ones left behind by the Tang family to guard the treasure. But where did they usually stay? And how did they contact Tang Nianyan? Old Man Zhou furrowed his brow. Even with his cunning and experience, he couldn't figure out where those people were hiding, nor could he imagine that Tang Nianyan alone could cause the cave to collapse. As night deepened, the villagers slowed down their work. Half of them went home to rest, while the others stayed for the promised overtime pay of 2 yuan from Old Man Zhou. The captain forced himself to stay awake, yawning repeatedly, his eyelids nearly sticking together. "We're through. We've broken through." The captain was startled awake by the excited shouts, shaking off his sleepiness completely. The cave was finally dug through, and the tired villagers were extremely happy. Although they were exhausted, they had earned $4. Old Man Zhou was also pushing himself. He had traveled to Zhucheng without resting and rushed to Tang Village, spending a whole day on the mountain, severely draining his energy. As soon as he heard the cave was open, he immediately perked up and walked quickly toward it. "Leader, please wait. We need to send someone in first." Old Man Zhou was stopped by his subordinates. They didn't know what was happening inside the cave. A few subordinates entered the cave and walked about 50 meters before they saw a pile of stones, with hands and feet sticking out, and a strong smell of blood in the air. Their hearts sank. It looked like Zhou Siming was in serious trouble. "Is Siming inside?" As soon as they came out, Old Man Zhou asked anxiously. "Yes, but the situation is not good." After hesitating, the subordinate told the truth. Old Man Zhou swayed slightly but steadied himself and walked into the cave. When he saw the person buried under the stones, his vision went dark, and he was luckily supported by someone. "Quick, dig him out." Old Man Zhou's voice trembled. At that moment, he just hoped his grandson was still alive. Without needing to give orders, others began to work. Half an hour later, all 10 people were uncovered. They lay in disarray, some on their backs, others face down. Old Man Zhou pulled the nearest person over and turned him to see it was Lu Kongri, who was already lifeless. Lu Kongri's expression was one of fear, with complex emotions, regret, fear, hatred. His body was cold, clearly dead for a while. "Young master is here." One subordinate found Zhou Siming, but when he checked for a pulse, his expression changed. Old Man Zhou's heart sank. He didn't ask further but walked over, feeling Zhou Siming's neck. There was no pulse, and his body was cold. "Siming!" Old Man Zhou cried out in sorrow, tears streaming down his face. Although he valued Zhou Siming the most, Zhou Siming was also his beloved grandson. Just 10 days ago, his grandson was full of life, but now he lay there, a cold corpse, covered in injuries and blood. His grandson, who loved cleanliness, was now in such a terrible state. Old man Zhou held his grandson's body, silently crying, while the nearby subordinates dared not speak. At that moment, no one cared about the fate of the other 8 people. Find out who harmed Siming. We must investigate this cave collapse. Old man Zhou didn't mourn for long. He ordered sternly that the cave collapse incident must be thoroughly investigated. The team leader lowered his head, frowning. It was clearly a collapse caused by lightning. What was there to investigate? If he had to say, this Zhou young master was just asking for trouble. Why leave the good city and run up a mountain? Going up during a thunderstorm was just looking for death. With the villagers' help, all 10 bodies were carried down the mountain and neatly placed in the morgue of Tang village. The night was deep, and everyone was exhausted. There weren't enough empty rooms in the village, so Old Man Zhou and the others could only return to the commune to stay. The next day, the people of Tang village woke up late. They were all tired from the previous day, and with so many deaths, everyone was very anxious. Tang Nian was woken up by her grandmother's loud voice, sitting up in bed to hear her grandmother gossiping excitedly. Did they really die in a cave? How could this happen? What a tragedy. Tang's grandmother chanted a few Amitabha prayers, feeling it was bad luck. 10 people dying in the mountains had ruined the village's good fortune. They were crushed by stones. My husband saw it last night while working late. It was terrible. Their heads were smashed flat. What were these people doing in the cave? Were they possessed by ghosts? Sure, keep it down. This could really be true. That cave is definitely cursed. Otherwise, why do those snakes only crawl into it? Why does lightning only strike there? This is just like the saying, if the king of hell wants you dead at 3, you can't escape at 5. Their time was up. The old man from the capital said he would investigate thoroughly. What more can he do? Catch ghosts? A few women gathered in the Tang family's yard, gossiping while eating sunflower seeds, all excited. This has nothing to do with us. When will we get paid for yesterday's work? Tang's grandmother was most concerned about the wages. She couldn't work for free. Her whole family worked yesterday, her, the eldest son, and 2 daughters-in-law, totaling $8. Right, we haven't been paid yet. I'll go ask the team leader. I'll go too. My husband worked late last night. He was promised $2. The women stopped eating seeds and hurried off to find the team leader. The team leader's door was crowded with villagers, all there to ask about their wages. They were worried Old Man Zhou would return to the capital and they would lose their money. What's the rush? Do you think the leaders in the capital will cheat you out of your wages? Have some understanding for the old leader. His grandson just had an accident, and he's surely very sad. Wait a couple of days before asking. The team leader spoke kindly to calm the villagers. Then we'll wait a couple more days. Team leader, please take this seriously. This is our hard-earned money. The villagers reluctantly agreed. The team leader promised, even without the villagers reminding him, he would definitely pay attention. Around lunchtime, Old Man Zhou arrived in Tang village, looking even older. He was accompanied by Wei Zhongcheng and others, sent to investigate the case. Old Man Zhou was convinced someone had deliberately harmed his grandson, so the police had to come and investigate. The bodies of Zhou Siming and the others were carried one by one onto a vehicle for cremation. Siming, Grandpa will definitely avenge you. Old Man Zhou's expression was icy, his cloudy eyes shining with intensity. The first target would be Tang Yinyan. His grandson's death was undoubtedly related to her. Also, the disappearance of Si Ren was definitely connected to this woman. Old Man Zhou scanned the crowd but did not see Tang Yinyan. This woman was surprisingly calm. Wei, my grandson Siming always acted very cautiously. He wouldn't have gone to the cave for no reason. Perhaps someone deliberately lured him there. You should investigate this angle. Old Man Zhou called Wei Zhongqing over, his tone stern. He had found 2 blood characters under Siming's body. Although they were faint, they could barely be made out as Tang and Nian, clearly a hint left by Siming before he died. He would never spare that woman, Tang Nian. Once he found the treasure, he would make her serve Siming in the afterlife. I will investigate thoroughly. Please rest assured, leader. Wei Zhongcheng replied readily. In truth, He also suspected Zhou Siming had been harmed, but he didn't want to investigate. The Zhou family was known for being overbearing and greedy. He didn't want to help them but also couldn't offend them, so he would just go along with it. I hope Wei will act consistently. Old man Zhou's tone was mocking. He could see Wei Zhongcheng wasn't putting in full effort, but for now, he had no one better to rely on. So, he would use this Wei for the time being until his people from the capital arrived. Yes. Wei Zhongcheng cursed the old fox under his breath, but still appeared respectful. Tang Nianyan is clever and a local. Let her join the investigation too. Old man Zhou mentioned Tang Nianyan again, wanting to keep a close eye on her. Wei Zhongcheng had to send someone to find Tang Nianyan, but instead, they brought back Grandma Tang. Thank you for thinking highly of my granddaughter, but this girl is hopeless. She's too weak. She didn't cover herself with a blanket last night and woke up with a fever this morning. Her parents couldn't even recognize her. It's pitiful, sigh. Grandma Tang sighed and even offered herself. This girl has no luck. She can't earn money even when it's right in front of her. Leader, what do you think of me? I've been married for nearly 50 years, and I know this mountain much better than my granddaughter. Old man Zhou's expression changed, and he asked with a forced smile, is she really sick? Can being sick be fake? You really know how to joke, leader. Everyone in the village knows my Nianyan has been weak since she was little and often gets sick. Sigh, it's our fault as adults. Nianyan was born in 59, and her mother didn't even have a proper meal while pregnant. My daughter-in-law was so thin, and Nianyan was born smaller than a mouse, too weak to even cry, just like a little kitten. We thought she wouldn't survive, but this girl is lucky. She grew up, but she's still weak. Grandma Tang rambled on, starting from Nianyan's birth, going through the famine, and then to the good days now, praising the policies and the leaders above. After a long talk, she finally asked, Leader, since Nianyan is useless, let me take her place. How much will I earn a day? I'm sure I can do better than her. Old man Zhou's face darkened, and he felt overwhelmed by her constant chatter. This was the first time he had met such a talkative old woman. Her mouth was like a motor, and he felt a headache coming on. Why are you making a fuss? Go home. A commune official interrupted Grandma Tang just in time. If she kept talking, it would be dark soon. Weren't you the ones who called me? I was in the middle of chopping pig feed when you summoned me. It's really funny. Do you think I enjoy coming here? I have chores at home that I can't finish. By the way, when will yesterday's wages be paid? There are 4 of us working, and we should get 8 yuan. Grandma Tang's face fell immediately. She wasn't afraid of the officials. She was upright and clear-headed. Her husband had even fought against the Japanese, so why should she be scared? Yes, when will the wages be settled? It's been a day already. You are the big leaders. You can't just default on payments. The other villagers chimed in, their voices rising in a clamor. Old man Zhou's face visibly darkened. His grandson had just died, and these people were demanding wages, showing no sympathy for his loss. No wonder they say that poor mountains breed cunning people. It was true.
Tang Man Shan.
The commune official, both angry and scared, called out to the team leader, hoping he would step in to stop this. But after calling for a while, the team leader didn't show up, not knowing where he had gone. The villagers grew more agitated. My husband worked overtime. You can't default on payments. In the past, landlords never defaulted on payments. You are city officials. You can't be worse than the landlords. The villagers grew louder, and since old man Zhou hadn't spoken up, they thought he was planning to default. If they weren't afraid of the leaders, they would have started fighting already. The team leader was crouched low in the bushes, trying to minimize his presence. He wanted nothing to do with this mess. I will distribute the money when we go down the mountain. Zhou will definitely not default on payments. Old man Zhou finally spoke, gritting his teeth, his face dark. He remembered these cunning villagers and planned to find a way to punish them once he found the treasure. The team leader emerged, adjusting his belt with a forced smile. Where have you been? We've been calling for ages. The commune official said irritably. I had an upset stomach. What do you need me for, leader? The team leader asked, smiling. The commune official took a step back, clearly disgusted. as he could smell the odor from afar. Go count how many people worked yesterday and settle their wages today. Old Man Zhou said coldly. I'll go right now. The team leader eagerly agreed and hurried down the mountain. The villagers also dispersed. When Grandma Tang returned home, she saw Tang Niannian sitting in the yard eating breakfast. She pulled her inside and, after closing the door, whispered, You need to stay home for the next few days. That old man from the city has his eyes on you. I'll tell everyone you are sick and can't get up. Okay. Tang Niannian obediently agreed. She was good at pretending to be sick. Grandma Tang hesitated but still asked, Tell me the truth, the cave-in isn't related to you, right? Grandma, if I had that kind of power, I would have leveled the whole mountain. Grandpa said there's gold all over the mountain. Tang Niannian denied it and even joked. Don't listen to your grandpa's nonsense. There's no gold down there. Just stay inside. Grandma Tang felt relieved. It was good that her granddaughter wasn't involved. She must have been out of her mind to think that such a big cave-in could be caused by this girl. It definitely wasn't her doing. It must have been lightning. Those people had met their fate. Grandma Tang went out, and Tang Niannian's smile faded, her eyes turning cold. Old Man Zhou definitely suspected her, but it didn't matter. Without evidence, he couldn't do anything to her. She needed to find a way to slowly deal with this old man. She couldn't die in Zhucheng. She needed to return to the capital first, so it wouldn't lead back to her. Tang Niannian's eyes lit up. She had a plan. For the next few days, she stayed at home, not stepping outside, relying on Grandma Tang to gather information about the outside world. I asked everyone in the village, and they found nothing. I told them it was a waste of effort. At dinner, Grandma Tang mentioned the recent developments. A few people from the capital had come, claiming to be experts in investigations, but they still hadn't found anything. It must have been lightning. Who has the power to cause a cave-in like that? Xian Zhenju said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even wild boars couldn't do that. That was a mountain, not a straw hut. Tang Niannian quietly ate her meal, not joining in. She was thinking about her plan for tonight. Old Man Zhou lived in Tang Village, and she would take action after dark. In her past life, the Zhou family had caused her family and her biological parents so much suffering. In this life, blood would pay for blood. As night fell, everyone in Tang Village was asleep. Tang Niannian put on her night gear and covered her head, leaving only her eyes visible. Even if Grandma Tang stood in front of her, she wouldn't recognize her. Old Man Zhou was staying at the Qi family, arranged by the team leader. The Qi family was dead, and the house was empty and clean, making it spacious enough for Old Man Zhou and his group. Old Man Zhou had a single room, the one previously occupied by Qi Guohua, which was the best room in the house. The room was dark, and everyone was asleep. Tang Niannian was cautious. This old man had bodyguards who were quite capable, so she had to be careful. Successfully reaching Old Man Zhou's room, she found him lying in bed, breathing steadily, clearly asleep. She found a teacup with a little water in it and poured in a small packet of black powder, stirring it well. Who? The Old Man Zhou suddenly spoke up from the bed, opened his eyes, and pulled out a gun from under his pillow. Tang Niannian immediately entered her space. From her space, she could sense what was happening outside. Old Man Zhou turned on the light, holding the gun, looking alert, but he found nothing. It seemed like it was just his imagination, but he really felt someone was in the room. Boss, what happened? The bodyguards were alerted and rushed over. I thought I saw someone just now, Zhou said. His subordinates quickly spread out to check around the house, but found nothing. Go to sleep. It was probably just a mouse. Old Man Zhou felt relieved. He hadn't been sleeping well lately, so maybe he was mistaken. Once his subordinates left the room, Zhou lost his sleepiness. He sat in a chair, lost in thought, and reached for the teacup on the table, bringing it to his lips. After finishing the water, he licked his lips. The taste was a bit bitter, but it could be because his mouth felt bitter from lack of sleep. Old Man Zhou didn't think much of it. He poured another cup of water, drank it, and then went back to bed. After a long time, he finally fell into a deep sleep. Tang Nian came out of her space and quickly climbed out the window. Indeed, it seemed like fate was on her side. She didn't need to take action herself. The old man drank it himself. She had put powder from a battery in his drink, and now old man Zhou's life was on a countdown. Maybe it would last for half a year? Tang Nian remembered reading in the news that this kind of powder could cause blood poisoning, and even advanced medicine in the future would have trouble treating it. Now, it was even less likely to be detected. Moreover, this heavy metal poisoning wouldn't show symptoms quickly, so he should be able to last until he left Tang Village, making it unrelated to her. After returning home, Tang Nian went to bed, and no one noticed she had left. Shanghai Military District. Shen Xiao returned from a mission. This task was quite simple. He didn't exert much effort. Although the reward wasn't high, he didn't mind. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. What's going on? Did that Zhou Siren fly to the sky? Zhou Siming is dead too. It's really strange. Shen Xiao went to report to Ming Jinxing and heard him muttering to himself at the door, causing Shen Zhao's heart to skip a beat. Oh no. He had forgotten about Zhou Siren from the mental hospital. How many days had it been? Shen Xiao nervously calculated the time. It seemed like it had been about 10 days. He hoped he was still alive. But how did Zhou Siming die? Wasn't he working at the museum? He usually appeared indifferent and uninterested in everything. How did he get involved in this mess? Shen Xiao knocked on the door. Report. Come in. Shen Xiao pushed the door open. When Ming Jinxing saw him, he smiled broadly, personally made tea, and asked about his well-being. Come over for dinner tonight. Your aunt misses you and wants to make you borscht. I can't. Ming Hui is at home. Shen Xiao declined. Ming Hui was Ming Jinxing's daughter, 19 years old, a singer in the military art troupe, and always clung to him. Aunt Ming treated him very well, often cooking delicious food and giving him warmth. But ever since he got together with Nian, Shen Xiao suddenly understood many things. Ming Hui was nice to him because she wanted to date him. Aunt Ming was nice to him because she wanted him to be her son-in-law. They both had their motives. Although he appreciated Aunt Ming's kindness, he didn't feel obligated to return it. He only liked Nian and didn't want to look at other women. Shen Xiao didn't bother to be subtle and directly stated why he didn't want to go for dinner. Ming Jinxing's expression changed slightly and he jokingly scolded, "Can't you give my little Hui some face? Why do you have to be so blunt? What's wrong with my daughter? She's beautiful and gentle. She's great. I think Nian is better." Shen Xiao spoke honestly. In his heart, no one compared to Nian. He didn't even remember what Ming Hui looked like. Ming Jinxing laughed in frustration and playfully hit him on the head, saying, "You need to bring that Tang Nian over one day so I can see what kind of heavenly beauty has you so enchanted. She's more beautiful than a heavenly fairy." Shen Xiao said this very seriously. He had never seen a heavenly fairy, but he was sure Nian was more beautiful. Yes. Your Tang Nian is even prettier than Chang'e. Ming Jinxing didn't want to argue with him. He had never noticed before that Shen Xiao, who seemed cold and indifferent, was actually a romantic. Ever since he got together with Tang Nian, he couldn't stop talking about her, which made Ming Jinxing feel a bit nauseous. "Uncle Ming, I just heard you mention that Zhou Siming died. What happened?" Shen Xiao asked. Ming Jinxing's expression changed as he talked about the recent strange events in the Zhou family. "Don't mention it. The Zhou family has been quite unlucky lately, with one thing after another happening. Zhou Xiliang is still lying in bed, Zhou Siren has been missing for days, and now Zhou Siming is dead, and it happened in Tang Village. Why do all the Zhou family members keep going to Tang Village?" Ming Jinxing couldn't figure it out. What treasure could there be in Tang Village? Zhou Siren went to Tang Village for a rural visit, and his fate was unknown. Zhou Siming was also going to Tang Village for archaeology, and now his life was gone. Old man Zhou had 5 grandsons, and only these 3 were somewhat successful. The other 2 younger ones were a mess. If Zhou Siren couldn't be found, the Zhou family would suffer a huge loss. Not to mention a disaster for the family, it would be a significant blow. Shen Zhao's expression darkened. The Zhou family was still so obsessed with the Tang family's treasure. He knew that Zhou Ximing's death was definitely related to Nian Nian. He deserved it. Maybe Zhou Ximing's time was up. Shen Xiao said lightly. Who knows? Old man Zhou has also gone to Zhucheng, and Zhou Siren hasn't been found yet. Ming Zhenxing casually replied. He wasn't interested in the Zhou family's affairs. Moreover, the Zhou family had been increasingly overbearing in recent years, and many people were unhappy about it, but didn't dare to show it. Ming Zhenxing had previously been somewhat associated with Old Man Zhou, but after he was transferred to the Shanghai military district, he distanced himself from the Zhou family. Ming Zhenxing also disapproved of the Zhou family's way of doing things. Perhaps Shen Xiao was right. Maybe Zhou Ximing's time had really come. Shen Zhao's eyes flickered as he stood up to leave. You have 3 days off this time. Rest well. Ming Zhenxing didn't mention dinner again. He disliked forcing people. If his daughter liked Shen Xiao and they had mutual feelings, he would support them wholeheartedly. But since Shen Xiao was already in a relationship, there was no need to bring it up. His daughter, with her good family background and looks, didn't need to lower herself to please a man. Even if that man was someone he considered like a son, Shen Xiao wasn't worth his daughter's affection. I'm leaving. Shen Xiao left the office. As night fell, he drove away from the military district and arrived near the mental hospital in the middle of the night. He parked the car and hurried over. The mental hospital was as quiet as ever, with only a few dim streetlights casting weak light. Shen Xiao skillfully passed through the electric fence and directly reached the iron door on the 3rd floor. Tiger covers the earth. Pagoda suppresses the river monster. The organization sent me to pick up an important witness. Shen Xiao skillfully responded to the password and even took out a milk candy from his bag. Nian Nian had told him that these 2 guards loved milk candy. Please rest assured, we have protected the witness very well, and he hasn't suffered at all. On the 3rd floor, Xiaoer's eyes sparkled, and her thin face radiated a pure light. Only those who are needed and trusted can have such a vibrant spirit. You are the best comrade. Shen Xiao praised her generously. He felt that dealing with a mentally ill person was much easier. There was no pressure in communication. Xiaoer's eyes shone even brighter, her spirit so full she could rival a superhero. Shen Xiao opened the iron door and, under Xiaoer's guidance, successfully reached the secret base. He pushed open the door and pulled aside a heavy canvas. A faint light shone through, and Xiaoer mysteriously waved for Shen Xiao to come in. As Shen Xiao entered, a complex smell of decay, blood, and mildew hit him. He held his breath and stepped into this secret base, where he saw Zhou Siren, who looked nothing like a human. Zhou Siren was tightly bound to a chair, a far cry from the person he was 10 days ago. It was no exaggeration to say that even a ghost looked better than him. Now, Zhou Siren had none of the Zhou family's 3rd son's arrogance. His appearance and expression had changed completely. Upon seeing Shen Xiao, Zhou Siren showed no reaction, instinctively turning his head away and shrinking his neck in fear of being hit. Zhou Siren's eyes were filled with terror as he made muffled sounds. Report, he is very disobedient, so we gave him a little punishment. Xiaoer explained a reason for Zhou Siren's injuries with precise wording. Shen Xiao noticed the fresh and old wounds on Zhou Siren, most of which were whip marks, candle burns, and bite wounds. It seemed that Zhou Siren had a very eventful 10 days. Be as cold as ice with enemies. Well done. Shen Xiao praised him heartily, as long as Zhou Siren was still breathing. Xiaoer stood proudly, her chest out, her eyes shining brighter than diamonds. There was a noise from the rooftop, and someone came down. It was 4th floor Xiaoer. Xiaoer, you came to see me? As soon as he landed, 4th floor Xiaoer asked eagerly, looking at Shen Xiao. The organization rewards you. You did very well. Shen Xiao took out all the milk candies from his bag, over 2 pounds, and handed them to the 2 Xiaoers. He untied Zhou Siren's ropes. The organization sent me to pick up the witness. Thank you for the organization's trust. I vow to serve whenever needed. third-floor Xiaoer stood at attention, her expression very determined. Victory! Shen Xiao also stood straight and saluted. Victory! The two Xiaoers were even more excited, tears in their eyes, watching Shen Xiao leave, forgetting to eat the candies. Shen Xiao carried Zhou Siren and left quickly. When he reached downstairs, he looked back and saw 4 shining eyes in the darkness. The two Xiaoers were still watching him. He waved and climbed over the wall. These two Xiaoers had good execution skills, better than ordinary people. He would find a way to get them out to help Nian Nian. Shen Xiao took Zhou Siren to the outskirts of Zhucheng. It was 2 in the morning, and the road was deserted, with not a single shadow. He threw Zhou Siren onto the road.
Ah, ah, ah.
Zhou Siren rolled a few times on the road, fearfully hugging his head and curling into a ball, trembling all over. Shen Xiao walked in front of him, looking down at him. Zhou Siren kept hugging his head, emitting a foul smell. His wounds had not been treated in time and were already festering. After observing Zhou Siren for a while, Shen Xiao got into his car and drove away. He wasn't worried about Zhou Siren pretending to be mad. In fact, he hoped he was. A once prominent figure suddenly reduced to a wreck. Only the sober Zhou Siren would feel immense pain from such a drastic fall. Going mad would spare Zhou Siren from facing his terrible situation, which was a pity for him. As the car drove away, gradually getting farther, Zhou Siren remained curled up, too scared to let go. After a long time, he slowly relaxed his body, looking around. The unfamiliar environment made him even more afraid, and he curled up again, shaking violently. At that moment, he had completely lost the pride of the Zhou family and was just a confused wreck. Shen Xiao returned to the military district, went back to his dorm to sleep, and no one knew he had been to Zhucheng. When morning came, he got up and washed up, encountering many people along the way. After getting ready, Shen Xiao went out, telling everyone he was going back to Zhucheng to see his girlfriend. It was 2 days later when old Master Zhou received news about his grandson, Zhou Siren. He was still staying in Tang village when the Zhucheng police called the village committee to inform him they had found Zhou Siren. "I'm heading into the city now." Old Master Zhou, having held back his feelings for several days, suddenly felt better. Overexcited, he overlooked the hesitant tone of the police chief on the other end of the line. "Sir, please prepare yourself. Comrade Zhou Siren's condition is not good." Police Chief Guan gave a warning in advance to prevent old Master Zhou from seeing his miserable grandson and suffering a heart attack. "What happened to Siren? Tell me the truth. I can handle it." Old Master Zhou's heart sank, joy disappearing. Could it be that Siren was injured? "Sir, Comrade Zhou Siren. He was sent here from the outskirts as a homeless person. His condition is very bad, and he is currently in the hospital for treatment. I don't know the specifics." Police Chief Guan left some details unsaid, not wanting to face old Master Zhou's anger. "Which hospital?" "I'm going there now." "People's Hospital. I'm already at the hospital."
Click.
The call ended, and listening to the beeping on the line, Police Chief Guan sighed, feeling distressed. The Zhou family seemed to have stirred up trouble. How could their grandsons keep getting into trouble? Out of 5 grandsons, 3 were now useless, leaving only 2 flawed ones. People used to say the Zhou family was thriving with 5 grandsons. What a blessing. But they fell apart quickly. In just 3 months, 3 were lost.
Sigh.
Police Chief Guan shook his head, feeling a bit sorry for old Master Zhou. His son was useless, and 3 of his slightly capable grandsons were either dead or useless, leaving no one to carry on. Zhou Siren was still in the emergency room, and Police Chief Guan sat in the corridor with Wei Zhongqing, waiting. "Do you think Zhou Siren offended someone?" Police Chief Guan asked quietly. "I don't know. The Zhou family has offended countless people." Wei Zhongqing lazily leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes and not wanting to say another word. To be honest, when he first saw Zhou Siren's miserable state, he felt a bit of sympathy. A good young master turned into this. What a tragedy. But the people harmed by the Zhou family over the years were far worse than Zhou Siren. Perhaps this was just karma. Police Chief Guan gritted his teeth and shot him a glare, not saying anything more. In truth, both he and Wei Zhongqing knew very well that whether it was Zhou Siming's death or Zhou Siren's madness, it was definitely related to Tang Nian. But everything needed evidence. Without proof, they couldn't convict anyone. Police Chief Guan was very curious about what kind of deep-seated grudge existed between Tang Nian and the Zhou family. The rescue was over, and the doctor came out of the emergency room. Director Guan hurried over and anxiously asked, "Doctor, how is the patient?" "Not good. His tendons and tongue have been cut. The wounds are infected, and both legs need to be amputated. The patient has suffered severe mental trauma, so please avoid any further stimulation." The doctor replied honestly, his expression sympathetic. A once healthy young man had become a shadow of himself. It was unclear if he had angered someone powerful. Director Guan's face changed, and his heart sank. It was over. He would soon face old man Zhou's wrath.
Sigh.
Zhou Siren was pushed out, still under anesthesia. He was cleaned up, but his hair was a tangled mess, so they shaved his head. His gaunt face, paired with the bald head, made him look like a living skeleton. Director Guan sighed again. It was truly tragic. To put it bluntly, it would have been better if he had died like Zhou Siming. The nurse pushed Zhou Siren to a private room, which was quite nice. An hour and a half later, old man Zhou hurried to the hospital. When he got out of the car, he stumbled and had to be steadied by his subordinates. "Be careful." His subordinates looked at him with concern. The leader hadn't slept well or eaten properly for days, and his health was deteriorating.
I'm fine.
Zhou Hongchang steadied himself and waved off his subordinates. He wasn't so old that he needed help. He could manage. The Zhou family was in turmoil. He couldn't afford to fall apart. He had to hold on. Zhou Hongchang rushed to the hospital room and, seeing his grandson lying quietly, felt as if he had seen a ghost. He staggered again and looked suspiciously at Director Guan. How could this ghostly figure be Siren? Director Guan avoided his gaze and looked down, pretending to be small. Zhou Hongchang approached the bedside and finally saw clearly that it was indeed Siren, but he looked terribly thin. Who did this to Siren? Zhou Hongchang asked hoarsely. After being missing for over 10 days, he suddenly appeared in this state, clearly having been imprisoned and tortured. "Sir, we are investigating," Director Guan hurriedly replied. "Did Siren say anything?" Zhou Hongchang sensed something was off. Siren would know who harmed him. Why not just ask him directly? Director Guan lowered his head again, avoiding his gaze. Zhou Hongchang's heart sank, filled with intense unease. Just then, Zhou Siren woke up, slowly opening his eyes. Seeing the stark white surroundings, he panicked and screamed.
Ah.
Zhou Siren clutched his head, instinctively curling up, his face filled with fear and anxiety, making only the sound of awe. Zhou Hongchang's expression changed drastically. He ordered someone to hold Zhou Siren down and pried his mouth open. Seeing that his tongue was gone, he felt darkness close in and swayed. "Siren, tell Grandpa. Who did this to you?" Tears filled Zhou Hongchang's eyes, and he felt deep sorrow. His Siren must have been terrified during these days. He had to find those who harmed Siren and Zhou Siming and make them pay. Zhou Hongchang asked for paper and a pen, wanting Zhou Siren to write it down. Director Guan opened his mouth to say something, but then closed it, silently retreating to the corner. It was better not to provoke him. "The patient can't write. Don't stimulate him," the nurse reminded as she brought in medication. Zhou Hongchang felt another wave of darkness. He struggled to contain his anger and asked, "Is the inability to write temporary or permanent?" He could hear his own voice, but it felt distant, echoing away from him. The nurse's voice sounded the same, as if it were coming from far away. "The tendons are severed, and the wounds weren't treated in time. Both hands and feet are useless, and he has suffered severe mental trauma. He can't be stimulated." The nurse answered honestly, took Zhou Siren's temperature, administered medication, and then left. Zhou Hongchang finally regained his composure. He closed his eyes and reopened them, seeing his pitiful grandson. He realized that everything before him was not a dream, it was real. His siren had become a complete invalid. He was worse off than Simon, who at least still had his wits. How could Zhou Hongchang's grandson be a useless fool?
Tan Nian Nian.
Zhou Hongchang gritted his teeth. It had to be that wretched girl's doing. He wouldn't let her off. Once he got the treasure, he would lock her up and make her suffer every punishment imaginable, leaving her unable to live or die. Director Guan pressed his back against the wall, trying to minimize his presence. Zhou Hongchang's face had twisted like a demon, sending chills down his spine. Xiao Guan, when Siren went missing, Tang Nian was present, right? Zhou Hongchang regained his calm, as if nothing had happened. Although he was saddened by Siren's situation, a grandson who was already ruined was not worth his continued sorrow. As long as he obtained the Tang family's secret medicine and treasure, Simon could recover, and his own health would improve. Having more sons would be no problem. Before Zhou Siren went missing, he was indeed having dinner with Tang Nian, but he disappeared at midnight. Tang Nian was in the hospital at that time with several witnesses, Director Guan replied. Evidence can be fabricated. Xiao Guan, you know better than I do. Bring Tang Nian here. I want to interrogate her myself. Zhou Hongchang dropped his friendly facade. He wanted to interrogate that little wretch himself. No matter what methods he had to use, he would pry the truth out of Tang Nian. Understood. Director Guan reluctantly agreed. He could no longer help Tang Nian. He hoped the girl could find a way to protect herself. I'll be waiting for your news. I hope you don't disappoint me. Zhou Hongchang's expression turned cold, his gaze fierce, making Director Guan's scalp tingle. He repeatedly promised to handle it quickly. Zhou Hongchang left the hospital without looking back at Zhou Siren in the bed. Director Guan straightened his back, exhaling a heavy breath, and glanced sympathetically at Zhou Siren, clearly abandoned by Zhou Hongchang. Zhou Hongchang wants to interrogate Tang Nian personally. I can't refuse. As he exited the room, Director Guan muttered to himself and walked away. Wei Zhongcheng, who had been pretending to nap in a chair, perked up his ears. After Director Guan left, he sat up and cursed softly, darn. This was never-ending. Wei Zhongcheng hurriedly left the hospital, found a phone booth in an alley, and called the military district. He needed to inform Shen Xiao. But Shen Xiao was not at the military district. Comrade Shen left for Zhucheng this morning to find a partner. Thank you. Wei Zhongcheng called Tang Village next, and the team leader answered. Tell Tang Nian that Director Zhou wants to talk to her. Wei Zhongcheng said only one sentence before hanging up. The team leader listened to the dial tone, confused. Who was that, speaking so vaguely? But since it concerned Nian, the team leader didn't dare delay, and hurried to inform the Tang family. Shen Xiao had arrived at Tang Village. The car stopped at the village entrance, surrounded by many children who were curiously looking at the jeep. Ant Air, Wolf Cub. Officer Shen is here. Old Lady Tang was working at the sock factory when someone rushed over to tell her the news, shouting loudly. I know. Old Lady Tang shouted back, asking the woman to keep an eye on things while she hurried home. On her way, she ran into the team leader, and both were running fast. Why are you running so fast? You think you're still young? Old Lady Tang yelled. Just got a vague phone call saying Leader Zhou wants to talk to Nian Yao. I was told to inform her. Which Leader Zhou? What does he want to talk to Nian Yao about? It wouldn't be that old pest who caused the grandson's accident, would it? Old Lady Tang suddenly felt anxious. That Zhou was clearly not a good person and was likely still after the Tang family's treasure. If Nian Yao fell into that old man's hands, it wouldn't end well. That old fool, always fixated on Nian Yao. It's no wonder his grandson got struck by lightning. I bet he has another grandson who's gone missing. Even if he finds him, he'll probably be useless. Old Lady Tang cursed, not realizing her words would come true. Shen Xiao had already reached the Tang home, where only Tang Nian was lying on a chair, resting. Hearing Shen Xiao's voice, she opened her eyes, jumped up, and threw herself at him. Shen Xiao caught her with both hands, lifting her slightly to hold her securely. Tang Nian wrapped her arms around his neck, happily asking, "How many days off this time?" 3 days. Zhou Sir has already given the time off. Xin Xiao whispered in her ear, his warm breath making her ears tingle. Tang Nian giggled, and the couple enjoyed their moment in the yard, oblivious to the world around them. At that time, the villagers were either working or at their jobs, so no one was around to see them. Old Lady Tang and the team leader rushed into the yard one after the other. Oh my! Old Lady Tang's face turned red with embarrassment. She quickly turned away, covering her eyes, cursing her granddaughter for being shameless, hugging Xin Xiao so tightly in broad daylight. What if someone saw them? The team leader, following closely behind, was a beat slower. As Old Lady Tang turned, she faced him, startling him, and he stepped aside, catching sight of the affectionate couple. Oh my! The team leader was so embarrassed he almost stumbled, quickly turning away like Old Lady Tang. Tang Nian jumped down from Xin Zhao's embrace and exclaimed, "Grandma, third uncle, why are you here instead of at work? Get down quickly. You're a girl. Don't you have any shame?" Old Lady Tang half covered her eyes, slowly turning around. When she saw the two had separated, she relaxed her grip and scolded them. Tang Nian ignored her, pretending she didn't hear. "Nian Yao, someone just called saying Leader Zhou wants to talk to you. I was asked to let you know." The team leader looked worried. That old man from the capital could pose a real threat to Nian Yao. How could they stand against him? "It's fine." Tang Nian replied calmly, knowing he probably wanted to interrogate her about the Tang family's treasure. But that old man likely wouldn't have the energy for that. The powder in that cup of tea would act up soon, and by then, Zhou wouldn't have time to bother her. "Really? Are you sure?" Both the team leader and Old Lady Tang asked in unison. "Really, it's fine. Don't worry." Tang Nian reassured them repeatedly until they felt at ease. She then changed the subject. "Grandma, let's make zongzi. I'll get the ingredients." With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, she was craving meat zongzi. Like during Qingming, she only liked savory meat zongzi and didn't care for sweet ones with dates. "Okay, you go up the mountain to get some calamus and mugwort to hang on the door." Old Lady Tang's attention shifted. Even if her granddaughter hadn't mentioned it, she planned to make zongzi and hang calamus and mugwort on the door to ward off evil. Hanging them on the door drives away evil and toxins. Okay. Tang Nian agreed. Old Lady Tang and the team leader returned to the sock factory. Tang Nian led Xin Xiao up the mountain to gather zongzi leaves, mugwort, and calamus. There were wild zongzi leaves on the mountain, and she gave some candies to a group of kids, quickly filling a basket. There were many wild zongzi leaves on the mountain. Calamus usually grows by the water, and the kids helped her gather some, along with mugwort that had grown over a meter tall. "Take these home to hang." Tang Nian kept only a small handful for herself and shared the rest with the kids, giving them a pack of cookies to share before heading home with Xin Xiao. First, she tied the calamus and mugwort together with red string and hung them upside down on the door, following the custom of celebrating the Dragon Boat Festival in Zhucheng, which symbolizes driving away evil spirits. Then she took out a large piece of fatty pork from her storage space, cut it into 1-inch cubes, marinated it in soy sauce in a big bowl, and soaked a large bowl of glutinous rice, all taken from her space. Xin Xiao was assigned to work in her space, as the mature crops still needed harvesting, and the empty land had to be replanted. Moreover, Tang Nian discovered another benefit of her space. The harvested rice and wheat stalks, when thrown on the ground, would automatically lose moisture, so there was no need to gather firewood. The straw in the space was endless. The leftover ash from burning the straw made the best natural organic fertilizer, better than chemical fertilizers. By the time Old Lady Tang and Su Jinfeng returned home from work, Tang Nian had everything ready. The zongzi leaves were washed, the glutinous rice soaked, and the meat marinated, just waiting to be wrapped and cooked. The family worked together and quickly wrapped hundreds of meat zongzi, along with about 100 sweet and bean zongzi. To distinguish them, meat zongzi were tied with red string, sweet date zongzi with colorful string, and bean zongzi with white string. Old Lady Tang boiled a large pot, and the fragrant aroma of the zongzi wafted out, reaching the noses of villagers eating outside. Whose family is making zongzi so early? Must be Aunt Air's house. It smells so good. I'll get some meat to make zongzi tomorrow. I want to make some too. This year, I'll make more meat zongzi to give away. The villagers' tone had changed completely from a month ago. They sounded much more relaxed and no longer envied the Tang family for eating meat every day since they could afford it now. Boiling zongzi took several hours, so Tang Nian told Old Lady Tang and the others to go to bed while she and Xin Xiao kept watch. Little Tang Jujin was dying to eat zongzi and had intentionally eaten less rice for dinner. At 9:30, they were finally done cooking. Tang Nian took out a few meat zongzi, rinsed them in cold water, peeled off the leaves, revealing the brown zongzi, with the oil from the pork mixing with the soy sauce, soaking into the glutinous rice. The sticky rice combined the fragrance of the bamboo leaves and the savory taste of the meat, delicious and not greasy at all, melting in the mouth. Tang Nian first gave some to Xin Xiao, then took one for Jiujin, and peeled one for herself as well. It's really good. Jiujin eagerly took a bite, burned her mouth, puffed her cheeks and blew on it, eating while blowing. After finishing two, she wanted a third, but was stopped by Tang Nian. Eat it tomorrow. It's time for bed. Sticky rice can cause indigestion, so kids shouldn't eat too much. Okay. Tang Jiujin reluctantly glanced at the zongzi, but didn't dare to disobey her sister and went to wash up. After washing, the little girl ran over, held up her hand, and seriously asked, "Sister, can I eat 5 tomorrow?" "Sure." Tang Nian agreed. Since the girl had been active all day, eating 5 wouldn't be a problem. "I'm going to sleep now." Jiujin was overjoyed and skipped back to her room. Tang Nian smiled. Jiujin's happiness was simple and pure. As long as there was good food, the little girl was happy. Xin Xiao ate 4 meat zongzi and 2 sweet ones, then took the basket to the captain's house to sleep. The basket contained 10 meat zongzi, 5 sweet ones, and 5 bean zongzi, still warm, meant for the captain's family. Nothing happened with Zhou Hongchang. "I put something in his tea. Something should happen tomorrow." Tang Nian walked him to the gate, not hiding what she had done. "Something will definitely happen tomorrow." Xin Xiao spoke firmly. Even if the drug didn't take effect, he would make sure old man Zhou reacted tomorrow. Tang Nian understood his meaning and couldn't help but laugh. She stood on her tiptoes and hugged him. "Go to sleep. Give me a kiss." Xin Xiao wasn't willing to leave just like that. He held her close and kissed her. They kissed passionately, reluctant to part, making the moon hide in embarrassment. After several minutes, they finally separated, and Xin Xiao left contentedly. Tang Nian also went back to her room to sleep. However, Zhou Hongchang in Zhucheng wasn't so peaceful. After leaving the hospital, he returned to the guest house, feeling extremely tired and often dizzy with a heavy chest. He thought it was just exhaustion from worrying about his 2 grandsons, but now everything seemed to settle down. Although the news was bad, he felt a bit relieved, and his nerves relaxed, showing signs of fatigue. His subordinates advised him to rest, and he complied. But once he slept, he went from noon until dinner, without waking up. At first, his subordinates thought he was just very tired and didn't disturb him. However, when night fell and he still hadn't woken up, they realized something was wrong. Sure enough, Zhou Hongchang lay on the bed with a pale face, showing signs of cyanosis, and had fallen into a coma. His subordinates rushed him to the hospital and called in the best doctors in Zhucheng for an emergency consultation. That night, the Zhucheng People's Hospital was brightly lit. The director and several experts hadn't closed their eyes, and some important leaders from Zhucheng also rushed over. But until dawn, Zhou Hongchang still hadn't regained consciousness. What exactly happened? "You must find a way to wake the old leader up." The top leader in Zhucheng was furious. If something happened to the old leader in Zhucheng, how would he explain it to the higher-ups? "Leader, we are not capable enough. We should send the old leader to the capital to avoid delaying treatment," the director suggested courageously. He didn't want to handle this hot potato. If they cured him, it would be a stroke of luck. If not, the director's position would be at risk. Better to pass this problem to the capital. Several experts agreed. They didn't want to take on this troublesome case either. Zhou Hongchang looked like he had been poisoned, and they didn't dare to get involved, fearing for their own lives. The top leader was still hesitating when the director gave him a knowing look, and they stepped aside to talk. The old leader seems poisoned. Think about it, who would dare to poison him? The director said sincerely. The top leader's expression changed dramatically, and he whispered, "Are you sure?" "I have about 70 to 80% certainty." Actually, the director was only 50% sure, but he really didn't want to deal with this mess, so he exaggerated the severity. The top leader's face turned grim. He thought deeper than the director. It could very well be a faction struggle. Zhucheng was so far from the capital. He didn't want to get involved. So, he suggested sending Zhou Hongchang to the capital, but he framed it as a concern for the leader. The medical level in Zhucheng is limited, and it might delay the old leader's condition. The old leader is a pillar. We can't let anything happen to him. I wish I could take his place and be sick instead. The top leader shed tears, genuinely emotional, moving several subordinates who felt he was loyal and a good comrade. They also worried that staying in Zhucheng would delay Zhou Hongchang's treatment, so they agreed to send him back to the capital and even arranged for the military district to send a helicopter directly. Thus, the unconscious Zhou Hongchang was forcibly sent back to the capital. Director Guan was thrilled to hear the good news, smoked 3 cigarettes, and called Wei Zhongcheng, smiling, "Leader Zhou is back in the capital. Let's put Tang Nian aside for now. You go investigate other cases." Why did he suddenly return? Wei Zhongcheng found it strange. Just yesterday, Zhou Hongchang seemed very invested in Tang Nian, and now, after one night, he had let go. Leader Zhou is unwell and has fallen into a coma. He returned to the capital for treatment. Director Guan sighed, looking pained. Leader Zhou is overworked and too tired. Yes, Leader Zhou is truly a model for us to learn from. Wei Zhongcheng agreed sadly, and they exchanged glances before awkwardly looking away. Quickly investigate those pending cases. Director Guan waved his hand, urging him to get to work. After returning to his office, Wei Zhongcheng rode out, claiming he was going to investigate, but in reality, he was making phone calls. He didn't call within the police department, fearing there were spies, so he found a phone booth. It was the captain who answered. Upon hearing he was looking for Shen Xiao, he asked him to call back in 5 minutes. Shen Xiao went to the Tang family early in the morning. The captain jogged to find him, this time learning from past mistakes. He stomped heavily as he entered the courtyard and shouted, "Nian girl, tell Xiao Shen to answer the phone."
Coming.
Shen Xiao came out. The captain deliberately glanced at Tang Nian behind him. Her clothes were neat, and her hair was tidy, indicating that nothing inappropriate had happened between them. "Third uncle, have some zongzi." Tang Nian handed the captain a meat zongzi, which had been cooked in the morning and was still warm. The captain didn't hold back and peeled it to eat. Shen Xiao went to the village committee office to take the call. He returned shortly and told Tang Nian, "Zhou Hongchang is in a coma and has already gone back to the capital." Tang Nian sneered, mocking, "The Zhou family can't last until the end of the year." Zhou Hongchang could last at most another 6 months. His 2 sons were useless. Once this old man fell, the Zhou family's luck would run out. "I'm going to Shanghai with you this time." Tang Nian whispered good news in Shen Zhao's ear. It was June and it was time to visit Shanghai. "I'll ask Uncle Ming for leave." Shen Zhao's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to introduce Nian to his uncle and Uncle Ming. He wanted everyone in the military district to know how excellent Nian was. "Let's go tomorrow." Tang Nian set the date. She would inform Grandma Tang and the others tonight and leave in the morning. The troubles with the Zhou family were temporarily resolved. Lu Jinglan and Qi Guohua were dead, and now it was time to deal with the Shen and Fu families. These 2 families were far away in the capital, so she would wait for them to make a move while she and Shen Xiao gathered strength. In the afternoon, a call came in for Tang Nian from Director Qian. "Xiao Tang, there's a job here.
Can you help?"
"Just tell me directly." Tang Nian was impatient with small talk and wanted Director Qian to get to the point. If she could help, she would. If not, she would refuse. Here's the thing. The Shanghai turbine factory has an imported piece of equipment that broke down. The foreign engineers won't be able to fix it quickly. At least a month. The production task is urgent, and we can't afford to delay. I happened to be in Shanghai yesterday and found out about this. If you can help fix it, the turbine factory will definitely help you with your household registration and arrange a job. Although Director Qian had his own interests, he genuinely wanted to help Tang Nian. Zhucheng was just a small county with limited development space. Shanghai offered broader opportunities. If Tang Nian could establish herself at the turbine factory, she wouldn't have to worry when she returned to Shanghai next year. I need to see what the problem is with the equipment. I can't say for sure right now. Tang Nian didn't make any promises. Why not take a trip to Shanghai? I'll go with you, Director Qian suggested. I'm going to Shanghai tomorrow anyway. I can check it out. Tang Nian agreed, as it would be good to establish connections with the big factory in Shanghai. Director Qian happily hung up and called the turbine factory, waiting a long time for the line to connect. Minister Niu, Comrade Tang Nian, has agreed to take a look. She said she needs to see the equipment first. I'm not exaggerating. There's no one in the country as capable as Comrade Tang Nian. If she can't fix it, you'll really have to wait for the foreign engineers. Director Qian praised Tang Nian highly, but Minister Niu on the other end was skeptical. Minister Niu was the production head at the Shanghai turbine factory, which had thousands of employees and was quite large. He had seen a lot and wouldn't be easily impressed by Director Qian's flattery. However, the factory was indeed facing difficulties. It was uncertain whether the foreign engineers could arrive in a month, and even if they did, production would still be delayed. With the current industrial situation, production tasks were tight, and any delay could be critical, especially since this batch was related to a national secret project and the factory director had made a military pledge. They had already delayed for 2 days, and further delays would mean they couldn't deliver on time. Facing criticism was minor, but affecting the project timeline was serious. How old is this Comrade Tang Nian? Which school did she graduate from? Minister Niu asked. Director Qian hesitated before answering, 17, but Minister Niu, listen to me. Heroes aren't defined by their background or age. Comrade Tang Nian is truly capable. Qian Yuan, guarantee with my life that she won't let you down. Which school did she graduate from? What was her major? Minister Niu's tone was not pleasant. He thought Director Qian was joking. He was stressed, and Qian Yuan was making light of the situation, not understanding the urgency. Although Comrade Tang Nian only graduated from high school, her abilities surpass many university graduates. Education isn't the only measure of talent. As the ancients said, we should not be limited by rigid standards. Are we less open-minded than they were? Director Qian spoke seriously, pausing before adding, Edison only had a primary school education, but that didn't stop him from becoming a great inventor. Education doesn't represent everything. Don't you agree, Minister Niu? Minister Niu on the other end fell silent, hesitating. It sounded somewhat reasonable, but this Tang Nian was too young. What could a 17-year-old girl do? She was just a rural girl from a small county. Had she even seen imported equipment? She probably couldn't even recognize the 26 letters of the alphabet. Minister Niu, to be blunt, you can't find a better solution right now. Why not let Comrade Tang Nian give it a try? Even if I'm exaggerating, trying won't hurt. What if she succeeds? That would be great for everyone. Director Qian pressed on, and his persuasive words finally convinced Minister Niu. Let her give it a try. When can she come? Minister Niu wasn't excited. He truly had no other options. Experts in electromechanical fields had already tried and failed. He even sought out some experts who had been sent to the countryside. 2 experts had some ideas but needed parts that had to be imported, which would take time. By the time those parts arrived, the foreign engineers would likely be there too. So it was still a dead end. Director Qian was the only one proposing a practical solution. Regardless of its effectiveness, they might as well give it a shot. I'll go to Shanghai with Comrade Tang Nian tomorrow. Director Qian was excited. If Tang Nian could fix the turbine factory's equipment, he could establish connections in Shanghai and leave Zhucheng without any problems. After hanging up, the excited Director Qian paced back and forth, unable to resist humming an uplifting song. We workers have strength. Hey, we workers have strength. Just as the secretary was about to enter, hearing the director's cheerful singing, he felt relieved. It seemed the director was in a good mood, so he wouldn't have to worry about criticism during the work report. He knocked on the door and heard Director Qian's cheerful voice. Come in. The secretary entered to find the director holding a mirror, checking his hair from side to side, while the other hand was busy brushing his thinning hair, looking very pleased. Xiao Wang, do you think my hair looks fuller? Director Qian felt great. He had eaten all the special eggs Tang Nian gave him, and after looking in the mirror every day, he believed his hair had visibly thickened. The secretary glanced at his forehead and replied reluctantly, It does look a lot fuller, Director. What secret formula are you using?
Ha ha ha.
This is thanks to the special eggs from Zhucheng. Xiao Tang told me they can promote hair growth. Ha ha. This girl is so honest. Director Qian's laughter was infectious, and he couldn't stop. The secretary twitched his lips. Being a native of Zhucheng, he had never heard that these special eggs could promote hair growth. The director had definitely been fooled by Tang Nian. After the work report, the secretary left the office, and even from a distance, he could still hear Director Qian's cheerful singing. We workers have strength. Hey, we workers have strength. The next day, Tang Nian brought dozens of rice dumplings and went to the city with Xin Xiao. First, they went to Hongxing factory to find Director Wu and deliver the dumplings. Did Qian Yuan send you to fix the imported equipment at the turbine factory? That Qian is too reckless. Don't agree right away. Even if you can fix it, don't sound too confident. Just say you'll give it a try. The situation in Hu City is very complicated, and many people will have objections. They will definitely try to trip you up. Director Wu already knew about this, but didn't want Tang Nian to go. It wasn't that he was afraid she would develop in Hu City, but he was worried about her getting into trouble. Zhucheng is a small county, and the only person she would be up against is Qian Yuan, which isn't much of a challenge. But Hu City is different. It's full of hidden talents and mixed characters, both good and bad. Tang Nian, a girl from the countryside without connections, would attract hatred by trying to take a piece of the pie and stepping on some toes. Director Wu was concerned that she wouldn't be able to handle those people and would get into trouble. I'm not afraid, Tang Nian said calmly, knowing she would attract some people's resentment. But she didn't care. She would use her fists to teach those who were blind to the situation a lesson. You're still too young. Just remember to be low-key and humble in Hu City. If anything happens, blame it on Qian. If they ask you anything, say you don't know. Director Wu shook his head, thinking Tang Nian was still too impulsive and unaware of the dangers. It was normal for young people to be like that. He understood her feelings from when he was young. Okay. Tang Nian agreed. She was already impatient with socializing and would definitely let Director Qian handle it. After leaving Hongxing factory, Tang Nian and Xin Xiao went to Qian's factory, where Director Qian was already waiting. Here, Tang Nian handed over 20 dumplings, 10 meat and 10 sweet, just like Director Wu. You made dumplings this early? I'll have one first. Director Qian loved meat dumplings and immediately peeled one to eat, savoring the flavor. Delicious. Everything you make is tasty, Tang. Let's go. We're heading out now. After eating 2 meat dumplings and praising them, Director Qian washed his hands, grabbed his briefcase, and was ready to leave. Tang Nian didn't stand on ceremony. The three of them took 2 cars. Director Qian drove the old car from Qian's factory, while Tang Nian and Xin Xiao shared one. She introduced Xin Xiao. This is my boyfriend, Xin Xiao. Hello. I'm Qian Yuan. Director Qian extended his hand with a big smile. He noticed that Xin Xiao was not an ordinary person. Regular officers didn't have the privilege of a car. And with Tang Nian's abilities, an ordinary man wouldn't catch her eye.
Hello.
Xin Xiao nodded. From Zhucheng to Hu City, it would take 3 to 4 hours by highway, but without it, the poor road conditions meant it would take 5 to 6 hours, and it was very bumpy. At 2:30 p.m., they finally arrived in Hu City. Tang Nian eagerly jumped out of the car. She didn't get car sick, but her backside couldn't take it. It felt like her bones were falling apart. "I'll go talk to the guard." Director Qian, holding his lower back, jogged over to the reception room. "Comrade, can I have a smoke? I'm Qian Yuan, the director of Qian's factory in Zhucheng, and I have an appointment with Minister Niu." Director Qian pulled out a cigarette and handed it through the small window with a big smile. Even the servants at the Prime Minister's door have a higher status than a 9th-rank official. He was somewhat respected in Zhucheng, but in Hu City, he was nothing. The guards at a big factory, like the turbine factory, didn't treat him well. "I'll make a call." Thanks to the cigarette, the guard was somewhat polite and called the office. Director Qian stood at the door, waiting patiently. The call took about 10 minutes. Minister Niu wasn't in the office. He had gone to the workshop, so they had to find him there. Finally, they found him, and Minister Niu told the guard to let them through. They could go directly to the production department office. "Go ahead to Minister Niu's office. Just walk straight, turn left, and the gray 4-story building is the office building. Minister Niu is on the first floor. There's a sign at the door." The guard was much friendlier now and even pointed the way. "Thank you, comrade." Director Qian jogged back, holding his back, drove into the factory, parked, and quickly found Minister Niu's office. "Minister Niu." Director Qian. The two greeted each other warmly, shaking hands for a long time. Minister Niu was around 50, of medium height, with a buzz cut, standing straight, and had sharp eyes, indicating he was a decisive person. However, he walked with a slight limp. Upon closer inspection, his left leg was slightly shorter than his right, likely due to an injury. "This is Comrade Tang Nian, and this is her boyfriend, Comrade Shen Xiao." Director Qian introduced them one by one. Minister Niu saw Shen Xiao in military uniform and recognized his familiar aura, which made him much friendlier. He asked, "Which military district are you from?" "From Mingzhensheng's." Shen Xiao could tell that Minister Niu had been in the army. The soldier's aura remained even after many years away from the military. "Ah, a soldier from Old Ming's. Haha, young man, your name is Shen Xiao." Minister Niu's expression softened even more, and his gaze toward Tang Nian became gentler. He suddenly seemed to remember something, looking at Shen Xiao with surprise, and asked, "Are you the precious one Old Ming talks about all the time?" "I wouldn't say precious, but Uncle Ming has taken good care of me." Shen Xiao replied honestly, feeling grateful to Ming Zhenxing. To him, the Shen family was not a home, but a cold prison filled with wolves and tigers. Every day, he spent there felt like walking on thin ice. He couldn't sleep soundly and worried about poison in his food. It was only after coming to Ming Zhenxing that he truly felt at ease and experienced the warmth of a mentor. In his heart, Ming Zhenxing held a higher status than his own father. "Good job, young man. Please have a seat." Minister Niu patted Shen Zhao's shoulder several times. His previously stern face suddenly brightened, and he personally made 3 cups of tea, leaving Director Qian astonished. He had met Minister Niu several times, but had never received such treatment before. It seemed Shen Zhao's background was impressive. Tang Nian had been silent, waiting for Minister Niu to speak. "Comrade Tang, I heard from Director Qian that you can fix imported equipment?" After chatting with Shen Xiao, Minister Niu got straight to the point. "I can fix it, but I need to see your factory's equipment first to assess the situation," Tang Nian replied honestly. "Shall we go see it now?" Minister Niu's impression of her improved even more. He didn't know her skill level yet, but he liked her calm attitude. "Sure." Tang Nian stood up and finished her tea in one gulp. Her straightforward style made Minister Niu appreciate her even more. He planned to treat her to a meal, even if she couldn't fix the equipment. After all, she had come all this way, and a meal was necessary to show hospitality. The state-owned factory in Hu City is much larger than the Tianjin factory, and its management is more organized. The workshop is orderly, with every worker busy with their tasks. When Minister Nyo entered the workshop with his team, everyone was curious but didn't crowd around to watch. This shows that Minister Nyo, the production head, manages very strictly. This piece of equipment was working fine, but 2 days ago it suddenly malfunctioned, breaking an expensive tool head and damaging the machine. It almost caused an accident. Now, when we try to restart it, it's completely unresponsive, Minister Nyo said, pointing at a massive piece of equipment, looking helpless. The broken tool head was also imported and very costly. He was very upset about it. I called in some experts, and they suggested a solution, but it requires replacing parts that can only be shipped from abroad. We're running out of time, and this production task is urgent. It's a race against the clock. Minister Nyo used 2 idioms to express the urgency of the production task. Let me take a look, Tang Nian said calmly, as if she had everything under control, which oddly reassured Minister Nyo. He even felt that this young, beautiful girl could really fix the machine. To check the equipment's malfunction, she needed to access the program. Minister Nyo called over the machine operator to assist Tang Nian. Actually, Tang Nian didn't need help. She could manage on her own, but since she was new, she decided to be polite. The operator carefully powered on the machine. Tang Nian skillfully pressed the buttons on the control panel. This was a Siemens machine considered advanced. Even in decades to come, Siemens would still be one of the most widely used systems in the world. Although Fanuc and Mitsubishi are also common, their products are smaller and less robust. While they work well with small equipment, Siemens is safer for larger machines. After all, European standards prioritize safety, so the stability and safety of Siemens systems are far superior to those of smaller brands. Tang Nian was very familiar with Siemens equipment. She could operate it with her eyes closed. Her fingers moved quickly, almost like playing a piano, becoming a blur. Factory Director Qian and Minister Nyo couldn't understand what she was doing, but they could tell she was impressive and not an ordinary person. Minister Nyo, I heard you brought in a skilled engineer to fix the equipment. Where are they? A sharp voice interrupted Tang Nian's focus. She glanced at the source of the voice and frowned slightly. It was a man in his 40s, with a sharp face that suggested he was trouble. His name was Su Lifeng, the deputy head of the production department, who had long coveted Minister Nyo's position and often clashed with him. Su Lifeng, this is a matter of national importance. Don't make trouble, step aside. Minister Nyo said sternly, clearly looking down on Su Lifeng. If it weren't for his powerful uncle, who was a director in the local gang, Su Lifeng wouldn't have made it to deputy head. He lacked ability, was narrow-minded, and held grudges, just a scheming little man. Am I the one causing trouble? Or is it you, Nyo Xiaolin? This is valuable property of the factory. You let a young girl fix it. Are you trying to damage national assets and undermine socialism? Su Lifeng sneered at Tang Nian, who was only 17 or 18 and very pretty, implying she had a close relationship with Minister Nyo. He planned to let her mess up the imported equipment, then take credit for fixing it himself. He had done this many times before and was confident he could pull it off again. Moreover, he intended to promote his own son, so he rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Minister Nyo was furious and wanted to confront him. Tang Nian furrowed her brow, thinking of ways to silence Su Lifeng, but Shun Xiao was quicker. Shun Xiao flicked his fingers, launching 2 small screws he had taken from someone else's workstation, hitting Su Lifeng on the knees.
Ah!
Before Su Lifeng could react, he fell to his knees, hitting the concrete floor hard, where sharp metal shavings from the machine lay scattered.
Ah!
My leg. Oh no! Su Lifeng's knees landed on the sharp shavings, piercing his skin. With the heat and wearing thin pants, his skin was in direct contact with the metal, causing blood to flow and soak through his light blue work pants.
Quick!
Help Deputy Su to the clinic. Minister Nyo was startled, but then secretly pleased, feeling that fate was on his side. He called over 2 workers to help Su Lifeng to the factory clinic for treatment. Nyo Xiaolin, I will report this to the factory director. You are damaging national property and acting irresponsibly. I will. Su Lifeng continued to complain, but he was cut off by the pain, his words becoming less coherent. Say, whatever you want. Minister Nyo waved his hand dismissively. He wasn't afraid of this little man. He had been on the battlefield, earned second-class merit, and still had a bullet in him. If it weren't for his leg injury, he wouldn't have transferred to the turbine factory. He would still be in the army. No matter what Su Lifeng accused him of, his integrity would overshadow it. He wasn't scared. Tang Nian glanced at Xin Xiao with appreciation and continued her work. After about 10 minutes, she said calmly, "The machine is running now." Fixed? Both Minister Nyo and Director Qian looked shocked. Had it really been fixed so quickly? The broken parts still need repair, but the machine is fine. Some internal data had changed, causing a serious malfunction. The system entered self-protection mode and locked itself. Tang Nian explained why the equipment wouldn't work. Siemens systems are very safe. When a serious danger occurs, the equipment shuts down to protect itself, and it needs to be unlocked to run again. She had just unlocked the system, so it was working fine now. In fact, this kind of problem could be fixed by someone in the country, but due to the tight timeline, it was hard to find someone available, which allowed her to step in. Ignoring the still-dazed expressions of the two men, she entered a few commands, and the equipment began to operate smoothly, just like before. Minister Nyo finally reacted, his face filled with joy and admiration for Tang Nian, deeper than the waters of the Huangpu River. No wonder Director Qian praised her so highly. She was truly talented. "Comrade Tang, there's still this part that's broken. Do you have a solution?" Minister Nyo pointed to a small but highly precise part on the fixture that couldn't be produced domestically at the moment.
Take it apart for me to see.
Tang Nian didn't want to get into the machine. It was all covered in oil. Minister Nyo called someone over to take the parts off the fixture, cleaned them, and handed them to Tang Nian. Tang Nian carefully examined the parts in her hand and used a micrometer to measure their precision. Although the precision requirement for this part was high, an 8th-level machinist could handle it. The challenge was that the mold for producing this part was only available abroad. There was none in the country right now. Tang Nian thought for a moment and smiled. She had that mold in her space. "This mold is a bit tricky. I need to find someone to make it. Can you spare a few more days?" Tang Nian didn't show too much ease. She needed to gauge Minister Nyo's response. He said it was urgent, but there should be a few days of leeway. At most 2 days. If it drags on, it will definitely affect the delivery. Minister Nyo's expression was serious, but he was secretly pleased. Tang Nian said she could do it. She was currently the only one who could provide a satisfactory solution. "I'll try to get you a few parts within 2 days. You can have an 8th-level machinist polish the precision. How does that sound?" Tang Nian didn't push for more. 2 days was fine. She could manage. "Comrade Tang, can you really get this mold?" Minister Nyo wasn't doubting her. He just found it hard to believe. He had searched all over Hu City and couldn't find anyone who could produce this part. How could a young girl like Tang Nian have such skills? "Where there's a will, there's a way, Minister Nyo. If this is done well, what's in it for me?" Tang Nian shifted the conversation. She certainly couldn't work for free. "Comrade Tang, you're so capable. Why not come work for me? I can help you move your hukou to Hu City. What do you think?" Minister Nyo offered a tempting deal. Director Qian felt a pang of anxiety. His machine tool factory wasn't even established yet, and Tang couldn't leave now. "I'm busy right now, but Minister Nyo, if you have any production difficulties, I can help. Let's count this repair as cash for me." Tang Nian wasn't very interested in the hukou or the job at the turbine factory. Once the machine tool factory and the card factory in Wu City were up and running, she would have 3 factories under her name. Being a worker doesn't earn as much as being a boss, but she still liked the turbine factory line. There might be business opportunities in the future. Director Qian sighed in relief, greatly admiring Tang Nian. A hukou in Hu City is more valuable than gold falling from the sky, yet this girl was completely unmoved and turned it down. Her courage and vision were impressive. If he were her age, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist such a tempting offer. Minister Nyo was also surprised that she didn't care for the hukou. "Little Tang, the hukou in Hu City is quite good, and our factory offers great benefits. Are you sure you don't want to consider it?" Tang Nian shook her head and calmly replied, I look forward to cooperating with your factory in the future, but I really don't have time to work right now. Minister Niu, let's get straight to the point. How much is this repair worth? If it was less than what she could get at the Qian factory, she wasn't very interested. Director Qian twitched his mouth. This girl was bold enough to speak to Minister Niu like that. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Minister Niu realized she genuinely didn't want to work and felt a bit regretful. Such a talented person was slipping through his fingers. Fortunately, she mentioned future cooperation, but he could tell that if the benefits this time weren't satisfactory, Tang Nian wouldn't work with him again. Little Tang, this equipment has a reward of 2,000 yuan. Whoever fixes it will receive 2,000. If you can fix it, that bonus is yours.
Deal.
Tang Nian was very satisfied. As expected from a big factory in whose city, they were generous. You all have worked hard. Let's have dinner together tonight at the factory cafeteria. How does that sound? Minister Niu was pleased. He liked Tang Nian's straightforward personality. Although she was a bit money-minded, she was open and direct, which was much better than those who spoke in riddles. Tang Nian had no objections. She was indeed hungry. Director Qian had no issues either. He was in such a good mood that he felt like he could fly. Tang Nian was truly bringing him glory. The cafeteria at the turbine factory was large, with a second floor serving as a restaurant for entertaining clients. Minister Niu had the cafeteria staff prepare the meal and emphasized that it should be grand. When the dishes arrived, they were indeed impressive. Braised pork, beef and sauce, chicken with scallions, crab with rice cakes, and some trendy vegetables, filling the table. The taste was quite good, not worse than a big restaurant. Minister Niu was in a great mood and engaged in lively conversation while eating, but Tang Nian and Xin Xiao were not very talkative. It was mostly Director Qian and Minister Niu who chatted. Little Tang, with your amazing skills, you must have a master teaching you, right? Minister Niu was very curious about Tang Nian's master. Someone who could teach a girl from the countryside to be so skilled must be quite remarkable. I do, but it's not convenient to say. Tang Nian finished chewing her food before responding. Minister Niu understood immediately and pointed above his head, whispering, Is it him? Yes. Very impressive. Tang Nian nodded. She was referring to old Zhang. Minister Niu's eyes lit up even more. He leaned in closer and quietly asked, Can I ask for his name? I'll see if I can get him a job at the factory. What do you think? Such a talented person must come to shine at his place. Moreover, the atmosphere had relaxed a lot recently. Many experts from the cowshed had returned and were holding important positions. It wouldn't be hard for him to use his connections to bring someone over. Aren't you afraid of being implicated? Tang Nian countered. People nowadays avoided anything related to the cowshed, and speaking about it was risky. Minister Niu was quite bold. Right now, the most important thing is talent. Those with skills should contribute to the country. Leave this to me. I'll find a way. Minister Niu wasn't afraid at all. He had a solid background and had made contributions. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Tang Nian thought for a moment and then shared old Zhang's name. She had a good impression of Minister Niu. He seemed to be an upright person. If she misjudged him and Minister Niu acted against old Zhang, she could still find a way to help the old man. Minister Niu carefully noted down old Zhang's name in his notebook and planned to start networking right away. Tang Nian was very satisfied with the meal, especially the crab with rice cakes. She hadn't had it in a long time and needed to find a way to raise crabs and seafood in her space to achieve seafood freedom. Minister Niu even personally arranged for them to stay at the guest house in the factory, which was very convenient since the turbine factory received clients daily. Stay here comfortably. If you need anything, just tell the staff or call me. Minister Niu left his phone number. He lived in the staff building at the factory, which had a phone. After settling everything, Minister Niu finally went home, feeling particularly light on his feet. Director Qian was even more cheerful, looking at Tang Nian with eyes much kinder than those of Tang's grandmother. Little Tang, little Xin, do you have any plans for the evening? Director Qian wanted to stroll around the streets. He had even brought a camera to take pictures. Being able to take photos in whose city was a great honor for someone from a small county like Zhu City, especially something to show off. Let's take a walk at the Bund. What about you, Uncle Qian? The Bund in Shanghai is a must-visit tourist spot. Tang Nian had been there many times before, but she had never seen the Bund in the 1970s and wanted to check it out. She planned to visit the city god temple tomorrow. The Shanghai of the 1970s still had many buildings from the Republic of China, especially the old alleys. She wanted to take more photos because in a few decades, these old alleys might be gone forever. I want to go to the Bund too. You can help me take some photos. Director Qian was thrilled. He had been worried about not having anyone to take pictures. Excited, Director Qian didn't even realize he was being a third wheel. He was completely absorbed in the joy of taking photos. Indeed, ambitious Director Qian not only had a cute name, but also a love for beauty. His favorite thing was taking pictures. He always brought his camera when going out to capture memories. He had about 10 photo albums at home and even bought a large box to store them. If Director Qian lived in the smart era, he would definitely post dozens of selfies on social media every day. Tang Nian changed into a new outfit, brought her camera and film. With Shen Xiao driving, the three of them quickly arrived at the Bund. The Bund in the 1970s didn't have the colorful lights of later years. It looked a bit gray, but was the purest natural beauty. There were many pedestrians, including couples clearly in love. No wonder the Bund is called Lover's Beach. It truly is a great place for romance. Xiao Teng, how's my pose? Does my hair look thicker? As soon as Director Qian arrived at the Bund, he became quite restless, sitting, standing, leaning on the railing, and occasionally checking his hair in a small mirror. No matter how he styled his limited hair, it couldn't turn into a thick forest, but Director Qian was undeterred. After each shot, he would check his reflection. Tang Nian had to take his photos first. She thought Director Qian was too talented to be just a factory director. He should be a star. Wait, let me change my pose. Director Qian leaned against the railing with his hands resting on it, looking cool. But then he got a new idea. He raised one hand behind his head, tilted his body toward Tang Nian, and turned his head to look at the camera. This pose instantly reminded Tang Nian of the beautiful women in calendar photos.
Wow!
Tang Nian gasped and quickly rubbed away the goosebumps on her arms. A middle-aged man with a youthful heart was too much. 1, 2, 3, good. Tang Nian quickly pressed the shutter, snapping several photos. Director Qian's film was used up, with about 10 shots taken. Why is it already gone? We barely took any photos. Director Qian was not satisfied. He still had many poses to try. He should have brought more film, but it was too expensive, and he hesitated. Tang Nian couldn't help but smile. She and Shen Xiao hadn't taken a single photo. They had only helped him, and he still complained about not taking enough. Uncle Qian, can you take a picture of me and Shen Xiao? Tang Nian handed her camera to him and pulled Shen Xiao away to find a spot. Xiao Tang, your camera is nice. How much was it? Tang Nian's camera was a vintage model. There was a trend for retro items like watches, cameras, sewing machines, and bicycles. She had collected quite a few during the apocalypse. This camera was a vintage Seagull DF-1, with an advanced lens that clearly indicated it was high-end. Director Qian recognized it immediately and couldn't take his eyes off it. For 76, Tang Nian mentioned the price. She had seen the same model at the department store for that amount. It was considered a luxury item for that era. The Seagull DF-1 was released in 1971 and sold for 476 yuan. Regardless of the era, those who could afford cameras were generally wealthy. Ordinary people couldn't indulge in photography. Director Qian gasped. His monthly salary was 180 yuan, which meant he would need nearly 3 months' salary without eating or drinking to afford it.
Sigh.
Uncle Qian, take good photos for us, and I'll let you borrow it later. Tang Nian called out. She had many of these cameras and planned to give him one as a birthday gift before heading to Shanghai. Make sure you keep your word. Director Qian beamed and began directing them on how to pose. Xiao Shen, lean a bit to the right. Xiao Tang, you lean to the left. Smile. Don't look so serious. Xiao Tang, tilt your head a little toward Xiao Shen. Yes, just like that. With Director Qian's guidance, they took several group photos. Tang Nian also took many solo shots, but she stopped smiling in the later ones and just posed seriously. Director Qian didn't bother to comment. This girl usually looked nice when she smiled, but in photos, she looked like she was about to kill someone. It was better when she just posed seriously. Neither Tang Nian nor Shen Xiao liked taking photos, so they let Director Qian use the remaining film, which made him very happy. They didn't stay at the Bund for long before returning to the guest house. That evening, Tang Nian entered her space, found the right mold, and finished the parts, ready to hand them to Minister Niu in 2 days. The next morning, Tang Nian and Shen Xiao went out, hoping to avoid bringing along Director Qian. Thinking they were going to get parts processed, Director Qian went alone to the department store to buy gifts for his wife and children. Tang Nian and Shen Xiao headed to the city god temple. The commercial atmosphere of the city god temple in later years was too strong for her liking. She preferred the current one, which was more fun. Today was Sunday, and there were many performances and stalls, making it very lively. There's sugar painting. I'm going to get a dragon. Tang Nian spotted the sugar painting stall from a distance, surrounded by kids. An old man was running the stall, and these vendors were all licensed and operating legally. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Oh no, it's an orchid again. A little boy shouted nervously, and the other kids joined in. They all hoped to land on the dragon, but the pointer kept stopping on the orchid. These sugar paintings required a spinning wheel, costing 2 cents per turn. The wheel looked like a clock, with a pointer, and each section had a different design, usually featuring characters like Sun Wukong, dragons, Zhu Beiji, little rabbits, flowers, or other small animals. Dragons and phoenixes were the most complex, so vendors often avoided making them. Little rabbits and flowers were the simplest, making them much more likely to be chosen. Little friend, how about I draw Sun Wukong for you? The vendor smiled kindly, looking very gentle. The little boy had already spun once and got a flower. Not wanting to disappoint him, the vendor decided to make a Zhu Beiji instead. A dragon was out of the question at his age. Making one would be too tiring. Thank you, Grandpa. The little boy stopped crying and smiled, his eyes sparkling. He loved Sun Wukong the most. Although he was disappointed not to get a dragon, having Sun Wukong was still great. Besides, none of his classmates had gotten a dragon either. The old man scooped some syrup from the pot and began to draw on a whiteboard. The syrup seemed alive as he quickly created a Sun Wukong. Once the syrup cooled and hardened, he inserted a bamboo stick, turning it into a beautiful candy art piece. The little boy happily walked away, holding a flower in his left hand and Sun Wukong in his right. Grandpa, I want to draw too. Other kids shouted, paying the old man and taking turns at the spinning wheel, but none got a dragon. The best they got was Sun Wukong. The old man remained cheerful and patient. After all the kids had their turns, Tang Nian approached, handing the old man 50 cents, which startled him since he didn't earn that much in a day. Miss, you gave too much. It's 2 cents per turn. The old man returned the 50 cents to Tang Nian and pointed to the spinning wheel, encouraging her to try. Just draw a dragon and a phoenix. Tang Nian said calmly, but her expression was serious and her voice cold. The old man felt a bit scared, thinking she was angry. He trembled slightly, not daring to speak or take the money, his hand frozen in the air, creating an awkward silence. 3 seconds passed. The old man felt like a year had gone by. His hand wasn't tired, but he was getting more anxious. This pretty girl looked like she could be dangerous, making him uneasy. Miss, how about you take a turn? The old man gathered his courage, but still didn't dare take her money. His little stall was hard to maintain, and if this girl reported him for overcharging, he could lose everything. Just draw. Tang Nian was getting impatient. Didn't the old man know if the wheel could land on a dragon or a phoenix? She knew this trick from her past life. No one could get a dragon or a phoenix unless the vendor wanted them to. The pointer was made of iron, and if the old man used a magnet, he could control where it pointed. The previous boy had clearly landed on a dragon, but the pointer had moved back a bit, just the old man manipulating it. Tang Nian saw through it, but didn't care to argue over a few cents. The old man shivered, not daring to breathe, quickly pocketing the 50 cents and starting to draw. Though drawing a dragon and phoenix was difficult, the 50 cents motivated him. 10 minutes later, he finished a vivid dragon and phoenix. Tang Nian handed the dragon to Xin Xiao and kept the phoenix for herself. This was called a harmonious pairing. How lucky. Miss, what about the money? The old man nervously took out the 50 cents, not daring to accept it. He wanted to suggest she give him 10 cents instead, but before he could speak, Tang Nian pulled out another 50 cents and handed it to him. The old man was taken aback. He hadn't meant that. But by the time he realized it, Tang Nian and Xin Xiao were already gone. Looking at the two 50-cent bills in his hand, he felt a mix of emotions but soon became happy again. This beautiful girl was fashionable and wore a watch. She surely had money and wouldn't report him, right? No wonder his left eyelid had been twitching all morning. He had indeed struck it rich. A fairy has fallen from the sky. The delighted old man hummed a tune and treated himself to a bowl of luxurious scallion oil noodles, something he had never splurged on before. Soon, Xin Xiao finished the dragon and phoenix, and on the way, they came across a stall selling tiger paw snacks. Tang Nian had always wanted to try them, but this old-fashioned snack could only be found in old alleys, and her busy work schedule never allowed her the time to buy them. Thus, the tiger paw snack became an obsession for her, always wanting to know what it tasted like. 5 cents each. How many do you want, miss? The vendor was a cheerful woman with short hair, warmly greeting them.
2.
Tang Nian took out a dime, and the woman wrapped 2 freshly made snacks, still warm and smelling delightful. They looked quite good, and the reason they were called tiger paws was that they resembled tiger claws when baked, but they were actually just baked flatbreads. Tang Nian took a bite. It was dry yet fragrant, with a subtle taste. It was nice, but not to her liking. She didn't like dry food that stuck in her throat. After just one bite, she handed it to Xin Xiao, unable to swallow it. Xin Xiao was not picky and had a big appetite, finishing the 2 dry tiger paws in just a few bites, then drank most of a big jug of water. He was definitely a great boyfriend for home and travel. She wouldn't have to worry about leftovers anymore. Great sage Sun Wukong, subduing demons and showing skills, with the magical golden staff, thrice defeating the white bone spirit. A strong voice from a distance caught Tang Nian's attention, along with the surprised voices of several children. There were many people gathered, and according to Chinese nature, where there are crowds, there's gossip or a good show. Tang Nian pulled Xin Xiao into the crowd. With their strength, they quickly made their way in and saw a box with several holes, while a man stood nearby shouting. A few kids bent down, peering into the holes with changing expressions and gasps of amazement, clearly intrigued by what was inside the box. Tang Nian noticed big letters on the box that read Western Mirror. She was surprised. She hadn't expected the local saying, "Let's go see the Western Mirror," to be a realistic description. It cost 2 cents to see the Western Mirror. There were several shows to choose from, but the most popular was Sun Wukong defeating the white bone spirit, which all the kids loved. Tang Nian chose this one, paid 4 cents, and watched with Xin Xiao. The parents surrounding them had strange expressions. This was something for kids, yet these 2 young adults seemed to have a childlike spirit. Tang Nian bent down to look through the hole, and as the vendor shouted, the images inside changed like movie scenes, showing Sun Wukong battling the white bone spirit, accompanied by the vendor's lively narration. In this era of limited entertainment, it was indeed fascinating. After a few minutes, they finished watching. Tang Nian thought it was all right, and she and Xin Xiao continued to explore. After a day of eating and wandering, they returned to the guest house, where Director Qian had already returned with many items for his wife and children, but nothing for himself. Another day passed, and Tang Nian handed the finished parts to Minister Niu for precision machining by an 8th-level machinist. Minister Nyo didn't even have time for polite words and rushed out like the wind to find the machinist. Tang Nian didn't mind. As long as the 2,000 yuan reward was secured, that was all that mattered. On the third day, the parts were finally machined, and Minister Nyo had the master install them. The program was fine, and the operator ran the machine without issues. Minister Nyo finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face filled with joy. He had made the right bet. That useless Su Lifefoam couldn't compete with him, no matter how many heads he grew. Xiao Tang, thanks to you this time, you are a great contributor to our factory. At noon, Minister Nyo hosted a banquet in the factory cafeteria, showering praises, while Director Qian wore a constant smile, as if he could already see a bright future for the factory. Tang Nian and Shen Xiao remained calm, and Minister Nyo, when will the bonus be issued? Tang Nian was not interested in flattery. She only wanted her bonus. Minister Nyo paused for a moment, then laughed. Look at my memory. The money is right here. He hurriedly took out 2 stacks of cash from his bag, all brand new and neatly bundled, clearly just withdrawn from the bank. Xiao Tang, don't you really want to work at our factory? You don't have to come every day, just come when there's something to do, and the salary and benefits are guaranteed. Minister Nyo was still not giving up, trying to persuade Tang Nian to join the factory. Tang Nian took the money and firmly declined. If there's something at the factory, you can contact Director Qian. As long as I have time, I'll definitely be there as long as the bonus is good. She was very straightforward. As long as the money was right, everything else could be discussed. If she really worked at the turbine factory, she would probably face constant troubles. The factory had good benefits, but also many complicated people. Tang Nian wasn't afraid of trouble, but she didn't want to deal with it. She handed the task of contacting the intermediary to Director Qian, who was thrilled and quickly said, Minister Nyo can rest assured, I will definitely not delay the turbine factory's production. Minister Nyo felt a bit disappointed, but not too much. He had already sent someone to find old Zhang in Tang village. If Xiao Tang was this capable, her teacher must be even more impressive, right? With the turbine factory's troubles resolved, Director Qian returned to Zhuqing after lunch, while Tang Nian stayed to meet Xin Zhao's uncle, Fu Qinghan. Fu Qinghan was 15 years older than Xin Zhao, had studied abroad in Europe, and was now an engineer at a shipyard, an unmarried young man. Uncle has been wanting to meet you. He's a really nice person. On the way to meet Fu Qinghan, Shen Xiao briefly introduced his uncle. In short, Fu Qinghan was a tragic and powerful young master from a wealthy family. Tang Nian remembered that in her previous life, Fu Qinghan was too weak and passed away before Xin Zhao. The reason for Fu Qinghan's frail health was his stepmother, who was also Xin Zhao's stepmother's biological mother. This stepmother had abused Fu Qinghan since he was young, even punishing him to kneel in the freezing cold for a whole night. That time, Fu Qinghan almost froze to death. Although he was saved, he was left with lasting health issues and would fall ill every spring and autumn. It could be said that none of his organs were healthy. Fu Qinghan lived in the shipyard dormitory. Shen Xiao drove to the main gate, showing his officer's ID. I'm Fu's nephew. The guard recognized him and was very polite, allowing them to register and then letting them through, even calling the design department. As they walked to the office building, Fu Qinghan came down to meet them. Wearing glasses and a slightly worn white shirt with a tightly buttoned collar, he had on a light gray vest and blue trousers. It was a simple outfit, but it gave off an air of a refined gentleman from the Republic of China. However, Fu Qinghan was too thin, his waist was slimmer than many girls, and his pale skin and faint lip color showed he lacked vitality. Xiao, cough cough. Fu Qinghan spotted his nephew from a distance and was very happy, quickly walking over, but started coughing due to excitement. He clenched his fist in front of his mouth, coughing several times, his pale cheeks turning slightly red, making him even more pitiable. Tang Nian couldn't help but twitch her lips. She actually felt sympathy for an older man. The two of them, one dark and one light, one strong and one weak, one cultured and one martial, really looked quite different. Uncle, this is Nian. Xin Xiao introduced her warmly, his cold expression softening. Xiao Tang, I'm Xiao Zhao's uncle. Thank you for taking care of him before. Fu Qinghan suddenly bowed, something he had always wanted to do. When his nephew went missing, he was only in his 20s, and after spending years abroad, he had few connections back home. At that time, he felt like a headless fly, unable to find any news about Xiao Xiao. He even thought Xiao Xiao was. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao met the wild wolf couple and was saved by Tang Nian Nian and her family. After Shen Xiao returned, he shared his experiences from those years, and Fu Qinghan wanted to thank Tang Nian Nian's family. However, at that time, due to his overseas experience, he was under scrutiny and couldn't leave Beijing. He was also afraid of causing trouble for Tang Nian Nian's family, so he never fulfilled that wish. Don't be polite, we're family. Tang Nian Nian helped Fu Qinghan up. She wouldn't have done that for anyone else. Fu Qinghan bowed halfway, but couldn't manage it due to his weakness. So he straightened up, thinking that since he would never marry, he could leave half of the Fu family fortune to Xiao Tang. Come sit at my place. Fu Qinghan invited them to his home, as it was too crowded downstairs for a proper conversation. The dormitory building at the shipyard was quite nice, and since Fu Qinghan was an important technical staff member, he had good treatment, receiving a 3-bedroom apartment with a private bathroom and shower. However, the room was simply furnished, with just a table, chairs, and a bed, along with 2 large desks filled with books, mostly related to shipbuilding. Tang Nian Nian took a quick glance and knew they were all technical materials.
Would you like coffee or tea?
Fu Qinghan asked with a smile.
Coffee.
Tang Nian Nian replied without hesitation. She preferred coffee over tea. However, in this era, even if one had money, it was hard to buy coffee unless using foreign exchange coupons at overseas Chinese shops. But foreign exchange coupons were very precious, only given to families of overseas Chinese when they received foreign currency or to foreign workers in China. Some families of overseas Chinese would sell a few foreign exchange coupons on the black market, but the quantity was limited. Tang Nian Nian had coffee in her space, along with a coffee machine and coffee beans, but she was too lazy to make it herself and had been drinking instant coffee, which was far inferior to freshly ground coffee. Fu Qinghan took out the coffee machine. Having studied in Europe, he had developed a taste for coffee and bread. Before long, the rich aroma of coffee filled the room. Tang Nian Nian took a deep breath. It was a scent she hadn't smelled in a long time. Here, try my brew. Fu Qinghan made 2 cups, one for himself and one for Tang Nian Nian, while Shen Xiao got malted milk. He couldn't bear to give Shen Xiao coffee. Coffee beans were hard to come by, and he spent all his foreign exchange coupons on them each month. Plus, Shen Xiao would gulp down anything in one go. Shen Xiao also didn't like the bitter drink. He couldn't understand why his uncle liked it when sweet malted milk was so much better. It smells great. Tang Nian Nian took a sip and genuinely praised it. The taste was amazing. I'm glad you like it.
Fu Qinghan smiled happily.
After finishing a cup of coffee, Shen Xiao suggested they leave. Fu Qinghan was busy with work, and since his health wasn't good, taking up too much of his time would mean he'd have to work overtime at night. Nian Nian, this is for you. Fu Qinghan went into the bedroom and came out a while later, holding a black cross, but it was only half, looking like a pendant. This is the key to the Fu family's treasure. The blueprint is with Xiao Xiao. You all keep it. Fu Qinghan handed the key to Tang Nian Nian. He was indifferent to material possessions and had no plans to get married, so it was better for Xiao Xiao and Nian Nian to have this treasure. Uncle, I'll keep it for you and give it back once we find the treasure. Tang Nian Nian didn't want it. The Tang family's wealth was enough for her to live comfortably for many lifetimes. I don't need it. My salary is more than enough. You keep it. Fu Qinghan smiled and declined. He had low material desires, except for a few high standards in food and clothing. However, he could wear a good quality outfit for over a decade and ate very little. With his monthly salary of over 100, he rarely spent it all. Tang Nian Nian didn't argue with him, knowing she would return it to Fu Qinghan after they found the treasure. Even if Fu Qinghan didn't want it, he would eventually have a wife and children, and she wanted to avoid any misunderstandings. After all, Fu Qinghan was the only family member of Xin Xiao, and she valued that relationship, not wanting money to create distance. Fu, there's a call for you from Beijing. Someone shouted from downstairs. I'm coming. Fu Qinghan responded and told Xin Xiao, it should be a reply about the investigation you asked me to do. The three of them went downstairs together, and Fu Qinghan went to the office to take the call. A few minutes later, Fu Qinghan rushed out, looking very angry. We have leads on the Liu family. Liu's uncle, who claimed to be anti-Japanese, was actually a traitor who helped the Japanese kill many anti-Japanese fighters and innocent civilians. Although the Liu family didn't openly act as traitors, they secretly did many things for the Japanese. Tang Mianyan's face darkened. She suspected the Liu family had questionable backgrounds, thinking they might just be capitalists, but she never imagined they were traitorous lackeys. Darn it! Influenced by Tang Qingshan, her grandfather, she hated traitors the most. The Liu father and daughter deserved what they got. What are you planning to do, Xiao? Fu Qinghan asked. Report them. Xin Xiao said without hesitation. There was no need to go easy on traitorous lackeys. The Zhou family might intervene, so be careful.
Fu Qinghan warned, a bit worried.
The Liu family had recently allied with the Zhou family, making them harder to deal with. I'm not afraid. The Zhou family is on the verge of collapse. Tang Mianyan said coldly. Old Zhou drank her special tea and wouldn't last until next year. Once he was gone, none of the Zhou family's useless members could hold up. Hearing that the Zhou family was about to fall, Fu Qinghan felt relieved and prepared to get back to work. Xin Xiao took out a bottle of pills made from spiritual spring water and told Fu Qinghan to take them daily. Xiao, which divine doctor made these? They work really well. I've felt much more energetic and clear-headed lately. Fu Qinghan praised the pills. He had seen countless doctors, both Chinese and Western, but none had helped much. Only these pills showed significant effects. He felt much stronger and had fewer episodes. The divine doctor lives in the countryside and doesn't want to be disturbed. I'll get more for you once you finish these, Xin Xiao casually replied. Fu Qinghan returned to his office to work, while Xin Xiao and Tang Mianyan headed back to his city. There are still many coffee beans at the estate. You should give some to Uncle later. On the way back, Tang Mianyan talked about coffee and planned to plant a few trees in her space, along with cocoa trees, so they could enjoy chocolate and coffee freely in the future.
Sure.
Xin Xiao nodded. They didn't return to the guest house, but went to the military district first to arrange a room before meeting Ming Jinxing. When Xin Xiao and Tang Mianyan appeared at the military district, they stunned many people along the way. The cold and distant Xin Xiao actually had a girlfriend? And such a beautiful one at that. Where was the justice in that? That day, the men in the military district were envious and jealous, while the women felt heartbroken, making it an eventful day. Tang Mianyan remained calm under the surprised gazes, acting gracefully until they reached Ming Jinxing's office. Report. Xin Xiao knocked on the door.
Come in.
A rough voice came from inside. Xin Xiao pushed the door open, and Tang Mianyan followed. You're back? Just in time for a mission. Ming Jinxing initially didn't notice Tang Mianyan and spoke to Xin Xiao, as usual. Halfway through, he saw Tang Mianyan's bright eyes and was taken aback.
Wow.
No wonder this kid didn't like his daughter. He found a fairy instead. Uncle Ming, this is my girlfriend, Tang Mianyan. Xin Xiao introduced. Hello, Uncle Ming. Tang Mianyan greeted him first. Hello, please sit. Ming Jinxing was a bit flustered, thinking of getting tea, then remembering to offer snacks since young girls like sweets. His mind was racing, but he only had 2 hands. However, he didn't dwell on it for long, as he had no snacks in his office. A rough man like him only cared for smoking and drinking, not sweets. Drink some tea, little Tang. I don't have much else here. Ming Jinxing felt a bit embarrassed, thinking he had neglected the young lady. I don't like sweets either. Tea is fine. Tang Mianyan smiled and picked up her cup to drink. She had a good impression of Ming Jinxing because Xin Xiao had told her that he had taken great care of him during his years in the Hu City military district, much better than Xin Zhao's useless father. Uncle Ming, Did you write that calligraphy on the wall? Tang Nianyan pointed to a piece of calligraphy on the opposite wall. Ming Jinxing instinctively turned his head, and she quickly added a few drops of spiritual spring water to his teacup. Haha, someone gave it to me. I can't write such beautiful characters. Ming Jinxing laughed heartily. As a rough man, his writing was barely decent. Did little Tang and Shen Xiao know each other since childhood? Ming Jinxing was very interested in Shen Zhao's childhood and asked about Tang Village. Tang Nianyan answered simply, chatting and drinking tea. Before long, Ming Jinxing finished a cup of tea. Hey, today's tea tastes especially good. Ming Jinxing muttered to himself, noticing a unique sweetness in the tea that made him keep drinking without stopping. I think it's great too. Maybe it's the water in Hu City. Tang Nianyan smiled and took a big sip from her cup. Maybe. Ming Jinxing didn't think much of it and poured himself another cup. After it cooled, he took a big sip, but felt it wasn't as sweet as the first cup. It must be the tea leaves. He would ask his wife where to buy them so he could get them in the future. The Zhou family has been unstable lately. 2 of their grandsons died, and old Zhou isn't well, Ming Jinxing mentioned, looking at Shen Xiao with a meaningful gaze. Zhou Siming went to Zhucheng for an inspection and died shortly after. It was said he angered the heavens and lightning struck, collapsing a cave where he and his companions perished. Ming Jinxing didn't believe in the lightning story. He felt it was related to Shen Xiao. However, when Zhou Siming had his accident, Shen Xiao was on a mission and couldn't have been involved. But then again, it was possible. The abilities Shen Xiao displayed were definitely not his true strength. Ming Jinxing had always suspected that Shen Xiao didn't use his full power during missions and was holding back.